Chapter 1251, Grand Puppet Technique. In the face of Han Fei's bargaining, the old turtle said, "Okay, I know you just want resources. You can have the sun moon shells of Yu Wen Dao and Guai San Qing. To be honest, I'm not interested in them, but you should need them more than me." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What are in them?" The old turtle said, 2 million caddies of spiritual spring, as well as a bunch of other messy things. Check it for yourself. Han Fei's eyes glittered. 2 million caddies of spiritual spring equaled 2 billion points of spiritual energy, didn't it? Fuck, it's really quick to make money now. Once upon a time, he was worried about a few points of spiritual energy, but now he was talking about hundreds of millions. Sure enough, he should find strong people as his opponents. These people had a lot of resources. The old turtle sneered. When you become a venerable, you will find that spiritual energy is everywhere in the world. But then you will know why you can't wake up a king even after throwing billions of points of spiritual energy. After all, spiritual energy is something ordinary people use. Once you become a king, it will be a leap in the level of life. You won't understand. Han Fei chuckled. I will understand. Han Fei's heart stirred. It must be the chaos energy. It was said that the immeasurable fruit he once obtained contained a trace of chaos energy. However, when he transcended the heavenly tribulation, that energy fruit should have been absorbed by him subconsciously. He didn't see any chaos energy emerging. Forget it, I'll ask Queen Life for more later. Anyway, Queen Life is my junior sister. Isn't it natural for a senior brother to ask for things from his junior sister? Of course, Han Fei was too weak now, so he'd better not disgrace himself. Anyway, the demon purification pot was still eating spiritual energy, but the amount was getting larger and larger. In the future, he could feed the demon purification pot with whatever advanced energy he wanted. Now, he just needed to feed it spiritual energy. Han Fei said, "Okay, I can use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on you. However, should we find a safe and secluded place? Otherwise, if a pillar of light descends from the sky, won't we be exposed?" The old turtle said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. That's why I spent so much effort to activate this turtle shell sky sealing technique. It requires a price. I used a small half of Yu Wen Dao's vitality to forcibly seal this place for 3 days and 3 nights, during which what happens here won't be detected by the outside world." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "It's so powerful. Can I learn it?" The old turtle sneered. "The secret technique of the turtle clan requires special physique. First of all, you need a shell. If you possess a turtle, then I don't mind teaching you." Then, forget it. Han Fei took the 2 sun moon shells. He didn't have a choice. He didn't demand that much, and he didn't need to. The small benefit of 2 billion was enough to move him. He really needed to save some resources. Although the water immortal said that he only needed to find her body within 100 years, he didn't even know the future of the waterwood world in the coming 3 years. Who knew what would happen 100 years later? Therefore, where was the real body of the water immortal? This was something he needed to solve urgently. However, if he found it, he would probably need a lot of resources to replenish the spiritual energy. The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated again, and Han Fei found that there was no sky-reaching pillar of light anymore. The pillar of light was only 100 meters high and seemed to shoot out of the void, shining directly on the old turtle. In his heart, the old turtle said, "This is not light, but Dao runes. Therefore, where it appears can be controlled. As for the skill to control it, it's because of the difference between stepping into the Dao and not stepping into the Dao. If you have stepped into this Dao, how to use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique will be all up to you." Han Fei saw that Guai Sanqing's body slowly grew taller. There were some strange lines on the turtle shell, but they disappeared soon. Feeling that he had given the vitality of 100 years, Han Fei immediately stopped the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. The old turtle muttered, "Actually, it doesn't matter for you to give more vitality. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to hunt Dao-seeking demons in the future. Your vitality will eventually be replenished," Han Fei said. "Then let's make up for it first." Han Fei didn't know how many effects the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique had, but he thought that 100 years of vitality wouldn't be much anyway. After all, it took nearly 2,000 years of vitality for him to wake up the water immortal, and he had to rely on the life spring water and billions of points of spiritual energy to do that. Guai Sanqing said, "As I expected, the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique has restored 80% of the foundation of the little turtle. I think that if you're confident that you can remain invincible, you can choose to walk the Dao of the heavenly enlightenment. At least, if you choose that Dao, you can definitely become a king. Then you'll be stronger than 99% of the people in this world." Han Fei curled his lips. "Humph, cut the crap. Give me the grand puppet technique." The old turtle took out a jade slip, squeezed it with one hand, and quickly injected spiritual energy into it. After only 1 second, a technique jade slip was formed, and he threw it to Han Fei. The old turtle said, "The grand puppet technique is extremely demanding on refining skills. Why do you have to be at least in the venerable realm to practice this technique?" One of the restrictions is the refining. Only when you reach the venerable realm can you learn anything extremely fast. But when you reach the sea establishment realm, you can learn even faster. Of course, your refining skills shouldn't be bad. You should be able to use it. Han Fei accepted the grand puppet technique and didn't pay much attention to it. He was thinking about a question: why were there so many puppets in the Heavenly Palace? Be it the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace or the Waterwood Heavenly Palace, they had many puppets. And under the steps into the sea, they even specially nurtured puppets. How was it different from refining puppets? Han Fei spread out his perception, and information popped up in his head. Grand Puppet Technique, Venerable Level, Low Quality Introduction. This is a puppet refining technique that can steal the power of nature. Before the creature dies completely, shatter its soul and scatter it in the flesh and blood of the body. With the refining technique and the law as the source, fuse a wisp of your own soul into the body to reforge a spiritless body. After the puppet is refined, the wisp of soul will become an ownerless soul, and after the refining, it will produce telepathy with you. Deduced art. Great technique of puppet nurturing. Deduction cost, 1 billion remarks. 1. The puppet needs to be refined before the body decays and the soul completely dissipates. Han Fei had never seen such a technique before. It was a venerable level, low-quality technique. It could be seen that puppets were actually more difficult to nurture than he had imagined. Although the void lines could control creatures and make them his puppets, however, it needed the void lines to control them all the time. And this grand puppet technique didn't seem to need him to control them at all, only needed a wisp of his soul. Han Fei certainly wouldn't care about that. It was just a wisp of a soul. As long as he killed a few enemies, the lost soul could be replenished. Looking at the 1 billion points of spiritual energy required, as well as the great technique of puppet nurturing, Han Fei couldn't help being a little curious. What he saw on the steps into the sea should be a puppet nurturing technique, right? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, I've heard of puppet techniques, but I've seen a technique that suppresses corpses. Is it also refining corpses? The old turtle was feeling his new body. Hearing Han Fei's question, he said, what you talk about should be a puppet nurturing technique, which is much more advanced than the grand puppet technique. You can only refine unconscious puppets with the grand puppet technique. No matter how powerful this puppet is, it can't be more powerful than his own body. However, a puppet nurturing technique is different. It is to completely shatter the soul in a creature's body and make an ownerless soul appear in his mind. In the end, as long as you are willing, you can develop a puppet in any direction you want. And someone once nurtured this kind of puppet, then possessed it and directly refined it into his avatar. Wow, Han Fei exclaimed. An avatar? The old turtle said. Of course. When you can nurture such puppets to a certain level, they will have consciousness. Even if you are their master, they will resist if you want to possess them, because at that time, they will be equivalent to an independent creature. Seeing that Han Fei was deep in thought, the old turtle couldn't help but laugh creepily. Someone did this because they were too weak. They searched for the most talented people and killed them before they could grow up. Then, they nurtured their bodies and possessed them so as to improve their own strength. Han Fei smiled. Shameless. The old turtle said disdainfully, what's the big deal of this? If it weren't for the harsh requirements of raising a puppet and the extremely low probability of raising an ultra-quality one, this technique would have been popularized a long time ago. It sounded awesome, but he decided not to think about it. Even the old turtle, who liked to brag every day, said that it was difficult. It must not be simple. As for the puppet under the steps into the sea, forget it. He'd better wait until he became stronger. Immediately, Han Fei began to study the grand puppet technique. Even if Yu Wendao was useless in the mouth of the old turtle, he was still half venerable. If he refined him into a puppet, he would be invincible in the realm of explorers. Chapter 1252, Det Again Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 days later. Deep in a certain sea, in a trench, there was a black turtle shell here, covering half of the trench. At this moment, spiritual fire was raging in the trench. Not only was Han Fei refining a puppet, but he was also doing it in a different way. When he refined Overlord, it was just because of a random idea from Mujiar. This time, he imagined what would happen if he carved an array on Yu Wendao's body as a tattoo. The old turtle, with Gui Senxing's body, standing not far away with his hands behind his back, slightly nodded. I didn't expect you to be so good at arrays at such a young age. Although this array technique can't give Yu Wendao the combat power of a venerable, it can increase his strength by 20%. Han Fei grinned. I can engrave arrays on your turtle shell too. Do you want me to do it for you? The old turtle said disdainfully. You have no idea how powerful the turtle shell is. The turtle shell is an array in the first place. This array can prevent vitality from leaking and can withstand all techniques. How can a few random arrays be comparable to it? Han Fei frowned. Is that true? He said in disdain. Doesn't that mean that all creatures with shells are born with arrays? The old turtle said leisurely. You can't say that this is wrong. For example, crabs. Do you think their carapace is not an array? Every creature in this world is unique. Their carapace has infinite effects and has grown like this through the accumulation of countless years. Who knows if there is any array in it? Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei, who was carving arrays, was taken aback. What the old turtle said seemed to make sense. He couldn't help but think of the beautiful golden ratio lines on the parakeet that Li Luoluo dug out in the ideal palace. After about an hour, a new Yu Wendao appeared. However, it was different from the previous Yu Wendao who pretended to be a sage. Instead, it was a bald guy with tattoos all over his body. Han Fei had even engraved arrays on his forehead. The old turtle said, "You're too particular about balance. There are too many defensive arrays and spirit-gathering arrays, but too few speed ones. However, this concealment array is not bad. Of course, it's ineffective against venerables, but it's still effective on the Tao-seeking realm." Han Fei said indifferently, "A puppet needs to be comprehensive. How can I count on it to deal with a half-venerable powerhouse? Once I lose the ability of thinking, even if I split a wisp of my soul compared to a half-venerable powerhouse, my reaction should not be fast enough. Therefore, its purpose is only to deal with creatures below the peak of the Tao-seeking realm." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the black shell phantom above Han Fei's head began to fade. The old turtle said, "The effect of the turtle shell sky sealing technique is limited. Someone will find this place soon, right?" As an emperor-level powerhouse, he certainly could think of the existence of the venerable token. Now it was up to Han Fei to explain. Han Fei said, "Don't mind it too much." Then, Han Fei secretly activated the venerable token. Instantly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's mind, "Stay where you are." More than an hour later, Han Fei wondered, "Why did they come so slow?" The old turtle said, "It's not that they're slow, but that they have to arrive here without being detected." Sure enough, after waiting for another half an hour, Han Fei suddenly found that a large amount of vine grass appeared in the trench. As the vine grass increased, a red flower bud grew out. When the flower bud bloomed, Han Fei saw Jinger walk out of it. Jinger immediately looked at the old turtle. After all, at her level, she knew that the old turtle was not a puppet but a real sea demon. But Jinger didn't pay much attention. The old turtle seemed to have known that she was coming, so she frowned. "Why did you come to this damn place? It's not close to Waterwood World at all." After complaining for a while, Jinger looked at the old turtle and asked, "Who is this?" Han Fei said, "This is Gu Sanqing. He has already been instigated to defect by me. Now he follows me." The old turtle rolled his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and thought to himself, "I follow you? If it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this?" Considering that Han Fei's identity was different and his methods were complicated, Jinger didn't think too much about it. She simply pushed and a soundproof array appeared, blocking the old turtle outside. The first thing Jinger said was, "Tell me who your junior sister is first." Han Fei blinked. "Don't you know?" Looking at Jinger's curious eyes, Han Fei knew that something must have happened. He said leisurely, "Well, I can't tell you." Jinger took a deep look at Han Fei. "Really? The queen said the same as you. What are you up to? You've only met the queen once, and I heard everything you two talked about." Han Fei smiled casually. "This is a secret. However, I think you will know it in the near future." Jinger grunted for a few seconds before giving up asking. Then she put on a serious expression. "It turns out that you can really become a sea demon. I don't know how you do it. Did you cultivate some special technique to have the ability to become a sea demon? Can you change back?" Han Fei grinned and his body quickly changed. The deceit technique changed his realm and strength. At this moment, Han Fei became a junior sea spirit. "Can you tell?" Jinger frowned. "It seems I can't tell that this technique has completely hidden your true strength," Han Fei said with a smile. "It's not enough. My appearance, strength, and aura can all be changed, but my law enforcement ability can't be changed, nor can my combat skills. It's easy to solve combat skills, but the key is the law enforcement ability. This Fish Dragon King's law enforcement ability is near-at-hand technique." While talking, Han Fei looked at Jinger with a smile, and Jinger bared her teeth slightly. Jinger glared at Han Fei. "So, you're coveting my near-at-hand technique? But this does require the ability of space comprehension." Han Fei frowned and said, "I can't learn it?" In his heart, the old turtle said, "Not necessarily. As long as this little girl is willing, she can still teach you." Han Fei asked, "Do you know it too?" The old turtle said, "Of course, but I can't teach you. You'll master it after you reach the king level. This is because space is right there. As a king, you can see through such a shallow power at a glance." "Han Fei, why didn't you tell me earlier?" the old turtle said. "If you want to go to the royal city, of course I'll tell you, or you'll be exposed. But are you sure you want to go to the royal city with your current strength? You know, there is a king there. Once you're exposed, we'll be doomed." Han Fei immediately understood what the old turtle meant. This was probably why he didn't tell him before. However, he wasn't a fool. Even if he really went to such a dangerous place, he definitely had to be absolutely sure. Jinger pouted. "That's a bargain. What else?" The queen asked where you would be in the future and how to contact you. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't worry about me for the time being. I'm going to find a place." "Did the queen give you any hint?" Jinger said suspiciously again. "I really wonder if you have secretly met the queen." With that said, Jinger threw a fishskin map to Han Fei and said, "The queen gave it to you. These are all the forbidden places in the Waterwood world. You know how precious this sea map is, right? The queen said that if she gave you this map, you would owe him another 100 Tao-seeking powerhouses and 10 venerables." "Puff!" Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. "That's a robbery." Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. "I'm only a junior explorer. Do you think it's easy for me?" Seeing Han Fei standing there dumbfounded, Xing Shi snorted and said, "Don't be ignorant. Do you know how long the queen has been drawing this map?" Tens of thousands of years, Jinger said excitedly. How difficult it is for the queen. She can't go to sea and is restrained by the two big royal cities. Do you know how the secret places, and forbidden areas on this map were discovered? Those places are all explored by people. For this reason, more than 10 venerables have died in Waterwood World. Han Fei couldn't help but feel refreshed. Had Queen Life been searching for the water immortal for more than 10,000 years? He immediately opened the sea chart and took a look. Immediately, a vast sea chart appeared. Han Fei's pupils were constricted. This map has included the boundaries that the Waterwood World could reach. The words 8,200,000 miles were written on it. It was the distance between the north and south of the Waterwood World. Along the way, there were thousands of points marked out. It was needless to say that every point here was probably a secret realm, and this was only a small part of the sea. And in the eyes of a king, there might be many ordinary secret realms that she didn't necessarily go to record. 82,200,000 kilometers to the side, there were the words turbulent sea written there. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Jinger. Jinger, what is the turbulent sea? Jinger said. I knew you would ask. The so-called turbulent sea can also be understood as the turbulent sea area or the wall of death, a manifestation of the infinite ocean. However, its range is not very large. It's usually hundreds of thousands of miles. It's said that it's created by the kings for the purpose of severing the sea into 36 pieces. Even venerables are very likely to die if they enter. Han Fei asked in surprise. Why? Isn't it good to interconnect? Jinger looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Are you an idiot? Different heavenly palaces have different ways of defending against enemies. If they interconnect, will the sea demon royal cities also interconnect? Then it will be a mess. What if multiple royal cities join forces to attack a single domain? Han Fei frowned. That did make sense. However, the kings had joined forces to create a place that even a venerable might die in. How dangerous was that place? Was the infinite ocean so dangerous? Seeming to see through Han Fei's thoughts, Jinger said, in a sense, this turbulent sea is more dangerous than the infinite ocean. The infinite ocean is big and distant, yet this turbulent sea is short and dangerous. They're different. Chapter 1253, Arrangement Before Leaving Han Fei, finally understood why the Waterwood World was right next to the Yin-Yang World, but no one could come here. Therefore, the infinite ocean that he and almost everyone in the Yin-Yang World had thought of was actually not the real infinite ocean at all, but the sea area that was used to separate the 36 mystic worlds by powerhouses. He was a little surprised. Who the hell had the ability to seal a place that was tens of millions of kilometers long? But that guy did it indeed. This was a fact. However, Han Fei asked curiously, what about the sky? Can you fly? Jinger said. Why do you have so many questions? I don't know. I haven't been in it before. The queen said that the wall of death is terrifying. Who dares to go there? Han Fei continued to study the map and asked, have you never been to the red spots on the map? Han Fei found that the area of this map was too big, but in fact, there were not many marked areas. For example, when he went to the level 3 fishery, there were thousands of marked secret realms on Old Bai's map. However, what was really worth exploring was only a few. There were actually only about 30,000 markers in the vast area of the Waterwood Heavenly Sea painting, which were divided into 3 colors. The areas near the Cloud Sea Divine Tree were mostly green, and this range was about 500,000 kilometers. The rest were red and black. Among them, most of them were red, taking up almost 90%, and only 10% of them were black. Even so, the black spots were as many as more than 2,000. However, among the more than 2,000 black spots, 80% of them had a green mark. Jinger said, the green means that it has already been explored. The red signs indicate that they know that there are secret realms or special places, but they can't verify if these places have been explored by sea demons or not. However, the places marked in red shouldn't have high exploring value. Usually, it's at the level of sea spirit. Occasionally, there are some at the level of explorers, but not many. Han Fei's eyes flashed. So, the black ones are the most important, Jinger said. Black is the most dangerous. Similarly, among these black marks, those with green marks have been explored by our Waterwood World. As for the rest, we only know of them, but haven't had the time to explore them. Among them, especially around the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the White Shell Royal City, there must be a large number of unexplored secret realms. Han Fei was speechless. So what do you mean? I'm going? Han Fei looked at the black secret realm that only had 400 or so left. They were mainly distributed around the westmost Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the eastmost White Shell Royal City. Both of these cities had one characteristic, which was that they were very close to the turbulent sea. According to the standards on the sea chart, the distance between them was probably only 500,000 or 600,000 miles. What did it mean? It was probably the distance between the Ice City Wall of the Goodwater Wood World and the Ice God Canyon. In fact, this distance was not far, so the Ice God Strait was listed as the frontline battlefield. In other words, if he wanted to go to the White Shell Royal City with the location of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, he had to cross almost 5 million miles of sea to reach it. And on this road, Han Fei saw unexplored black spots. within the million miles around the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell Royal City, respectively. Han Fei counted, there were 101 black spots. Of course, Han Fei only counted the black spots, but he didn't count the red spots because there were too many of them. In the past, Han Fei felt that a secret realm was equivalent to a treasure. If there was such a sea map in the yin-yang world, he would probably take Zhang Xuanyu and the others to explore the secret realms one by one. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have the time now. Even if he could explore a secret realm a day, he didn't seem to be able to explore them all. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. His junior sister, Queen Life, had thrown a super big trouble to him. Considering the time Queen Life spent in the Waterwood world, it was impossible for her unable to find a person. If even she couldn't find the Water Immortal, there was a high chance that the place where the Water Immortal was hiding was somewhere in the two royal cities. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So, not only did he have to go to the royal cities, but he also had to investigate special secret realms in them. He might even have to find a way to sneak into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, when Han Fei thought of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, he heard Jinger blink her eyes and say, "Since you have become a sea demon, can you become a woman?" Han Fei said with a black face, "No, I won't do that. Don't even think about it." "Huh, it seems that you have this ability?" Han Fei shook his head quickly. "I don't. Don't slander me. I can't transform into a blood demon, nor can I transform into a Millennium Snapper." Jinger said in surprise, "You know what I want to say. Sure enough, you must have secretly met the Queen." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Cut the crap. Can the Queen come to see me?" Seeing that Jinger was still staring at him, Han Fei waved his hand and said, "It's impossible for me to turn into a woman. I'll never do that in this life. Even if I turn into a fox, it'll be a male fox. Forget it. I feel that I have a lot of stress right now, and my work intensity is a bit high." Seeing that Han Fei was already talking nonsense, Jinger was speechless. "Fox? Work intensity?" Jinger said, "All right, although I don't know what tacit understanding you have with the Queen has really paid a lot this time. This time, she can only give you 3 drops of life spring water, which is already the limit. She can't give you more." Han Fei's face couldn't help but change slightly. He knew that in the past few days, Queen Life had given him 43 drops of life spring water, which was the reserve of 100 years of a sea creation realm powerhouse. Although she claimed that he owed a lot of sea demons to her, it showed that the Queen had really paid a huge price. Han Fei could roughly guess that every time the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm opened, there would probably be people carrying life spring water in. And those life spring water wouldn't be much, probably only enough to extend the life of the Water Immortal. The Water Immortal had clearly expressed that if she wanted to abandon her great Tao and recultivate, she had to abandon her original body and start from the Spirit Awakening realm step by step. Of course, this was all Han Fei's own guess. He hadn't recultivated and didn't have this experience. Jinger extended her hand, and the 3 drops of life spring water exuded rich vitality, which really made him want to swallow them. As long as Han Fei swallowed a drop now, he could immediately replenish his vitality and return to his peak state. However, the life spring water should not be used at this time. Han Fei waved his hand and put away the life spring water. Then he said, "Near-at-hand technique." Jinger pouted, sighed, and handed a jade slip to Han Fei. "You people from the yin-yang world are really troublemakers. You've only been in the Waterwood world for a few days, but it's already in chaos. The sea-ice domain, the fiery sea, and the dark warport have all been messed up by you." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "But there's one more human venerable." Jinger said, "Yi Yuchen is going to enter the Tao anyway. He will do it whether you come or not, and it won't cause such a large-scale battle." Han Fei said with a smile, "Come on, it's better to have changes than to be stagnant. You've almost forgotten your ambition." With that, Han Fei said, "Okay. Do me a favor." Jinger couldn't help but feel terrible. What favor? With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Ninetails, Little Fatty, and Little Gold were thrown out by him. Jinger was slightly surprised. "You have 3 contractual spiritual beasts," Han Fei said carelessly. "It's nothing to be surprised at. It's not a special case." With that, Han Fei stepped on Ninetails' claws and said, "Help me throw him into the cave sea to gain experience." Then, Han Fei pointed at Little Fatty and said, "The dark water of the dark warport is very suitable for this guy." Then Han Fei patted Little Gold's head. "I don't know where to throw this guy. Help me throw him to the Sky Clan for training." Little Fatty glanced at Han Fei. "Where are you going?" Jinger couldn't help being curious. This big octopus looked so strange and spoke quite coldly to his master. Han Fei scoffed. "I won't take you wherever I go. You are too weak now." Little Fatty couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure? If you don't take me with you, I'm afraid you will kill yourself." Han Fei immediately said angrily, "How can you say that? Do you think I'm stupid? Your master is going to be a king. Forget it. You'd better come with me." Han Fei thought for a moment. It seemed that this trip was indeed dangerous. If he went to the White Shell Royal City, he would have to move under the king's watch. Without Little Fatty, he would be in danger. Immediately, Han Fei's glabella flashed again, and the licking dog appeared. Meow, bang. Han Fei kicked him and pointed at the licking dog's nose. "If you meow again, believe it or not, I'll cut your balls." Swish! The licking dog dashed far away. "Why? Is master in a bad mood today?" Han Fei couldn't help sighing at the coward. Take him away. You can throw him wherever you want. Jinger exclaimed, why is there a fourth contractual spiritual beast? Is this a beast? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Seeing the licking dog hiding beside Nine Tails, he said helplessly, sort of. I don't have the time to take care of him. In the end, Han Fei took out a sun moon shell with one hand. Well, there are 1,000,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid here. You can ask anyone to feed them a few mouthfuls from time to time. Master, I can keep it for you. The licking dog spoke and stared at the sun moon shell in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei said, shut up. Every contractual spiritual beast needs to grow up. It's up to you how far you can go. If I find out that any of you are lazy, slacking off, refusing to go to sea or fight, when I come back, I will personally train you. Swish. Nine Tails and the licking dog jumped behind Jinger. They could feel how powerful Jinger was. They thought to themselves, this guy is a strong master after all. Master probably won't kick them if they hide here. The licking dog sniffed. This person smelled so good. Lick, lick. Jinger had never been licked by a dog. When she saw the big tongue rubbing against her leg, she immediately kicked the licking dog into the bottom of the sea. Bang! The soil on the seafloor was stirred up and a big pit appeared. Nine Tails was so scared that it hurried to slip away. Why is this guy even more ferocious than Master? Han Fei covered his face. How did I create such a thing? Jinger said, okay. Although you have a lot of contractual spiritual beasts, their strength is too weak, although their quality is good. It's the right choice to have them gain experience by themselves. A contractual spiritual beast without experience can never really grow up. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Han Fei nodded solemnly. Okay. Chapter 1254, Return to the Ice God Canyon Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When the red flower bloomed again, Jinger left with Nine Tails and the others. The licking dog and Nine Tails suddenly became comrades, and they seemed to feel it was good to leave their master. Little Gold, on the other hand, was quite reluctant to part with Han Fei. Han Fei was a little sad, but he knew that these were all legend creatures. Since they had the ability, they should have the strength of legends. Punishing Saber and the others were all top powerhouses. Although he hadn't fought Punishing Saber and the others, Han Fei had seen Punishing Saber and Waterluster cooperate in combat. The two of them could cooperate to kill an explorer who had just entered the intermediate level. How terrifying was this strength? If the four of them attacked together, Han Fei felt that even he would be in danger. With a thought from Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Punishing Saber and the other four appeared, or they shouldn't be called humans. They were one saber, one fire, one pangolin, one treeman, and one icebird. Han Fei thought for a moment and threw out 2 sun moon shells. The spirit awakening fluid should be useless for you now. There are 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring here. Throw it into the painting. I'll give you 5,000 spiritual fruits. You can split them evenly. Don't mind. I only have 2,000 left. Fireseed said, Master, we can fight for you. Now that Master's strength has reached the explorer realm, so has ours, we can already appear. Anyway, we can absorb spiritual energy and energy by ourselves. It's not a big problem, Han Fei said. Not yet. I'm in danger now. I won't call you out unless I have to. I'll give you some resources periodically to help you grow, or, under certain special circumstances, I'll call you out to gain experience, but you can't stay outside. Tree Spirit nodded. Yes, Master. Recalling Punishing Saber and the others into the sea-quelling painting, Han Fei knew that Tree Spirit and the others were one of his trump cards. The combined combat power of the 5 of them was definitely not weak. Perhaps they might not be able to defeat peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses, but if the 5 of them joined forces to fight advanced Dao-seeking sea demons, they would probably win. Besides, he had to be very careful in the sea demon's backyard. Otherwise, if he, the old turtle, and the 7 Dao-seeking realm creatures traveled together, it would be difficult for others not to notice them. The old turtle, who had witnessed the whole process, was actually shocked. He couldn't imagine how lucky Han Fei was to be able to get so many treasure followers in that desolate place. He had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, and the drop of infinity water, which even he hadn't seen before. After all, he wasn't omnipotent. However, that drop of water seemed to be omnipotent, and its practicality far exceeded that of ordinary sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Even a special creature like the 9-death soul-splitting octopus could recognize him as its master, and the other 3 pets must be legend creatures. Besides, although he had seen Punishing Saber and the others come out many times, it was the second time he saw them all come out. The first time was during the tribulation. And from their conversation, the old turtle discovered that Han Fei probably had one more sea-quelling bizarre treasure, a space weapon that sealed a space for living creatures to live. The old turtle wondered, could it be the star shell? But it didn't seem to be a storage space. Anyway, the old turtle was sure that Han Fei had at least something comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The old turtle was speechless. Han Fei actually had 4 weapons of the quality of sea-quelling bizarre treasures when he was still an explorer. That really shocked him. Besides, these were not the strongest ones. The most powerful thing on Han Fei was still the little calabash, which was at least a god-level weapon. At this moment, the old turtle felt tired. This guy's luck was really good. When he was at the same level as Han Fei, he was so poor. However, it was precisely because of this that the old turtle fell into deep thought. Even in this damn place, Han Fei could have so many fortuitous incidents. If he went to a bigger world, what would happen to him? Han Fei had arranged everything and gave most of his resources to punishing Saber and the others. After all, they were equivalent to 5 explorers. If they didn't give enough resources, they probably wouldn't have enough. As for him, he kept a small half of it, which should be enough for him. As the old turtle said, most resources were useless to him now. What he needed was the kind of resources that were rarer, more advanced, and could clearly increase his strength. Han Fei looked back at the old turtle. Old Yuan, you are the only one who knows all my secrets. Swear that you, Emperor Yuan, will not leak any of my secrets, whether by speaking or by writing. 2. The old turtle's face darkened. Do you want to attack me? With a thought from Han Fei, Yu Wendao, who had been refined into a puppet, appeared and stared at the old turtle. Han Fei said, Old Yuan, we're old acquaintances anyway. There's still a long way to go in the future. You have part of your soul free now. Don't make us fall out over such a trivial matter. The old turtle couldn't have felt worse. He knew that Han Fei was extremely selfish. I taught you so much and gave you so many resources. In the end, you suspected me. The old turtle looked at Yu Wendao. He knew that a puppet was nothing at all, but the problem was that Han Fei had too many trump cards. For example, the 5 guys just now were the real 5 legends. With their heritage and cooperative strength, their strength couldn't be underestimated, let alone Han Fei, the biggest monster. If he didn't obey, most of his soul definitely wouldn't have a chance to escape. Even if this body could escape, it would definitely be seriously injured. At that time, it would take him at least 1,000 years to become a king again. Having no choice, the old turtle sighed. You are truly ruthless. Han Fei grinned and said, I, Han Fei, am approachable and serve the people. I do good things without leaving a name. Everyone who knows me praises me. The old turtle, Han Fei, was relieved to see the old turtle swearing to this great Tao. He put away Yu Wendao and said with a smile, That's it. From now on, we can be allies. It shouldn't be a problem for us to dominate the entire White Shell Royal City. The old turtle shook his head slightly. Okay, Yu Wendao is dead, but he used the excuse of going out to cultivate, so if he doesn't come back in the short term, no one will find out. Although you also said you were going out to cultivate, you are an influential figure in this trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Someone will definitely pay attention to your whereabouts. You have to show up. Han Fei nodded. No rush. I have to go back to the Ice God Canyon. Huh? The old turtle couldn't help but ask in surprise, Why are you going back to the Ice God Canyon now? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. The dragon energy in my body is boiling, and I'm in dire need of the power of soul freezing in the Ice God Canyon to suppress my blood and chi. The old turtle, Ice God Canyon. At this moment, the Seahorse Venerable was questioning Yukaling and Lan Kaier. Without the Fish Dragon King here, he could only ask these 2 people. As for the others, well, they didn't even know what had happened. The Seahorse Venerable said, You 2 are the subordinates of the Fish Dragon King, but you went out of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm alone without his permission. Except for the initial phase, you don't know anything about the Ancient Realm. What kind of a subordinate are you? Lan Shuier lowered her head, and Yukaling pursed her lips. Master Venerable, when the Dragon King came back, he only brought Master Sanqing with him. He left in a hurry and didn't inform us at all. Narrowing his eyes, the Seahorse Venerable said, Yukaling, you've been to the Royal City once. Tell me what you think of the things in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. The Fish Dragon King was on a killing spree in the end. It's said that he killed more than 100 people with his arrays. Is that true? Yukaling said. Master Venerable, we don't know much about that, but we heard from the Blood Demon that it's true. However, at the exit of the Ancient Realm, Master Dragon King intercepted more than 500 people alone. I remember it vividly. The Seahorse Venerable pondered for a long time. Was the Fish Dragon King capable of fighting 500 alone? Was he not bragging? He had experienced the realm of a sea spirit too. Although he wasn't the best, he was still a top genius. But 1v500? Humph, even 1v50 was impossible. The scene where the Fish Dragon King rushed at the 500 blood demons alone seemed a bit strange. He had asked them to retreat first, but halfway through, the Fish Dragon King disappeared. The 3 venerables searched but didn't find him, which was strange. At this time, the Seahorse Venerable shouted in a low voice, Send someone out to find him. A living person can't disappear without a trace. Right when Yukaling was about to leave, someone suddenly said, Master Venerable, the Fish Dragon King and Guai Sanqing are back. They've passed the Ice Mountain City and are coming to the Ice God Canyon. The Seahorse Venerable was taken aback. Oh? They're back? About half a day passed. On the way to the Ice God Canyon, Han Fei muttered, The near-at-hand technique is interesting. It's actually a space-folding technique. It's really magical. The old turtle smiled foolishly. This is nothing. When you become a real king, if you take the great Tao of space, you can cross millions of miles with one step. And there are some who are good at void teleportation. They can cross the entire sea area in the blink of an eye. Han Fei asked in surprise. So quick? The old turtle said disdainfully. The speed of travel is different from the speed of actual combat. However, these are all about great Tao. You can't understand it now. Han Fei, Chapter 1255, Explore the Abyss. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Hanfei returned to the Ice God Canyon. The moment he stepped into the Ice God Canyon, many perceptions immediately scanned over. As soon as they entered the canyon, the Seahorse Venerable had already said, "Come to the arena." Hanfei knew that it was a Venerable's voice transmission. He swam forward and saw many people watching at the entrances of their caves. Most of these people were peak-level sea spirits, and most of them were not qualified to go to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm because they were not strong enough. However, in private, the comments about Hanfei in the past few days had already spread. There were even comments that he could beat 1,000 alone. Someone said via voice transmission, "Are powerhouses from the royal city so powerful? I heard that he defeated all the top heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City alone." Someone who saw Hanfei carrying Hoyer out of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm said solemnly, "Yes, you don't even know what happened back then. There were undead creatures everywhere. Everyone was fleeing, but this Fish Dragon King didn't seem to intend to leave at all. It was said that he even rushed into the insect tide in the end." Someone sighed. Otherwise, how could he become the heavenly talent of the royal city? And he's only ranked 10th on the genius list. I can't imagine how strong the first place is. However, someone said, "But he's too ruthless." I heard that none of the other heavenly talents of the royal city came out. One of them was killed by him in the ancient realm. Many people's faces changed. Shut up. Is this something you can discuss? Any strong masters will fight internally more fiercely than we think. Under the watch and discussion of countless people, Hanfei swam straight to the arena arrogantly without paying attention to anything else. In the arena, Hanfei saw Yu Kailing and Lan Shui are standing respectfully on one side. On the high platform, the Seahorse Venerable looked at the Fish Dragon King and asked, "Why is the blood and chi in your body stirred up? Your demonic energy seems to be out of control. Are you going to transcend the tribulation?" Hanfei said. "My lord, I gained some inspiration during the trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Because of the strange reaction of my bloodline, I left the team without permission and found a secret realm, cultivating and stabilizing my cultivation base there for several days." The Seahorse Venerable looked at Hanfei. "Well, it seems that the effect is not good. It has been a few days, but you still failed to suppress it." Hanfei smiled casually. "My bloodline is responding abnormally. I feel that the level of my demonic heritage may increase." The Seahorse Venerable was taken aback. "Oh? You mean within level 8 or level 9? Hanfei curled his lips and smiled bitterly. He said, "Level 9 is still too difficult. If I can make a breakthrough this time, I may reach level 8, high quality." The Seahorse Venerable's eyes glittered. "That's great news. In that case, why don't you come back after the breakthrough?" Hanfei smiled. "It's mainly to prevent the Venerables from being too worried. Also, due to the strange reaction of my blood and chi, I need to use the power of ice in the Ice God Canyon." The Seahorse Venerable nodded and said, "Okay. By the way, is the last blood demon you killed the one who ambushed you?" Hanfei shook his head. "No, there must be someone else. That person's strength is probably comparable to mine, or even more mysterious. Otherwise, she would have long been killed by me." The Seahorse Venerable slightly nodded. "Okay, I see. Both of them are your subordinates. Take them away." Hanfei turned his head and glanced at the two of them, his eyes cold and his lips curled. "Wait here for me to return." After that, Hanfei ignored them, turned around, left the arena, and swam directly to the abyss outside the Ice God Canyon. The old turtle hadn't said a word since the beginning, but simply followed Hanfei. As soon as Hanfei left the arena, Lan Shui and Yu Kailing followed out. Compared to the Fish Dragon King, the Seahorse Venerable actually cared about these two people more. Beside the Seahorse, another half-merman Venerable suddenly appeared and asked casually, "What do you think?" The Seahorse Venerable said, "After all, the Fish Dragon King was originally from the royal city. Now that his demonic heritage has upgraded, his ranking may change in the future. Besides, from this trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, the Fish Dragon King must have gotten a lot of opportunities. Let these two follow him." The half-merman Venerable asked, "Do you think the Fish Dragon King is really as conceited and arrogant as he looks?" The Seahorse Venerable tilted his head and asked, "What do you mean?" The half-merman Venerable said, "I don't know why, but I have a feeling that under the conceited appearance of the Fish Dragon King, there is a scheming heart. Think about it. Yu Hong is dead, xuanhuan is dead, a total of 3 people came from the royal city, but the 2 shrewd ones died, and the conceited Fish Dragon King survived." The Seahorse Venerable frowned and said, "That's true, but among the 3 of them, the Fish Dragon King is the strongest. Maybe what you said is true, but what does it have to do with us? No matter how talented he is, he's not worth our attention before he enters the Tao." The half-merman Venerable nodded slightly. That was true. Not to mention that the Fish Dragon King was only ranked in the top 10 of the genius list in the capital, even if he was ranked first. It didn't mean anything if he was only in the sea spirit realm. The abyssal chasm could also be called a trench. In the ocean, because of crustal movements, trenches were actually very common, but some were deep and some were shallow. And considering the depth of this crack in the Ice God Canyon, it was not something ordinary people could explore. Last time, Hanfei dove for 10,000 meters with the identity of Yu Hanjia, and Yu Wendao was watching him all the way. This time, Han Fei directly dove 10,000 meters deep and descended quickly, followed by the old turtle. The old turtle said, I still can't perceive anything. This body limits me. Han Fei was lost for words. Come on, what's such a big deal of it? I can't perceive anything either, but did I complain? The old turtle, Han Fei, couldn't perceive anything now, but he didn't think it was a bad thing. Even the old turtle couldn't perceive the bottom of the abyss, so it was impossible for ordinary venerables to see it through with their perception. This time, when Han Fei and the old turtle descended to about 15,000 meters deep, the old turtle reminded him, You need to protect yourself with demonic energy. They can see you clearly from this distance. Han Fei nodded. The ice crystals on his body were shattered at this moment, and billowing demonic energy wrapped him. At this depth, Han Fei was not in a mood to joke anymore, because both his body and soul seemed to be slightly stiffened. In the Ice God Canyon, the three venerables were looking at Han Fei, who was diving in the crack. Among them, the turtle venerable, who came the latest, said, He didn't protect his body with demonic chi until he reached 15,000 meters. This kid is really arrogant. However, it's only halfway through. Let's see how deep he can go. The Seahorse Venerable said, It shouldn't be a problem for him to go 25,000 meters deep. But if they go further down, it's hard to predict for the Fish Dragon King, and it should be difficult for Xuanhuan to go further down. The Half-Merman Venerable grinned and said, This has nothing to do with the realm but the strength of the soul. After all, Xuanhuan is just a servant. Even if he is already a Half-Merman, 30,000 meters should be his limit. Not everyone can pass that layer of frost mist. The Seahorse Venerable said, However, didn't he say that he would use this chance to cultivate? Is he still interested in the secret under the Ice God Canyon? Down below, when Han Fei came to 20,000 meters, he found that even the demonic chi protecting his body couldn't resist the cold, and in the sea, there seemed to be something stimulating his soul. When he dove to 25,000 meters, Han Fei stopped. He was almost frozen. He couldn't help but ignite demonic fire. His blood was surging and the speed it circulated in his body was almost doubled. Han Fei asked, Old Turtle, what the hell is this place? Haven't you perceived anything yet? The old turtle had deliberately frozen himself into a pile of ice. He said, There's a mist of ice down below. My perception is blocked by the mist, but it almost passed through it. Han Fei was unconvinced. Almost? The old turtle's expression was ugly. If my soul is not damaged and my great Tao hasn't disappeared, I can see through this place at a glance. Han Fei said impatiently. Okay, stop bragging. It's not a shame even if you can't see it through. It's fucking cold here. My blood is almost frozen. The old turtle chuckled. Are you kidding me? With my great Tao as the foundation, your meridians are no longer ordinary meridians. Plus, with your golden body almost done, walking directly into the mist will do you no harm. You're just cold now. Han Fei's lips curled. But I still can't go down directly. How strong is the Fish Dragon King? If he could directly pass through the mist, he would have done so long ago. Let me stay here for a few days. So, seen from above, Han Fei and the old turtle were both stopped about 25,000 meters deep in the abyss. The old turtle simply let itself be frozen. Han Fei, on the other hand, was smoking. Demonic energy was surging into his body crazily from all directions, and he was practicing the demon god scripture. Before, Han Fei had never practiced a sea demon technique seriously. However, at this moment, when he was practicing the sea demon technique, he found that there seemed to be power slowly improving his physique. The old turtle asked, The sea demon technique you practice seems to be quite advanced, Han Fei thought to himself. Nonsense. This technique is a transformation-type magic technique, which is close to a great Tao. Of course, Han Fei didn't bother to explain. He said casually, I picked it up. Chapter 1256, an extremely cold world translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei should have discovered that whether he was a human or a sea demon, his body was his. Then, no matter what form he took, as long as he could still cultivate, his final strength would be in sync. Therefore, when Han Fei practiced the demon god scripture, he absorbed a large number of demonic stones in Forge the Universe at one time. It was difficult to cleanse his body repeatedly in 3 days, but Han Fei's strength had improved a little bit. Of course, such rapid progress would take time to stabilize later. However, Han Fei didn't care. He just wanted to quickly increase his strength to the peak of the explorer level and then use a few years to slowly solidify it. In this way, he could at least use stronger combat power in advance. However, under the Venerable's watch, Han Fei couldn't make any breakthroughs, or he would be exposed. As a peak-level sea spirit, if he made another breakthrough, he would have to transcend the tribulation. Even a fool knew this. Therefore, even though he had consumed a large number of demonic stones, Han Fei still hadn't reached level 71. As if he had adapted to this depth, Han Fei suddenly said to the old turtle, I'm going to continue to dive until I reach above the mist you mentioned. The old turtle said, This Xuanhuan's body won't go down with you. Xuanhuan's body and soul aren't enough to support him to explore this secret realm. However, I can roughly guess that there should be something extremely cold below. Unless with a special technique, ordinary people can't use this powerful ice power, not even venerables. Han Fei thought to himself, I won't use it. I don't have such a technique. If it weren't for Little Black and Little White, I might not have come to this Ice God Canyon. Buzz. Han Fei seemed to take a deep breath and descended more than 5,000 meters in one go. At this time, ice kept freezing beside him but was constantly shattered by Han Fei's surging blood and qi. At this moment, Han Fei bared his teeth and seemed to be shivering all over. However, this was actually all an act. No matter if anyone could see it, he didn't have to be too outstanding. At this moment, a deep dragon roar appeared in his throat. In addition, there was also a faint dragon shadow of demonic energy surrounding him. The moment this dragon shadow appeared, the three venerables of the Ice God Canyon couldn't help casting their eyes at him again. Huh? Is his Dragon King bloodline having a reaction? Yes, there's clearly something wrong. It seems that he did obtain an opportunity in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Huh? Maybe Yu Hong was actually killed by him. Maybe he is hiding a lot of things from us. Han Fei knew that a venerable level perception had scanned him. However, he didn't panic at all. After all, he could pretend to be using the spirit gathering art. Of course, in order to prevent the demonic dragon shadow he deliberately created from being seen through, Han Fei deliberately used the void lines and the water vein technique to create an illusion. Venerables were not gods. They couldn't be omnipotent. Even the kings, or those above the king level, often made mistakes, just like when he lied to Chunhuang Dian. So what if it were a king? In the face of absolute acting, everything was nothing but an iron-head fish. Besides, Han Fei was a sea demon now. Although he was not the fish dragon king, he was an authentic sea demon. After diving for 30,000 meters, Han Fei finally saw a large cloud of white mist. This environment reminded Han Fei of the mirror of icy salt he had visited in the level 3 fishery. After acting for 3 days and improving himself, he was only one step away from level 71. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of this chance. Haha, next, I'll improve as much as I can. Of course, Han Fei was not in a hurry to cultivate. When he was halfway through the white mist, he really felt abnormally cold this time. Even his soul had begun to be slightly numb. This time, Han Fei really started to light a fire for himself. The demonic energy flames on his body burned fiercely. If it were someone else, he might not have been able to hold on. At least, the demonic energy in the body wouldn't be enough. Unless that person was a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm. But even if it was a great demon in the Tao-seeking realm, it depended. The initial Tao-seeking realm was different from the junior peak level 1. The speed at which one absorbed demonic energy and spiritual energy from the void was also different. Han Fei didn't care about that. There were still 1 billion points of spiritual energy in Forge the Universe. It was too much to use up. Then, a fiery red area of at least 100 meters appeared in the white mist. Han Fei was still descending quickly. He had never encountered a deep-sea area with a depth of tens of thousands of meters. There were still 3,000 meters from the abyssal chasm to the surface of the sea, and he had probably dove more than 3,000 meters in the mist. He estimated that it was almost 40,000 meters. At this moment, Han Fei found many colorful creatures in the mist. In front of Han Fei's eyes, there was a huge fish that looked like a lantern. Suddenly, it released a terrifying electric current at him. With Han Fei's physique, he certainly wouldn't be afraid of a mere electric current. Han Fei even sensed that the current was a special cold power that was trying to attack his soul. However, Han Fei looked at it for a long time in surprise. If it weren't for the information that popped up, he wouldn't know what electrified him, because that thing was completely transparent. Information popped up in his eyes. Name a transparent algae eel. Introduction. A special fish in the deep sea. Its body is as thin as vine algae and transparent. When swimming, it will emit colorful light on the frontal bone and the edge of the body. Transparent algae eels are good at releasing paralyzing electricity and strangling enemies. OAAWA, level were 69, 1H quality, WA, exotic, mutated. Spiritual energy 59,998. Points S, edible effect. Long-term consumption can greatly enhance blood and qi and improve physique. Transparent frontal bone, glowing meridians. Blowing meridians. The transparent algae eel will cling to its prey and kill it with terrifying power when it tries to strangle its enemy, just like the case of willow eel. When Han Fei saw the information clearly, he already had a bad feeling. It was mainly because while he didn't pay attention, he seemed to be wrapped by a film-like thing. As for now, he really didn't feel anything. Hee, a creature thinner than a seaweed leaf wants to kill me? With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water shot out in all directions from his body and turned the transparent algae eel into a honeycomb. However, the vitality of this transparent algae was comparable to that of the jellyfish. Its body was riddled with holes, but its speed was not slow at all. It seemed to find that the enemy was too strong and wanted to slip away quickly. Han Fei grabbed it with his hand. It was not until this moment that Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that this thing was more than 50 meters long and 8 meters wide. Except for a skull, there was only a glowing vein left on its body. Chila. Han Fei cut the transparent algae eel into 2 pieces and threw it into Forge the Universe. This thing was so tough that it must be chewy. After killing a transparent algae eel, Han Fei found that there were many creatures nearby. For example, he encountered a group of white lobsters half a meter long with a single horn on their heads. This kind of lobster was even more special. They looked like a single cone-shaped pillar, and their eyes were on a big spike, which extended from the forehead to the tail, as if a missile was carried on the back of a truck. This kind of shrimp was good at flashing stabs, which were extremely powerful. TH/NH brass. Blood-piercing shrimp. Introduction. Deep-sea single-spiked shrimp, level 68, quality H-brass, quality rare, quality H-brass word, and H-brass words brassed 83 points, and H-free points 83 points. All edible effect, as rast. Long-term consumption can increase ice resistance. Frast, as words. Resorbable as pranced, swish, wish, frest, wish, frest, frist. Wish Han-Fei saw that the water rippled in front of him, and the shadows were stabbing at him. Because there were so many of them, Han-Fei didn't bother to attack them one by one. Roar. A dragon-like roar burst out. As Han-Fei roared, hundreds of blood-piercing shrimp in front of him were shaken to death. In comparison, this was just a rare creature. Even if Han-Fei stood still and let them poke him, they couldn't cut his skin, let alone hurt him. In Forge the Universe. The dying fish dragon king was already dumbfounded when he saw Yu Wendao come in. He was still alive, but Yu Wendao seemed to have become a statue. Trapped in an array, he watched Han-Fei throw things into this vast space every day or take things from here. And when the fish dragon king saw Han-Fei use the spiritual spring or something like that by 10,000 caddies or even 100,000 caddies every time, he didn't want to live at all. The blow was too huge for him. In the past few days, he had seen strange marine creatures thrown in one after another. Sometimes it was a turtle, sometimes a big fish, sometimes a conch, sea cucumber, sea urchin, crabs, lobsters. In short, there were many kinds of fish. Now a transparent thing was thrown in and followed by hundreds of strange shrimp. He knew this kind of shrimp, which was unique to the Ice God Canyon. In other words, Han-Fei was now in the Ice God Canyon. The fish dragon king roared, "Han-Fei, let me out, Han-Fei, bang." Under the pressure of gravity, Han-Fei's voice shook in the void. "Shut up. Buzz Buzz, you're comparable to those bugs. If you keep yelling, I'll cut you into pieces." The Fish Dragon King said, "I know that you are in the Ice God Canyon, and you are investigating the secrets of the Ice God Canyon. I know the secrets of this place, and I can trade with you. In the outside world." Han-Fei curled his lips and said disdainfully, "The secrets of the Ice God Canyon aren't enough. If you want to survive, okay, use the secrets of the royal capital to trade with me." Reading information with the void lines was not omnipotent. It couldn't read complete memories. Han-Fei could only read some relatively shallow memories. Many deep memories that were thought to be important were usually hidden by the brain. Of course, no matter what the Fish Dragon King said, Han-Fei would never let him go. Chapter 1257, The Opportunity Under the Ice God Canyon. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. Seeing that Han-Fei didn't seem to care at all, the Fish Dragon King roared, "Han-Fei, your methods are despicable and you are shameless. Come and fight me fair and square." Han-Fei said leisurely, "You either tell me the secrets of the Ice God Canyon or shut up. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right now." The Fish Dragon King laughed. "Han-Fei, you dare not kill me. My life tablet can't be broken. Once my life tablet is broken, you can no longer pretend to be me." Swish! Yu Wendao suddenly stepped in front of the Fish Dragon King. "However," Yu Wendao said, "I don't have to pretend to be you. However, Fish Dragon King, you have never been my opponent. Your life is dispensable to me. However, if you can help me do one thing in the future, not only will I let you go, but I will also heal your injuries, and you may reach the peak again." The Fish Dragon King trembled. Did Yu Wendao become a puppet? However, the Fish Dragon King suddenly perked up. He might not have to die? For such a heavenly talent, he knew very well how strong he was and how strong others were. Perhaps he was no match for Han-Fei, but not everyone was Han-Fei. Han-Fei had completely subverted his understanding. This was a ruthless and fierce person. Not only that, this person was extremely dangerous. It was incredible that he could pretend to be him under Guai Sanqing's watch. Being defeated by a person like Han-Fei might become his inner demon, but this inner demon wouldn't be an obstacle for him to enter the Tao. The Fish Dragon King asked, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Yu Wendao put on a smile. "That's simple. I'll go to the royal city in the near future. When the time comes, I'll meet all kinds of people. You need to help me recognize people." The Fish Dragon King asked in surprise, "So simple?" Han-Fei sneered. "What are you thinking? This is just the basis of our cooperation. I don't know what I will need you to do until I reach your White Shell Royal City." The Fish Dragon King's expression was complicated. "You want me to help you deal with the Royal City?" Impossible. No matter how strong you are, you've just transcended the tribulation. It's impossible for you to deal with the White Shell Royal City. Humph, who told you that I'm going to deal with the White Shell Royal City? The Fish Dragon King was a little puzzled. "Then, what are you going to do?" Han-Fei said. "I'm looking for a secret realm. As long as I find this secret realm, it doesn't matter if I kill you or not. What if you can't find it?" "Huh. You can pray that I can't find it. However, if I can't find it in the White Shell Royal City, then it will be time for me to use you. So, no rush. You still have value. So, tell me the secret of the Ice God Canyon first." Han-Fei said, "Fish Dragon King, only when a person has value can he have a chance to live. You can live, but you have to keep showing me your value. You are a heavenly talent. Even if you can't become a king, you have the potential to enter the Tao. Don't make any mistakes. Now tell me. Han Fei's voice seemed to be enchanting, making Yu Longwang stunned. Hearing Han Fei's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in the heart of the Fish Dragon King. It couldn't be helped. In the boundless despair, any trace of hope would become a straw to clutch at. Therefore, the Fish Dragon King quickly made a decision. He knew very well that no matter where it was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The only truth was to survive. Immediately, the Fish Dragon King said, "Okay." When the Fish Dragon King said this, the old turtle's voice buzzed. "Son of a BH teach, this guy has no backbone at all. He won't be able to enter the Tao in this life," Han Fei said with a smile. "I don't care if he can enter the Tao or not. I didn't lie to him. Maybe I will really help him recover." The old turtle sneered. "You just don't want to go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City." Han Fei grinned. "Smart." In Forge the Universe, the Fish Dragon King said, "It's not that nobody has discovered the secret under the Ice God Canyon, but that nobody can use it." "Oh, why do you say that?" Han Fei also felt that the sea demons had already made nests in the Ice God Canyon and had venerables guarding it all year round. If there were really great benefits under the Ice God Canyon, even if venerables couldn't use it, kings could, right? After all, there were king-level figures in the White Shell Royal City. However, the Ice God Canyon was still the Ice God Canyon. It seemed that except for the realm above the Tao-seeking realm, basically no one knew what was under the Ice God Canyon. In fact, the sea demons in the Tao-seeking realm were useless. At least, Gi San Qing, who had been possessed by the old turtle, couldn't come down at this moment. The Fish Dragon King said, "Under the Ice God Canyon is a kind of power, a power extreme cold. It is said that anyone who covets this power will be frozen to death without exception. There was once a venerable who cultivated the Tao of extreme cold with the ice attribute, but when she wanted to subdue this kind of power of extreme cold, half of her body was broken. It took her 100 years to recover." "Huh," suddenly, the old turtle exclaimed. "If that's the case, it's interesting. There is indeed such cold power in this world. This is a spiritual treasure. Oh no, to be precise, it should be a peerless treasure. But it was thrown here and no one cares about it?" Han Fei hurriedly said. "Peerless treasure? What do you mean?" the old turtle said. "In addition to the great Tao, there are countless treasures in the world. Many of them are beyond your imagination. If there is really such a treasure below as the Fish Dragon King described, the only possibility is that the kings here don't know what they have encountered at all, so they just let this thing be stored here without being afraid of it being snatched." Han Fei took a breath. "Is it really that precious?" the old turtle snorted. "How can I lie to you? How big a world have you only seen? Do you know how big a world there is outside? I told you that the land you live in is very barren. When you encounter such a rare treasure, you shall never let it go. Oh, that's not right. You probably can't take it either." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What kind of person can collect such a thing?" The old turtle said leisurely. "First of all, if it's that kind of rare treasure that even a venerable can't touch, it must be at least a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, since the king knew that there was such a thing and left it here maybe," Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Maybe even kings can't take it?" The old turtle, Han Fei, was stunned for a moment. "Fuck! If that's the case, why would I go down?" the old turtle sneered. "At least you can take a look. Why don't you take a look at such a precious treasure? With my great Tao as your spiritual heritage, why are you afraid of this little bit of cold?" Han Fei was lost for words. Hey, don't keep mentioning it. It's my meridian now." In Forge the Universe, the Fish Dragon King said, "Han Fei, I saved your life. If you have the pride of a heavenly talent, give me a promise." After a moment of silence, Yu Wendao said, "Your so-called secrets are meaningless to me. If it's really so dangerous, you definitely wouldn't tell me. Otherwise, if I die, you can take me to die with you. However, since you told me, it means that you know that I won't be tricked and won't try to take that kind of power directly. Heh, are you out of your mind thinking that you saved my life by telling me that?" The Fish Dragon King, Han Fei, said lazily, "Just stay here quietly. Don't play tricks with me next time." Suddenly, the old turtle said, "Boy, is your soul attracting technique incomplete?" Han Fei wondered. "What do you mean?" the old turtle said. "You said that you know the soul attracting technique, but the soul attracting technique has the ability of memory reading. Why do you bother to make a deal with him? Why don't you just watch his memory? Or are you testing him? If he lies, you'll kill him?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that much. The soul-attracting art could read memory, so could the void lines. Han Fei said, "It can only read part of a memory, can't it?" The old turtle laughed. "Are you kidding me? You can read all his memories with the soul-attracting technique, but the side effects may be a bit great." Han Fei was shocked. What? The soul-attracting technique's memory reading ability was different from the void lines'? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Read all his memories? Wasn't that too unbelievable? But Han Fei still keenly grasped a piece of information. The side effects of this technique were a bit too great. Han Fei couldn't help saying, "Tell me what the side effects are first." The old turtle said, "It seems that what you have mastered is not the soul-attracting technique, but a technique to peep at memories. I had thought you had mastered the soul-attracting technique." After taunting Han Fei, the old turtle said, "In fact, it's not that bad. There aren't many side effects." If the soul attractee is stronger than the soul attractor, it's easy for him to suffer a backlash, so you can't do that to a person in a higher realm than you. Han Fei thought this was really nothing. His soul power was very strong, which was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. The old turtle continued. Also, if you use the soul-attracting technique to read a person's memories, your memories might be affected by his. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Affect my memories? Han Fei's face changed several times. Anything else? The old turtle said unhurriedly. Forcibly soul-attracting can easily cause the soul-attractee to become an idiot, that's all. Han Fei certainly didn't care about that, but the first side effect didn't seem acceptable. But he hadn't been to the White Shell Royal City yet, so he could take his time with the soul-attracting thing. He shouldn't be misled by the old turtle. Han Fei said calmly, let's finish exploring this place first. After Han Fei broke through the mist, he finally landed on this large reef rock. Crack. The moment Han Fei appeared, he suddenly grunted, his head seemed to be stabbed, and his body was frozen. Crack. Bang. After directly shattering the ice, Han Fei saw that with him as the center, the ice quickly condensed. In less than 2 seconds, he was frozen into ice again? Han Fei? What? Han Fei was lost for words. The demonic fire was still burning on his body. Now the ice sculpture, which was him, was ablaze with raging flames, which looked very weird. The old turtle sneered. The path of invincibility. The path of invincibility means not only being invincible in defense. With a thought, Han Fei shattered the ice again, letting the golden giant phantom envelop him. Sure enough, this time, no ice came over. He had blocked the power of ice. At this moment, Han Fei's eyebrow suddenly twitched. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Under such cold circumstances, with Little Black and Little White's current strength, could they withstand it? However, since Little Black and Little White had taken the initiative to come out, it seemed that this place was deeply attractive to them. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, Little Black and Little White jumped out. However, after the two little fish circled Han Fei, Little Black suddenly said, Dad, I'm cold. I don't want to be outside. Huh? Han Fei froze for a moment and quickly threw Little Black into Forge the Universe. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but look at Little White. Girl? It turns out that it's you who want to come out. Chapter 1258, Triple Blazing Cold Shrimp Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The old turtle had seen Little Black and Little White more than once, so he wasn't surprised at this moment. However, when Little White swooshed out 100 meters, both Han Fei and the old turtle were stunned and said at the same time, Huh, girl, aren't you cold? Huh? The little white fish can withstand such freezing power? Little White said, Daddy, there's treasure. Han Fei nodded and thought to himself, I know there are treasures here. If there are no treasures, why am I here? The problem is, can we take this treasure? Han Fei immediately said, Girl, don't do anything rash. The treasure is there. No hurry. Let's see what it looks like first. Little White had always been an excellent treasure hunter. With Little White leading the way, it couldn't be wrong. However, in this extremely cold place, Han Fei discovered that he couldn't even extend his perception 5 meters, because his perception was frozen the moment it spread out. Because he couldn't perceive, Han Fei couldn't see more creatures, so he could only chase Little White all the way. After about 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that his surroundings were getting colder and colder. Even frost crystals appeared around his invincible will. Therefore, Han Fei could only compress the invincible will to the surface of his body, which made Han Fei look like a golden man. Han Fei took a slight breath. Fortunately, I'm a body refiner. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter. The old turtle was even more certain now. There must be ice-type treasures here. Your physique is no weaker than that of a peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse in the first place. It's even at the level of a half-venerable. Coupled with your invincible will and unlimited spiritual fire, your resistance is comparable to that of a venerable. Even so, it's still not enough. It's obvious that that thing is not something anyone below the venerable realm can touch. Han Fei felt that the demonic energy was burning more fiercely every time he moved forward. He probably understood why those venerables just watched him and weren't worried that he would cause trouble below the Ice God Canyon. They probably never thought that they could make it this far. Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. He chased Little White for another 50 seconds. When he felt that he couldn't hold on anymore, he saw a huge ice block glowing with blue and silver light. When he saw the ice lump, Han Fei felt his soul tremble. Han Fei shouted with a shivering voice, Daughter, is this your chance? In any case, Han Fei didn't think he was lucky enough to enjoy such an opportunity. Although Little White seemed to be fine, Han Fei still felt that he should observe a bit to prevent any accidents. Seeing that Little White was looking at him, Han Fei unhurriedly took out a dragon burial pole. He waved his hand and threw out the fishing line. However, to Han Fei's horror, the fishhook and the fishing line froze at a visible speed. In less than 1 second, the ice had spread to the dragon-burying pole. The intermediate divine quality weapon was frozen solid at this moment. With a thought from Han Fei, billowing spiritual energy surged out, trying to shatter the ice in one fell swoop. However, Han Fei felt that the demonic energy was blocked and couldn't be transmitted out of the fishing pole. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Is the ice so sturdy? Han Fei transmitted a tremendous amount of spiritual energy out, and the demonic energy on the dragon burial pole surged and then trembled. Bang! The violent explosion sent Han Fei flying. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The dragon burying rod was broken? This was an intermediate divine weapon anyway. It just carried a big amount of spiritual energy. How could it break so easily? The old turtle said. It's not that the weapon is poor, but that the freezing power directly destroyed the structure of the weapon. Therefore, under the influence of a large amount of spiritual energy, a spiritual energy explosion was produced because the spiritual energy was blocked. In short, your weapon is destroyed. Han Fei thought to himself, nonsense, can't I see it myself? You're telling me. In the explosion, Han Fei saw that Little White had reached the ice block at some point. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and at the same time, he was surprised. Little White was only level 59. How could she resist the freezing power? The old turtle exclaimed. I've never seen your spiritual beast before. However, even though it has an extremely yin body, its level is too low. How can it resist such a powerful freezing power? However, at this moment, not far away, Han Fei suddenly saw the ice block tremble slightly, and a green-blue gas seemed to be flowing into Little White's body. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. It shows that my spiritual beast is talented and has infinite potential. Look, it can easily withstand the power that I can't resist. Huh, the old turtle chuckled. Although I don't know your spiritual beast, I do know one thing. Your little white fish definitely can't resist the power of ice with its own strength. There is a certain Tao rune on it. I suspect that it has already mastered the Tao of extreme coldness. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Are you kidding me? She hasn't even entered the Tao yet. How can she have a Tao rune? The old turtle pondered for a moment. This world is far bigger than you think. Some creatures can achieve what you think impossible. Some creatures are born with the Tao body. They're different. You'll be pissed to death if you compare yourself to these creatures. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Innate Tao body? For some reason, Han Fei suddenly thought of the time dragon carp. It seemed that Little Time was only level 1. But could Little Time already affect space and time? In this case, since Little Black and Little White were both mysterious creatures, why couldn't they be born with a Tao body? After all, when he used the supreme yin-yang wheel, it seemed to be producing some Tao runes too. Now Little Black and Little White became even more extraordinary in Han Fei's eyes. He said, Daughter, eat harder, eat up this ice lump. Before Little White responded, Han Fei's face suddenly changed slightly. A danger seemed to be coming. Without the old turtle's reminder, Han Fei discovered that a 3-colored light suddenly appeared at the bottom of the water. Because they were no longer in the mist, Han Fei could see very clearly. They were 3 identical lobsters of different colors, each about 7 or 8 meters long. The old turtle said, It's the triple blazing cold shrimp. No wonder there are no other creatures around. It turns out that this thing is here. Han Fei, activate the art of invincibility and kill them. Remember, find a way to kill the 3 of them at the same time. Because they were not very close, Han Fei hadn't been able to read the information about the triple blazing cold shrimp yet, so he could only listen to the old turtle. However, these 3 lobsters were obviously targeting Little White. How could Han Fei bear it? My daughter is eating, and you want to disturb her? Han Fei performed the star teleportation technique and stepped out. As he pointed his finger, the infinity water burst out first, rolling like a long dragon. After this step, Han Fei didn't feel colder but warmer. The 3 lobsters seemed to be slightly surprised by Han Fei's sudden arrival. At this moment, 3 rays of light shot at Han Fei, respectively milky white, dark blue, and fiery red. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. The 3 lobsters are 1. One of them carries the 3 light divine water. One can enter the sea of fire, and the other can enter the extreme cold. The 3 lights are red, blue, and white. The white light can break armor, the red light can kill all enemies, and the blue light can invade the soul. The combination of the 3 is really stronger. 2. Level 76. 2. Enforcing law. Tree light divine body. Quality, E quality, legend, S spiritual energy. 13,364 points. R. 13,036. Points, S to Fure T. Practicing ice and fire combat skills. The effect is doubled and can resist ice and fire. Quote, crystals, fire seed, Tao spine, 3 light wondrous heritage. Absorbable R, remarks, unless you kill 3 lobsters at the same time. If one doesn't die, the other 2 can resurrect. 3 lobsters at the peak of the mid-level of the Tao-seeking realm? This was the first time he had seen such a strange creature. The 3 lobsters were 1, so he couldn't treat them as 3 mid-level great demons at the Tao-seeking realm. He should at least treat them as an advanced Tao-seeking powerhouse. However, according to the legend quality of the other party, Han Fei frowned. Their true combat power was at least at the peak level of the Tao-seeking realm. The old turtle said, Don't be careless. The triple blazing cold shrimp are 1. You can't judge them by their strength on the surface. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to talk to the old turtle. He had already rushed out, and the million knife art directly flew at the lobster that was emitting an icy blue light. Ka ka ka. The lobster was immediately shattered, which stunned Han Fei. Was it killed so easily? This was obviously impossible. If they were killed in one attack, could the triple blazing cold shrimp still be considered a legend creature? As he expected, the blue lobster that had been shattered into ice chips turned into blue light cones and stabbed at Han Fei. Han Fei's reaction was extremely fast. He stomped, and a soul-guarding array appeared immediately. He knew very well that this blue lobster could invade the soul, so he certainly wouldn't give it any chance. Bam, bam, bam. The soul-guarding array shook and was about to break. Han Fei stomped again. At the same time, Han Fei tried to release the void lines. However, as soon as the void was released, Han Fei felt his soul tremble and his body stiffened. He happened to be hit by the two red and white lights. Theft! Ding! Han Fei's invincible will was pierced through. Immediately afterward, the red light shot out like an arrow, piercing Han Fei like a spear with a clank. Han Fei was blown back a kilometer and almost knocked stunned. Although the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen because of the triple blazing cold shrimp, it was just an illusion. In the extreme cold, even if the temperature rose a little, so what? Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath and looking down at his chest. There was a small hole there, but it happened to hit his bones, so there was a clang. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. What precise cooperation, as expected of a legend creature. Chapter 1259, The Void Lines Can Be Upgraded Now. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. All this time, Han Fei had been exploring and had encountered many strange creatures. Counting the time he spent in reincarnation, Han Fei was very experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, he didn't take the slightest carelessness seriously. At the moment when Han Fei retreated, the blue lobster had already rushed at Little White, and the red and white lobster intended to stop him. The two lights, one white and one red, came at him fiercely. Buzz! Han Fei certainly wouldn't continue to fight. With the star teleportation technique, his body appeared in the way of the blue lobster. Mu Ada, the 100-beast soul subduing roar, was activated. This time, it was not a dragon roar, but the old buffalo's voice. Han Fei grinned coldly. Who do you think you are to play soul attacks with me? When Han Fei stopped the blue lobster, he issued an order in his heart, and Yu Wendao's puppet body appeared in the ice. Han Fei just wanted to see if Yu Wendao could withstand the power of ice. If he couldn't, Han Fei would take him back. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Yu Wendao's body was ablaze with raging flames. In addition to the flames, Han Fei could also see that Yu Wendao's body was shaking. He didn't know why. Although Yu Wendao had been refined into a puppet by him, he could only sense Yu Wendao and give him some orders. Han Fei couldn't turn himself into Yu Wendao to fight. After all, this wasn't a possession. The puppet could also instinctively use its own power. Therefore, Han Fei actually didn't know Yu Wendao's fighting style. Hum. Han Fei smashed the blue lobster with a punch again, only to see that the ripples in the seawater were oscillating and every drop of seawater seemed to be shaking. Yu Wendao intended to attack the triple blazing cold shrimp by oscillating, but Han Fei saw that the flames on Yu Wendao's body were getting smaller and smaller, and his movement was getting slower and slower. The old turtle said, after all, he's just a puppet. He can only fight with his instincts. Besides, Yu Wendao's strength and spiritual heritage aren't enough for him to fight in such an environment for long. It's already good enough for him to block a blow of the two lobsters for you. Han Fei's face was slightly dark, but he still took Yu Wendao back in the end. He was a little speechless. This environment was too unfavorable for him. The void lines couldn't withstand the freezing power, so could the puppet. He could only use the infinity water. Wait, no, Han Fei's heart suddenly stirred. The fire seed and water luster were both legend creatures. They seemed to be able to resist the power of extreme cold. Shua, at the next moment, as the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, water luster and fire seed appeared. At the moment they appeared, the flame on fire seed suddenly shrank by nearly half. Hiss! Fire seed's voice trembled. Master, where are you now? I'm a little cold. Han Fei, schwash, Han Fei, schwash. Can you handle this environment? Water luster said. What a terrifying freezing power. Master, although the two of us have just reached the Explorer realm, we can only exert 80% of our strength here. Fireseed added, me 60%, oh no, 50%. Han Fei was speechless. Then why bother to fight? The enemy is also a legend creature. Fireseed and Waterluster naturally noticed the triple blazing cold shrimp, but there was still a gap in their realm. This time, Waterluster and Fireseed said in unison, we can't beat them. Waterluster said, Fireseed and I can probably resist one. Han Fei said, try it. Swish, swish, swish. With that, Han Fei disappeared. He had already picked up Snowmorn and his figure flashed crazily. Anyway, he couldn't be seen with the naked eye. In the void, the sword light flashed and a sword wave appeared in the seawater. Wherever the sword light cut, the water was cut extremely fast, forming a water wall. Crack! The blue lobster and the red lobster were pierced, but on the other side, a white light flashed, and the red and blue light condensed again, turning into two lobsters again. Han Fei's lips twitched. What a fast resurrection speed. The old turtle said, they're not resurrected quickly, but they didn't die in the first place. Only when these three lobsters die at the same time can they fuse. Only when they fuse together can you really kill them. Puffed! Boom! On the other side, the white lobster penetrated Waterluster's body and then collided with the water, producing a violent explosion and surging waves. When fighting with him, the triple blazing cold shrimp didn't seem to be very special. That was because he was too strong and ignored the fact that the lobsters were actually very strong. They were legend creatures too, so Fireseed and Waterluster couldn't gain any advantage. Furthermore, the two of them had just entered the Explorer realm, and the other party was about 2 realms higher than the two of them, so they were no match for these lobsters at all. Buzz. The illusion of the mountains and rivers appeared. Without giving Waterluster and Fireseed a chance to respond, Hanfei simply took them back. Since they couldn't beat the lobsters, he couldn't let them be killed. Although Hanfei could throw one of the 3 lobsters into the sea-quelling painting where the 5 legends could definitely resist it, if they started a fight, the sea-quelling painting would probably be in a mess. Therefore, this idea popped up in Hanfei's mind, but was immediately dismissed. Glancing at the lobster that had turned into a blue light again, and at the 2 red and white lobsters that were dashing at him, Hanfei issued an order in his heart. At that moment, beside Hanfei, waves were surging and the infinity water was all retracted into the seawater. Hanfei was expressionless. Indeed, to forge iron, you needed a strong hammer. I don't believe I will be beaten by 3 lobsters today. People will laugh at me if they learn the news. He looked back, only to see that Little White was still absorbing a certain power from the ice block. Hanfei's figure disappeared again, and the golden fist mark roared and smashed at the white lobster. He launched a spiritual spike at the blue lobster and slashed at the red one with the draw technique. In one fell swoop, the blue lobster and the white lobster were shattered, but the white one pierced through his golden fist mark with its head. After fighting several times, Hanfei found a problem. If the 3 lobsters hadn't shattered at the same time, the last one would have been invincible and couldn't be defeated at all. At the moment when the red and the blue lobsters shattered, the waves rolled. The sacrificing punch erupted and punched through the seabed, shattering the white lobster. Hanfei grinned. Done, Hanfei said. Legend creatures have specific characteristics. If you can't target their characteristics, it will be very difficult to beat them. But if you target their characteristics, like now. Explode. Hanfei opened his mouth only to see the tricolored lobster suddenly explode. A terrifying explosion sounded at the same time. After all, the infinity water was a single weapon. If it wanted to blow itself up, it would be as precise as an alarm clock. Bang, bang, bang. Hanfei opened a fish skin map and set up a large coiled turtle array, protecting Little White in it as he was blown dozens of miles away. Above the Ice God Canyon, the mountain trembled slightly, as if there was an earthquake. The perceptions of the 3 venerables swept across, but no one went down to check. However, the turtle venerable said, I'm afraid he encountered opponents down below. That's inevitable. Some creatures there are indeed unconventional. The seahorse venerable said, this fish dragon king is quite strong. He actually passed through it. The half-merman venerable said, it's inevitable for him to pass through. It's obvious from the level of his demonic heritage. If he can really upgrade to a level 8 high-quality spiritual heritage, it means that as long as he doesn't die, he will be much stronger than us in the end. The turtle venerable said leisurely, let's see how long he can hold out below. Below the Ice God Canyon. When the triple blazing cold shrimp collapsed at the same time, they fused. Yes, they weren't dead, but fused. After the fusion, the triple blazing cold shrimp was more than 10 meters long. The 3 spikes on its head were exactly red, white, and blue. At this moment, Hanfei shouted, activated the Devil Change and the Beast King technique, and brandished the snowmorn, Schwa. The terrifying sword was pushed out by Hanfei with one hand and slashed out overwhelming sword chi. Like a milky white brilliance, it stabbed into the forehead of 3 lobsters and went all the way out of their tails. The red sting in the middle of the gigantic lobster was directly shattered by Snowmorn. It didn't make sense that it didn't die. After this strike, he snorted confidently. You're just in the advanced Tao-seeking realm. I thought you had reached the peak. The 3 lobsters were beaten back to their original forms, turning into 3 lobsters again. However, this time, they were motionless. The red one's carapace was broken, but the other 2 were intact and had died at the same time. Huh? It died so easily? The old turtle's voice sounded, of course. Do you think legenda creatures are invincible? It's all relative. Boy, you have too many means. Think about it. If it were someone else, he would have been killed more than 10 times. However, Hanfei didn't pay much attention to what the old turtle said. His eyes glowing, he cut open the shell of the red lobster with the snowmorn and said, a legend-level lobster bloodline? Hanfei couldn't help but pull it with his hand, and his eyes lit up. Good stuff. The void lines can be upgraded now. Chapter 1260, Little Black and Little White's Breakthrough. The triple blazing cold shrimp didn't give Hanfei a chance to collect it at all. It died so easily, and its body switched between colorful light and reality. It was precisely because of this strange ability that even a half-merman wouldn't be able to kill them if he didn't get the knack. However, there were a lot more treasures on the triple blazing cold shrimp. Hanfei picked up 2 lobster spears, a cold crystal, and a ball of fire origin, as well as 3 meridians. He stored all of them into Forge the Universe. However, as soon as the fire origin was absorbed into Forge the Universe, Little Black swallowed it in one bite. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but be vigilant. Little Black and Little White were originally one yin and one yang. Now, Little White had encountered her own great opportunity, but Little Black didn't seem to like it. On the contrary, Little Black had a need for the scorching flames. Crack. Before Han Fei had time to think about it, he suddenly heard a crisp crack, which turned out to be from the big ice block that Little White was sucking at. At this moment, Han Fei clearly saw a crack appear, and then the blue aura became more and more intense. However, soon he saw cracks appear on the ice one after another. Crack, 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 bang. Suddenly, the ice block was broken. Han Fei took a deep breath. Damn, isn't this a treasure? The old turtle said. Of course not. The real treasure is just wrapped in this ice block. When this ice lump was broken, Han Fei felt the temperature around him drop again. In an instant, Han Fei retreated a kilometer. His invincible will almost couldn't resist it, and his whole body was ablaze. Han Fei began to refine himself into a divine weapon. Almost every second, 10,000 points of spiritual energy were burnt up. This was because he had enough spiritual energy. Otherwise, the energy absorbed from the void by a regular Tao-seeking great demon wouldn't be able to meet the spiritual energy consumption of this intensity. When the ice block completely shattered, Han Fei saw a sky-blue object that looked like an ice crystal flower. That thing looked like the kind of firework that was held in hand. Its surface flickered irregularly. Its shape was more bizarre than the infinity water. After the infinity water was picked, it became a drop of water which no one could recognize in the water. As for the blue object, it was not like water or ice and seemed very extraordinary. The thing seemed to produce a string of light mist connecting it and Little White. It seemed that it was injecting its original body into Little White's body. Han Fei wanted to see what this thing was and if the demon purification pot could recognize it. But the old turtle suddenly said, I see. Han Fei was puzzled. What do you understand? The old turtle said. This can be considered a spiritual treasure, but it's not the best kind. If I've guessed right, this should be the blue sea ice sand, a kind of spiritual treasure that grows in the land of extreme coldness. I couldn't feel it just now because my soul was too weak now. This is at most equivalent to that drop of water. Infinity water? Han Fei exclaimed in shock. Are you kidding me? This thing is comparable to the infinity water and you said it's not the best kind? Although the infinity water didn't seem to have any particularly powerful effects or power, it was very useful. It could grow with his growth. In fact, Han Fei could even say that as long as he had a drop of infinity water, then all the way until he became a king, he wouldn't lack weapons because the infinity water was suitable for every realm. Li Huang from the Heavenly Desolate City called the infinity water the treasure of his city. Han Fei felt that he would definitely be able to develop more usages of the infinity water in the future. However, there was something below the Ice God Canyon comparable to the infinity water. This was unbelievable. The old turtle said, I've seen it before. This thing might not be as good as your drop of water, but it's naturally born and conformed to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, it's extremely attractive to creatures of the same species. This shows that your little white fish has already had Tao runes on her, which means that your spiritual beast was born with great Tao. In this barren land, it's extremely rare. Han Fei asked suspiciously, Do you think they share the same Tao? The old turtle nodded. Definitely. When you took that drop of water, the water chose you instead of you choosing the water, right? Han Fei's body trembled. How do you know that? The old turtle chuckled. I've seen more natural spiritual treasures than the fish you have eaten. How can I not know that? Unless you can suppress a natural spiritual treasure, it usually chooses its owner instead of being chosen. Otherwise, this ice sand couldn't have stayed below the Ice God Canyon until now. Han Fei took a deep breath. So, it has taken a fancy to Little White? The old turtle said with a smile. It's perception. I told you that you could perceive opportunities after you enter the Tao. Your little white fish is born with Tao runes, so is this ice sand, so they could perceive each other. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, What about Little Black? The old turtle said. It's simple. Yin and Yang make up for each other. The little white fish swallowed a spiritual treasure. You can think of a way to let the little black fish swallow a fire-type spiritual treasure. Isn't there a fire seed in your painting? It has already gained consciousness. Although it's not as good as the ice sand, it's enough to complement this sand. Han Fei's face turned green. What the hell are you talking about? Is it my style to kill my own people? Fireseed calls me master. How can I do that? Besides, didn't Fireseed come out just now and was almost frozen to death? How could Fireseed compare to this sand? Even Fireseed wouldn't believe it. Han Fei said, That's impossible. Fireseed calls me master. The old turtle was speechless. Do you have a bottom line? Han Fei said with a black face. Old Yuan, don't push the big devil's thoughts to me. I have my limits. If you speak like this again, we'll be enemies. The old turtle sneered in his heart. What the hell? Do you have a bottom line? Even the turtle laughed. The old turtle said leisurely, Or you turn to your junior sister for help. Isn't there a fire tree in the fiery sea? Something that can make such a large area of the sea burn for thousands of years must be extraordinary. Han Fei realized that it did make sense. He had said that it was like a parasol tree. However, Han Fei thought of something else. In fact, other than the fire tree, if the Bloodsea Divine Wood City was full of the big red trunk, there shouldn't be lacking fire attribute treasures, right? With this in mind, Han Fei didn't rush. If there was a treasure, take it. He would think of a way to resolve Little Black's malnutrition later. Suddenly, Han Fei's pupils were constricted. He saw that Little White opened her mouth and swallowed the ice sand. After the blue sea ice sand was swallowed by Little White, the spiritual fire on Han Fei's body jumped 10 feet high. The terrifying freezing power disappeared. Although it was still very cold here, it was completely different from before. Han Fei scanned with his perception, which directly swept across more than a kilometer. Besides, the temperature was soaring. He believed that his perception range could continue to increase in a while. Then, in Han Fei's mind, Little Black's voice sounded, "Dad, let me out. I'm going to make a breakthrough." Han Fei shivered. Little Black made a breakthrough so easily? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, Little Black jumped out. Shua! Little Black swooshed to Little White, and then the two of them began to swim around each other. The two fish became even more crystalline, and Little White's milky brilliance was comparable to the brilliance of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Little Black was even darker. Han Fei couldn't even see the details of Little Black's body with his eyes. Shoot. It's all absorbed? Han Fei was shocked. There was a kind of darkness that could even absorb light. Little Black was so black now that he could even turn himself invisible. Han Fei could still see Little Black now just because of the environment. Compared to the pitch-black waters, Little Black's darkness was purer. It was so pure that no matter how Han Fei looked at it, he could only see a mass of black. He had to examine it carefully with his perception to distinguish it. Feeling that the surrounding spiritual energy was drilling into Little Black and Little White's bodies, Han Fei directly took out a large amount of spiritual spring and threw it over. This is my one and only spiritual beast. No matter how much they eat, I must feed them. Little Black and Little White simply drilled into the spiritual spring, which disappeared at a visible speed. Han Fei couldn't help being a little surprised. Were the resources required for a breakthrough so much now? He had thrown out at least 10,000 caddies of spiritual spring, which was equivalent to 10 million points of spiritual energy. But it was almost all consumed in only a minute? The old turtle said, "When you enter the Tao, you will understand that spiritual energy is actually not the key. The reason why you are still using spiritual energy is that your disassembling of spiritual energy is not enough." Han Fei narrowed his eyes when he heard about the disassembling of spiritual energy. Shu Shushan seemed to have told him that when he became an explorer, he could actually start the next step of disassembling spiritual energy. When this matter was over, he would check out why the old turtle said this. He threw out another 10,000 kilograms of spiritual spring. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed something and scanned it with his perception range, which had covered an area of 10,000 meters. He saw that there seemed to be creatures moving in the ice under the seabed. Han Fei said solemnly, "There seems to be a lot of creatures down below." The old turtle said, "Of course, when the freezing power is gone, creatures will still start to revive. But there shouldn't be many. Even without the blue sea ice sand, this is a place that can give birth to ice sand. Millions of years of freezing can't be broken easily. It will be difficult for them to come out without decades or even a century." As soon as the old turtle said so, a big octopus appeared, white all over and looking sick. Han Fei said leisurely, "Didn't you say it would take hundreds of years?" The old turtle pondered. Maybe some of them weren't frozen in the first place. Chapter 161, Twin Divine Technique Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The big octopus certainly saw Han Fei, but in its eyes, Han Fei was only a peak-level sea spirit which it could easily suck to death. Similarly, Han Fei didn't panic at all at this moment. Without the suppression of the extremely cold power, he had unlocked all his means. Even if this big octopus was powerful, so what? He had the old turtle, Yu Wendao, and himself. If he exerted some strength, it would be equivalent to 3 half-venerables. How could he not be able to kill an octopus? Little Black and Little White made breakthroughs very quickly. When the octopus approached, Han Fei had already heard the crisp sound of a breakthrough. After that, Little Black and Little White finally entered the sea spirit realm. However, what surprised Han Fei was why they didn't enforce any law. Did spiritual beasts not need to enforce laws? However, Han Fei didn't check Little White and Little Black's situation after their breakthrough. The big octopus had already come. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. One name, Void Body White Octopus. It can fall into the dark void at any time, and space has no effect on it. It's good at stealth and attacking from the void. 1 blow to the soul and 2 blows to the body. It's very difficult to deal with. It's good at cutting its limb to resurrect, and its escape speed is extremely fast. THD. Level 77 are Enforcing Law, Void Tentacle, Void Eye, Equality, Legend are contained spiritual energy, 975689 points are edible effect. Swallowing it has a certain chance of understanding the secret law of space. Are collectible, absorbable. THD, TTAT, RRTTT. None absorbable. Han Fei took a look and immediately realized that although this big octopus didn't seem to be weak, it was still much weaker than the triple blazing cold shrimp. The void? Han Fei couldn't help but smile. The heavenly void divine movement was refined in such an environment. You want to play that with me? Without needing the old turtle and Yu Wen Dao at all, Han Fei stepped into the illusion, clenched his fist, and launched the sacrificing punch. The big octopus was shocked by Han Fei's action. It thought to itself, half of my body is in the void. Why are you here? Looking at Han Fei's terrifying punch, as a creature with 3 hearts and 9 brains, it had figured out how strong this enemy was. The void body white octopus chose to escape immediately. Han Fei sneered. How can I let you run away? Shua. In the void, as soon as the big octopus's 2 tentacles entered the void rift, it felt a life and death crisis. The octopus turned its head and shot out a white light at Han Fei. Han Fei frowned. Do all octopus have laser eyes? However, this wasn't a special environment, so Han Fei dodged it with star teleportation. He didn't even need to use star teleportation. Although he had become an explorer and the phantom glass wings, as a transition weapon, wouldn't grow anymore, he could still easily avoid this light with infinite flash. In his memory, the Hydragrass's laser beam was really powerful. It was like infrared beams blasting everywhere. Without giving the void body white octopus a chance to continue to attack, Han Fei appeared beside it, grabbed one of its tentacles with one hand, and released all void lines. Bang! Bang! When he grabbed the big octopus, he saw the 2 tentacles that went deep into the space crack break. Immediately, Han Fei felt that the big octopus lost 30% of its vitality. The old turtle said, some of its body has run away. Han Fei was lost for words. This octopus was a gecko, wasn't it? Gecko breaks its tail to escape, so does it. However, this octopus broke its body. Of course, 1/3 of the octopus had run away, and there were still 2 hearts and 7 brains left. The creatures living below the Ice God Canyon couldn't be weak in soul, not to mention that this void body white octopus was a legend creature at level 77, which was equivalent to an advanced Dao-seeking realm sea demon. It was not that Han Fei couldn't control it, but that it had so many brains, which Han Fei found very difficult to control. Swish! Suddenly he saw a white figure appear. It was none other than Little White. In fact, Little White wasn't the only one who came. Little Black also came. However, Little Black was so dark now that Han Fei didn't notice it. When Han Fei took a closer look, Little Black had already bitten one of the tentacles of the void body white octopus. Little White seemed to have gained new abilities too. She opened its mouth and spewed out white gas, which made the big octopus stiffen. However, the effect made Han Fei speechless. Little Black was gritting his teeth against the tentacle, but he couldn't bite them and could only make ear-piercing gnawing sounds. Little White was trying to freeze the big octopus. Han Fei felt cold, so did the octopus, but the force was not strong enough. It was much weaker than the real power of the ice sand. Han Fei was speechless. Girl, are you still not good at using it? Huh, the old turtle said. It did eat a spiritual treasure of the world. Don't you also have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Can you fully use it? Han Fei was speechless. So that was the reason. It was not that the ice sand was weak, but that the power that Little White could exert was too weak. Han Fei was speechless and summoned Little Fatty. However, as soon as Little Fatty came out, its body began to freeze, and it hurriedly shouted, I'm going back, I'm going back. Perhaps for Little Black and Little White they were special, so the freezing power had no effect on them at all. Even the source of the freezing power had been swallowed by Little White, but Little Fatty was still very weak, not even level 50 yet. Han Fei ignited the spiritual fire with a swish and wrapped Little Fatty with it. Your compatriot is here, suck some blood. Little Fatty couldn't perceive the strength of a high-level Dao-seeking creature. Seeing that there was a strong master of the same race, he immediately approached the octopus. Little Fatty had begun to tremble all over but was still unable to suck out a single drop of blood. Little Fatty said, Master, can you cut it open? Han Fei curled his lips. Now you call me master? The infinity water turned into a knife and cut crazily, and the fate of this void body white octopus was already decided. Little Fatty sucked to its heart's content. When the first drop of essence blood was absorbed by him, he said, I'm going to make a breakthrough. Han Fei knew that it was only natural for him to make a breakthrough. He had been stuck for a long time. Only then did Han Fei have the time to read Little Black and Little White's information. Information popped up in his eyes. A name, twin yin, yang spirit. Swallowing fish, introduction. This is the descendant of the mysterious ancient yin-yang sky, swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other lives. 2, level 61, a quality mysterious, spiritual energy, 100 million points, evolving first omnivorous. It can swallow anything. A battle technique, supreme yin-yang wheel, spirit swallowing body, combination, twin divine technique, remarks. The black fish is invisible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. After the 2 fish fuse, its combat power will increase greatly, comparable to a divine weapon. SL power, 6,506 points. This time, Han Fei was a little stunned. They had just broken through to the sea spirit level, but their spiritual energy had skyrocketed 100 million with a swish. Furthermore, during this breakthrough, Little Black and Little White directly surpassed level 60. It seemed that their realm had quickly stabilized. Could it be that their accumulated base was solid enough? Of course, in any case, Little Black and Little White had definitely become a lot stronger. Which creature could make a high-level Tao-seeking creature stiffen when she had just entered the sea spirit realm? And which creature dared to bite the tentacles of a high-level Tao-seeking creature crazily? Even if he couldn't bite through them, he still gnawed on them and left teeth marks on them. Not only that, Han Fei also discovered that Little Black and Little White had a new technique. Twin Divine Technique? The technique of the spirit-swallowing body was almost a passive technique, and he rarely used the combination technique. At this moment, a new technique popped up. Could it be that every time Little Black and Little White advanced a major realm, a new technique would appear? Han Fei thought to himself, anyway, there is no one around. I can try the new technique, right? Then, Han Fei had stabbed the big octopus with Snowmorn a dozen times. Making sure it couldn't have been more dead, he summoned Yu Wendao and ordered, kill all intruders. The old turtle couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Han Fei said, Twin Divine Technique. Since there was no one around, he might as well give it a try first. Just as Han Fei was about to fight a big battle and be prepared to control the field at any time, with a thump, Little Black and Little White suddenly became black smoke and white smoke, and the two masses of smoke entangled each other. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. What was going on? The so-called divine technique turned into two plumes of smoke. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he was at a loss for what to do. However, the black and white smoke that Little Black and Little White turned into pounced at the big octopus. Han Fei was horrified when he saw the octopus wither at a visible speed. The black smoke wrapped the tentacles. Little Black couldn't bite through the tentacles just now, but now he was biting them very fast. Han Fei perceived that Little Black wasn't biting, but corroding them. As for Little White, she was even more powerful. She directly swallowed the octopus's soul. According to Han Fei's experience, the soul of this big octopus should have dispersed, but a part of it was still dragged out and swallowed by Little White. Little Fatty screamed, "Mine, this is mine." Han Fei immediately shouted, "Stop!" The old turtle was also a little horrified. Is this the inherited great technique they awakened? They've already entered the Tao? That's impossible. How can it be? Hiss. Suddenly, the old turtle came to a stop, as if it had thought of something. Han Fei was also stunned for a moment. Seeing Little Black and Little White, who had turned back into two fish, he was a little puzzled. Old Yuan, what's going on? After a long silence, the old turtle said slowly, Are these two fish really born with a Tao body? Chapter 12622, The Scary Power of the Divine Technique, Part 1. Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation. Seeing the old turtle's shocked look, Han Fei couldn't help but touch his head and ask, what do you mean by innate Tao body? Do you mean born with Tao runes? Although Han Fei was very excellent, he didn't know any of these secrets. The old turtle suddenly roared, What do you know? I should have thought of that sooner. Few people can see your little black fish. Little white fish seems only to be able to absorb spiritual energy, but it can produce the essence. Han Fei interrupted him. Okay. I know my son and daughter very well. I don't need you to brag about them. Just tell me, what's that so-called innate Tao body? Is it very strong? The old turtle said gloomily, The innate Tao body means that from the moment they were born, they were nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They might be nurtured in chaos, or in the rules of the great Tao, or they might be produced by absorbing the essence of the Tao runes all year round. In short, they have entered the Tao from birth. In this world, there is a unique great Tao waiting for them to walk. A unique great Tao? The old turtle chuckled. Yes, you heard it right. It's a unique great Tao. This is the power of the innate Tao body. The only ones who can compare to them are the innate Tao seed, the ancient Tao seed, and the great Tao that no one has walked, but if you walk, you can walk far on. The old turtle said enviously, I can tell you that as long as such a creature doesn't die, he will definitely become a king. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Old Yuan, don't brag. There are less than 5 people who I've seen and heard become a king in my life. There are billions of creatures in these 2 waters. When did it become so easy to be a king? The old turtle smiled contemptuously. Vision decides everything. Your vision is too small, so it's destined that your vision is not large. You have to walk out of this world and take a look. You should know the billions of lives in this vast sea, and there are countless strong masters. Han Fei quickly interrupted him. Stop, I understand. You mean that Little Black and Little White have entered the Tao when they were born? Or can it be said that their growth has always been according to their own Tao? The old turtle nodded. Yes. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Awesome, that's really awesome. Han Fei even suspected that he got Little Black and Little White because of the calabash. However, in any case, the innate Tao body was very strong. Han Fei looked at Little Fatty, who was still absorbing the essence blood, then at Little Black, Little White, and then at their information. He couldn't help but mutter, Are fusion combat skills really useless? Han Fei was a little puzzled. What if he used the twin divine technique after he fused with Little White and Little Black? With this in mind, Han Fei grew interested and shouted, Fuse. When Han Fei, Little Black, and Little White fused into a big fish, Han Fei shouted again, "Twin Divine Technique." Buzz! Han Fei felt that his head went blank in an instant, and the excruciating pain made him come back to himself. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he saw himself again. Although it was not the first time he had experienced this feeling, he still felt a little strange. At this moment, Han Fei was certain of one thing. It was not that the fusion was useless, but that he hadn't unlocked the following combat skills of Little Black and Little White. At this moment, Han Fei found that half of him had turned into black fog, and the other half turned into white fog. At this moment, he discovered that the black mist was not a real black mist, but an inexplicable matter that made him want to eat something. When Han Fei charged at the octopus's body, Little Fatty shouted again, "This is mine, mine!" Han Fei wanted to speak, but only his spiritual power trembled in the water. "Your level is low. You can only swallow one tentacle at most. Why are you panicking?" When Han Fei grabbed a tentacle, his perception changed at this moment. The black fog seemed to be activated, and Han Fei felt as if he had been split into thousands of parts, as if he were a whole, and that his whole body was full of sharp teeth. And he, who had turned into white mist, felt very cool and sensitive to the soul. In the white mist's perception, Han Fei found that there were at least 3 souls around, which meant that there were at least 3 creatures nearby. In short, this feeling was very strange. In any case, the octopus tentacles were disappearing at a visible speed. What the hell am I? Why is it called a divine technique? It's even unable to transform me. As soon as Han Fei had this idea, the 2 bodies that were mist began to deform, and in the blink of an eye, they became 2 people. Huh? Han Fei looked at himself in shock. Looking in Little Black's body, he had turned into a humanoid Han Fei who was a junior explorer. From Little White's point of view, he was black. His face couldn't be seen, and his eyes were black. From top to bottom, no decorations could be seen. He was purely black, the kind of black that could even swallow light. Huh, 2 of me? The normal Han Fei and the black Han Fei gasped in shock, making the same movement. According to Han Fei's experience, although his soul was the same, it was essentially cut apart. Since it was cut apart, he could use different souls to do different things. Thinking of this, the 2 Han Fei looked at each other. Avatars? Suddenly, the old turtle's voice sounded, "It's not an avatar, or you wouldn't have split your soul into 2. I feel that your soul hasn't changed. In my opinion, your soul is still 1 because the little black fish and the little white fish are 1, the normal Han Fei said. Not avatars? Then why do I feel a difference in strength? Let me experience it. The 2 Han Fei clenched their fists, the seawater trembled, and their strength erupted. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It's a little weak. By logic, my current strength has reached more than 200 waves, but I feel we 2 only have the strength of about 150 waves. The old turtle said, "Of course. Although your soul is still 1, it's still separately used. Therefore, the comprehensive power of a single body will inevitably decline." Han Fei couldn't wait to read it in his head. As he expected, both of them could see the information of the demon purification pot. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 70 Junior Explorer, Spiritual Energy, 98,654, 98,654, Smiter 98,654, Spiritual Power, 13,568, Turn 13,568, Perception Range, 1,000 miles, Enforcing Law, Invincible Vajra Strength, Little White, 14.8 waves, Little Black, 56 waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Unknown Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 61, Second Spiritual Beast, Unawakened Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, Level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that what he saw were 2 sets of templates. Regarding the different bodies of Little Black and Little White, there was only a slight difference in the power of the 2 templates. Little Black seemed to be born a little stronger than Little White in strength. This made Han Fei excited again. If there were 2 independent templates, did it mean that he could use different templates for different cultivation? Then what was the difference between this and avatars? Besides, although he had become 2 of himself, neither of them seemed weak. Although they were weaker than his original body, Han Fei knew very well that Little Black and Little White were only level 61 now. What if Little Black and Little White reached the Tao-seeking realm? Han Fei's breathing became rapid. It meant that when he used the Twin Divine Technique again, his combat power would be at least twice that of his original body. Oh no. The combat power couldn't be calculated with numbers alone. The destructive power and threat produced by 2 original bodies might be completely different from that of 1 original body. For example, he could play the trick of making a feint somewhere and attacking in another place with his enemies. Another thought occurred to Han Fei. What if he hid in Forge the Universe? Shua. The normal Han Fei appeared in Forge the Universe, and the black Han Fei was still outside. The black Han Fei was stroking his chin, trying to find if there was an entrance to Forge the Universe. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Half of him was hiding, and the other half was still outside. Seeing this, the old turtle couldn't help but mutter, "I really don't know if you are lucky or if you really have the favor of the great Tao. Although this technique is not an avatar technique, I'm afraid it's not much worse than any avatar technique." Han Fei said, "I think this is just my avatars." The old turtle said, "Don't jump to conclusions. Try fighting Yu Wendao without using spiritual energy." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's true." Immediately, the two of him activated Devil Change at the same time but didn't use the Overlord's technique. It was mainly because Han Fei wanted to see if he could maintain the existence of the two bodies by himself. Yu Wendao was a half-venerable after all, and Han Fei ordered him to only defend against attacks. Immediately, a battle broke out under the Ice God Canyon. Yu Wendao defended and the two Han Fei attacked. 100 seconds later, Han Fei ran out of spiritual energy, so he grabbed spiritual energy from the void with the power of an explorer. After half an hour, Han Fei felt a little tired, not physically but mentally. Then, he found that he had consumed more than half of his spiritual power. Another half an hour later, when Han Fei's last trace of spiritual power was consumed, the two bodies finally couldn't hold on anymore and shattered into mist again. Then, Han Fei separated from Little Black and Little White. Not only did Han Fei feel that his mental state was extremely poor, but he also felt that Little Black and Little White's mental state was poor. Han Fei took out 7 or 8 spiritual fruits, threw a few to Little Black, and ate a few for himself, before he immediately put away Little Black and Little White. Little Fatty, on the other hand, had been staring at him for a long time. Han Fei didn't know what was on his mind, but Han Fei guessed that he didn't understand what was going on here. The old turtle said, "As I expected, although this technique is not an avatar technique, it may be stronger than avatar techniques. At least the avatar still needs to be cultivated. You don't even need to cultivate, but can share your spiritual senses with your clones. Even I envy you." Chapter 1263, The Scary Power of the Divine Technique. Part I. Han Fei's head was swelling. The old turtle was right. This was not an avatar technique. However, Han Fei still had a lot of things to test. Now, he was only certain that in a battle, the two of him could exist for half an hour. However, what if it was not a battle but cultivation? Han Fei felt that there was still a great space for research. In addition to cultivation, if one of him died, would that part of the soul be crushed? Or would it be like Little Black and Little White? As long as one of them didn't die, the other would resurrect. Of course, it was not easy to test it out. Han Fei didn't think he would die. After all, his other half was still alive. However, he didn't know what would happen if his soul was caught. For example, something like his void lines, possession, or other means of capturing souls. He would rather believe it than not. He might as well try it later. At this moment, Little Fatty was crazily absorbing the octopus's essence blood. Han Fei's spiritual power was exhausted now. He quickly took out the God-scaring painting and visualized it. In the years in the Windrain village, Han Fei basically did nothing except practicing the God-scaring painting, and his perception range was also soaring. Up to now, his perception range had reached an astonishing 1,900 miles. Han Fei didn't know the range very well. Logically speaking, an explorer's perception range should be 1,000 miles or so, right? When he killed an intermediate Dao seeking Great Demon in the ice domain, the other party's perception range seemed to be more than 800 miles. Han Fei was very sure that it was definitely less than 1,000 miles. Furthermore, the biggest difference between him and other powerhouses of the same realm was that he had grown too fast. As for those ordinary explorers, it might have taken them hundreds or even thousands of years to become explorers. But how long did it take him? 25 years? Han Fei certainly knew that the strength of the soul could be increased through visualization. Therefore, even in the same realm, there was no specific range. As for how strong one's soul was, probably no one except him himself would know. Han Fei had already memorized half of the God-scaring painting. At this moment, a big spear had already been revealed. Yes, it was a spear. Han Fei had once checked it carefully and found that, as for the spear in the God-scaring painting, its edges were as thin as a cicada's wing, and its tip was golden and murderous. When Han Fei first saw this sharp tip, he felt that it was so bright that it seemed to be able to penetrate the painting. Now it seemed that it was simply an embodiment of extreme sharpness. He retracted his consciousness. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. He didn't have many soul crystals now. After all, soul crystals were of little use to him. At this moment, he didn't need soul crystals to cultivate his mental strength. Of course, if it was an extremely powerful soul crystal, it should be useful. However, he hadn't encountered such a thing yet. No matter in Yu Wendao or Gui Sanqing's Sun Moon Shell, there was no such a thing. It could be seen that the improvement of the soul was getting more and more difficult. Just now, Han Fei visualized the God-scaring painting not to continue to increase his soul power, but to restore his soul. Of course, he could also absorb and refine the ownerless souls that he had drained in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. 6 hours later, Han Fei took a long breath and slowly opened his eyes, looking helpless. More than 1,000 ownerless souls added up to only 2,000 points, and his perception range was increased by less than 1/10. The old turtle said, "In fact, I told you before that if you really want to cultivate your soul, you should keep absorbing other people's vitality. The speed of your improvement will be amazing." Han Fei curled his lips. "I'm already amazed at my speed of improvement." "You don't have to teach me." Han Fei thought to himself, "Don't be assimilated by the old turtle's thoughts." In the old turtle's world, snatching people's vitality was a matter of course despite reason or race, but Han Fei can't do that. If it weren't for the fact that he had a lot of secrets, was talented, had great luck, and had strong means, Han Fei felt that the old turtle must have ignored him. Han Fei said, "Don't disturb me. I'll make a small breakthrough, by the way." A large amount of spiritual energy flowed out, and millions of points of spiritual energy surrounded Han Fei. Huff! Under the absorption technique, spiritual energy poured in and cleansed his body. After about half an hour, with a click, Han Fei made a breakthrough. He opened his eyes and read the information. Owner, Han Fei level, 71, Junior Explorer. Spiritual energy, 130,000, 130,000 spiritual power, 12,030-48, 22,666 perception range, 1,912 kilometers, enforcing law, invincible Vajra strength, 216 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 61. Second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Looking at his data, Han Fei was quite gratified. This was his growth during this period of time. He had been suppressing his strength for 4 years, but in just a few days in the waterwood world, his strength had more than tripled. Although the old turtle kept giving him advice, Han Fei knew very clearly that his own growth speed was not slow at all. It could even be said that his cultivation speed was extremely fast. In the current yin-yang world, there was probably no one who could cultivate faster than him. The yin-yang world was like this, so was the waterwood world. Even if it was the insect race, the queen insects could at most produce law enforcers with soldier explosions, right? It was impossible for them to bypass the tribulation and directly become explorers. In fact, many queen insects would not directly cultivate a law enforcer because they would have to give him the law enforcing ability, which would undoubtedly limit their development potential. But if the insect fought all the way up, their law enforcement abilities would be various. This would be beneficial to the reasonable development of the insect race, and only in this way would this race become stronger and stronger. When Han Fei rose, no creatures came here. After all, even if they were in the Tao-seeking realm, the death of the triple-blazing cold shrimp and the void-body white octopus was enough to warn the creatures that hadn't appeared yet. Little Fatty seemed to be in the middle of a breakthrough. With a thought, Han Fei threw tens of thousands of caddies of spirit awakening fluid over. When less than 20,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid was swallowed, Little Fatty had already completed the breakthrough. However, this was only a breakthrough in the sea demon realm, so it was not rather difficult. When Han Fei was in this realm, he had broken through 5 or 6 levels with the help of spirit awakening fluid. Therefore, Han Fei was going to use the same trick again. Of course, he wouldn't feed Little Fatty the spirit awakening fluid immediately. He would wait for him to stabilize his cultivation base first. However, this didn't prevent Han Fei from reading Little Fatty's information. Information popped up in his eyes. A name to 9 death soul splitting octopus. Orn introduction. Orn ancient exotic species with a weak divine beast bloodline. Its sucking disc can absorb spiritual energy, and essence blood. The 9 death soul splitting octopus's spiritual power is extremely strong, able to ignore the mental attacks of all creatures within 10 levels of itself. It also has great strength and can deflect 90% of the attacks when attacked. It also has a super strong self-recovery ability. Level 50, quality, legend, upgradable. S spiritual energy, 208,068,068. Food S carnivorous, prefers shrimp and crabs a battle technique limb regeneration, blood rebirth, soul-splitting tentacle, remarks. The host can share blood rebirth with the 9 death soul-splitting octopus. It can only be used 9 times in a lifetime, with 7 left. For Han Fei, Little Fatty had only made a breakthrough. However, for Little Fatty, it had been stuck in this realm for a long time. What made Han Fei's eyes light up was the additional combat skill of the soul-splitting tentacle. It didn't sound simple. However, he didn't have any experimental article, so he didn't study it for the time being. Perhaps realizing that he was too weak, Little Fatty was sucking the remains of the octopus so hard, but only absorbed a little bit of essence blood. Little Fatty said, "Give me its remains. I want to make breakthroughs quickly." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "I only have less than 20,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid left. Little Fat, with this octopus's body, it should be enough for me to use for some time." Perhaps because of the breakthrough, Little Fatty seemed to have become much smarter. He knew that he had accumulated enough resources, and what he urgently needed now was the realm. Han Fei immediately took Little Fatty and the void body white octopus into Forge the Universe. The spirit awakening fluid and the spiritual spring were both in Forge the Universe, so he could use them as he pleased. The old turtle said, "Contractual spiritual beasts are not raised like this. They need to fight and kill. Any creature grows up from fighting and killing, even if it's the 9 death soul-splitting octopus." Han Fei curled his lips. "What if I'm killed? I can be resurrected with Little Fatty around." The old turtle sneered. "Then you should let him wander on his own. If you separate from him, if something happens to you, others won't be able to find him. Then you can be resurrected, right?" Han Fei was stunned for a long time. "Wait a moment, don't lie to me. Doesn't the 9 death soul-splitting octopus need to be with his master to resurrect him?" "Tsk," the old turtle said helplessly. "Who told you that?" That's the 9-death soul-splitting octopus. The 9-death soul-splitting octopus that has truly grown up is definitely a mutated creature. Even if you are thousands of kilometers away, it can still resurrect you, Han Fei said in disbelief. Old Yuan, are you sure you're talking about the 9-death soul-splitting octopus in the sea demon realm? This time, the old turtle was silent for a long time. I don't know. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then what's the difference between telling me and not telling me? Although Han Fei also felt that little fatty was very powerful, he shouldn't be so powerful. He was only level 50 in the sea demon realm. Could he resurrect someone from a long distance away? Even a venerable couldn't do that. However, he never planned to bring little fatty with him at the beginning. Therefore, as long as the opportunity was right, he would throw him out to practice on his own. Above the Ice God Canyon, no one could perceive what was happening below. In the old turtle's words, this was a place that could produce the blue sea ice sand. Because it was extremely cold in the first place, not just any creature could enter. For example, little fatty was frozen the moment he appeared. Han Fei had to warm him with spiritual fire or he would have been frozen to death. When Han Fei returned to the white mist, he couldn't help asking, Old Yuan, I caused a lot of noise down below. What's going on up there? Chapter 1264, I Want to Swim Back Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Faced with Han Fei's question, the old turtle couldn't help but ask, what can possibly happen? The venerables would just scan here with their perception. Even if you take this opportunity, what can they do? Han Fei said. They will tell the king and the king will notice me. If the king notices me, I'll be in danger. God knows if the king will see me through. The old turtle said, even I can't tell. You are now a sea demon, an authentic sea demon. The only problem is your real strength. If it's really discovered, as long as you create the illusion that you are going through a tribulation and improve your strength to the junior Dao-seeking realm, most of the problems will be resolved. Han Fei was lost for words. I've already transcended the tribulation. How can I trigger thunder and lightning? The old turtle said. It's none of my business. However, in this vast sea, we'll meet someone who is transcending the tribulation anyway. What do you think? Han Fei's eyes glittered and he exclaimed, as I expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. As long as I control the creature that is transcending the tribulation, I can deprive it of its tribulation. In this way, I can create an illusion that I'm transcending the tribulation. The old turtle, I didn't teach you that. Han Fei said, that's what you think. However, it doesn't matter. This method is good. If it doesn't work, I have one last solution. The Fish Dragon King is still in my hands. If I have to, I'll make him transcend the tribulation and then I'll steal his tribulation. It'll be very convenient. In Forge the Universe, the Fish Dragon King looked at little fatty who was holding a big octopus and absorbing its essence blood. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. The Fish Dragon King lay on the ground in frustration, thinking, shit, I'm doomed. Han Fei adjusted his state again, and everything seemed to have calmed down. He even practiced the near-at-hand technique for a day in the white mist, specifically found some creatures to fight for a long time, and fought so loudly as if he was afraid that the people above the Ice God Canyon didn't know what he was doing. Although this trick was simple, it worked. The venerables were so confident in themselves that they wouldn't believe Han Fei had taken something that even they couldn't take. One day later, Han Fei came out of the smoke, looking energetic and powerful. At this moment, Gi Sanqing, who had been possessed by the old turtle, suddenly opened his eyes and followed Han Fei. Han Fei turned back into the Fish Dragon King and entered the Ice God Strait. Immediately, a venerable summoned him. In the Thousand Star City, not everyone could see a venerable because venerables usually appeared as trump cards and were the pillars of a large clan. In the Waterwood world, however, not only were there many venerables on the Sea of Clouds divine tree, but there were also many venerables in the two royal cities. This meant that there were at least more than 200 venerables. The one who summoned Han Fei was the Seahorse Venerable. After seeing Han Fei enter his palace, he slowly raised his eyes. You seem to have made a lot of progress. This time, you should have secured your position on the genius list in the royal city. In a short period of time, no one can threaten you. I just wonder when you transcend the tribulation. Han Fei replied respectfully, this time, I may be able to reach a higher level. Oh? The eyelids of the Seahorse Venerable slightly opened, but he didn't take it seriously. How the Fish Dragon King grew up had nothing to do with him. Since the Fish Dragon King chose to gain experience in the Ice God Canyon this time, he was somewhat closer to them. Besides, venerables like them didn't stay in the Ice God Canyon all year around. They would return to the royal city or go to battlefields from time to time. However, the strong had their own selfish motives. It was impossible for the Fish Dragon King to become friends with them. However, Yu Kailing and Lan Shuier had survived this trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm and were both subordinates of the Fish Dragon King. Their talents were obviously not weak. Although they couldn't compare to the Fish Dragon King, if he could nurture them, he had plenty of ways to subdue them. He said, Dragon King, you gained the full support of the Ice God Canyon this time. You know that the royal city has always been strict in recruiting people. Yu Kailing and Lan Shuier may not have a chance to become venerables, but as long as they don't die, they can definitely become half venerables. If they want to go to the royal city, they'd better have someone in the city to help them. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died, since they used to be your subordinates. Please take care of them a bit. Han Fei sneered in his heart. He knew that venerables weren't so kind as to chat with him. Sure enough, they all had their own purposes. They wanted to nurture their own talents, so they needed someone to cover up for them. After all, the venerables were outside, and they couldn't interfere in the affairs of the royal city. Besides, how many sea demons in the royal city didn't have any trump cards? It was said that it was difficult to go to the royal city, so it should be really difficult. Even a venerable had to take the back door, which showed how difficult it was to go to the royal city. However, this was just a small favor. He didn't have to provoke a venerable now. It wouldn't be good if the venerable harbored a grudge against him. Therefore, Han Fei said indifferently, as if he didn't take it seriously. It's just a small matter. After returning to the royal city, just let them go there. The seahorse venerable smiled. They're your subordinates anyway. Why don't you just let them follow and take care of you? Han Fei thought to himself. How can they take care of me? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No. This trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm made me realize that there are many strong masters. The woman from the Waterwood world and the blood demon from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City who ambushed me are both very strong. I still lack experience. I plan to gain experience all the way back to the royal city. The seahorse venerable was slightly surprised. Are you going to swim back in person? Han Fei said. With Guai Sanqing following me, there shouldn't be a problem. The seahorse venerable thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. There were powerful creatures in the outer sea, but the truly powerful ones weren't there. With the protection of Guai Sanqing, it shouldn't be a problem for him to return to the royal city. However, Yu Keiling and Lan Shui'er couldn't follow him. Whether it was dangerous or not depended on the person. For Han Fei, it was indeed not dangerous, but for these two people, it might be extremely dangerous. Therefore, the seahorse venerable nodded slightly. Okay, when you return to the royal city, I'll arrange for someone to send the two of them over. After the trip to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, Yu Keiling and Lan Shui'er became good friends. At this moment, in Yu Keiling's cave, Lan Shui'er said, Sister Keiling, are we really going to leave with the Fish Dragon King? This person is heartless, and will he really become our pillar of support? Yu Keiling's eyes were firm. Shui'er, people have to rely on themselves. When you reach the royal city, you'll have to find a way to show your talent in any aspect. If the Fish Dragon King is not reliable, you'll have to find another master. Anyway, as long as you survive and become stronger, the situation will change one day. However, Yu Keiling was still a little worried and asked in a low voice, Shui'er, is that Fish Dragon King dirty? Lan Shui'er gritted her teeth. He's very aggressive and domineering. Yu Keiling, just as the two girls were worried, they suddenly heard a venerable say via voice transmission, Okay, the two of you don't need to follow the Fish Dragon King now. This guy is going to swim back to the White Shell Royal City from the Ice God Canyon to gain experience. It's a good thing for you. Otherwise, you may be in danger. When he returns to the royal city, I'll arrange for you two to go there. Both of them were surprised and hurriedly said, Thank you, my lord. After a while, the two of them looked at each other in relief. They didn't have to go with Han Fei. At least, they didn't have to worry about Han Fei's improper demand. Although they would still have no choice when they were in the royal city, at least they didn't have to worry about it now. Lan Shui'er said in relief, Fortunately, by the time he returns from his journey, he probably has forgotten about us, and his situation in the royal city shouldn't be good. When the time comes, he probably won't have the time to bother us. I'm just a little surprised. This person is indeed arrogant. He wants to swim back to the royal city? Lan Shui'er smiled and said, What's the big deal? No matter how bad this person is, he's still 10th place on the genius list. Besides, he should have made some progress this time. However, I'm a little surprised. This person seems to be more domineering and powerful than before he entered the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Yu Keiling tilted her head and said, Do you think so too? I feel it too, especially the moment he came out of the Ancient Realm. He was so domineering, much more domineering than when he entered. It was like he was a different person. Han Fei didn't know that two women were studying him. The main reason was that he felt that the Fish Dragon King had too little contact with Yu Keiling and Lan Shui'er. After only one day, they had almost no contact. Just when Han Fei was about to leave the Ice God Canyon, he suddenly met the half-merman venerable at the gate. At this moment, he was gazing into the distance, and there was no telling what he was looking at. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Is he waiting for me? Why? The half-merman venerable looked back at Han Fei. Dragon King, have you seen Yu Wendao since you came out? Han Fei asked in confusion. I haven't seen Mr. Wendao since I came out. Huh, hasn't Mr. Wendao been waiting outside the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm? The half-merman venerable shook his head slightly. He went out to cultivate halfway. I thought he would return before you left. I didn't expect him to never return. Han Fei said respectfully, I'm going back to the royal city to gain experience. When Mr. Wendao returns, he can go find me. Han Fei thought to himself, Yu Wendao? You'll never see him in your life. The half-merman venerable nodded slightly. Okay, that's good. Go. Chapter 1265, Someone Visits Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Thanks to his identity as the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei was not blocked by anyone. Besides, with Gui Sanqing following him, no one would suspect him. Unless the venerables of the Waterwood world secretly came over, there wouldn't be a problem with the safety of the Fish Dragon King, so no one would pay much attention to him. After all, it didn't make sense for them to be vigilant all the time, even against their own kind. This time, Han Fei finally didn't return to the Fire Spring. The royal city was to the east of the Dark War port. Han Fei took a slight turn in the north, but the whole journey was no more than 5 million kilometers. It took Han Fei a full day to arrive 200,000 kilometers away from the Ice God Canyon. This was mainly to prevent anyone from secretly observing him, so he walked very slowly. Now and then he would fight a few battles while walking. One day passed. Han Fei said, "Ha, we're finally out of the surveillance range of the venerables. Ha, old Yuan, this is our world now." As he spoke, Han Fei triggered a thought, and Little Black, Little White, and Little Fatty appeared in the water. At this moment, Little Fatty had improved by another level compared to 2 days ago, probably because of the Spirit Awakening fluid. Unsurprisingly, with the remaining Spirit Awakening fluid and the blood of the Void Body White Octopus, Little Fatty could be upgraded by at least 1 level. Han Fei said, "Little Fatty, I'll give you a month to travel 1,000,000 kilometers to the west. You have to count on yourself." Little Fatty glanced at Han Fei with its big eyes, pushed its tentacles, and dove to the bottom of the sea. Little Black and Little White had already surrounded Han Fei. Little Black, as usual, dove directly to the bottom of the sea. After only 3 minutes, Han Fei saw that he had bitten a crab to pieces at the bottom of the sea. As for Little White, when she approached him, Han Fei felt a little cold. It seemed that Little White had changed a lot after swallowing the so-called blue sea ice sand. Han Fei couldn't help petting Little White's cold head and saying, "My baby girl, your father is going to cultivate now. You and Little Black grow up faster. Along the way, I'll leave the great responsibility of finding treasures to you." Little White kissed Han Fei's cheek affectionately, then swooshed out and swam to the bottom of the sea. This was because Little White was no longer the Little White before. Not every creature could approach her. Han Fei saw a blood eel trying to rush at Little White, but when it was only 100 meters away from Little White, its body suddenly stiffened and then quickly froze. Little White opened its mouth and swallowed a mass of blue soul. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Is the effect of a spiritual treasure so great? Although Little White, who never fought, wasn't fighting now, her strength was already terrifying. If either of them was alive, neither of them would die. Therefore, Han Fei was quite at ease now. After all, according to old Yuan, these spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts also needed training. If you kept them in a greenhouse and fed them from time to time, it was equivalent to killing their potential. The old turtle next to Han Fei said, "Huh, only 1,000,000 kilometers a month?" Han Fei grinned and said, "So what? I told them I was going to return to the royal city while training. They should have informed the royal city. We should take this period of time to improve our strength." To be honest, Han Fei was indeed a little poor now. Although he still had 800 or 900 million points of spiritual energy, it was useless. He could take this opportunity to plunder the secret realms along the way. The old turtle said, "That's good. I'm clearing the impurities in this body and his demonic heritage. This process will take about 2 or 3 months. When the time comes, I'll build a heavenly talent body." Han Fei grinned. "You've chosen this turtle? He's so old." The old turtle said disdainfully, "Turtles have a long lifespan in the first place. However, in 2 months, I need you to give me another heaven enlightenment divine technique. This time, I don't need much. 50 years of vitality will be enough." Han Fei curled his lips. "Why again?" the old turtle said. "This body is too weak after all. There are still a lot of hidden injuries that you didn't cure last time. Besides, my strength has improved again. As long as you give me a little time, few half-venerables can be his match. It'll be beneficial for you." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Then let's talk about it in 2 months. 1 month passed. In the boundless sea, in a jungle under the sea, under a decaying old tree, a large number of roots extended out of the mud and a treeman crawled out. The moment the treeman came out, holes were drilled out of the void, and Earth 9, Water Luster, Punishing Saber, and Fire Seed appeared one after another. In the end, Han Fei slowly crawled out of the cave, looking calm. This place must have been explored 100 years ago. There are only 20,000 caddies of spiritual spring, and everything else has rotted. Forget it. Let's disperse. Next place. Fireseed complained, "Master, call me out to gain experience when there's a fire. I'm really not used to this environment." Han Fei was lost for words. This is the sea. Where else can I find a place with fire except for the undersea volcano? Water Luster sneered. "Blame it on your wrong species," Fireseed said angrily. "If I swallow a volcano, it'll be equivalent to your 100 years of cultivation." Seeing Water Luster and the others leave, Han Fei didn't bother to listen. He thought to himself, when did Fireseed start bragging? Han Fei spread out his perception and found that the old turtle was cultivating on a reef 1,000 kilometers away. As for little fatty, it was fighting a big shell. It was a yellow shell with a body of 17 or 18 meters long, but different from ordinary shells. Around the opening of this shell were yellow tentacles. Han Fei had seen this kind of shell before. It was called the rough hairy shell. Of course, its name was chrysanthemum shell here. In the past month, Han Fei had seen little fatty and chrysanthemum shell fighting more than once. Out of instinct, the octopus might like the meat of clams and shells, so it often fought shells. As for this rough hairy shell, it was a shell that little fatty could beat, but wouldn't easily beat now. Large swaths of yellow tentacles that looked like floating seaweed and dancing long whips grabbed at little fatty. Little fatty seemed to have known what the shell was going to do. The sucking discs on its 8 tentacles were suddenly activated, and the terrifying suction directly straightened the tentacles of the chrysanthemum shell. The remaining tentacle of little fatty suddenly hooked, and it directly extracted a soul. The sucking discs on little fatty's 9 tentacles shook and directly sucked the soul. Chila. The soul was torn apart, and this chrysanthemum shell was killed by little fatty. After swallowing its souls, little fatty opened the shell of the chrysanthemum shell with his sucking discs and sucked its flesh dry. Han Fei couldn't help shaking his head. Fuck, I almost made this guy into a foodie. Go fight, go challenge. If you don't fight, how can you improve quickly? Although Han Fei asked little fatty to go out alone to gain experience, in fact, Han Fei had been following him. After all, this was his first time, and Han Fei wasn't completely at ease. Just as Han Fei was about to go over and teach little fatty a lesson, the old turtle suddenly shouted, "Take them back! Someone is coming!" Han Fei said, "Come back!" Upon hearing this, Punishing Saber and the others hurriedly rushed back. Fortunately, they hadn't gone far. Otherwise, if they couldn't rush back in time, they would be doomed. Swish, swish, swish. The mountain river phantom was retracted. Little black and little white disappeared into the center of his eyebrows. Little fatty got into his body, and the old turtle stood behind Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed the sun moon shell and pretended that he was perceiving something. After about 30 seconds, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Where is the coming person?" The old turtle said, "I saw it through the secrets of the heavens. If he's weak, I can't see him, but if he's strong, I can perceive him in advance." After another 20 seconds, with a swish, a void crack was opened on the bottom of the sea. Instantly, a half-merman venerable appeared in front of Han Fei. Han Fei quickly recalled who this person was. The old turtle's voice appeared in Han Fei's heart. Ch1251, a venerable in charge of the secret realm assessment in the Whiteshell Royal City. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Greetings, Venerable Ch1251. Are you looking for me?" Ch1251 said coldly, "Of course. The people at the Ice God Canyon said that you were going to swim back to the Royal City. A month has passed, and I think no matter what, you should be here soon, but you haven't come yet, so I came and took a look." Han Fei immediately said, "Venerable Ch1251, I'm training." Ch1251 frowned slightly. Looking at the signs of a secret realm opening not far away, he couldn't help but say, "Do you think the secret realms in the Royal City are not enough for you to explore? Or do you think the secret realms in the Outer Sea are stronger than those collected by the Royal City?" Han Fei saw that the Venerable seemed to be dissatisfied at him for going back too slowly. Furthermore, from what he said, he could tell that Ch1251 wasn't interested in these secret realms in the Outer Sea at all. Han Fei immediately said, "I don't think that way. However, on this trip to the front line, I encountered 2 great enemies in my life, so I want to see how many dangerous and mysterious creatures there are in the Outer Sea." Ch1251 was slightly surprised. "Fish Dragon King, you seem to be talking too much." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and the old turtle reminded him, "The Fish Dragon King has always been simple-minded. He knows no logic." Han Fei suddenly raised his head. "Master Venerable, to be honest, I feel that there is something wrong with my bloodline. My strength is rapidly increasing. I intend to enter the top 5 of the genius list this time, so I stayed outside for a while longer." "Top 5? Ch1251 was a little suspicious. "Are you fucking bragging?" However, hearing what Han Fei said, Ch1251 felt that he seemed to understand something. Yes, the 10th place of the Fish Dragon King had always been unstable. According to the people in the Ice God Canyon, the Fish Dragon King had obtained some opportunities. He was probably digesting the opportunities, so he returned late. Besides, this opportunity actually made this guy confident to enter the top 5. It seemed that this opportunity was not small. No wonder this guy hadn't returned. Ch1251 asked, "How long? Tell me how long it will take you. I will arrange a secret realm assessment for you according to the time you delay. The longer you delay, the more difficult the secret realm assessment will be. You have to think it through." Han Fei took a deep breath. 3 months. Ch1251's eyes narrowed slightly. "How bold of you. Okay, I'll wait for you in the Royal City." With that, Ch1251 tore through the void and flew away. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Guisan Qing. Chapter 1266, Soul Attracting Technique Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After Ch1251 left, the old turtle cursed. "Although you didn't learn the soul attracting technique, did you not read the soul of the Fish Dragon King?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. "I did, but only important things can be read, can't they?" The old turtle said, "Your soul-attracting technique is not good. The real soul-attracting technique means that you can read all the information you want as if you're repeating someone's memory. I had thought that you didn't learn soul attracting because you were confident in your own soul attracting technique, but you're not guarding against me, are you? Han Fei pretended not to hear him and asked in surprise, really? Can every detail in his life be read? Han Fei suddenly took a deep breath. He seemed to have neglected something. Was the soul attracting technique really so powerful that it could make him see every little detail in the other party's memory? Before, the void lines could read part of the memories, so Han Fei thought that they were a soul-attracting technique. After all, these were all methods to read other people's memories, but definitely not to experience the life of others. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is the soul-attracting technique really so powerful? The old turtle was lost for words. I'll teach it to you first. It's up to you whether you want to learn it or not. But don't be like now anymore. You can hardly recognize a person and even need my reminder. After a while, a new technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Soul-attracting art, venerable level, low quality. Introduction. Once introduction, it violates the natural law and forcibly peeps at others' memories. Deduced art, soul search technique, deduction cost, 1 billion shortcoming. 1. If the soul attractee is stronger than the soul attractor, the user may suffer a backlash. Shortcoming 2. The soul attracting technique can read memories, but the soul attractor is easy to be impacted by the soul attractee's memories, affecting his own memories. Shortcoming 3, forcibly attracting one's soul can cause the soul attractee to become a fool. After reading the information about this technique, Han Fei took a slight breath. Is this against the heavenly Tao? The old turtle said disdainfully. What do you mean by against the heavenly Tao? Cultivation is against the heavenly Tao in the first place. Why do you care about soul attracting? Han Fei didn't really care. However, he could deduce the soul-attracting technique. Since the soul search technique was one level higher than the soul-attracting technique, the side effects should be much smaller. However, Han Fei didn't choose to deduce it. For him, 1 billion points of spiritual energy was a huge number now. This month, he didn't just explore secret realms and do treasure hunting. Han Fei also needed a lot of spiritual energy. He had fed Little White 100 million points of spiritual energy. Besides, he didn't know what would happen if he went to the royal city. Therefore, although he still had enough spiritual spring, it wasn't worthwhile to deduce it now. One day later, Han Fei appeared in Forge the Universe again. Seeing Han Fei, the Fish Dragon King gnashed his teeth and asked, "How long are you going to lock me up?" Han Fei's lips curled. "Don't worry, it won't be long, 3 years at most." Hearing that it would be 3 years, the Fish Dragon King was desperate. He asked, "Then why are you here?" Han Fei chuckled. "Nothing. Let me borrow your memories." The Fish Dragon King? Before the Fish Dragon King realized what was going on, Han Fei had laid a hand on his head. The poor Fish Dragon King had basically lost all his strength and was imprisoned here. The space he was in had been independently divided by Han Fei. He didn't even have the slightest spiritual energy, let alone recover. Without strength, the Fish Dragon King became meat on the chopping block at Han Fei's mercy. Han Fei intended to practice the soul-attracting technique on the Fish Dragon King because the latter's realm was not as high as his strength was not as strong, and his soul was weaker than his. If even with such an advantage, he still had side effects, it would be a problem if he needed to use the soul-attracting technique in the future. With his personality, he probably wouldn't choose to use it. He felt that his consciousness was immersed in a sea of memories. There seemed to be a void, where there were various pictures and vivid contents. Han Fei knew that he was a spectator. As he scanned with his perception, a large number of memories flashed through his mind. He saw the original body of the Fish Dragon King, which turned out to be a sea snake. However, this sea snake was a bit special. It had 4 front limbs and 2 horns on its head. However, this was not a dragon but a snake creature. Han Fei simply ignored the pre-awakening memories of the Fish Dragon King. He found that the memory could be skip-read. In an instant, Han Fei skipped to the time when the Fish Dragon King was taken into the royal city. They got to know different people, the heavenly talents of the same realm, and the Fish Dragon King was bullied. He strengthened himself step by step and had been through many life-threatening crises. All kinds of information popped up in his head at the same time. After obtaining the information he wanted to know, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and his consciousness returned. Huff! Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and took a long breath. Before Han Fei could do anything, he saw that the Fish Dragon King was rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing all over. Han Fei was lost for words. What happened to him? He's a heavenly talent anyway. How can he be so weak? The old turtle's voice sounded. He was disabled for a period of time. He's in very poor shape, so he reacted like this. Han Fei immediately said, "No, this guy can't die yet. We have to save him." With that, Han Fei cast the Holy Light technique over, and the Fish Dragon King stopped convulsing. His complexion was improving at a visible speed. Han Fei was now stronger than the Fish Dragon King both in terms of strength and realm. With the Holy Light technique, even the vitality of the Hydra grass could return crazily, let alone the Fish Dragon King. About 10 seconds later, the Fish Dragon King came back to his senses. After about 20 seconds, the Fish Dragon King felt that the injuries in his body had recovered by half. When the gentle healing brilliance disappeared, the Fish Dragon King felt that his strength had recovered by at least 20%. The Fish Dragon King was surprised. What did you just do to me? Han Fei frowned and said, before I agree to let you go, you are not allowed to have any strength. With that, Han Fei raised his knife and pierced the Dragon King's dantian again. You! The Fish Dragon King vomited a mouthful of blood and said with a trembling voice, since you don't allow me to have any strength, why did you cure me? Han Fei was silent for a while. I overcured you. The Fish Dragon King, coming out of Forge the Universe, Han Fei took a deep breath. It seems that I missed a lot of information. Old Turtle, how long did it take for me to perform the soul-attracting technique? The Old Turtle said. 3 seconds. Huh? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Only 3 seconds, the Old Turtle said. Of course, that's because your mind is observing you. Perhaps you think it has been a long time, but in fact, it's only 3 seconds. This is like having a dream. You think you have been dreaming for a long time, but in fact, it's not long. Han Fei thought for a moment and accepted it. In reincarnation, he had experienced decades, but it was actually only dozens of days. However, cultivating in a dream seemed to be worthwhile. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is 3 months too long? After reading the memories of the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei learned the situation of the royal city. First of all, there had never been more than 100,000 residents in the royal city. Among them, 70% of them only had level 6 demonic heritage. Therefore, every powerhouse above level 7 had at least 1 or 2 followers, and there were standards to survive in the capital. First of all, the 70% of them were the 70,000 or so powerhouses with level 6 demonic heritages. If they didn't follow someone, it would be fine. But if they followed someone, unless their followers had special arrangements, they had to go out to gain experience every month, during which there was a chance of death. Almost 1% of these people would die every time. This was not a simple number. They all had level 6 spiritual heritages. In any place, they could be called heavenly talents. But in the royal city, they had to work very hard to survive. This also meant that every month, about 700 sea demons would die. In a year, it would be more than 8,000 sea demons. This number was simply terrifying. They were all sea spirit powerhouses. Every year, the people eliminated in the royal city put together would form a very terrifyingly combat power. However, it was precisely because of this ultra-high elimination rate that every level 6 heavenly talent who entered the royal city was trying desperately to strengthen themselves. Therefore, in the royal city, there were many Tao-seeking realm powerhouses. The Tao-seeking powerhouses accounted for about 25%. The remaining half included venerables, mermen, sea beasts, and other creatures. Among the 25% sea demons, 15% were ordinary geniuses with level 6 demonic heritages, and only 10% had level 7 demonic heritages or above. But even if it was only 10%, it was 10,000 people. What a terrifying number. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Tongai's level 7 spiritual heritage alone was enough for the Heavenly Sword sect to specially send someone to take him back, and now he was already one of the top powerhouses in his generation in the Thousand Star City. And among the people he had encountered so far, very few had a spiritual heritage above level 7. Of course, the growth-type spiritual heritage didn't count. He was a genius that the Thug Academy had dug out through all means. He couldn't be judged by common sense. And this was the composition of people in the royal city. Just like ordinary heavenly talents, even though the Fish Dragon King and the others were heavenly talents, they needed to undergo trial in secret realms regularly. However, unlike ordinary people, these heavenly talents with level 7 demonic heritage and above had preferential treatment. In some secret realms, there would be people to rescue them, which greatly reduced the probability of death. However, reducing the probability of death was different from no death. Some people were unlucky and strong masters failed to treat them in time, so they could only blame their bad luck. As for the trial secret realms in the royal city, they were divided into 5 levels: simple, ordinary, difficult, hell, and forbidden area. Ordinary heavenly talents could choose a simple level secret realm every month. For heavenly talents like the Fish Dragon King, they were usually assigned with difficult level secret realms. No one would start from the ordinary level. With the Fish Dragon King's pride, he certainly wouldn't choose that. However, if a heavenly talent with a level 7 demonic heritage or above didn't go to trial for a month, the difficulty of the next trial would automatically rise by 1 level. Therefore, Han Fei was already a month behind schedule. Now he told Cheng Shui-Chin that he would return in 3 months. Didn't it mean that his trial difficulty had jumped to the level of a forbidden area? Han Fei had just read about forbidden areas in his mind. The heavenly talents with the demonic heritages lower than level 9 only had a 10% chance of survival. Why was it below level 9? It was because a demonic heritage above level 9 was hard to come by in 1,000 years. If there was one, he would be a treasure. And who would throw such a treasure into a forbidden area? The old turtle said leisurely, I had thought you knew. Han Fei, Chapter 167, Interception Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. So Han Fei had set himself up. However, Han Fei didn't quite panic. He had gone through so many dangerous secret realms. Even if it was a forbidden area level secret realm, so what? At least he had the old turtle with him. Even if the possessed Gui Sanqing couldn't enter, the old turtle's main soul was still in his sea of consciousness. After half a day, Han Fei summoned Little Fatty, punishing Saber and the others again. At this moment, Han Fei looked solemn. He said to Little Fatty and the others solemnly, "There's not much time left for you. At this time, improve as much as you can. Consolidate your realm first," Tree Spirit said. "Master, will it be dangerous in 3 months?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "Anything can happen if we go deep into the enemy's den. Just be prepared. We can't relax at all." After that, Han Fei looked at Little Fatty and said, "You are the weakest. You are only equivalent to a peak-level junior sea demon. You have to work harder, understand?" Little Fatty rolled his big eyes. "If I have enough spirit awakening fluid, I can reach the peak of the intermediate level. That's the highest realm I can reach in 3 months." Han Fei certainly knew the principle of more haste, less speed. When he used the spirit awakening fluid to accelerate his breakthrough, his realm was very unstable and his strength was not solid. It took him a lot of time to stabilize it. However, if he could become stronger, why not become stronger? However, Han Fei was a little helpless. "There was no more spirit awakening fluid," Tree Spirit suddenly said. "If it's just spirit awakening fluid, there's still a little bit in the sea quelling painting." Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Oh, yes, how could he forget this? When he just entered the sea quelling painting, Tree Spirit used spirit awakening fluid to entertain him. Now, Han Fei knew clearly that the so-called spirit awakening fluid was just diluted Tao runes, or something born under the influence of the Tao runes. As for the sea quelling painting, it belonged to the heavenly palace or a king. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the sea quelling painting had spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei asked, "How many are there exactly?" Tree Spirit said, "There aren't many of them. After all, this thing is only effective on creatures below the sea spirit level. Sea spirits at least have their own path of law enforcement. Generally speaking, they don't need spirit awakening fluid. Therefore, it's probably less than 5 million caddies." Han Fei, was the only one who was surprised. The others were all very calm. For Tree Spirit and the others, the spirit awakening fluid was of no use at all. They didn't even bother to drink it as tea, and only Tree Spirit drank it. For the old turtle, he probably wouldn't even bother to pick it up when it fell on the ground. When they heard that Tree Spirit had 5 million caddies of spirit awakening fluid, Han Fei and Little Fatty's eyes lit up. Although these two poor beastards were rich more than once, seeing these things that other people didn't want, they still felt how fragrant they were. After getting 5 million points of spirit awakening fluid from Tree Spirit, Han Fei was too lazy to divide it. Now, only Little Fatty needed spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei took out a sun moon shell, filled all the spirit awakening fluid in, and then stuffed it into Little Fatty's mouth. "Drink as much as you can. That's all I can give you." Han Fei didn't care as he got it for free. In fact, even if Little Fatty reached the peak level sea demon realm, it would be useless to him. After all, his level was still a little too low. Han Fei clearly knew that the reason those people had powerful spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts was that they had lived for too long, and neither he nor Little Fatty had grown up for long. This accumulation was very difficult to make up for. The old turtle said, "In that case, don't say that I didn't teach you. Although I don't know much about the 9 death soul-splitting octopus, don't take all your trump cards into that so-called forbidden area. Then there's still room for improvement." Han Fei thought to himself, the old turtle must be quite worried about this trip. Normally speaking, if a super powerhouse who had been sealed for a long time possessed someone and was reborn, he must be desperate to live a peaceful life. "Who would want to be in danger?" Han Fei said indifferently. "Fortune comes from danger. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? If we succeed in this trip, our strength will be doubled 3 months later." 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Sea Demon Royal City. In the past 3 months, powerhouses had observed Han Fei 3 times. However, the old turtle reminded Han Fei in time, so Tree Spirit and the others weren't exposed. Little Fatty did not squander too much spirit awakening fluid. He had been fighting for nearly 2 months, mostly beating the strong as the weak. Now, he had just stabilized himself as a level 54 creature. In 4 months, he had broken through 1 major realm and 4 small realms. This was definitely not slow. Although he couldn't completely polish his foundation, it was definitely not unstable. The most dangerous one was when he challenged a darkmoon wolffish that had just entered the intermediate sea spirit realm. Little Fatty had 3 tentacles broken, and in the end, they tied. Thanks to Little Fatty's own characteristics, he could ignore all mental attacks of enemies of level 10 or below and deflect 90% of the enemy's attack power. Any creature with either of these 2 abilities would at least be a legend creature. But Little Fatty had both, which meant he was immune to both soul and physical attacks, so he was very strong. As for Han Fei, he had been practicing the great technique of the demon god scripture along the way. There were thousands of great Taos in the technique, which all creatures submitted to. When Han Fei was practicing this technique, he gradually discovered something. In terms of the effect of cultivation, this was equivalent to a technique that only focused on the realm. It wasn't as high-leveled as a no-quality technique. However, it was known as the supreme demonic scripture. How could it not have something special? The all creatures submit in the demon god scripture was the real value of this technique. This technique could command creatures of the same level or below. To be precise, it didn't order but hypnotized people. Han Fei had tried before. With his current abilities, he could hypnotize about 10 strong masters of the same realm, provided that the other party's soul wasn't so strong. Although the void lines had been replaced with the 3 shrimp veins of the triple blazing cold shrimp, he still had to control his enemies like controlling puppets. But the demon god scripture was different. It was hypnotism. Whoever was hypnotized could even exert their strongest combat power. Of course, although the effect was good, there were occasionally some who could break free from hypnosis. This was inevitable. After all, the more hypnotized creatures there were, the more exceptions there would be. The ability to hypnotize nearly 100 sea spirit creatures showed how terrifying this technique was. If it were a sea demon, he might be able to hypnotize hundreds of them. No matter how low the realm was, the number might be even more terrifying. Of course, the number of hypnosis was one of Han Fei's experiences in cultivation. In fact, he didn't know if he could hypnotize so many of them. Although there were many marine creatures, they weren't all there as experimental articles. Knowing that he didn't have time to continue cultivating, Han Fei recalled Little Fatty and the others. At this time, Han Fei didn't cross the void. Mainly because of the old turtle's reminder, Han Fei was now very vigilant of the strong. He had to do some calculations before doing anything. Just half an hour ago, Han Fei calculated that the road ahead would be dangerous. Why was it dangerous? Han Fei didn't know. However, they were already close to the royal city's territory. 1,000,000 kilometers was actually very far. Even venerables couldn't see such a distance. As for the kings, even if they could see them, would they? Besides, he had great luck, and the old turtle was with him. Logically speaking, even a king couldn't peep at him so remotely. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be wary, the old turtle said, "I don't feel any threat from the strong." Han Fei thought to himself, "I just have a hunch. It may be because of the danger in the sea, or I'm overthinking." For 3 hours in a row, Han Fei's speed was neither fast nor slow. At this speed, if there was no danger, he would tear the void and go directly to the royal city. Just as Han Fei was perceiving his surroundings and checking the situation, he suddenly sensed an aura fluctuation in a secret realm. Huh? A secret realm? Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Did the danger he foresaw come from here? Because it was a secret realm, perception range was useless. The old turtle naturally couldn't perceive it either. The old turtle asked, "Are you going to explore it?" Han Fei was slightly confused. This secret realm must be special to make me feel a bit uneasy. Besides, even if there is danger, I have you help me, the old turtle said. It's possible that there are already people in this secret realm. Many auras have been left here. Someone must be exploring it. Han Fei's eyes flashed. That's it. It turned out that the real danger came from here. However, what was wrong with someone already being here? He, the old turtle, and Yu Wendao, plus Punishing Saber and the other 3, could be considered 3 half-venerables. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that unless a venerable appeared, who could compete with him? Immediately, Han Fei grinned. As it happens, if I fight outside, it's easy for others to spy on me. But in this secret realm, the timing, location, and people are all favorable to me. It's simply a free gift. Why not take it? Buzz. Han Fei stepped in and immediately appeared in an undersea current. He didn't know where it was exactly, but as soon as Han Fei came in, he knew it was not good. The old turtle also shouted, "Young master, there is an ambush." Chapter 1268, Borrowing Someone's Tribulation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the blink of an eye. The moment the old turtle's body appeared, an array appeared under his feet and moved him away. Although the old turtle was strong enough, there was still a limit. The other party had already set up a trap, waiting for them to take the bait. No matter how strong he was, so what? Besides, the old turtle was still a half-venerable at the moment. He had been cleansing Gui Sunxing's body all the way and didn't seem to be cultivating at all. Han Fei had no time to think at all. At the moment when Gui Sunxing was teleported out, a blade mark swept across the back of Han Fei's neck. What appeared almost at the same time as the knife mark was a visible water-shaped sound wave and a soul-piercing. Not only that, under the triple bombardment, spider silk entangled Han Fei's feet. Han Fei's reaction was very quick. The moment he appeared in this space, he immediately shrank space and activated the near-at-hand technique. As if the other party had foreseen Han Fei's move, the void suddenly exploded in the direction where Han Fei fled, full of cracks and full of killing intent. This was the drawback of the near-at-hand technique. Although he had the ability to shrink space, he shrank space instead of avoiding it. As a result, if a void crack appeared, they would cut Han Fei in a faster way. In the past, the Fish Dragon King would just pay a price to forcibly terminate law enforcement. But even so, it wasn't very safe. Han Fei decided that he might as well beat them at their own game. Immediately, Han Fei pretended to fall for the trap, only to see that the near-at-hand technique came to an abrupt halt. Han Fei grunted, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his body narrowly dodged several void cracks. Who could have expected that there were still attacks awaiting him? Someone was actually afraid that he wouldn't be able to hurt the Fish Dragon King, so he set up a string of red sand-like substances in the void crack. As soon as this thing appeared, Han Fei felt that the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect in his body moved. A large area of red poison was hooked by the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect and swallowed. Han Fei said telepathically, "Old Yuan, don't be hasty. Let me put on an act. Let's see who set me up." With a thought, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and protected his body with demonic energy, looking as if he was struggling to break through the poisonous mist. Cough, cough. Han Fei staggered and shouted, "Who set me up? Come out." Fish Dragon King, aren't you usually very arrogant? My brother died in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. Why are you still alive? Hearing this voice, a person appeared in Han Fei's mind, Yu Guang, the 9th place on the genius list. Yu Guang was Yu Hong's brother. Because he was good at poison, he had once won against the Fish Dragon King by a fluke, so he was ranked 9th. It was also because of that time that many people felt that the Fish Dragon King was too weak, and the position of the Fish Dragon King was awkward. He was taken as the kind of person who could challenge because they thought he was the weakest among the top 10 geniuses. Besides, the Fish Dragon King happened to separate Yu Guang and Yu Hong on the genius list. Now that Yu Hong had died, whether it was done by the Fish Dragon King or not, Yu Guang would only put his hatred on him. In addition to Yu Guang, there was also a shark man, who was very muscular. This person was good at spatial cracks. It was precisely because of his spatial crack technique that he was ranked 8th on the genius list. The sharkman grinned and said, "Fish Dragon King, I'm told that your bloodline has mutated this time. Hey, if you were still the old you, I wouldn't have attacked you. But now, you can die." Han Fei gritted his teeth, Yu Guang, shark ball, and a few pieces of junk. "What makes you think you can kill me?" a woman in a black robe shouted in a low voice. "Fish Dragon King, you call me a piece of junk? Last time we fought, we tied, okay?" A woman appeared in Han Fei's mind who was evolved from a manta ray. She was extremely ruthless. Her bone spurs were extremely hard. Although she was ranked below 20, her defense was among the top 5 of the genius list. Han Fei gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Gu Buyu, what abilities do you have other than your hard bones?" At this moment, another person said, "He has been heavily wounded, poisoned, and shackled by my soul thread. He's dead for sure today. What else does he have to say?" Bang. At this moment, dozens of kilometers away, the old turtle was fighting 4 people alone, and they were evenly matched. Yu Guang sneered, "Yu Ding is right. Fish Dragon King, you are dead for sure today. Even if it's found out that we kill you, so what? Will the Venerable attack us for you alone? However, your Dragon King bloodline is not bad. It's suitable to become my new poison." Sharkball chuckled. "Fish Dragon King, I'm told that you've made a name for yourself this time. I wonder what junks the Cloud Sea Forest and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had sent over. However, it doesn't matter. As long as you hand over your resources obediently, I won't do anything." Han Fei glanced at them coldly and said via voice transmission, "Old Turtle, will the 4 servants run away?" The old turtle replied, "They can't run away. Do you want them to live?" Han Fei soon decided, "Kill the 2 weakest ones and let the other 2 go. I'll only release Gubuyu and kill all the others." The old turtle asked, "It seems that you've caused a lot of trouble this time." Han Fei sneered, "It's a waste not to take the resources that have been offered to us. Besides, the current Fish Dragon King is different from the previous one. We can show them." After that, Han Fei gritted his teeth and roared, "You 4 shameless beastards, fight me head on if you have what it takes." Sharkball scoffed, "Fish Dragon King, you're too conceited. You just have the bloodline of the Dragon King, don't you? In this world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. Fight fair and square? Heh, do you think this is the royal city?" Han Fei pretended to breathe deeply, and suddenly, demonic energy burst out and he shrank the ground into an inch, choosing to attack Yu Ding, who was performing soul piercing. As if knowing that Han Fei would jump up, Yu Ding was immediately dragged back by invisible threads behind him. At the same time, a large net was thrown at Han Fei. Han Fei found that it was something similar to a soul lock. Chu Qingyan had once used it on him, but it had been absorbed by the demon purification pot. Han Fei thought to himself, not bad. Since these people were all prepared and he didn't want to kill them all, he might as well pretend more convincingly. Han Fei stepped back and thrust his spear out. As for Gubuyu, she flashed a pair of white bone wings and blocked Han Fei's blow. However, she was also sent flying thousands of meters away. After all, no matter how flustered the Fish Dragon King was, he was ranked 10th. Even if defense power meant everything, no one could compare to Han Fei. Sharkball held his knife and grinned ferociously. "Fish Dragon King, I finally don't need to see your arrogant face again." Knife light bloomed and a shark phantom with sharp teeth appeared. This was Sharkball's companion spirit, which was also a shark. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be weakened by more than half, Yu Guang was overjoyed and immediately thrust his spear at Han Fei's chest. Bang! Han Fei swept his spear to block the knife light, but he was still stabbed into the seabed by Yu Ding. Feeling the soul power absorbed by the void lines, Han Fei spurted another mouthful of blood. When he vomited blood, Han Fei let the soul restriction net cover him. Han Fei roared, "Gi San Qing, escape. Report what happened today to the Venerables." Sharkball and the others slightly shivered and shouted almost at the same time, "Kill Gu San Qing. He must die. Seal the exit. He can't escape." Yu Guang sneered, "Fish Dragon King, you think too highly of your follower. Although Guai Sen Qing is not weak, are our followers weaker than him? Today, even if you 2 have wings, it will be difficult for you to escape." As he spoke, Yu Ding had already come to Han Fei and sneered, "Under the soul restriction net, no one can escape. Fish Dragon King, you have nowhere to escape." Wan Sharkball and the others had already walked to the net and looked at Han Fei contemptuously. Sharkball said, Wan Zhang Zhan Zhan tanquously. Sharkball said, with that said, Sharkball walked towards Han Fei step by step until he was less than 2 meters away from Han Fei. Then he slashed down with his long knife, leaving a deep cut, intending to kill Han Fei. Clang. In the next moment, something shocking happened. Sharkball's attack landed on Han Fei's shoulder, but Han Fei was looking at them with a faint smile as if he were looking at a fool. Instantly, Sharkball and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. What's going on? Almost subconsciously, they tried to retreat. However, in the next second, Han Fei had already disappeared. Puff! With a tearing sound, Yu Ding, who was still immersed in the pleasure of killing the Fish Dragon King, was directly torn in half. Han Fei waved his hand again and stabbed the instant mystic spear into Yu Guang's chest. Sharkball and Gu Buyu were shocked. Wasn't the Fish Dragon King already bound by the soul restriction net? How could he still attack? Besides, they discovered a problem at the same time. The Fish Dragon King had become stronger, much stronger. Did he get an opportunity at the front line? Sharkball shouted. How is it possible? Yu Guang was dumbfounded at the moment. He had been pierced through the moment he heard the sound. But at the critical moment, the purple light burst out, the black smoke dispersed, and a large amount of poison spewed out, trying to stop Han Fei. However, the void lines had already reached him. Yu Guang felt his soul shake, and part of his soul was controlled. But he was a super powerhouse on the genius list anyway. His soul condensed into a knife, trying to cut off the soul power that controlled him. Unfortunately, the gap between the realms was obvious. Since Han Fei had already taken action, how could he resist? When Yu Guang was about to shout at Sharkball, Han Fei's spear had penetrated Yu Guang's chest, and demonic chi exploded, directly blowing up Yu Guang, in less than a second. 2 powerhouses were ambushed and died instantly. Seeing this scene, Gu Buyu felt a chill down her spine and her body was covered with white bones. She quickly retreated and shouted as she retreated, Qing Shi, put down Gu San Qing and come save me. Chapter 1269, Dragon King Bloodline, Shocking Dragon Roar. Hearing Gu Buyu's cry for help, the people who were besieging Gu San Qing all changed their expression. It was 4 against 1, but they still couldn't beat Gu San Qing. Besides, he was ambushed. There was no reason for them to lose. Although they were fighting on the side, they had been paying attention to this side. It could only be said that Han Fei had deceived everyone. At the moment when Yu Ding and Yu Guang died, the Tao-seeking realm sea demons who followed them roared, Young Master! As soon as the 2 Tao-seeking demons took a step forward, they hit an invisible barrier. The old turtle said indifferently, Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Han Fei ignored Gu Buyu. After piercing through Yu Guang with his spear, he retreated to his original position. As soon as he dodged, a red light chopped off Yu Guang's remaining body. Sharkball took action, but he was still half a step slower. He knew very well that in terms of speed, no one here could compare to the Fish Dragon King. If the near-at-hand technique was weak, how could the Fish Dragon King be ranked 10th on the genius list? Seeing that his attack failed, Sharkball let go of the long knife, and then thousands of knife shadows, like a torrent of knives, formed a domain. The reaction speed and choice of timing of the 8th place of the genius list, Sharkball, were both very good. He knew very well that he couldn't escape from the Fish Dragon King. Although he didn't know how the Fish Dragon King got rid of the soul restriction net, he believed that Yu Ding and Yu Guang died because they were too close to Han Fei. It would be strange if they didn't die from the sneak attack. Sharkball's ranking was higher than that of the Fish Dragon King. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't be afraid just because Han Fei killed 2 people. He made up his mind. The 2 of them were dead, and Gu Buyu had run away. Not only did the resources on the Fish Dragon King belong to him, but all his properties in the royal city would also belong to him. Seeing that Han Fei easily dodged his attack, Sharkball couldn't help but smile. Although you're beyond my expectations, you still have to die in my domain. No matter how strong this Sharkball's law enforcement ability was, Han Fei was not afraid at all. He didn't care about Gu Buyu, who had already run away. This woman was no threat to him at all. He could let her go. Han Fei raised his eyes, only to see a huge hollow that looked like sharp teeth in all directions. It looked like a mouthful of sawtooth, which looked horrible. From the outside, Han Fei seemed to be in a strange big mouth, which was full of sharp teeth. Crack, the sharp teeth were closing, and the sharp teeth even left white marks on the seawater. However, Han Fei sneered in his heart. Looking at the sharp teeth that were about to close, he raised his hand and grabbed a huge tooth. Crack, the tooth blade shattered, and Han Fei held the long spear back. As he raised his hand, he used the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks, and the shadows of the rod spread out. Bang, bang, bang. Kaka Sharkball was full of disdain and expectation, but when he saw Han Fei breaking the tooth with one hand, he was dumbfounded. Sharkball was dumbfounded. This Fish Dragon King? Sharkball wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. The 4 Tao-seeking realm demons were also dumbfounded. That was Sharkball's famous fatal blow. In the entire royal city, few people in the same realm as him could withstand this chewing power, not even the former Fish Dragon King. However, this time, the Fish Dragon King broke it with bare hands. See suppression. While they were distracted, the old turtle took advantage of the moment, and a turtle shell fell like a mountain, enveloping all the 4 Tao-seeking realm demons. Among them, Yu Ding's follower was the weakest, so his body was directly bent and he fell to the ground. Die! The old turtle slapped the man's head. In an instant, the Tao-seeking realm demon was torn to pieces. And in the face of the attacks of others, with the protection of the turtle, the 3 people besieging Gui Sanqing were speechless. Few people liked to fight turtles. They had a shell, and the stronger they were, the harder their shell was. The 4 of them wanted to catch Gui Sanqing and bombard him 1,000,000 times, but one of them died first. The old turtle asked via voice transmission, "When shall I release them?" Han Fei said, "Let me get out of the secret realm first." In Sharkball's chewing domain, the teeth blades were shattered and the domain was about to be broken. Sharkball looked awful. This time, the Fish Dragon King must have had a great opportunity. Otherwise, he couldn't have broken his domain so easily. They were both in the top 10 of the genius list. There had never been a mysterious person on this list. Now, seeing that the Fish Dragon King's strength had improved greatly, Sharkball turned around to leave. In this clash, Sharkball confirmed that this time, the Fish Dragon King must have had a great opportunity, not to mention how the Fish Dragon King broke free from the soul restriction net, just his strength had already exceeded his own, and his physique was shockingly strong. Sharkball shouted, "Uncle Bai, retreat." However, Sharkball discovered, to his shock, that the battle dozens of kilometers away was far more intense than his. However, the battle was locked in a space. Sharkball took a look and immediately retreated. Han Fei pretended to be stopped by the chewing domain for the time being. When the Sharkball was about to reach the exit, the domain was broken with a bang. Sharkball was shocked. So fast. How could he break my domain so quickly? Sharkball had no time to think about that. If he failed this siege, the strength of the Fish Dragon King must be beyond his expectations. He would work out a better plan to kill the Fish Dragon King in the future. Buzz. After leaving the secret realm, Sharkball breathed a sigh of relief, and Gubuyu had already run away. Just as Sharkball was about to escape, before he went 10 kilometers out, he perceived that the Fish Dragon King had already left the secret realm. Hiss! So soon? Swish! The distance between them seemed to be shortened by half. Sharkball was horrified. He hadn't been able to tear the void yet, so he couldn't escape from the void. Therefore, in terms of speed, he was much slower than the Fish Dragon King. After only a few seconds, Han Fei had caught up with him and said with a smile, "You want to leave after ambushing me? Do you think you can leave as you please?" Sharkball roared, and the void vibrated. The sound waves stacked up and blasted at Han Fei. Sharkball said, "Even if you got a great opportunity, so what? Your strength is weaker than mine. Do you think you can make up for it with one opportunity?" Bam, bam, bam. The one who answered Sharkball was the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. The 3,000 layers of waves instantly shattered the sound wave. Sharkball blocked with 2 long knives in his hand. However, the moment he touched the spear, Sharkball was horrified. "How can your strength be so great?" Boom, Han Fei's figure flashed in the air, and the long rod in his hand cracked Sharkball's bones, causing blood to flow. Sharkball roared, "Fish Dragon King, you can't kill me. My status is higher than yours. If you kill me, you'll only cause trouble for yourself." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Perhaps you don't understand your current situation. Unless you transcend the tribulation now and attract the attention of the venerables or the king in the city, you will die today." Sharkball was horrified. At this moment, he was covered in wounds. Wouldn't it be suicide to transcend the tribulation at this moment? However, on second thought, he realized that the Fish Dragon King must not want to kill him directly, so he asked him to transcend the tribulation and kill him with the power of the tribulation so that he could get away. Sharkball immediately shouted, "Do you think I dare not transcend the tribulation?" As he talked, Sharkball's strength suddenly soared, and his strength increased several times. His double knives cut through the air, forcibly blocking Han Fei's attack. Sharkball felt that the Fish Dragon King wanted to kill him through the Heavenly Tribulation, but he could also use the Heavenly Tribulation to protect himself. Although he might still have some room for improvement in the Sea Spirit realm, it was not impossible to abandon that little space. A heavenly talent like him transcending a tribulation would definitely attract the attention of the venerables. At that time, if Han Fei attacked him, someone would certainly stop him. Besides, during the tribulation, the Fish Dragon King couldn't attack him. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would blow him up too. Made up his mind, Sharkball released all the suppression he put on himself and his strength surged. He was about to transcend the tribulation. Han Fei looked at the dark clouds rolling in the sky and was overjoyed. "That's it. If you don't transcend the tribulation, why would I kill you?" At the moment when the tribulation clouds began to gather, Han Fei suddenly performed star teleportation and rushed directly into the tribulation clouds. Sharkball roared in shock. "Are you crazy? Do you want to die with me?" Han Fei's figure flashed, and he had already inserted a hand into Sharkball's back. The void lines began to devour the vitality of Sharkball frantically. In the White Shell Royal City, Chang Shui-Chin was calculating the date of the return of the Fish Dragon King. Suddenly, he got up. Someone is transcending a tribulation? Chang Shui-Chin frowned. The place of tribulation shouldn't be far away. Choosing to transcend the tribulation here, the guy must be from the royal city or a great sea demon. But if it was a wild sea spirit who wanted to transcend the tribulation and enter the royal city, the location he chose was a bit far away. Immediately, Chang Shui-Chin's pupils were constricted, and she muttered, "Fish Dragon King?" Not only did Chang Shui-Chin notice it, but many venerables also noticed it. They seemed to be a little puzzled about who was transcending the tribulation. However, when someone saw Chang Shui-Chin and another venerable tearing through the void, they didn't join in. However, in the royal city, in a palace on a certain mountain peak, a perception passed through. The tribulation was a heavenly punishment, and even the king couldn't see the great Tao at this moment. However, he could still see blurry images. Huh? The boy who awakened the Dragon King bloodline? As early as the moment Han Fei entered the range of the heavenly tribulation had changed. The vitality of the shark ball had been swallowed by Han Fei, and he had died. Now, because of the frequent use of the sky-stealing technique, his efficiency was nearly twice as high as when he was in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. Now, Han Fei could absorb one person's vitality and transform it into more than 2 years of lifespan. After Shark Ball died, Han Fei pretended to be transcending the tribulation. This was Han Fei's purpose. Originally, he had planned to continue to hide his strength, but someone happened to send himself to him. He might as well pretend that the Fish Dragon King was transcending the tribulation. After that, he could just use the power of the Tao-seeking realm. Then who could see through him? Roar. When the tribulation clouds gathered, thunder rumbled in the sky. When Chang Shui-Chin and the others came across the void, Han Fei was pretending to transcend the third heavenly tribulation. This tribulation was purple. Seeing this, Chang Shui-Chin and the others couldn't help taking a breath. At this moment, a golden dragon phantom emerged from Han Fei's body and soared to the sky. The deafening dragon roar resounded across the sea. Chapter 1270, Law Enforcer. In the Royal City Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation's Han Fei had transcended the third lightning strike under the watch of Chang Shui-Chin and the others. At that moment, Han Fei was charred all over. There was no longer any scene of blood splashing into the sea because his body was already charred. However, when spiritual fruits appeared one after another and were swallowed by Han Fei, he pretended not to see anyone and simply swallowed them. In fact, Han Fei didn't even need to calculate to know that at this moment there must be someone watching him, on the other side, in the secret realm. Seeing that Han Fei had succeeded, the old turtle pretended to make a mistake and let 2 people go. Then he killed another and snatched his sun moon shell. Of course, it was not that the old turtle couldn't kill those people, but that he couldn't. Otherwise, if he, a half-venerable, facing 4 enemies alone, 3 of whom were on par with him, killed all of them, wouldn't it mean that he had surpassed many heavenly talents? Therefore, the old turtle killed Yu Ding and Gu Buyu's followers. His acting was quite convincing. His shell seemed to be cracking, which suggested that it took him a lot of effort to kill the 2 of them. Bang! When a shark and a half-merman rushed out of the secret realm, the tribulation clouds in the sky hadn't completely dispersed. They could only see that on the sea, someone was charred all over and seemed to have succeeded in transcending the tribulation. The old turtle appeared on the sea after them. He glanced around and quickly rushed in Han Fei's direction, looking at the 2 big demons with bruises all over his body. "Bai Wuzhu, I will report what you did as it is. You tried to ambush young Master Dragon King, which is against the law of the royal city." In the distance, several venerables scanned the area with their perception and looked at each other. They already knew what had happened. The other venerable glanced at Chang Shui-Chin. "Will you take care of this matter, or do you want me to enforce the law?" Chang Shui-Chin glanced at him and said, "You can do it. I'm only in charge of the trial, as long as the Fish Dragon King is not dead." The person next to Chang Shui-Chin nodded slightly and took a step forward, unleashing his suppressing power. He waved his hand at the sky, and thousands of electric arcs were grabbed back from the tribulation clouds that hadn't dissipated yet. Han Fei's current charred state was just a disguise. Of course, he saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. This person was very domineering. The power of lightning that escaped from the tribulation clouds was all captured by him. At that moment, a person appeared in Han Fei's mind, the law enforcer of the royal city, Hai Tinglei. He was a heavenly spirit ray who became a venerable and could swallow all the lightning in the world. He was one of the strongest masters in the White Shell royal city who had experienced 4 heavenly tribulations. Unsurprisingly, this person also transcended a 4-9 king tribulation. But some people said that swallowing thunder and eating electricity was just the great Tao of Hai Tinglei. In fact, the 4th lightning bolt when he transcended the tribulation was swallowed by him. Either way, Hai Tinglei was a real powerhouse. At this moment, a thunder rumbled and a suppressing power descended. Everyone was refreshed. The old turtle lowered his head and said, "Master Law Enforcer." Sharkball and Yu Guang's followers were also frightened. "Greetings, Master Law Enforcer." With a casual grab, Hai Tinglei reached into the void with one hand and directly grabbed Gu Buyu, who had been fleeing in the void for a long time. Gu Buyu looked horrified. When she saw that it was Hai Tinglei, her face suddenly changed and she hurriedly said respectfully, "Master Law Enforcer." Hai Tinglei snorted softly, and Gu Buyu fell to her knees, bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Then he glanced at the 2 followers. "Gu Buyu, Yu Guang, Sharkball. Oh, there's one more person." As he spoke, he blasted the previous secret realm with his big hand, slightly surprised, and grabbed 4 bodies. Among them, Yu Guang and Yu Ding had already died, along with 2 great demons at the Dao-seeking realm. Hai Tingley couldn't help but take a deep look at the old turtle and said in a low voice, "Gi Sanqing, have you also obtained an opportunity?" Hu Sanqing hurriedly said, "Master Law Enforcer, young master had gained an opportunity and sorted out the hidden illness in my body, so my strength has improved." Oh, Hai Tingley couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. What Gi Sanqing said seemed to make sense. Gi Sanqing wasn't weak, and it was useless for the 4 Dao Seekers to besiege him. As a turtle, its defense power was terrifyingly strong. He could even withstand the attacks of venerables. However, it was rather surprising that Gi Sanqing could kill 2 of them under the siege of the 4 enemies. This was not something ordinary half-venerables could do. Demonic energy surged around Han Fei, and Hai Tingley glanced at Cheng Shui-Chin. Anyway, he is going to a forbidden area-level secret realm. You can give him some resources now. Cheng Shui-Chin nodded slightly and waved his hand. A huge amount of spiritual spring wrapped Han Fei, and 100 spiritual fruits were thrown out. This time, it was really beyond his expectations that the Fish Dragon King could survive. Giving him some spiritual spring and spiritual fruits was nothing. Besides, these things were nothing to a venerable. Han Fei had to absorb them cooperatively. Then, a spiritual vortex appeared, and the unstable strength of the Junior Dao-seeking realm gradually began to stabilize. Seeing this, Hai Tingley glanced at the 3 people who were still alive. Gu Buyu, Yu Guang, Sharkball, and Yu Ding conspired to ambush the Fish Dragon King, a heavenly talent of the royal city. Do you have any objection to my verdict? At this point, who dared to argue? The venerable was not a fool. Gu Buyu immediately shook her head. I plead guilty. Please punish me, Lord Law Enforcer. Hai Tingley snorted expressionlessly. In view of the fact that the Fish Dragon King is still alive, Sharkball, Yu Guang, and Yu Ding deserve to die. I sentence you to guard the Wall of Death for 30 years. Any objections? Hearing the words Wall of Death, Gu Buyu trembled and gritted her teeth. I'll accept my punishment. Hai Tingley grunted and ignored Gu Buyu. Instead, he looked at the other 2. Bai Wuju, Yu Qing, you 2 follow your masters. Although you are not to blame, choices are very important in the path of cultivation. You will be punished to guard the gate of the demon-subduing tower for 30 years. Any objections? Both of them were trembling. Han Fei seemed to be able to feel the fear of the 2 of them. He thought to himself, what is the demon-subduing tower? He knew the Wall of Death was the blank sea area that separated the 36 mystic worlds. The so-called guarding was actually equivalent to exile. Gu Buyu was a heavenly talent. After being exiled, she would be left to fend for herself for 30 years, and the royal city would no longer provide her any resources and trial support. At that time, if Gu Buyu worked hard enough, she could rely on herself to explore some opportunities near the Wall of Death, and might even catch up to the pace of the growth of the heavenly talents in the royal city. But the Fish Dragon King had no memory about the demon-subduing tower at all. Wait a minute, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. In the Fish Dragon King's memory, there was information about the forbidden areas. It seemed that this demon-subduing tower was one of the main forbidden areas. However, the Fish Dragon King had never challenged any forbidden area because he once challenged a purgatory-level secret realm and had almost died. After he came out, he was half dead and had to rest for 3 months. Seeing that the 2 half-venerables were trembling, Han Fei couldn't help but think that he was going to the forbidden-level trial field too. He smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it's not simple. Bai Wuju and Yu Qing bowed their heads and said in unison, we have no objection. Han Fei thought to himself, you're already scared to death and you still have no objection. It seems that Hai Tingley is very powerful. Seeing that the 2 of them had no objection, Hai Tingley slightly nodded and looked at Cheng Shui-Chin. It seems that the Fish Dragon King had gained a great opportunity this time. Since you're innocent, you can go now, and Sharkball, Yu Guang, and Yu Ding's properties will be sent to your residence later. But since Guyu survived and was sent to guard the Wall of Death, her resources won't be given to you. Cheng Shui-Chin nodded slightly. Okay, you can decide. I'll just wait here. Hai Tingley extended his hand and grabbed, taking the 3 of them away. The other 2 venerables didn't appear but just glanced at them. After knowing the result, they left. Han Fei didn't wake up until half an hour later. The charred flesh on his body was cracking. When he saw Cheng Shui-Chin, Han Fei pretended to be stunned and hurriedly said, Master Venerable? Cheng Shui-Chin smiled faintly. It seems that the opportunity you gained this time is indeed not small. No wonder you have the courage to challenge a forbidden level difficulty. Since you want to challenge it and have chosen this path, you'll have to walk it well. In view of the fact that you were forced to transcend the tribulation, I'll give you half a month to consolidate your strength and give you another life-saving method to enter the trial in half a month. Han Fei complained in his heart, you're mistaken. If I had known that delay would bring me danger, I would have come to the royal city as quickly as I could. I wouldn't have wasted my time outside. However, Han Fei certainly couldn't say that now. This was probably God's will, forcing him to go to a so-called forbidden place. Han Fei seemed to feel a sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, my lord. I've been preparing for this trip for a long time. I must win the forbidden level trial. Anyway, going to a forbidden area was inevitable. Han Fei couldn't do anything to it. Besides, since it could be called a forbidden area, there must be danger and opportunity coexisting. The more dangerous it was, the greater the chance. Other people might be worried that he would die in it, but as long as the so-called forbidden area wasn't crazily dangerous, why couldn't he give it a try? Seeing Han Fei's expression, Ch1251 chuckled. Fish Dragon King, I haven't seen your strength with my own eyes. However, I find that you're getting more and more arrogant. I hope you can come back from any forbidden place alive. When the time comes, I'll wait to see if you can enter the top 5 of the genius list. Chapter 1271, White Shell Royal City Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Sea Demon Royal City, the Holy Land in the hearts of all sea demons. At this moment, it was right before Han Fei's eyes. Here was another trench. The crack seemed to be hundreds of kilometers away. The depth from the surface of the sea to the trench was nearly 80 kilometers. The depth from the trench to the Royal City was about 20 kilometers. In such a case, the depth from the sea surface to the White Shell Royal City was 100 kilometers. This meant that even peak-level hidden fishers wouldn't be able to discover a magnificent city under their feet when they passed by the sea. When Han Fei entered the trench, it was as if he had entered some sort of seal. He immediately discovered that there was something wrong with the pressure here. When he came down from the trench, the water pressure suddenly became countless times lighter. This feeling was the same as when he was hundreds of meters under the sea. Han Fei was confused. What was that? The old turtle said, "What's the big deal? With a king guarding this area, he can seal the entire trench. You can regard this place as the surface of the sea. The further you go down, the more pressure there will be." Han Fei didn't speak. Ch1251 had already left. When he just entered the trench, his perception had already scanned him. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that at the entrance of the trench, about a kilometer deep, there were 2 huge stone turtles lying on the left and right side. Each of them was more than 300 meters long and was still alive. The old turtle roared, "Damn it, how dare he make my clansmen guard the door? This king deserves to die," Han Fei said contemptuously. Hey, what are you talking about? You turtles are of different species. "When did they become your clansmen?" the old turtle said. "I am the strongest powerhouse of the turtle clan. Why can't I be the ancestor of the turtle clan?" Han Fei scoffed. "Don't brag. If another big turtle surpasses the emperor realm, it may step through the void and kill you," the old turtle snorted. "What do you know? Those stronger than me should be dead." Realizing that he had said something wrong, the old turtle suddenly stopped speaking. Han Fei frowned. Those stronger than the old turtle should have been dead, but the old turtle had once said that one could live forever when he becomes an emperor, and fuse with the Tao when he becomes God. This meant that, as far as the old turtle knew, there were at least 2 levels above the king. Han Fei vaguely guessed that there must have been big secrets he didn't know. How big a thing must have happened to make the gods die? However, these secrets weren't easy to figure out. It involved too much history. Before the Age of Doom, there might have been a longer history. Han Fei swam all the way to the Royal City. As he recalled, the Royal City was at the center of the sea, about 3,000 kilometers away. Because this trench didn't reach the bottom all at once and had a downward slope, Han Fei saw a large number of luminous creatures. After walking 100 kilometers, Han Fei found that most of the creatures here were luminous. Even the most common seaweed was luminous seaweed. There were schools of fish, shells, crabs, starfish, conchs, sea anemones, sea cucumbers, and jellyfish. There were too many varieties of them to count. These creatures were not strong. Han Fei even saw a large number of creatures that had just awakened who had just gained consciousness. They seemed to be used to the appearance of strong masters. Therefore, they were not afraid at all. After all, strong masters would not be so idle as to attack them. Continuing forward, the creatures Han Fei encountered became stronger and stronger, from the ordinary creatures at the beginning to the sea beasts such as flood snakes, giant seals, squid, royal ribbons, and giant snails. There were countless of them. These creatures didn't seem to have any territorial awareness, nor did they dare to have any. In Han Fei's memory, these creatures could appear outside the royal city because they were specially searched and brought back. They also needed to go through some training, battles, and killing. After repeated eliminations, the strong of them would have a chance to enter the royal city. When Han Fei returned to the city, he changed into the clothes of the Fish Dragon King and put on an identity sign that belonged to him. This sign was actually a demon heritage level sign. In the Sea Demon Royal City, people below the venerable level were not judged by strength but their demonic heritage. Those who saw Han Fei's purple waist tag immediately backed off. This was a top heavenly talent with an above level 7 demonic heritage, one of the highest ranks in the royal city. In particular, some creatures who could tell that Han Fei's waist tag was a level 8, low-quality spiritual heritage dared not stand in his way at all. When he came all the way to the royal city, the strongest person Han Fei had seen was only at the peak of the sea spirit realm. There were no creatures at the Tao-seeking realm still wandering outside the royal city. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the mountain in amazement. This place was shining. The White Shell Royal City was not big. It was only about 50 kilometers long. However, the construction of the royal city was extremely magnificent. The archway that was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters high had the words White Shell Royal City written on it. Han Fei felt his eyes ache after taking a few more glances at it. He had experienced this feeling when he explored the Fiery Mountain, the strongest secret realm in the Level 2 fishery. These words were a great technique. His million knife art and 10,000 knives in one were deduced from the line of words in the Fiery Mountain. Although Han Fei really wanted to deduce the technique of the 4 words too, if he stayed at the door for so long, someone would definitely notice him. And now, the last thing Han Fei wanted was to be noticed. If he could keep a low profile and make no one notice him, that would be great. Besides, there was a row of shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding at the gate of the city. Every 1,000 meters there would be one group, and there were a total of 10 groups. If he stood there and looked at the words, would they think he was an idiot? Although the archway was 10,000 meters long, what was more impressive than the archway were 2 pillars which were made of blue jade, 100 meters thick and 1,000 meters high. On the pillars on the left and right, the words, Secrets of Heaven and Earth, and Waterfall Hidden Dragon City were respectively written. The 2 pillars stood on both sides like 2 big lights. The pillar-shaped luminous pearls illuminated the surroundings. Han Fei landed here and saw the 2 squads of shrimp soldiers and crab generals bowing to him, but didn't say anything. After all, they were just the guards at the gate who changed shifts. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't greet you at work, right? Holding the usual pride of the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei simply ignored these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He didn't even nod at them. This gate tower was actually equivalent to a portal. Outside the gate, only vague scenes of the royal city could be seen. In fact, the royal city was surrounded by a mist. When Han Fei stepped into the gate tower, he suddenly saw a magnificent palace. 1,000 meters above the waters was a space where sea beasts and jellyfish lived. Among them, there were powerful jellyfish that were like gigantic light bulbs. Their bodies emitted rays of various colors, illuminating the entire royal city. And the roof of the ancient building that seemed to be made of gold almost blinded Han Fei's eyes. This made Han Fei immediately think of Master Hexagon. If he saw it, he must love this place to death. He wondered what animal the king of the royal city was. In another sea area, in a palace, there were brilliant and dazzling stones piled up. A big starfish with 6 tentacles was lying on this pile of treasures. Who else could it be other than the hexagon starfish? Around the starfish, a big octopus was massaging the starfish's tentacles, and a clam girl was standing next to the starfish. Occasionally, when the starfish raised his tentacles, the clam girl would hold up the jar in her hand and pour a dark green liquid down. Swish! All of a sudden, the 6 tentacles of the starfish lit up, and the starfish shivered and mumbled, "Why a breakthrough again? Alas, I'm going to consolidate my strength again. When will it end?" Han Fei looked at the splendid palace, which looked a bit like the Dragon Palace on TV dramas, as if there were all kinds of treasures hidden here. However, the fish bones and seaweed ornaments inlaid with gold were too styled, which made Han Fei return to reality. Han Fei looked to the right, stepped in the air, and flew to his cave. It was the Fish Dragon King's home, and many of his belongings were kept there. Unlike the outer waters, there was no such thing as stealing in the White Shell Royal City. If you were strong enough, you could steal what you wanted, but if you were discovered, you would be permanently exiled from the Royal City. In the White Shell Royal City, anyone could go to the Trial Secret Realm to get what they wanted instead of stealing it. Therefore, the cave abodes of every family here had a specific array. Once the array showed abnormal signs, someone would immediately discover it. Then, it would be impossible for the intruder to escape. The 50-kilometer large area could accommodate 100,000 people. Apart from those who lived above the capital as light bulbs, there were even fewer people in the city. However, when Han Fei arrived at when he arrived at the residence of the Fish Dragon King, he found dozens of people waiting at the entrance of his residence. Han Fei's heart did a flip. What's going on? Why are they blocking the door? Chapter 1272, Battle in the City. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In front of the seal of the Fish Dragon King's residence, dozens of people blocked the door, seeming to be waiting. Needless to say, they must be waiting for the Fish Dragon King, the current Han Fei. As early as when Han Fei just entered the city, these people seemed to know that Han Fei had arrived. Therefore, at this moment, they all turned their backs to the door and looked in the direction where Han Fei came. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that although there were familiar faces in this group of people, there were no familiar heavenly talents. These people seemed to be the servants of some heavenly talents, so they shouldn't be here to cause trouble. Suddenly, Han Fei turned his head and looked at a high-rise building 10 kilometers away. Someone was looking at him with a scorching gaze, which stunned Han Fei. When Han Fei took a closer look, he was slightly stunned. Sure enough, there were still strong masters on the genius list watching him. This person was not a half-merman or a merman, but a lobster man. However, he couldn't be called a lobster soldier because he was ranked 6th on the genius list and had the strongest lobster bloodline in the White Shell Royal City. This person was called Shrimp Yue. He wore bright red armor, a bright helmet on his head, and on the helmet there were 2 crystal clear and sharp shrimp whiskers. This person had 2 feet and 6 hands, and was holding a sharp spur in each hand. The 2 of them looked at each other, and in Han Fei's mind, Shrimp Yue's voice rang. I heard that you've gained a great opportunity this time. You killed Sharkball and Yuguang in one battle, and you even transcended the tribulation one step in advance? Han Fei remembered that this person hadn't transcended the tribulation yet. Among the top 10 of the genius list, only the top 3 had transcended the tribulation. However, there was a guy named Zhang Xiaotian who was ranked 4th, who was in 4th place and refused to transcend the tribulation. This person said that he was the 4th, waiting for someone to seize his position. As a result, the top 3 of the genius list in the White Shell Royal City never needed to do anything. Whenever someone wanted to fight, Zhang Xiaotian would welcome them. Because Zhang Xiaotian refused to transcend the tribulation, no one else did. Heavenly talents were all arrogant creatures. Someone was already so strong without transcending a tribulation. As heavenly talents, how could they easily transcend a tribulation? Han Fei frowned. If it weren't for the special circumstances, why would I transcend the tribulation? Shrimp Yue nodded approvingly. You're right. Only by surviving can you be proud. Sharkball and Yuguang failed this time. It seems that they underestimated you. Han Fei curled his lips and said, they just knew that I was going to break into the forbidden area and were worried that I would be too strong and snatch their position. How could they underestimate me? A smile appeared on the corner of Shrimp Yue's mouth. You're already so arrogant when you face me. It seems that you've gained a really great opportunity in the front line this time. Since you were so confident, let me see what makes you so confident. Han Fei frowned slightly. Shrimp Yue seems to be quite strong, although he didn't take him seriously. If he showed that he could defeat the powerhouses on the genius list in a row and advanced all the way with irresistible force, it would arouse suspicion. In Han Fei's impression, Shrimp Yue was ranked 6th, but was actually the goalkeeper of the top 5. He once said that if anyone wanted to challenge Zhang Xiaotian, he should challenge him first. Only by defeating him would he be qualified to challenge Zhang Xiaotian. The Fish Dragon King had once challenged this person, but he was defeated after taking 13 blows from Shrimp Yue. The old turtle said, this person should not be weak. If I've guessed right, his original body is a fire shrimp whose defense, speed, fire element control, and armor-breaking ability are all very outstanding. Unfortunately, his demonic heritage is not good enough, which is much worse than mine. Han Fei sweated. Old Yuan, has anyone ever said that you are narcissistic? The old turtle snorted. I'm telling the truth. Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei glanced at Shrimp Yue indifferently. When I come back from the forbidden place, I'll challenge you first. Puffed! Suddenly, a chuckle was heard, and a woman in green walked out of a red jellyfish-shaped building. The woman smiled and said, Fish Dragon King, are you scared of fighting? How can you refuse a battle? Han Fei knew this woman, a clam girl named Qing Xiling, ranked 5th. She was a talkative clam demon, but her strength couldn't be underestimated. She was the 5th on the genius list. As Han Fei recalled, the Fish Dragon King had never fought this woman. Few people even challenged this woman because this woman had entered the Purgatory level trial 8 times in a row and returned safely. However, this woman reminded him that the Fish Dragon King was an extremely arrogant person. In the face of a challenge, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't flinch, so he might have to fight this time. Immediately, Han Fei stopped in midair and looked at the two of them indifferently. I didn't fight because I wanted to explore the forbidden level secret realm. You two, do you think I'm afraid? Xing Xiling chuckled. Really? Or have you become timid after being ambushed? At this moment, Han Fei sensed thousands of perceptions. He wondered how many people were watching this scene. After all, many people were very curious about his current strength. If it were the previous Fish Dragon King, Shrimp Yue wouldn't have come to provoke him at all, because he was very sure that the Fish Dragon King was not his match. But now, Han Fei had killed the 8th and 9th heavenly talents on the genius list in one battle, so he was ranked 8th. If he guessed right, his strength must have improved a lot. Now, Shrimp Yue was here just to see how strong Han Fei was. Han Fei thought to himself, although the ambush this time was rather secret, the law enforcer in the capital had already punished them, which had been announced. After all, this was the job of the strong masters, such as Hai Tinglei. It was not good to let the city be as drab as dead water. They had to make some noise from time to time. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm afraid this battle can't be avoided. Now that we've pushed me like this, if I still avoid the battle, it won't be in line with Fish Dragon King's personality. When he first saw the Fish Dragon King, this person was very happy to fight a group of guys much weaker than him. Now facing this kind of fight of the same level, he had no reason to avoid it. Han Fei suddenly grinned. When have I ever been afraid of fighting? Don't you just want to see my current strength? Since you want to see it, I'll show you. Shrimp Yue grinned. This is the Fish Dragon King I know. In that case, come and fight me. Then, Shrimp Yue set himself on fire. With a swish, he soared into the sky like a flame and went straight to 1,000 meters above. In the White Shell Royal City, fighting was an exciting thing. Only fighting could show the gap in strength. Therefore, the sea demons thought that this was something worthy of admiration. Just like in the arena in the 10,000 Demon Valley, countless people were watching. In the White Shell Royal City, the battlefield was not in the buildings or underground, but in the sky above the Royal City. At a height of 3,000 meters in the White Shell Royal City, there was a king-level seal. You could enter and fight, but the aftershock of the battle would not fall. Once it touched the seal, it would be stopped. Han Fei glanced at the gate of the Fish Dragon King's cave. Those people were also watching and didn't seem to mind waiting for a while. Without hesitation, Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique. With one step, he was a kilometer above in the sky, and with 2 steps, he had already appeared in the sky. The near-at-hand technique was the symbol of the Fish Dragon King. At this moment, it must be shown. When the two of them reached the sky, the sea beasts that had been wandering above the royal city all made way for them. Han Fei didn't expect that he would have to perform for everybody the moment he came to the White Shell Royal City. Shrimp Yue, however, said, "You've just transcended the tribulation and haven't consolidated your strength yet. I won't give you a hard time. You can use the power of the Tao-seeking realm. How can I take advantage of you? Have I ever been afraid of a sea spirit?" In the city, many people released their perceptions, and more people walked out of their houses. The servants of a level 6 demonic heritage remarked, "The powerhouses on the genius list are truly terrifying. They're already so strong, but they still fight all day long." Someone sneered, "Do you think they're like us? How can it be easy for them to become top heavenly talents?" Someone exclaimed. "Do you think the Fish Dragon King will win this time?" Someone couldn't help but say, "I don't think so. No matter how fast his strength grows, he can't beat Master Shrimp Yue in one fell swoop, right?" Someone speculated, "If the Fish Dragon King doesn't suppress his realm, he won't lose, right?" Someone pondered. The point is, how can he not suppress his realm? In addition to ordinary people discussing, there were also some heavenly talents watching coldly. For example, a bald young man stood next to Qing Xiling and said casually, "Fighting 4 alone, he can't be weak." Qing Xiling asked in surprise, "Xiaotian, when did you come back?" This little baldy was Zhang Xiaotian, who was ranked 4th. He had been in the purgatory level trial, but now he had returned. Zhang Xiaotian raised his head and looked at the sky. "It was boring, so I came back. I wanted to try the forbidden level trial, but I didn't expect that the Fish Dragon King would come here first." In a certain palace, a venerable turned his head and watched the battle. Few things could attract their attention now. This heavenly talent battle was just a show for them. After all, not all venerables were dedicated to cultivation. Most venerables lived a decent life. Some venerables who had no chance of breaking through were even idler. In the sky, Han Fei pretended to reduce his realm and held the red spear as if he were holding a red light. Han Fei said, "Since when can a shrimp be compared to me? Take my spear." Chapter 173, Near at Hand Instant God, Scaring Stab Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Under the thousands of gazes, Han Fei took action. The spear beam was simple and unadorned, but the spear technique stunned countless people. Han Fei raised his foot and disappeared. At the moment Han Fei disappeared, Shrimp Yue held the 6 cold spikes in his hand and pierced through the void in an instant. Just as he was 1,000 meters away, a huge cone shot out of the void at an extremely fast speed. Han Fei was appearing in this space. The moment he appeared, he moved his body aside and threw out the instant mystic spear. As if space had been shortened, he appeared in front of Shrimp Yue. Huh? When Han Fei attacked, many people noticed something. In the outer sea, what Han Fei encountered most was the sea spirit realm sea demons, at most some in the Tao-seeking realm. Normally, he wouldn't use the instant mystic spear. Normally, he would use his full strength to directly kill his enemy. At this moment, in the White Shell Royal City, where sea spirits were everywhere, after Han Fei attacked, someone immediately discovered something. Cheng Shui-Chin was slightly surprised. The law of time? A venerable was puzzled. Master the law of space and time at the same time? This Fish Dragon King is quite capable. It seems that the Dragon King bloodline can't be underestimated. In mid-air, at the moment when time was frozen, Shrimp Yue was so shocked that he thought he was distracted. The cone in his hand flashed with fire, and like a fire shield, it instantly appeared in front of him. With a crisp clang, in the sky, a seemingly weak ripple spread out for dozens of kilometers, almost covering the entire White Shell Royal City. Crack, 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 the flame shield quickly cracked. But taking advantage of the critical moment when the flame shield was broken, Shrimp Yue flapped his 6 limbs and struck more than 30 times in a row. Then, he retreated quickly and took the blow. At this moment, Shrimp Yue's arm trembled slightly. How did the Fish Dragon King become so fast? Also, his strength was more than 30% greater than before. Below, Zhang Xiaotian's pupils were constricted. It's the law of time. The Fish Dragon King actually mastered the law of time on this trip. No wonder he could kill Sharkball and Yuguang. Qing Xiling couldn't help frowning. The law of time? Isn't it the law of space? Why has it become the law of time? Zhang Xiaotian shook his head slightly. No, time was paused at the moment when the spear light pointed at Shrimp Yue. However, the Fish Dragon King didn't grasp it well enough. He probably didn't grasp it well enough. Otherwise, Shrimp Yue would have been defeated. Shrimp Yue calmed down. As he expected, the Fish Dragon King was no longer the same as before. This move alone was worthy of his attention. Han Fei, on the other hand, was also surprised. Shrimp Yue had managed to block the near-at-hand technique with the momentary time. This showed that Shrimp Yue's reaction speed was extremely fast. Also, Han Fei immediately found that the 2 whiskers were gone. He took a step and crossed a kilometer, and the 2 whiskers, like invisible whips in the air, almost brushed past his chest and cheeks. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Fei was sliding past two extremely sharp void cracks. If he wasn't careful, he would be torn apart. However, in this shocking scene, Han Fei didn't even look back and thrust the spear backhand. This thrust transformed demonic energy into a dragon and rushed out. Shrimp Yue sneered. How do you have the cheek to attack me with such a method? Halfway through his words, Shrimp Yue's expression suddenly changed. He felt his soul tremble and a terrifying soul sting hit him. Shrimp Yue suddenly spurted blood. Yes, spurted blood. Caught off guard, he was hit by Han Fei's god-scaring stab. Of course, he was injured. However, Han Fei hadn't fully mastered the god-scaring stab yet. He still had half of the god-scaring painting unfolded. Otherwise, if he had the complete version of the god-scaring stab, he probably wouldn't dare to use it. No matter how many changes the Fish Dragon King had undergone, it was impossible for him to master the law of time and comprehend a powerful soul attack technique after going out for only a few months. The reason why Han Fei dared to use it was naturally because he hadn't mastered the law of time and the god-scaring stab well. He imitated Zhang Xuanyu's law of time, so there was still a gap, and he used this god-scaring stab because the Fish Dragon King was good at spear techniques. The god-scaring stab was also a spear technique, but it was just a soul spear technique. At the moment when Shrimp Yue's 7 orifices were bleeding, the dragon-shaped demonic energy hit them and caused a loud bang. In just one clash, Han Fei used 3 killer moves. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. He was going to the forbidden level trial. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't have some ability. At this moment, Han Fei turned around and flashed, and the spear in his hand, wrapped with demonic energy, was thrust out. In an instant, Shrimp Yue, who was injured by Han Fei, launched a fierce counterattack. He seemed to be seriously injured, but in fact, it was not that serious. The instant mystic spear was blocked, and Han Fei hadn't mastered the god-scaring stab well, so it didn't seriously injure his soul. As for the violent spike, it only caused a minor injury to Shrimp Yue at most. Only then did the fierce battle between the two start. Lights and shadows flashed in midair, and various combat skills appeared. Under Han Fei's deliberate effort, the footwork and combat skills he showed were weaker than Shrimp Yue, but Han Fei's physique, strength, and soul power had become stronger. The two parties fought for about half an hour, and Han Fei showed some signs of exhaustion, but at the same time, Shrimp Yue was no better. Like Zhang Xuanyu, he could use a combat technique similar to the tertiary body, but he still failed to win. Below, Qing Xiling said solemnly, "Not good. The Fish Dragon King's strength has surged. Now, he hasn't completely digested this power. If he comes out of the forbidden level trial alive, his strength may increase by another 20%. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head slightly. Obviously, his gains from this trip were not completely absorbed. No wonder he needed to stay outside for so long before he came back. He went out to gain experience for 5 months, and when he came back, he went to the forbidden level trial ground to gain experience. Once he has fully grasped it, I'm afraid he can fight us." Qing Xiling's eyes turned cold. Then, let him try. In the eyes of the heavenly talents and servants with level 6 demonic heritage or above, such a battle was already too unbelievable. How could this be the power of a sea spirit? It had reached the power of the Tao-seeking realm. Whether it was laws, combat skills, or soul attacks, they didn't dare to think about it. Someone sighed. It's useless to watch such a battle. The laws of a heavenly talent level battle are better than ours. Their combat skills are also very special and not something we can match. Some people were excited and thought to themselves, we are all cultivators. The level 6 demonic heritage is actually not weak. We also have a chance to grow into powerhouses. Many Tao-seeking demons were wondering if the Fish Dragon King was worth following. If the Fish Dragon King could return alive from this forbidden trial, they might consider it. As for the Venerables, they were relatively calm. With different perspectives, they had different opinions on strength. No matter how talented he was, he had to survive to the Venerable realm. Unless he had the potential to become a king, no geniuses deserved their full support. Stop! In the void, a dignified voice descended. A phantom appeared, and when everyone saw that person, they lowered their heads. It was the law enforcer of the royal city, Hai Tinglei. Hai Tinglei glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "You can challenge him, but no fighting is allowed." In this competition, the Fish Dragon King has the advantage in the realm, so he is counted as slightly defeated and will be ranked 8th on the genius list. This result was because the combat power that Han Fei showed was weaker than that of Shrimp Yue. This was what he deliberately showed. Otherwise, if the gap in strength was too large, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. At this moment, Shrimp Yue showed no anger or surprise. Instead, he took a deep look at Han Fei. "You've improved in all aspects? That's good. I look forward to your challenge again." Hearing that, Han Fei raised his head high. "Next time, you will surely lose." Speaking in such a tone, Han Fei felt that his acting skills were very good, very in line with the personality of the Fish Dragon King. Shrimp Yue seemed not to hear him. With a smile, he stabbed the spurs into his shell with his 6 hands and turned away. After Shrimp Yue left, the crowd dispersed, and everyone retracted their gazes. Han Fei felt a gaze still on him and turned his head, only to see a baldy. He immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. "Zhang Xiaotian?" In the memory of the Fish Dragon King, he seemed to have challenged Zhang Xiaotian before but was defeated by him with one hand, and this Zhang Xiaotian was known to be invincible in the Sea Spirit realm. So far, no one in the Sea Spirit realm could defeat him. Han Fei really wanted to suppress his realm and fight this man. After all, the top 3 of the genius list were just nominal. Everyone had already transcended a tribulation. It was said that because their talent was too high, they left their ranking on the genius list. It was said that as long as someone could beat Zhang Xiaotian, the 3 of them would come out. Looking at Zhang Xiaotian, Han Fei pretended to be angry and snorted. In a few steps, he reached the gate of his cave. Looking at the people still blocking the door, Han Fei asked coldly, "Why are you here?" One of them smiled and held a sun moon shell in his hand. "Master Dragon King, we're here to deliver something. These are all the resources of Master Yu Ding." Another person also held the sun moon shell and said, "Master Dragon King, this is all the reserve resources of Master Sharkball." Master Dragon King, Han Fei was almost stunned. "Fuck, are you here to give me resources? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chapter 1274, Rich Heavenly Talents Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei, received a total of 12 sun moon shells and 16 sea-swallowing seashells. This was the resources of everyone except Gubuyu. Han Fei immediately regretted it. If he had known that the resources of whoever he killed would belong to him, he would have killed Gubuyu too. The reason why he let Gubuyu go back then was that this woman's defense power ranked in the top 5 of the genius list. Besides, he also wanted to let go of a person to spread his heroic deeds. Unexpectedly, she was punished before she ran back to the royal city. Han Fei didn't know why the 3 of them had 28 sun moon shells. It must be because Sharkball and the others had some accumulation. Anyway, this number was really awesome. If possible, Han Fei hoped that he would be ambushed every day. In this way, he might be able to get sea-swallowing seashells every day. Han Fei had already simulated the aura of the Fish Dragon King with the deceit technique. To be honest, he was now the Fish Dragon King. Therefore, when he stepped into the residence's seal, he wasn't stopped at all. Stepping into the residence, the old turtle took the lead to say, "This seal is good and secret enough. It's a fixed array. It can fool the eyes of a venerable, but it definitely can't block the eyes of a king. Therefore, even in the residence's seal, we still have to act." Han Fei said, "Doesn't the White Shell Royal City only have one king? Why would a king peep at a junior Dao-seeking realm like me?" Pondering for a moment, the old turtle said in Han Fei's heart, "Generally speaking, yes. The perception of a king can cover every corner of this city, even every grain of dust. It's like a game to monitor you." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. That's too much. Do kings really have such a creepy hobby? For some reason, Han Fei thought of Zhang Xuanyu. If that guy became a king, he would probably like to peep at women the most. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei certainly didn't dare to do anything outrageous. He maintained the usual arrogant posture of the Fish Dragon King. But out of curiosity, Han Fei grabbed all the sun moon shells and sea-swallowing seashells and examined them. Han Fei thought to himself, even a king wouldn't pry into every person in the royal city, right? Why would a king do that to a mere Fish Dragon King? Then Han Fei was briefly stunned. Gosh, how much spiritual spring was there? Not daring to say it aloud, Han Fei recited in his heart, "This one has 200,000 caddies, this one has 180,000 caddies, this one has 280,000 caddies, this one has..." Han Fei poured all the spiritual spring into a sun moon shell. He weighed it and found that it was probably more than 3 million caddies. Plus his own storage, it was almost 4 million caddies. The old turtle said, "Don't forget, this is your residence now. You should have a secret stash." Han Fei's heart did a flip. That's right. The Fish Dragon King couldn't take all his wealth to the front line, especially an extremely conceited guy like him. He certainly wouldn't take all the good stuff to the front line because he disdained it. Instead of consolidating the resources immediately, Han Fei went straight into the Fish Dragon King's residence. The Fish Dragon King was quite combative. There wasn't even a chair at home. What he saw was 7 or 8 spears placed in various corners. There were no decorations on the surrounding walls, only spear marks, except only one wall. On the wall, the Fish Dragon King had created a picture of a flood dragon with golden sand. However, the flood dragon looked strange and resembled a dragon. Han Fei couldn't help but look puzzled. So, this Fish Dragon King was probably enchanted by his name and bloodline and yearned for creatures like dragons. However, he had never seen a dragon before, so he created such a weird dragon picture. In front of this wall was a big chair with a turtle shell as chair back and crab claws as armrests, which looked like a throne made of steel. It could be seen that the Fish Dragon King was not only extremely arrogant and conceited, but also very narcissistic. Who would build a throne in their own home? Probably only people like the Fish Dragon King would do that. Seeing this throne, Han Fei suddenly had an urge to sit on it. Wait, why the hell do I want to sit on it? Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed slightly. Something was wrong. This was the side effect of the soul-attracting technique. He had always thought that he could act as the Fish Dragon King well because of his good acting skills. But at this moment, when Han Fei saw this ugly yet a bit cute throne, he suddenly realized a problem. Was it because of his good acting skills? Or was it because the Fish Dragon King's memories had infected him? Before he used the soul-attracting technique, Han Fei already felt that he was much stronger than the Fish Dragon King, so there shouldn't be a problem. But now it seemed that there were still some influences. Heh, the old turtle is malicious. Fortunately, I only read the memories of the Fish Dragon King. However, Han Fei didn't panic. Anyway, he had to act as the Fish Dragon King, so he had to sit on the throne. Han Fei sat cross-legged on this throne and opened a fish skin before his knees, and a switch was revealed. After opening it, there was a sun moon shell and 3 sea-swallowing seashells inside. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Sure enough, the rich were the rich. Sun moon shells were more popular in the water-wood world. The Fish Dragon King had already brought a lot of resources to the front line. Otherwise, there should be more resources here. Half an hour later, Han Fei calculated the number of resources he had obtained. 4.5 million caddies of spiritual energy. The combined resources of the 4 heavenly talents in the White Shell Royal City were not much less than the resources he gained in the Free Trade Valley of the Ice Mountain City. Apart from that, there were more than 800,000 caddies of Spirit Awakening fluid, which was not much. He estimated that these people had probably already nurtured their companion spirits. After all, the sea demons seemed to only have one companion spirit, and it seemed that only humans could have contractual spiritual beasts. There were 10,821 spiritual energy fruits, 8645 energy fruits, 482 poisonous fruits, and 5666 spiritual power fruits, 2 high-quality divine weapons, 13 mid-quality divine weapons, and as many as 42 low-quality divine weapons. There were as many as 80 high-quality divine materials. As for the other materials, he had to measure them in tonnage. After all, refining a good weapon required a lot of resources. In addition to these basic items, there were also more than 120 sea demon combat skills. There were more than 60 fish skin maps. Han Fei compared them and searched in his heart. There were only 5 spots that hadn't been marked by Queen Life. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to explore the secret realm now. He might only have time to roughly check them. What if the original body of the Water Immortal was there? Judging from the map given to him by Queen Life, the target was very clear. It was the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, how could the people of the Waterwood world sneak into these 2 places? Fortunately, Han Fei appeared. He had many means and could even become a sea demon. How could Queen Life not use such a talent? However, Han Fei compared the sea chart and finally confirmed that these places were within 200,000 kilometers of the White Shell Royal City. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't believe it, but that these places were too close to the White Shell King's city. If the Water Immortal's original body was here, with so many venerables, Tao-seeking great demons, or even kings here, how could they not discover these secret realms nearby? Throwing away these maps of the secret realm, Han Fei felt a little irritable. He seemed to make a mistake. The Water Immortal said that with the lotus petal in his hand, he could sense her true body within 10,000 kilometers. But now, the entire royal city was only 50 kilometers long. Even if the entire abyssal chasm was included, it should be less than 10,000 kilometers. It could be seen that the true body of the Water Immortal was not in the White Shell Royal City. He had to find an opportunity to explore the 500,000 kilometer area around. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to escape the White Shell Royal City and go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. After sorting out the resources, Han Fei had no time to use them, nor could he directly deduce anything in the White Shell Royal City. Having no choice, Han Fei could only start to practice the demon god scripture. This technique was quite extraordinary. If a king observed it, he would probably think that the reason for his rise was related to this technique. In that case, he would have successfully deceived another king. Han Fei certainly couldn't make another breakthrough here. After all, he had just advanced to the Tao-seeking realm in name and hadn't even consolidated his foundation yet. And his real strength was already at the peak of a junior explorer. This speed was already extremely fast. After all, the explorer realm was no longer the sea demon realm. Even if he had enough resources, he could easily leap 5 or 8 levels. However, he needed to lay a solid foundation for this stage to become an intermediate explorer. Half a month later, bam, bam, bam. Standing outside the yard, Gi Senqing said, "Young master, it's time for the trial." Han Fei rose quickly. He had already stuffed all his resources into Forge the Universe. Only then did he feel at ease. Outside the gate, a half-merman respectfully said, "Master Dragon King, under the order of Venerable Cheng Shui, I'm here to invite you to the trial field." Han Fei's heart did a flip. After waiting for half a month, the trial finally came. Chapter 1275, Choosing the Forbidden Area Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The trial grounds in the Sea Demon Royal City were a bit like the Thousand-Star Proving Ground and the 3 Holy Lands in the Thousand-Star City. The difference was that in these trial secret realms, strange things like losing memories wouldn't happen. In the center of the White Shell Royal City, there were 5 teleportation arrays. According to the difficulty of the trial, they were respectively simple, ordinary, difficult, purgatory, and forbidden areas. According to the color of the teleportation array, there were 5 colors: white, green, blue, purple, and black. Each of the 5 teleportation arrays had a diameter of about 100 meters, and the simple and ordinary teleportation arrays often sent people in and out. In the Whiteshell Royal City, everyone needed to go to trial. This was compulsory. So all these trial secret realms, under normal circumstances, had been open all the time so that people could enter at any time. About 80% of the residents in the Whiteshell Royal City were wandering between the simple and ordinary trial sites. This led to many people entering and exiting the arrays most of the time every day. Of course, the teleportation array was just a teleportation array, and behind each teleportation array, there was more than one trial secret realm. As long as you entered the teleportation array, it meant that you chose this difficulty. As for which trial ground you wanted to go to, no one cared about it. When Han Fei arrived, a half-venerable seemed to be already waiting here. Seeing Han Fei arrive, this person took a deep look at the Fish Dragon King and then nodded slightly. Because very few people go to the Forbidden Level trial field, most people don't know it well. I will go with you and give you some instructions. Han Fei was a little indifferent. This person's name was Yu Tianxin. He was very strong and was known as the strongest in the Dao-seeking realm in the Whiteshell Royal City. He didn't expect this person to be in charge of opening the Forbidden Level trial. Han Fei nodded. In that case, thank you, Master Tianxin. In front of the teleportation array, there happened to be a group of about 12 or 13 people walking together who seemed to be preparing to go to some trial secret realm together. However, as soon as these people arrived here, they were surprised to see the Fish Dragon King and Yu Tianjin, the strongest in the Dao-seeking realm in the Whiteshell Royal City, standing in the black teleportation array, which was the Forbidden Level teleportation array. Then, under their watch, the two of them walked in one after another, only to see black light swirling and a mist covering them. Where could they be seen? The 12 or 13 people were all stunned. This wasn't the first time they came here, but the Forbidden Level teleportation array had never been used before. Why was it used this time? Someone exclaimed. Who was that just now? He actually went to the Forbidden Level trial field. Someone said with a complicated look, it seems that you haven't been here long enough. You don't even know the Fish Dragon King. He's famous for being arrogant and conceited. Someone sighed. Didn't the Fish Dragon King just fight Shrimp Yue? He seems to be weaker than Shrimp Yue. Is he going to the Forbidden Level trial field now? Someone shook his head slightly. How can it be so easy to enter the Forbidden Level proving ground? This Fish Dragon King is arrogant and conceited. I think his chance of survival is not high. When Han Fei followed Yu Tianxin into the Forbidden Level trial field, he saw a cliff that was covered with weird wrinkles and 4 dark caves on the cliff. Above the 4 caves, it respectively wrote, The Well of Abyss, Demon Suppression Tower, The Lightning Prison, Godfiend Sea. Just by looking at the names, Han Fei knew that none of these 4 places seemed simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called Forbidden Level trial fields. Even heavenly talents felt that it was hard to survive these places. In the memory of the Fish Dragon King, there was no memory of any of these 4 places. Therefore, when Han Fei saw the 4 proving grounds, he couldn't help but be stunned. It looked too weird. However, before Yu Tianxin could speak, Han Fei suddenly felt that the lotus petal left by the water immortal in Forge the Universe trembled slightly. Han Fei was immediately refreshed and excited. Did he come to the right place? As if sensing Han Fei's shock, Yu Tianxin said lightly, This is the Forbidden Level trial field you want to go to. There are only 4 places in total. Since you want to explore them, you've got what you want. Now let me give you a simple explanation. Yu Tianxin pointed at the Well of Abyss and said, That secret realm is an extremely deep seabed cave. It was connected to a certain abyss in the Wall of Death, and sea beasts are rampant there. They don't care if you are a sea demon or not. In their eyes, you are just food. Han Fei was surprised. The Wall of Death? Yu Tianxin smiled faintly. Although the Wall of Death is terrifying, it is not terrifying everywhere. Although the Well of Abyss is connected to the Wall of Death, since this place has been established as a trial field, there is a chance for a trial, so there won't be creatures much stronger than you. Of course, not every place in the trial field can be explored, so there should be many special places where there may be powerful sea beasts. Han Fei looked solemn. In that case, is it very likely that an unknown existence beyond my ability will appear in the Forbidden Level trial field? Yu Tianxin said. The premise is that you can resist the temptation. Don't explore places you can't reach. Han Fei looked past the Well of Abyss and at the Demon Subduing Tower. Yu Tianxin said, The Demon Subduing Tower, this is the nearest forbidden area to the Wall of Death. As its name suggests, it is the place to suppress sea monsters and ferocious beasts. However, the source of the sea monsters here is the Wall of Death. Han Fei was shocked. Can the creatures in the Wall of Death come out? Yu Tianxin said. The Wall of Death is just a means of sealing. As long as it's a seal, there will always be a problem. This Wall of Death has existed for countless years. Isn't it normal to occasionally miss a few small fish? Han Fei asked. Are they locked up together? Yu Tianxin shook her head. Of course not. The tower is actually a cave. There are layers to the cave. The Demon Subduing Tower is an ancient place that had existed before the Whiteshell Royal City. The king once tried to enter it and also felt the danger from the bottom level of the Demon Subduing Tower, but he couldn't enter it. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he was dumbfounded. Huh? Seeing Han Fei's expression, Yu Tianxin smiled faintly. Why are you panicking? That's at the bottom level of the demon subduing tower. How can it be a place that you and I can reach? The demon subduing tower is divided into different realms according to the strength of the suppressed sea demon beasts. From top to bottom, there are a total of 9 levels. They correspond to the Sea Spirit, Peak Sea Spirit, Dao Seeking, Peak Dao Seeking, Half Venerable, Venerable, Peak Venerable, Half King, and King realms. As he said this, Yu Tianxin couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. I have to say that this demon subduing tower is the most unsuitable for you. If you were still in the Sea Spirit realm with your talent, there's a high chance that you would be able to pass through it. However, you just happen to break through to the Dao-seeking realm. Among the 3 realms, you are the weakest. If you enter it, you might be torn apart. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He hoped that the water immortal wasn't in the demon subduing tower. It didn't sound simple. How could he shake a place that could even suppress a fucking king? Let alone a king, logically speaking, going to the 5th level might already be his limit. Seeming to be sure that Han Fei wouldn't choose the demon subduing tower, Yu Tianxin looked at the Thunder Prison and said, I don't know much about the Thunder Prison. I can only say that Master Hai Tinglei cultivated and stepped into the Dao here. Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. Does Master Hai Tinglei still need to go to the Forbidden Trial Field? Yu Tianxin said indifferently, it's more like a cultivation field than a training field. In this space, what you have to face is endless lightning and thunder. As you go deeper, the intensity of the lightning and thunder becomes stronger. It is said that at the end, you can see creatures in the lightning and thunder. In the end, Yu Tianxin pointed at the Godfiend Sea. Among the 4 forbidden-level secret realms, the top 3 have their own characteristics. The safety of the Godfiend well can be high or low. Everything depends on your luck. The demon-subduing tower has experienced the precipitation of countless years. It can be said that no matter which floor you go to, the creatures you encounter are bound to be extremely powerful. As for the Thunder Prison, as long as you are confident in being able to withstand the lightning and thunder, relatively speaking, it's the least dangerous. Huan Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. What about the Godfiend Sea? Yu Tianxin said casually. The Godfiend Sea is in the Wall of Death. Are you kidding me? Can we go into the Wall of Death? Yu Tianxin curled his lips. Don't look at me. As I said, the Wall of Death has been sealed for too long. It's possible that some part of the seal was accidentally broken. This Godfiend Sea is such a place, but the king restored the seal with special means and fixed the broken part. The disadvantage is that the king used some means which can reflect the creatures in the Wall of Death. Besides, it might not be one S but a group. Han Fei was speechless at Yu Tianxin's explanation. No place sounded simple. If there was one place that was suitable, it was the Thunder Prison, which was definitely suitable for his cultivation. Han Fei couldn't help asking, how long can I stay in a forbidden-level secret realm? Yu Tianxin said lightly, there is actually no limit to this. If there is a time limit, it's 7 days for the Well of Abyss and the Demon-Subduing Tower, 3 days for the Thunder Prison, and 1 day for the Godfiend Sea. This time limit is set just to confirm that you are still alive. Han Fei keenly grasped the word no limit and hurriedly asked, no limit? Yu Tianxin said, the time limit is set mainly to confirm that you are still alive. If you think you can still stay inside, come out first and explain the situation. After obtaining the approval of Master Cheng Shui Qin, you can enter again. Chapter 1276, Thunder Prison Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei glanced at the lotus petal in Forge the Universe. However, except for a slight tremble at the beginning, the lotus petal had no response. As if knowing what Han Fei was thinking, the old turtle's voice sounded. It's not because the place where your master is located is within 10,000 kilometers of you, but because your master is somewhere in these 4 forbidden places, and these forbidden places may be very far away from you. However, because there are teleportation entrances, the lotus petals can perceive it. You just need to walk past these 4 entrances once. Han Fei immediately realized that he had already chosen the one he wanted to go to. No matter which forbidden place the Water Immortal was in, he would choose the Thunder Prison. Because of his physique, the Thunder Prison shouldn't have a chance to kill him. Besides, by choosing the Thunder Prison, he might be able to cultivate quickly. After all, he didn't lack any spiritual spring or energy fruits. With the help of thunder and lightning, he might be able to improve his indestructible body further. Yu Tianxin looked at Han Fei. Have you decided what to choose? Yu Tianxin was not surprised at Han Fei's choice. After all, although there were unpredictable dangers in the Well of Abyss, it was still a good choice and might help him avoid most of them. However, when Yu Tianxin saw Han Fei walk to the entrance of the Well of Abyss, he turned and went straight to the Demon-Subduing Tower. Yu Tianxin couldn't help but frown. Although the Demon-Subduing Tower is the place with the most opportunities, it's definitely the most dangerous place. It's extremely dangerous for you to enter with your strength. However, Han Fei didn't listen to Yu Tianxin. Instead, he concluded that the Water Immortal was not in the Well of Abyss. When he walked straight to the entrance of the Demon-Subduing Tower in Forge the Universe, the lotus petal trembled again. Han Fei glanced at Yu Tianxin quietly and said, I'm not choosing by myself, I'm letting my bloodline choose. Yu Tianxin couldn't help frowning slightly. Does bloodline have such a function? I have a bloodline too, and my bloodline is not necessarily worse than your Dragon King bloodline, okay? However, when he saw Han Fei continue to walk towards the Thunder Prison, he couldn't help but secretly smile. The Thunder Prison and the God-Fiend Sea were more dangerous than the first two. However, Yu Tianxin saw Han Fei suddenly stop at the entrance of the Thunder Prison and look inside. He stood there for about 10 seconds, and Yu Tianxin didn't know what he was thinking. Han Fei thought that he had done enough acting, so he turned around. I choose the Thunder Prison. Yu Tianxin's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you sure? Although the Thunder Prison only has the baptism of thunder and lightning, you have to know that the time limit for the Thunder Prison is 3 days. This means that the Thunder Prison is actually a very dangerous place compared to the Well of Abyss and the demon-subduing tower, second only to the God-Fiend Sea. Han Fei said proudly, I choose the Thunder Prison. Yu Tianxin knew that no matter how arrogant the Fish Dragon King was or how bad his personality was, he was still a heavenly talent. Since he was a heavenly talent, he naturally had his own persistence. Although he didn't know why the Fish Dragon King was so confident to enter the Thunder Prison, he thought it might be because of his bloodline or his opportunities. Anyway, he was just leading the way for him. After all, there were very few people who would propose to explore the Forbidden Level Proving Ground, so every time one appeared, he had to treat it seriously. No one would take their own life as a joke. Without strength, they wouldn't be able to come out even if they went in. Those who had strength, such as the Fish Dragon King, more or less had some confidence, but no one knew if they had enough strength to make it through. But if the Fish Dragon King made it, he would be the center of attention. Seeing that Han Fei had chosen a target, Yu Tianxin threw out a small seal and said, Master Cheng Shui-Chin said that he would give you a chance. This is an attack sealed by him. Ordinary people wouldn't have this chance. If you hadn't been forced to transcend the tribulation by Sharkball and the others, Master Cheng Shui-Chin wouldn't have helped you. This thing is likely to save your life. Take care. I will wait for you for 3 days. Han Fei caught the small seal and said, What if I don't return in 3 days? Yu Tianxin said, I can wait for 1 more day. If you don't return in 4 days, I can basically be sure that you have died. The teleportation array leading to the forbidden trial field will be closed. I won't wait for you anymore. What if I'm just delayed? What if I'm just delayed? Yu Tianxin shook her head slightly. Under normal circumstances, the possibility is very small. Although it is not impossible, I have already given you 1 more day, but if you don't come out in 4 days, the probability of death is far greater than the probability of you being delayed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Aren't you going in to take a look? Yu Tianxin couldn't help but laugh. Depending on different levels of strength, the situation will be different after entering. The demon-subduing tower clearly has different levels, but the levels of the other 3 forbidden areas are very ambiguous and difficult to judge. But it is certain that the scene after I enter will be different from yours. Not to mention whether I can find you or not. The question is, why should I save you? Han Fei pondered for a moment and said, How often will the forbidden level trial field open? Yu Tianxin chuckled. Don't you know? Of course, it will only be opened when someone wants to challenge it. Why do you open it when no one wants to enter it? As for the last time the Forbidden Proving Ground was opened, you should know that 5 years ago, Bei Nanxiang challenged the Forbidden Proving Ground and returned with serious injuries, but he was also ranked 3rd on the genius list because of this. Don't you know? Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. Of course I know. It's just a question. All right, the rules have been known. I'm going. He didn't chat with Yu Tianxin anymore. He didn't even look at the last God-Fiend Sea, a secret realm that could reflect creatures of the Wall of Death, the most difficult of the 4 forbidden places. Why would he go there? Han Fei grabbed the seal and walked to the entrance of the Thunder Prison. This was naturally also a teleportation array. Otherwise, the lotus petals wouldn't just tremble. The reason why he didn't choose to go to the demon-subduing tower at the beginning was mainly because he could tell from Yu Tianxin's explanation that the creatures in the demon-subduing tower had been accumulated over countless years, so there couldn't be any weaklings among them. If he went there, it would be the Dao-seeking level, which was on the 3rd level of the demon-suppressing tower, which combined the junior, intermediate, and advanced levels. Although he should be able to withstand it, this was the last one he had any reason to choose. If he really went there, he was afraid that someone would suspect him and he would be watched. Then, even if he wanted to escape, it might be a problem. As for the teleportation array that Yu Tianxin said would be closed, Han Fei wasn't too worried, because when Hai Tinglei was enforcing the law, he heard with his own ears that Bai Wushu and Yu Qing, who ambushed him, were punished to guard the demon-subduing tower for 30 years. If he didn't go there via teleportation array, there must be other paths he could take. Han Fei couldn't help but ask the old turtle, If I stay here, is there any way to get out? The old turtle couldn't help but say, How would I know? However, there is no secret realm in the world that can't be broken through, but it's not certain. It's normal to be trapped for hundreds or even thousands of years. Han Fei was speechless. Trapped my ass. I can only stay in the Waterwood world for 3 years in total, and more than 5 months have passed. I don't have much time. Han Fei immediately decided to come out in 3 days, but he would delay for 2 hours to prove that he could break the rules. Then he would wait for 3 days to decide what to do next. Han Fei went straight into the Thunder Prison. Boom. Ka. As soon as Han Fei appeared, 2 bolts of lightning struck him hard, making him tremble all over. Han Fei was speechless. I haven't even seen clearly where it is, and it's already attacking me? When Han Fei took a closer look, his face was full of surprise and shock, but there was only darkness within his vision. In the dark sky, dense lightning was flashing non-stop, illuminating this dark place that seemed to stretch out infinitely. Huh? Han Fei had just been shocked when the old turtle suddenly exclaimed, boom. Han Fei was struck by another lightning bolt. If he guessed right, the probability of him being struck by lightning here was only once every few seconds. According to the power of each lightning bolt, it was equivalent to the power of a junior explorer. Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder it was called the Forbidden Proving Ground. He had just come in and was already hit like this at the door. What could he do next? Of course, Han Fei could stay at the door for 3 days and then go out. However, would Yu Tianxin really not peep at him? Or after he went out, no one would really investigate him? However, it was not important whether there were any inspections or not. Even if there were lightning strikes at the door every few seconds, it would be hard for him to withstand them for 3 days and 3 nights. If there were too many ants, even an elephant could be killed, let alone lightning strikes. Chapter 1277, Spirit of the Thunder Heritage Boom. In just a short moment, Han Fei had been struck dozens of times. He was so energetic that his energy was overflowing, and tiny electric arcs were dancing on the surface of his body. He said, Old Turtle, what are you exclaiming about? The old turtle pondered and said, if I'd guessed right, this place is not ordinary. There is the aura of the gods. Han Fei was stunned. Wait a moment, what did you say? The aura of the gods? Are you serious? The old turtle said solemnly. It can't be wrong. It's definitely the aura of a god. A god once fought in this world, so this eternal lightning domain was left behind, but Han Fei couldn't help but ask, but what? Han Fei was not a fool. As early as in the Age of Doom, the Beast King and the others had said that the gods had died 30,000 years ago. Up to now, it should be 130,000 years. Someone had fought here and caused this place to be struck by lightning for 130,000 years, and the frequency was so high? The old turtle asked in confusion. However, I have a feeling that something is wrong. Why is the aura of the gods so weak? Even at the periphery, it shouldn't be so weak. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Is this weak? Han Fei pointed at the lightning in the sky, and 2 bolts of lightning continued to strike him. Of course, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Instead, he looked up at the shocking lightning in the sky, waiting for the old turtle's answer. The old turtle said, walk inside first. Let me feel it first. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little contempt in his heart. You are really a disgrace to emperors. You really don't know anything. However, Han Fei still walked forward 1,000 meters at a time. Because he was moving very fast, lightning fell on him like raindrops. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. He had completely adapted now. Boom, rumble. After only 100 kilometers, Han Fei found that the power of lightning was as strong as when he deduced void fishing, although it was not as terrifying as the heavenly tribulation. This change in intensity made Han Fei very uncomfortable. How could it be? How could the intensity change so quickly? It was fine on the periphery, but why was it so strong after only 100 kilometers? At this time, the old turtle said, don't stop, keep going. Han Fei was speechless. Old Yuan, are you trying to kill me? You think that lightning can't kill me, so you want me to feel the power of the heavenly tribulation a few more times? Heh, how can I not know you? Although I haven't seen this space clearly, I can be sure that with your physique you can go 1,000 kilometers forward without a problem, not to mention 100 kilometers forward. Do you think a half-golden body is a joke? Han Fei frowned. Are you kidding me? Am I that strong? In fact, Han Fei didn't stop at all. He was still moving at 1,000 meters per step. After more than 300 kilometers, the old turtle said, release the little black fish. The power of thunder is extremely masculine and extremely yang. Your little white fish has just swallowed the extremely cold blue sea ice sand, so the little black fish's yang power is relatively weak. It won't be good for you. Now that we are in this environment, we can let him out to eat thunder and lightning. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei's glabella flashed, and Little Black and Little White appeared. The moment Little White appeared, she leaned against Han Fei's cheek. Dad, I want to go home. Han Fei gently patted Little White, and Little White returned to forge the universe, while Little Black rushed out and wandered in the sea of lightning. Han Fei thought that the old turtle was right. Just like how Little Black didn't like the blue sea ice sand, Little White also didn't like the masculine power of thunder. While walking, Han Fei asked, Old Turtle, with my Little Black's abilities, can he balance his yang power with Little White's great Tao as long as he stays in this thunder prison for a few more days? The old turtle sneered. What are you thinking? Do you think your little black fish swallows thunder? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. Yes, the old turtle said. With the innate Tao body, they can absorb energy from the void if they need it. They swallowed the lightning because there's a trace of the supreme Yang Great Tao in it. What they swallowed was the power of the Great Tao. However, the place has existed for too long, and the power of the gods has been exhausted. Therefore, unless your little black fish swallows the entire thunder prison, how can it be compared to the blue sea ice sand? Han Fei felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. Swallow the entire Thunder Prison? Are you fucking kidding me? In these few seconds, the Thunder Prison had struck down countless bolts of lightning. And you said swallowing the whole Thunder Prison is comparable to taking the blue sea ice sand? The old turtle said. So, the further you go in, the stronger the supreme yang dao the little black fish will swallow. 1 dao inside is comparable to 10 or even 100 daos now. However, Han Fei already had no hope in the Thunder Prison. In the future, he would have a chance to take Little Black to his junior sister and ask for the parasol tree. 3,000 kilometers passed. Han Fei suddenly stopped because he found cracks on his body. The power of lightning seemed to contain some kind of metallic killing intent, which could even cut his skin. The old turtle also said, "Okay, that's it. I figured it out." Han Fei couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What do you figure out?" The old turtle said, "This is indeed the place where the gods fight, but it's not the gods fighting each other, but fighting against the ominous." The ominous? Han Fei was a little puzzled. He seemed to have heard this word before. Without Han Fei asking, the old turtle replied, "You might not be happy if I tell you. You don't have a chance at all, nor are you qualified to know what this is. I have only heard of it from another emperor. There is no aura of the ominous here anymore, so the remaining power of the gods is dissipating. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, this so-called Thunder Prison will be gone." Han Fei asked. "Is that all?" the old turtle asked. "Then what else do you want to know?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "What's the difference between saying that and not saying it? I just want to ask, are there any opportunities in the Thunder Prison? If there is, let's get it out. It's not easy to travel to the Sea Demon Royal City. We have to take something away, right?" The old turtle pondered for a moment. "The problem is that you're at most a half venerable with a golden body. Even if you use all your secret methods, you can only go another 2,000 kilometers at most. You can't touch the real opportunities here. Roar." While they were talking, they suddenly heard roars from the dark void. Han Fei was stunned. Didn't they say that the Thunder Prison was full of thunder and lightning and had no creatures? Then who was roaring? Huh? Where's Little Black? Han Fei suddenly realized that Little Black was gone. The main reason was that Little Black was too difficult to find now. He was pure black, the kind of black that could even devour light. If he wasn't careful, he would sink into the darkness and never be found again. Fortunately, Little Black was his spiritual beast and could sense him. Therefore, Han Fei looked up at the sky and found that in the high altitude of thousands of meters, Little Black was chasing a blue something. Huh? The Spirit of Thunder Heritage? Where is it from? I didn't notice it. The old turtle was always slow. Han Fei was already used to this rhythm. At this moment, he was also scanning the blue dragon-like thing with his perception. The old turtle hurriedly said, "Don't use your soul to perceive." Boom. Han Fei felt that his head exploded with a buzz, and he was stunned for 3 or 5 seconds before he slowly came back to his senses. After he woke up, Han Fei found that his 7 orifices were bleeding. He wiped his nose with his hand and found that the golden blood was flowing in large swaths. Han Fei couldn't help but say angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? What's going on here?" The old turtle was lost for words. "Did you give me a chance to speak? The Spirit of Thunder Heritage is a creature born of thunder and lightning, and the power of the soul is mostly dark. It's just that your soul power is not weak, and this Spirit of Thunder Heritage is not strong enough. Otherwise, this blow would have seriously injured your soul." Han Fei immediately retracted his aura and activated the star teleportation technique, braving the thunder and lightning and chasing the Spirit of Thunder Heritage in the air. As he chased, he asked, "What's the use of the Spirit of Thunder Heritage?" The old turtle replied, "Well, it's just like the difference between turbid spiritual energy, ordinary spiritual energy, and pure spiritual energy, and pure spiritual energy. The Spirit of Thunder Heritage is the essence of the power of the Thunder Prison. However, there shouldn't be many such creatures here. Otherwise, after swallowing 1,000 of them, I'm afraid they can barely match the power of the blue sea ice sand." Han Fei was dumbfounded again. 1,000? Then swallow me. Seeing that Little Black and the Little Blue Snake were chasing each other in the sky, Han Fei joined the battle too. Seeing that Han Fei had come and was so fast, the Little Blue Snake roared and thousands of lightning bolts, as if they had found a target, bombarded Han Fei. Boom boom boom, Han Fei's body sank and he fell from the sky, with 7 or 8 cracks on his body. It could be seen that the lightning could even hurt a half-venerable. No wonder Yu Tianxin didn't recommend him to come to the Thunder Prison. Even if Yu Tianxin were here in person, he would probably be badly battered. However, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of the meat in his mouth. He roared and swallowed it. He used the swallowing technique and swallowed the power of lightning bolts in one bite, and his body swelled and made him look so fat. Star teleportation. Where are you going? Chapter 1278, Indestructible Overlord Body Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Little Black and the Spirit of Thunder Heritage chased each other, Han Fei joined in. In terms of speed, Han Fei was extremely fast, which couldn't be measured by the speed of a junior Dao-seeking demon at all. The moment Han Fei took action, the Spirit of Thunder Heritage noticed that something was wrong. A large amount of lightning struck Han Fei crazily, as if being controlled. Han Fei was a little impatient. These lightning bolts were indeed very strong, but he didn't think they could kill him. He even felt that they might not be enough to help him cultivate. Now that the fourth level of the indestructible body had been broken, the next level would be to create an indestructible body. And one of the characteristics of an indestructible body was that the cultivator would be reborn with his blood, which was easy for venerables. However, how could it be so easy for a person who walked the path of flesh and soul to be reborn and regain his former strength? Therefore, this indestructible body was different from ordinary blood rebirth. Rebirth was just one of its abilities. Apart from being reborn, when he broke through to the fifth level of the indestructible body, he should make his soul indestructible. However, the indestructible body that Ren Tianfei gave him didn't involve the cultivation of the sixth level. This also meant that if he completed the breakthrough of the fifth level, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the indestructible body further. At this moment, Han Fei, who was bombarded by thousands of lightning strikes, held back the cracks on his body and grabbed at the Spirit of Thunder heritage in the void. Roar! At the moment when the Spirit of Thunder heritage was caught by Han Fei, it seemed to be anxious and roared as if it wanted to shatter Han Fei's soul. Roar! However, what responded to its roar was also a roar. The dragon roar and the tiger roar collided, setting off ripples in the sky. When Han Fei grabbed the Spirit of Thunder heritage, he found cracks on his arms. At the same time, the Thunder Vein Spirit seemed to regard Han Fei as its most dangerous enemy. It roared and struck him with lightning bolts frantically, as if it were determined to fight Han Fei to the death. And Little Black also rushed up at this moment. He opened his big mouth, which was all black. Han Fei knew very well what Little Black was doing. He was going to swallow the Spirit of Thunder heritage. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Son, don't eat it. It's useful to Daddy. Little Black was about to eat it, but Han Fei said he couldn't eat it, which made him very unhappy. However, Little Black and Little White didn't seem to care about food much. Therefore, since Han Fei wanted it, he certainly wouldn't eat it by force. Seeing that Little Black swooshed back into the dark void, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the future, even I, his master, won't be able to find him. Ignoring Little Black, the Spirit of Thunder heritage that Han Fei caught was no longer as ferocious as before. It was just a 3-foot-long snake. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. A name, Spirit of Thunder heritage. Its original body is a gathering of lightning essence mixed with a trace of Tao. It has the ability to control thunder and lightning. Its speed is extremely fast and can flash and move in thunder and lightning. A level 66, watch quality. None, spiritual energy. None, first spiritual. Eating it can polish the body and remove impurities in the spiritual heritage, improving the body and flesh. Collectible, none absorbable. Faced with such a creature that he didn't know what it was exactly, Han Fei had an idea. For others, the Thunder Prison was an extremely dangerous place, but not for him. What could be a better place of cultivation than the Thunder Prison? Almost none. This lightning could provide him with almost endless power. The amount of spiritual spring he had was enough for him to fill a river and bathe in it. Besides, when Han Fei discovered that the Spirit of Thunder heritage could summon lightning, a thought popped up in his mind. He could deduce the indestructible body now. In the past, Han Fei had never deduced the indestructible body because body refinement was too difficult. He had so many opportunities, so when he was transcending the tribulation, he made use of the power of the heavenly tribulation to pass the fourth level of the indestructible body. The indestructible body on this level had given him a half-golden body and golden blood, which made Han Fei's body take a big step in the direction of being inhuman. However, it was impossible for him to continue to break through the indestructible body unless he could enter the deepest part of the Thunder Prison, as the old turtle said. However, it was impossible. Since none of these methods could continue to improve the indestructible body in a short period of time, he could only take a different approach. Since the cultivation technique was extremely difficult to practice, he could just improve the upper limit of the quality of the technique, right? The old turtle was confused to see that 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring in Forge the Universe had been swallowed by this world. 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring might not be a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount. It disappeared again so strangely. This made the old turtle suspicious. First of all, the disappearance of the spiritual spring must have something to do with the calabash. However, what did Han Fei do? Why did the calabash eat the 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring? However, there were some things that the old turtle couldn't see. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Indestructible overlord body, heaven level, divine quality. Introduction. This is a supreme way to strengthen the body. By cultivating the skin, flesh, viscera, bones, and marrow, one can forge the indestructible golden body. Through the golden body, one can nurture the immortal soul. Only by fusing the body and soul can one obtain the indestructible overlord body. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 1 billion shortcoming. It requires a very good physique. Note, this is a body refining technique. Don't seek speed, practice it steadily. When Han Fei saw the message, he quickly browsed through the contents. Then, he discovered a fact that the so-called indestructible overlord body only had more ways to refine the immortal soul than the indestructible body. In terms of physique cultivation, there was nothing more special than the indestructible body. At this moment, the soul-forging technique also made Han Fei's scalp tingle. This combat technique said that to create a powerful soul, one needed to crush and destroy his soul. As for the method, the first step was called the pain of the body. Its general meaning was that one's body was an external thing, but his mind could exist forever. Therefore, when he could ignore the pain of the body one day, it meant that he had fully mastered the indestructible body and could officially start to practice the second volume of the indestructible overlord body. Han Fei was lost for words. Fuck, my body is my own too. If I'm in pain, then I'm in pain. Why do I have to pretend that it's someone else who is in pain instead of me? What kind of crazy idea is this? Han Fei had planned to take a shortcut and try to take advantage of the infinite energy in the Thunder Prison to quickly break through his physical barrier with the help of the indestructible overlord body. But now, he had given up. Sure enough, there was no shortcut in this world. He had just walked halfway down the road when he wanted to change to a more effective method. His intention to avoid it was not feasible. However, Han Fei secretly activated the indestructible body while holding the Spirit of Thunder heritage. When his flesh and skin were extremely hot, vitality slowly appeared in his body. The wounds that had been blasted open instantly recovered. And the struggling Spirit of Thunder heritage continued to summon thunderbolts from time to time, which was barely enough for Han Fei to continue cultivating. Although he couldn't make a major breakthrough on the 5th level of the indestructible body, his cultivation speed was definitely more than 10 times faster than normal. Han Fei was even tempted. At this speed, he should be able to reach the golden body level in half a year at most. Unfortunately, he didn't come here to cultivate, but to find the water immortal. Now, Han Fei had a rough idea of the water immortal's whereabouts, which was inside the demon-subduing tower. He still wanted to go there. As for the Thunder Prison, Han Fei had to go through the demon-subduing tower to see if he could sneak out of it. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't care about anything else but focused on cultivation. 3 days later, Little Black caught another 7 or 8 Spirits of Thunder heritage from somewhere. Han Fei saw Little Black slip in front of him with the little snake in his mouth many times. After 3 days, Han Fei felt the improvement of his physique and couldn't help but smile bitterly. After such high-intensity cultivation, he was almost struck dead by the lightning, but he felt that his indestructible body didn't even improve by 1%. At this moment, Han Fei knew that it seemed that he had overestimated his cultivation speed. According to this progress, it was basically impossible for him to cultivate a golden body unless he stayed in the Thunder Prison for a whole year. The old turtle said, "Your physique is getting stronger very quickly. I think you can really try to cultivate in this realm for 10 years. With the resources you have, 10 years is enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the Tao-seeking realm and get a golden body. Your strength can reach the level of a half-venerable. In this barren land, there should be few people who are your match." Han Fei curled his lips, not interested. "I'm the man who is going to become a king. The entire yin-yang world is waiting for me to return." Chapter 1279, Demon Subduing Tower Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the eyes of others, the Thunder Prison was extremely terrifying. However, to Han Fei, it became a place of body tempering. It could be seen that although physical cultivation was difficult, the opportunities varied from person to person. Han Fei didn't believe that no one knew the use of the Thunder Prison. However, there were probably few people who could cultivate here. Even he felt that his body refinement had reached the strongest level among his peers. Even so, as time passed, his skin and flesh would still be cut open, and he needed the indestructible body to nurture vitality. Outside the Thunder Prison, Cheng Shui-Chin was standing before the caves of the 4 forbidden areas, looking calm. Cheng Shui-Chin asked, "It's been 3 days? Did you say that he chose the Thunder Prison voluntarily?" Yu Qian-Shin nodded. "That's right, he didn't choose the entrance of the Abyssal Well and the Demon-Subduing Tower, and didn't even look at that of the Godfiend Sea." Cheng Shui-Chin nodded slightly. If this is a mutation of the bloodline in his body, then his demonic heritage must have been improved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the bombardment of the thunder and lightning in the Thunder Prison, even if he had been at the entrance all the time. Yu Tian-Shin was holding a pulse testing stone in his hand and said, "Let's see if he can come out." By logic, he should have come out by now. The moment Yu Tianxian spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed and blood qi rushed out of the entrance of the Thunder Prison. His tumbling blood and qi, the flashing electric arcs on his body, and the bloody scabs all over his body seemed to be trying to prove how miserable he was. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianxian frowned. Did he really come out alive? What did this mean? It meant that this Fish Dragon King had infinite potential in body refinement. It also showed that the opportunity that the Fish Dragon King got from his last trip was enough to support his body to reach such a level. Cheng Shui-Chin, on the other hand, looked at Han Fei casually and asked softly, "How do you feel?" Seeing that Cheng Shui-Chin was here, Han Fei held his spear in one hand and was about to speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, a thunder arc spurted out. In Han Fei's mind, the old turtle was almost rolling his eyes. He had never seen anyone who was so good at acting. Han Fei's voice slightly trembled. "It's horrible. Infinite lightning strikes. No wonder it's ranked as the second most dangerous forbidden place." Xuanhuan said calmly, "It's not that the Thunder Prison is ranked as the second most dangerous forbidden area. The difficulty of the forbidden area varies. For different people, the difficulty is different. How far have you traveled?" Hanfei thought to himself. How should I put it? If I said I had been at the entrance, I'm afraid it's meaningless. But if they know I went quite deep inside, they'll suspect me. Hanfei thought for a moment and said with the buzzing sound of the electric arc, as far as 300 kilometers away. Hanfei meant that he had walked far away, but then came back. But even so, Xuanhuan couldn't help being a little surprised. He thought that Hanfei had only walked 50 or 100 kilometers forward. As for staying at the entrance, it was impossible, and Xuanhuan wouldn't believe it. He knew that Fish Dragon King's conceited and arrogant personality wouldn't allow him to stay at the entrance. However, the result of 300 kilometers really made Xuanhuan look at Hanfei in a new light. Yu Tianxin couldn't help narrowing her eyes. "Fish Dragon King, are you sure you can go as far as 300 kilometers away? You know, although Venerable Xuanhui and I didn't see it with our own eyes, we can roughly judge you through your strength and your future trial effects." Hanfei despised them in his heart. What the hell? Only 300 kilometers has already shocked you? Then what would you think if I told you that I cultivated for 3 days and 3 nights in a place 3,000 kilometers away? But on the surface, Hanfei's face sank. "I, the Fish Dragon King, don't bother to lie. A mere 300 kilometers is not worth lying about." Yu Tianxin nodded slightly. "Of course we won't doubt you. You've proven your strength by coming out alive. However, since you stayed in the Thunder Prison for 3 days, did your demonic heritage mutate? Venerable Xuanhui and I need to take a look." Then, Yu Tianxin threw the pulse testing stone in his hand to Hanfei. As if he had known that this would happen, Hanfei was already prepared. He grabbed the pulse testing stone with one hand and injected demonic energy into it. Immediately, the purple light turned from purple to dark red, indicating that it hadn't reached level 9 yet. However, the intensity showed that it was clearly the peak of level 8. Seeing this, Yu Tianxin couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Level 8 high quality?" Yu Tianxin couldn't help looking at Xuanhuan, who still looked calm. However, Xuanhuan said, "Not bad. You've upgraded from a level 8 low quality to a level 8 high quality one, or even a bit more. You've tried to break through to a level 9 demonic heritage, haven't you?" Hanfei's body trembled slightly. The old turtle was speechless. This kid is really a dedicated liar. Seeing Hanfei's reaction, Xuanhuan couldn't help but smile. "It seems that I still underestimated your harvest this time. It seems that your bloodline power has increased your overall strength by at least 2 levels. Do you still want to continue this trial?" Hanfei pretended to be hesitating. He had to show a certain amount of talent, as well as a hint that he was not good enough. Hanfei hesitated for a while before slowly saying, "Venerable Xuanhui, can you give me 3 months? 3 days is too short." Xuanhuan said indifferently, "1 month. I don't care what kind of opportunity you have obtained. If you can cultivate in the Thunder Prison for a month, your strength may rise greatly. But if you stay for 3 months, I'm afraid your strength will rise too fast, which will inevitably affect the polishing of your foundation." Hanfei was delighted. Sure enough, pretending to be a genius was useful. Otherwise, if he negotiated with a figure like Xuanhuan, he would be lucky if Xuanhuan didn't slap him to death. Hanfei gritted his teeth. "Okay, thank you, Venerable Xuanhui. 1 month it is. Does Senior Xuanxin want to wait outside or come back in a month?" In fact, Hanfei didn't care whether Yu Xuanxin was here or not. He wanted to go to the Demon Subduing Tower, but he couldn't go directly because with his current strength, the Demon Subduing Tower was the most unsuitable forbidden place for him. However, he wasn't the real Fish Dragon King. As long as Xuanhuan wasn't around, he had a way to sneak from the Thunder Prison to the Demon Subduing Tower without Yu Tianxin's notice. Yu Tianxin shook her head slightly. "I'll come again in a month. This is a trial." Since you want a month, it means that you already have some considerations in your heart. All excellent benefits can only be enjoyed when you're qualified. Don't you have anything to guarantee? The forbidden-level secret realms in the White Shell Royal City were rarely opened, but as long as they were opened, the person who entered them would be given enough attention. If Hanfei performed well, then his status and identity would rise. But if Hanfei only became slightly stronger, nothing would change. This was an identity and status that had to be exchanged with one's life. Many people could do this, but they wouldn't choose to do so. After all, a single mistake would cost their lives. Hanfei was overjoyed. "It's great that he's not here. Then I'll have time to play in the Demon Subduing Tower." Xuanhuan looked at Hanfei casually. "I hope you can show me more things. Try it more. If level 8 high quality can become level 9, you should know what it means." Hanfei nodded solemnly. In fact, Hanfei was already laughing in his heart. Hanfei sat cross-legged and began to recover. This was only natural in the eyes of Xuanhuan and the others. There was only 1 month left. Hanfei needed to prove his value and potential this month, so it was a race against time. After about 10 seconds, the old turtle's voice sounded in Hanfei's heart. "Okay, stop pretending. Both of them are gone." "Huff!" Hanfei breathed a sigh of relief. "Old turtle, these 4 realms are definitely extraordinary. Can you temporarily use your power as an emperor? Let's empty these 4 forbidden places, okay?" The old turtle couldn't help but growl. If I could use my power as an emperor, why would I be imprisoned in your sea of consciousness by your calabash? If I could use my power as an emperor, why would I have to try so hard to possess someone? Han Fei said awkwardly. Okay, forget it. In that case, we can try that when we have time in the future. For now, we should go to the demon subduing tower. Can you feel the seal of this teleportation array? The old turtle said. You are an array master yourself. Can't you see it? Of course it's sealed, but it can be opened at any time. If you're not in a hurry, stay outside for a day before entering. Han Fei realized that his words did make sense. As the saying goes, anxiousness makes waste. So be it. One day passed. There was indeed no response from the teleportation array. Han Fei pinched his fingers to make sure that no one was paying attention to him. Then he walked quickly to the cave where the demon subduing tower was located. Chapter 1280, Six-Finger Coral Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei remembered that Hai Tinglei had sent Bai Wuzhu and Yu Qing to guard the demon-subduing tower. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he might appear in front of these two people after entering the cave. Then he could threaten them. He could tell the two of them that as long as they didn't announce that he had been there, he could take them as his followers and take them back from there. Han Fei believed that no one could resist such temptation. After all, 30 years was not short. No one would want to stay in such a dangerous place to watch the door. They would definitely know how to choose. However, the moment Han Fei stepped into the cave of the demon subduing tower, he seemed to have fallen into a vortex and appeared directly in a jungle under the sea. Han Fei was stunned and asked in surprise, Undersea jungle? Where is the demon subduing tower? The old turtle said. I don't feel too good. You don't seem to be outside the demon subduing tower, but inside. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. This teleportation array led directly to the inside of the demon subduing tower? Then wouldn't the creatures in the demon subduing tower be able to come out? The old turtle said leisurely. The way you came in is gone. Han Fei quickly looked back, his heart pounding. Where is the road? The old turtle said, Maybe you didn't say that you were coming to the demon subduing tower at all, so Cheng Shui Qin and Yu Tianxin didn't have to tell you the way to come out of the demon subduing tower. So you might as well have chosen the demon subduing tower from the beginning. At least you will know how to come out. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What the hell should I do now? Shouldn't the demon subduing tower be a huge tower with countless powerful creatures suppressed in it? If there was a loophole somewhere in it and someone dug a way out, wouldn't the creatures inside notice it? Han Fei immediately said, No, in terms of arrays, there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect array in this world. Since I can come in, I can definitely go out. There must be an array here, but it was hidden the moment I appeared. However, the old turtle roared again. Are you sure that the way you came in is an array? Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and then his face turned black. He said helplessly, Can't you say something auspicious? The old turtle said disdainfully, In the world of cultivation, the path you can't think of or don't want to think of is very likely to be the answer. At least, I don't feel any teleportation. It should be the law of space. Han Fei was about to mock the old turtle when he subconsciously moved away. In the next moment, a pale yellow light pierced the void and appeared where Han Fei was standing just now. What is it? Han Fei's face changed slightly. In an instant, dozens of lights appeared at the same time. To be precise, there were more than 30 of them, which came from all directions. Buzz. The invincible will appeared, and the golden giant protected Han Fei. He stomped, and the coiled turtle array and the soul-controlling array appeared at the same time. The 64-dimensional fish dragon dance was also activated. Even so, the speed couldn't compare to the speed of light. Although the yellow light didn't seem to be real light, its speed was even faster than when he used the star teleportation technique. This was why Han Fei didn't use the star teleportation technique. Puh! The coiled turtle array was directly blasted through, and the yellow light passed the soul-driving array. It seemed that it wasn't a soul attack. However, when the yellow light collided with the invincible will, Han Fei clearly felt a stabbing pain in his head. That weird thing could corrode his will? Fortunately, Han Fei was fast enough. Only 2 or 3 yellow lights fell on him, which were blocked by the invincible will. Although there were still yellow lights shooting at him, Han Fei's reaction was very fast. Roar! Han Fei roared and threw out the sacrificing punch. The brilliant red light penetrated the void and pressed on for dozens of kilometers. This was Han Fei's current strength, which was completely different from when he was still a law enforcer. The moment the sacrificing punch was thrown out, he activated the heavenly void divine movement and chased after the sacrificing punch. Han Fei wanted to see which creature attacked him. This was because when he released his perception, Han Fei felt a trace of danger. It seemed that after he released it, he was being led, as if someone wanted to eat his perception. The heavenly void divine movement was very fast, wasn't it? Walking between illusions and reality, Han Fei felt that even the yellow light shouldn't be able to keep up with him. However, something terrifying happened. Han Fei turned his head and found that in the void, the yellow light was still there, and there was a light trying to catch up with him and kill him. Han Fei was immediately confused. What was going on here? Was it a physical attack or a magical attack? Of course, Han Fei just pointed his finger backhand. Spiritual energy surged and exploded. It wasn't too difficult to block the yellow light. Boom! According to the power of the explosion, Han Fei could roughly tell the power of this yellow light. It wasn't very strong, only about the power of an intermediate Dao-seeking realm. After shattering one of the attacks, because of the extremely fast speed, before all the other attacks arrived, Han Fei had already followed the fist mark of the sacrificing punch, crushing all the attacking yellow light along the way. It was at this moment that Han Fei saw a rather creepy demon plant. It was like deformed fingers supported by a long palm, which made it look like a human hand. When it launched an attack, the palm-like demon plant pointed its 6 fingers in Han Fei's direction, as if it wanted to block the sacrificing punch. However, how could it possibly resist Han Fei's all-out attack? It wasn't at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm, nor was it a half-venerable. How could he suppress Han Fei? Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. 6-finger coral. Introduction. A strange creature with demonic plants and insect species coexisting. It has the ability of corrosion. When it hits a creature, a large number of corrosive worms will parasitize and devour the host's vitality and soul until the host grows into a new 6-finger coral. The 6-finger coral and the sea flower are natural enemies. The sea flower's tentacles can resolve the parasitic danger of the corrosive worm. TASS. 75 Quality S Enforcing Law. Light of Corrosion. SS Core DS. 1 TSS. SSSS, TSS 4364, points. SSSSSSSS, 25 TS, 1 TS, SSSSSSS, 25 30, HES, SSSS TS, inedible, assess, score DS, 30S, versus 25 TSS depsters corroding. Insect fluid absorptus, or the corrosion worm will disperse throughout the entire area to find a host to parasitize. When he saw this scene, Han Fei screamed, ouch! The space in front of him distorted, and he appeared far away. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the sacrificing punch directly blew up a large area of 6-finger corals. In the sea, there were colorful unknown particles everywhere. Han Fei was horrified. What kind of creature was this? He had been in the Grand Myriad Mountains for so long but had never heard of it. The old turtle said, well, it's just a 6-finger coral. It's nothing special. As long as your defense power and will are strong enough, it can't do anything to you. However, isn't this 6-finger coral a bit too small? Han Fei had already retreated. He stomped. Fuse. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei instantly felt extremely good. Through Little White's perception, he could very clearly know where the source of danger was. Besides, after this fusion, Han Fei felt that, through the coldness, the yellow rays of light slowed down when they shot at him. Han Fei was overjoyed. So, you're afraid of the cold too? Han Fei didn't have to fight this kind of creature, but he wouldn't completely give up. He reached out and grabbed some of the spirit-corroding insect fluid before he melted some of it into his body and wrapped it with spiritual energy, making it impossible for them to escape. The Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect hooked the blob of spirit-corroding insect fluid that Han Fei sent over and quickly stuffed it into its mouth. Not bad! Han Fei immediately grinned. Compared to Little Fatty and the others, the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect was of the highest level. After all, he had seen all kinds of demonic plants after exploring the Grand Myriad Mountains. And now, the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect had reached level 58. It upgraded so quickly by eating. Even Han Fei didn't know how it upgraded so quickly. Seeing this, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and the infinity water shot out. From Forge the Universe, Han Fei drew out a blank fish skin. As Han Fei drew an array with one hand, soon, in the array, the infinity water rolled towards the large pile of 6-finger corals that had just been cut open, sealing the spirit-corroding insect fluid inside. Han Fei felt that eating too much wouldn't help. However, as a new poison, it shouldn't be a problem for the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect to reach level 59. Sure enough, in a place like the Demon Subduing Tower, danger and opportunity really coexisted. This was more exciting and challenging than the boring Thunder Prison. Of course, although Han Fei had collected a piece of 6-finger coral, it didn't mean that he liked to stay in such an environment. After all, this place was rather creepy and no one wanted to stay here. After swimming 100 kilometers, Han Fei saw a lily flower on the rock wall of a mountain. However, it was much larger than the normal lily flower, and its tentacles were much longer. It looked very beautiful. After seeing such a beautiful flower, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The more beautiful a creature was, the more deceptive it would be. An undersea lily flower? He had never seen it before. It was another kind of creature that he had never seen in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Reference, Sailor Coral, also known as the Finger of the Dead, Chapter 28:1, the Flower of the Sea. Whether it was in the sea or on land, be it fish or demon plants, creatures with particularly gorgeous colors were usually not good things. Of course, this lily flower was nothing compared to the colorful coral. However, that depended on where they appeared. He didn't know where he was at all. In the dark undersea jungles, only some luminous creatures were flashing. It was eerily quiet. There seemed to be some grayness in the sea, which was not as gorgeous as the coral reefs. Of course, this was not what surprised Han Fei. What really frightened him was that the lily flower seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Or maybe, Han Fei could be sure of one thing. He probably appeared on the 3rd floor of the demon-subduing tower, which was the level of creatures at the Tao-seeking realm. However, could even the Tao-seeking realm make him feel a sense of danger? Hanfei frowned and said, "Old turtle, if my guess is correct, this kind of demonic plant must have drilled through space and appeared here directly, right?" The old turtle seemed a little absent-minded. "Is there a need to guess? Isn't it obvious?" Hanfei certainly knew it. He just wanted to chat with the old turtle in this weird atmosphere. Seeing that the old turtle didn't want to chat, Hanfei confirmed a direction with his perception. There was a large rock wall blocking in his way. But behind the rock wall, through Little White's perception, Hanfei was very sure that there were terrifying creatures there. It must be the thing that tried to devour his perception power when he came in just now. Hanfei didn't really want to deal with these creatures. He could tell how dangerous they could be from the place where the 6-finger coral was. Fortunately, he didn't appear among them but appeared outside, otherwise the noise wouldn't have been so small. And now, as soon as he rushed out of that area, he saw a lily flower. From the perspective of natural enemies, this lily flower should be the natural enemy of the 6-finger coral, the sea flower. How strong was the 6-finger coral, and its combat skills were so hard to deal with. This sea flower might not be any better. However, when Hanfei wanted to find a relatively safe route in the 3rd level of the demon-suppressing tower, he found that in Little White's perception system, the most dangerous places and the safest places were all pointing in the direction of the sea flower. Hanfei couldn't help but laugh at himself. Oh, no wonder the demon-subduing tower is so dangerous. It turns out that the flower has blocked all the roads. There's only one road left. How can it not be dangerous? Hanfei had already made a rough judgment. Perhaps the 3rd level of the demon-subduing tower was also a way to select the strong. No matter what, Hanfei absolutely didn't believe it. This was an ancient demon-suppressing ground that had existed for an unknown period of time, and you told me that there were no big demons in it except for 2 kinds of plants. Of course he didn't believe it. Therefore, Hanfei firmly believed that as long as he passed the sea flower, it would definitely be a different situation. Immediately, Hanfei extended a hand of spiritual energy and grabbed the lily flower. However, just as the spiritual energy hand was about to knead over, the lily flower's feather-like tentacles grew thousands of tentacles in a hurry. Hanfei was also stunned for a moment. Is this the demonic plant in the sea? It's just a test. Does this damn thing even want to eat my spiritual energy? Hanfei took a closer look. What was that? A feather-shaped tentacle? It wasn't a fucking tentacle at all, but a living leech? A leech could also be called a bloodsucker. In the level 1 and level 2 fishery, there were many terrifying stories about leeches pasting across. However, Hanfei had never seen such leeches full of long tentacles. He was sure that it was a leech because the leech was full of tentacles. Hanfei didn't see the original body hidden under the tentacles until all the tentacles were out. What was that soft, sticky thing if not a leech? Hanfei waved his hand, and at the moment the void hand squeezed at it, half of the hand was devoured by the lily-like leech. Of course, the remaining spiritual energy hand still easily caught the leech and squeezed it to death. With a thought from Hanfei, the infinity water turned into countless sharp water needles, guarding him around. With the infinity water, Hanfei was no longer afraid that the leech would attack him with special means. However, when this lily-like leech was squeezed to death, Hanfei saw another 1, 2, 3. Hanfei was dumbfounded. I just squeezed a flower to death. Why did so many of them pop out? Are they not afraid of being squeezed to death by me? In such an environment, he must have been discovered. Hanfei had no choice. Since the most dangerous place and the safest place were in the same direction, he might as well charge. Hanfei ran in the most dangerous direction, mostly because he didn't want to give the leech a chance. Sure enough, when Hanfei began to rush forward, he saw white and purple lily flowers appear beside him. Because the leeches appeared too frequently, Hanfei inevitably encountered them during his sprint. Therefore, no matter how fast and responsive Hanfei was, he was still hit in the end. At that moment, information appeared in Hanfei's eyes. One name Sea Flower. Introduction. An exotic creature with demonic plants and insect species coexisting. It has countless tentacles that can penetrate the void. Each of its tentacles has a companion feather-shaped leech that can devour vitality, parasitize, and split. The sea flower can continue the power of other creatures to a certain extent, so it cannot continue its unique ability. A level 77 equality legend. Legend O enforcing law. Swallowing, spiritual energy. 55,072 points. 72 points and 72 points and edible effect. Long-term consumption can greatly enhance blood and chi and improve physique. Sea collectible a void fruit. Void tentacle absorbable where A. Remarks wherever the sea flower grows. No creature can live unless the sea flower allows it to live. Indeed. Hanfei immediately cursed in his heart. As expected of the mortal enemy of the six-finger coral, the sea flower was just as disgusting as it. The two were born in the same space and had been fighting for countless years. Their strength should be at least equal. When Hanfei saw that the so-called sea flower seemed to be symbiotic with the leeches, he thought to himself, is this so-called sea flower anemone? It was really interesting that leeches were symbiotic with sea anemones. To be honest, Han Fei had never seen such a powerful sea anemone. A level 77 weird creature should be much more dangerous than ordinary sea anemones. Han Fei was still charging forward, but after only running for less than 300 kilometers, he saw large tracts of white flowers floating towards him. Except for the difference in color, it had exactly the same effect as the marching sea leeches. Small-sized but capable of large-scale hunting, this kind of animal made Han Fei's face turn cold. Han Fei frowned and the invincible will appeared again. The infinity water began to revolve around him crazily. Han Fei wasn't the kind of person who would hesitate to use his treasure. This demon-subduing tower was much more dangerous than the Thunder Prison, so he would just use all necessary means. Bang, bang, bang! White and purple flowers exploded one after another, and more leeches emerged. The dead leeches began to split. Some were split into 2, and some were even split into 5 or 8 leeches, which looked creepy. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. This thing was splitting too fast, wasn't it? In a few seconds, it had split into 2. At this speed, wouldn't it be easy to eat up the entire 3rd floor? The six-finger coral was simply no match for it at all. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately confirmed that there must be a limit to this leech's split, and the sea flower definitely had more enemies besides the six-finger coral. However, at this moment, the sea flower didn't let him go. Instead, there were more and more leeches. It was not just the leeches. Void tentacles began to appear in the air. From the tentacles, a large number of purple, shrimp egg-like things spewed out. Han Fei's face sank. This bastard wants to parasitize me? Sacrificing punch. Han Fei punched out and decided to force his way in. He had thought that only the six-finger coral had the ability to parasitize, but it turned out that the sea flower also had this ability. Han Fei thought for a moment and shouted, "Combination, twin divine technique." When the sacrificing punch bought him some time, Han Fei directly used the twin divine technique. This time, he didn't transform into a human at all, but in a smoke state. As soon as the technique was activated, Han Fei felt that the so-called sea flower was just a piece of cake. All the leeches, tentacles, and fish roe-like things within a radius of 100 meters were frozen. The black smoke swept across, and all the iced items were easily minced. The flower of sea was probably dumbfounded at this moment. What the fuck was going on? Did this guy just turn into smoke? Why couldn't I get close to the smoke? Large swaths of tentacles and leeches were withering. After 100 seconds, Han Fei finally saw a sea flower that was more than 300 meters tall in the distance. Countless tentacles, all sucking leeches, were swinging randomly. Seeing Han Fei, the tree shook as if it were frightened. Han Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but sneer. "You've lived long enough. Let me take you in." Chapter 1282, Sneak Attack Translator, Henny Translations Editor, Henny Translations. The special ability of the sea flower lay in the tentacles that extended out of the void and the leeches that could split. In addition to these, there were also shrimp eggs that attempted to parasitize its enemies. When the twin divine technique appeared, these abilities basically couldn't get within 100 meters of Han Fei. In an instant, they were frozen. As Han Fei's black fog rolled, they were directly shattered. After all, no matter how strong the sea flower was, it couldn't compare to the power of the heavenly spiritual treasures. Now, Little White was just a walking ice maker. Wherever she went, ice would follow. If Han Fei weren't its master, he would have been frozen too. However, creatures at the level of the sea flower were already very intelligent. If a creature that could survive in a place like the demon-subduing tower didn't have any ability, wouldn't it have long been killed? Therefore, Han Fei saw that on the void tentacle that stretched out again, there was a skeleton hanging. It was not a complete skeleton, but the corpse of a half-merman. The skeleton was like a marionette, controlled by the tentacles. The corpse that was in the puppet state spewed out a pillar of fire from its mouth. The pillar of fire was extremely hot, accompanied by dazzling brilliance like a flame ray, which was comparable to the impact of the white sun essence fire. This was another characteristic of the sea flower. To a certain extent, it could inherit the power of other creatures. But in this case, it was clearly using other people's bodies to fight. The guy controlled by the sea flower must be extraordinary. Even the flame power he released after death was so pure and powerful. However, how could the sea flower know that what Little White swallowed was a spiritual treasure of the world? How could ordinary fire origin energy compare to it? Han Fei, who had turned into white mist, rolled up a cone-shaped tentacle and rushed at the fire origin energy. However, the fire origin began to collapse halfway. It seemed fierce, but in fact, when it was 10 meters away from Han Fei, it completely disintegrated without even sparks. The sea flower was obviously stunned, letting one of its tentacles be frozen into pieces by Han Fei. In the next moment, hundreds of tentacles extended out of the void. On each tentacle hung a creature, including octopuses, six-finger corals, green toads, colorful sea urchins, lobsters, and conchs. Among them, there were 6 half-mermen, 1 merman, and 1 human who looked like Yu Wendao. He must be an undersea human. Realizing how powerful Han Fei was, the sea flower seemed to have shown its trump cards, thinking, "I have hundreds of creatures and at least 100 techniques here. Can you resist them all?" Han Fei was stunned to see so many creatures. He wondered how many creatures the sea flower had killed. Although he was surprised, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Although it had inherited the power of other creatures had already died. The sea flower definitely couldn't exert their original strength. For example, from the blow of the half-merman just now, with Han Fei's grasp of power, if the half-merman was still alive, it would be at least an advanced Tao-seeking realm creature. Han Fei controlled his two bodies to open completely, turning from two masses of smoke into two swaths of smoke. Although the black fog was open, it didn't cover any creatures. Therefore, it didn't immediately suppress the various attacks of these creatures. However, the white mist was different. A large cloud of mist drifted out, and all the attacking energy began to decrease within 100 meters of the white mist. The power that could penetrate 10 meters of the white mist was mostly swords and knives. However, even Han Fei didn't expect that there were some special methods in this attack. He saw a spear-like thing piercing through space, drawing a long spatial crack. But even if there was such a spear, it was wrapped and swallowed by the black fog. Han Fei was also surprised. The teeth of this mist after the fusion seemed to be especially good. It seemed to be able to eat anything. However, this devouring power was not without disadvantages. It seemed to shorten the time of his transformation. In other words, the more attacks he received, the stronger he was, but the shorter time Han Fei could use the Twin Divine technique. However, Han Fei didn't mind. The Twin God technique could hold out for half an hour in a battle with a half-venerable puppet, let alone a battle of this level. Almost half of the 100 tentacles were broken in an instant. Under the baptism of the black and white mist, they were damaged again and again. After only a moment, only 20 tentacles were left, which looked rather shabby. Han Fei wasn't familiar with the Twin Divine technique after all, so he wanted to take this chance to practice it. The black and white mist transformed into humans. The black Han Fei didn't attack directly but was trying to approach and hunt. The normal Han Fei raised his hands and summoned a large number of ice spears. As he thought, the spears shot out. However, this kind of spear that left the body was purely summoned by strength and didn't have a particularly powerful attack power. At this time, Han Fei also used the Art of Invincibility. The Art of Invincibility even had a frosting effect. The fierce battle went on for a long time. The sea flowers seemed to realize that neither their own power nor the power they controlled could shake Han Fei. This made the sea flower panic. Therefore, a spiritual power shook in the water. "I'll let you pass. Let's not interfere with each other, okay?" Han Fei didn't expect that this thing was conscious and could communicate with him. Humph. Han Fei grunted and ignored it. After all, the black him had already sneaked to the side of the gigantic sea flower but hadn't attacked it. "You didn't make peace until I approached you? Isn't it too late?" How could Han Fei hold it back? The black Han Fei was still approaching. However, the sea flower seemed to be paying all its attention to the normal him and didn't notice this black figure. Han Fei was very careful not to cause any fluctuations in the airflow. He discovered that although this sea flower was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, its trunk was so high and it looked like a big tree. In fact, it was just a big flower. From above, there was a fruit hidden in the middle of the flower. If he guessed right, it should be a void fruit. Seeing this scene, in order to attract the attention of the sea flower, the white Han Fei immediately shouted, "You want me not to attack you? Then there must be a reason for me not to do anything. Otherwise, die." Han Fei hadn't spoken before. At this moment, seeing that Han Fei had really stopped attacking and was talking to him in a negotiating tone, the sea flower also stopped attacking. To be honest, the sea flower had never tried to reason with anyone in its life, but now it was forced to do so. Han Fei said, "Let me ask you first, how does this place lead to the lower floors?" Immediately, the sea flower said excitedly, "Walk less than 600 kilometers from here, and then pass the channel guarded by a half-serpent. I can help you talk to the half-serpent and ask him to open the channel." Han Fei thought to himself, "This is just the 3rd level. Even if I don't use anything, I can still fight my way through." Han Fei continued, "Secondly, tell me, do you know where there are powerful lotus demonic plants? Huh?" The sea flower seemed to be speaking with dozens of mouths at the same time. "No, there are only 2 demon plants here, me and the 6-finger coral, and no other demonic plant creatures." Han Fei asked, "You don't know the situation of the other floors below, do you?" The sea flower's voice echoed, "I have never left this place. I only know that there should be other spaces above and below me. In the past, most of the living creatures on our floor went to other places below through that channel." In the first place, Han Fei didn't expect to get an accurate answer from the sea flower. What was the level of the water immortal, and what was the level of the sea flower? Han Fei was really not interested in the 3rd floor. He didn't want to talk to the sea flower anymore, so he shouted, "Attack! Sacrificing punch! Draw a!" The white Han Fei punched the sea flower. The sea flower immediately panicked. "There is no grudge between us. Why fight to the death with me? Did you sneak attack me?" The sea flower found that in the center of the flower pistil, a sword aura swept across in an instant. In the next moment, there was no fruit left. Something had picked it. The sea flower exclaimed, "Is this an associated spirit? Pooh, 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 pooh." 3 seconds later, Snowmorn, together with the white Han Fei, cut the void tentacle of the sea flower into pieces. Han Fei grinned. "What's the use of you if you don't know anything? If you want to prove your usefulness, release your soul and let me see it for myself. Otherwise, go to hell." There was no other choice for the sea flower. God knew why Han Fei was so strong. At its level, it really didn't understand. For countless years, it had never encountered an opponent like Han Fei. To be honest, Han Fei didn't seem to be strong. Why was he so strong the moment he attacked? At this moment, Han Fei wanted to see its soul. Although the sea flower was horrified, it still agreed. After all, it was a demonic plant. If it had to, it could split its tentacles, escape into the void, and find a chance to regenerate. The sea flower. Okay, Han Fei smiled. Collect? The sea flower? At this moment, the sea flower was still thinking, collect? What does that mean? However, at the next moment, it knew nothing. Chapter 1283, Peerless Treasure Trove Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. There seemed to be no limit to the demon purification pot's ability to collect demons. However, the number of contractual spiritual beasts fused seemed to be related to the number of small vines of the demon purification pot. This sea flower was indeed very strong. If it weren't for Han Fei's special methods, it would be impossible for him to win so easily. It was best to take in such a creature. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the void fruit in his hand. Information popped up in his eyes. Named Ford, Void Fruit Introduction. It's one of the space enlightenment fruits. All the laws of the sea flower are gathered in one fruit. Eating it can allow you to understand the Tao of space. It's extremely rare. A level 1 quality, Hua, 1,000 points. Quality, 1, 1,000 points. Quo, 1, 1,000 points. Quote. The devourer's understanding of space depends on their own opportunities. Quan 5 void binds are introduced fruit. There might be many spiritual fruits in the vast sea, but there were few with special quality or magical effects. Although most anti-poison fruits were precious, they were nothing compared to the exotic spiritual fruits of space. This fruit could even create a heavenly talent. The gigantic sea flower was sucked into the demon purification pot. Han Fei's vision suddenly widened, mainly because his eyes lit up. The demon purification pot collected the true body of the sea flower, and the countless corpse puppets killed by the sea flower were not sucked into the demon purification pot. Therefore, Han Fei found a big pit under the sea flower. In the big pit, there were more than 200 corpses of various races. Han Fei felt excited and regretful at the same time. Unfortunately, the grand puppet technique could only be used before the body decayed and the soul dissipated. But these creatures had been dead for a long time. It would be difficult to refine them into puppets. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if there was a way to refine these creatures with the puppet nurturing technique. This idea was immediately given up by Han Fei. Now was not the time. He couldn't completely trust the old turtle yet. In the future, when he grew up to the point where he could easily crush Gui Sanqing, he could deduce and use great techniques like the puppet nurturing technique and the soul searching technique. However, although there were many corpses here, there were actually not many who could fight. Although Han Fei couldn't refine them into puppets, he could use the soul splitting technique. As long as he split a wisp of his soul, he could also control these creatures. However, this method didn't mean much. He could control their remnant bodies, but their combat power wouldn't be very high. Han Fei landed and waved his hand, collecting half of the remains into Forge the Universe. These creatures were at the Tao-seeking level anyway. Their bodies could be counted as divine-level materials. The rest was too decayed to be refined into weapons. Han Fei also keenly discovered that there were as many as a dozen flood dragon bones here. Seeing that, Han Fei's eyes glittered again. Since there were dragon bones, there must be a lot of dragons and pythons. As for the half-serpent mentioned by the sea flower, when Han Fei first heard about this creature, he thought it was a human snake or a snake spirit. The upper half of its body was a human, and the lower half was a snake. Otherwise, how could it be called a half-serpent? Seeing that Han Fei was safe, the old turtle said casually, it seems that this demon subduing tower is indeed extraordinary. The enemies at the same level as you are extremely difficult to deal with. Do you want to eat this fruit now? The two Han Fei disappeared at the same time. Han Fei became himself again, and Little Black and Little White were circling around him. With a thought from Han Fei, Yu Wendao appeared. Han Fei said, "Of course. The more special creatures here, the more dangerous it is, the more opportunities there will be. I've just come in, and I've already met creatures like the six-finger coral and the sea flower. Since they can live here for so long, I might be better adapted to the environment if I eat their power." The old turtle pondered for a moment. "That's good. However, I'm actually a little uneasy. In this so-called demon subduing tower, nature's mystery is in chaos. I can't calculate anything." Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei also calculated and found that he couldn't perceive anything either. The old turtle said disdainfully, "Although I don't know how you learned the divination technique at such a young age, what realm are you in? I can't even figure it out." How can Fei curled his lips. "I hope that when I become a king, you can still be as arrogant as you are now." Han Fei quickly sat cross-legged and ordered Yu Wendao to protect him. "Old Yuan, let me try the danger of this place and cultivate here. Let's see how many creatures will come." The old turtle, "Okay." He stuffed the void fruit into his mouth, which flowed into his body like smooth and sweet water. Buzz! Han Fei felt that his head suddenly shook, and he seemed to enter a dream. Countless mirrors seemed to appear around him. Han Fei, who was in a slightly chaotic state, looked around and found himself everywhere. Although it was slightly chaotic, Han Fei didn't lose his rationality and didn't directly enter the mirrors. Han Fei gently pointed his finger, and a knife light pierced into a mirror. The moment the knife light left his body and entered the mirror, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt that he could go anywhere he wanted. Han Fei immediately looked back and issued an order in his heart, only to see that the knife light he just launched at the front appeared behind him. Han Fei suddenly comprehended something. He had learned the near-at-hand technique, which actually couldn't be called the near-at-hand technique, but shrunk the ground into inches. The way to do that was to find a node and make the space in that place oscillate. As long as the oscillation was at the same frequency as his, he could ignore the space and cross over. But at this moment, countless nodes appeared in Han Fei's mind. It seemed that within the coverage of his soul, he could go to many places. Han Fei even felt that he could step into the void and leave the real world. This was a bit like the star teleportation technique in the outside world. Han Fei had been sitting there for 2 hours. At first, no creatures attacked him. However, after only an hour, he saw a yellow light darting at him. It was none other than the six-finger coral. Not only the six-finger coral, but also dozens of whip shadows swept over. Those whip shadows looked like shadows and quickly drew back the moment they appeared. When these whip shadows appeared again, they no longer probed but simply swept at Han Fei. However, at that moment, Yuandao attacked. With the strength of a half-venerable, he smashed the six-finger coral with one hand and grabbed a long whip with the other. As Yuandao pulled hard, the terrifying force straightened the long whip, and a strange black fish was dragged back through the void. This creature's shape was extremely strange. Its fish head had a separate nose, and on the nose there was a long whip countless times its body. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and saw the weird fish rushing at him. Huh? Horned anglerfish? In Han Fei's mind, his first reaction was that the guy in front of him was very similar to a deep-sea fish he had seen before, called anglerfish, and it was an extremely rare horned anglerfish, xuanhuan. Han Fei moved slightly and appeared next to the gigantic anglerfish. Information popped up in his eyes. Th Neemdaken, Dragonbeard Devourer. Introduction. Dragonbeard Devourer, with a little dragon bloodline, has bewitching and illusion powers. It can make creatures take the initiative to enter its stomach without knowing it, making it difficult to escape. Its long whip that was like a dragon's whisker and has extremely strong perception abilities is extremely tough and sharp and can tear through the void. 2.18.5 is H-True, all H-True, H-True, all. Legend, H-True, H-True, H-True. Legend, H-True, H-True. Enchantment, Whip, First Spiritual Energy, H10,026. Points H-True, H-True, Pearl. 15,026. Per H Tempting Beard, Ter H Tro, all. H Termer, Fro Germers. 30 H Termins, Tempting Beard, Pro H, Tempting. There is a big space in the stomach of the Dragonbeard Devourer, which has a strong hypnotic ability. When he saw this Dragonbeard Devourer, Han Fei directly ignored the bewitching technique. However, the words like, a little bit of dragon bloodline, and the long whipped dragon beard was very tough, deeply attracted Han Fei. His void line should have been updated a long time ago. It took him a lot of effort to get the shrimp meridians of the triple blazing cold shrimp. So far, he hadn't met a Dao-seeking great demon who could be used to refine the void lines. He didn't expect to meet the Dragonbeard Devourers in this demon-subduing tower. Even Yuandao couldn't break their long beards. It could be seen how tough they were. At that time, Han Fei looked excited. This is a treasure trove. This is a damn treasure trove. For ordinary people, the demon-subduing tower was a perilous place. However, for Han Fei, if this wasn't an unparalleled treasure trove, what was it? As soon as he came in, he had swallowed a void fruit, picked up a bunch of divine weapon materials, and met the Dragonbeard Devourer. He could make a lot of upgrading now, the old turtle asked. What about the effect of the fruit? Han Fei smiled. Great. Chapter 1284, Epiphany. Han Fei said great, and he really meant it. He had been pretending to use the near-at-hand technique before, but now he had really grasped it. The so-called near-at-hand technique was to shorten the distance or the time. Shortening the time was actually an act of deceiving oneself. In fact, the distance he walked didn't change. And shortening the distance was like teleportation, like the infinite flash ability of the phantom glass wings. That was the power to cross space. At this moment, Han Fei's strength had grown so much, but his use of combat skills was somewhat restrained. Thanks to this void spirit fruit, Han Fei perceived that there were some spatial nodes in the surrounding space. If he found the right spatial node, he could easily achieve strange powers such as flashing, shrinking the ground to an inch, moving thousands of miles in a step, and twisting space. Han Fei couldn't help being curious about the star teleportation technique. It was precisely because he understood the nodes in space that he knew that this so-called space could actually be sealed. A strong master could forcibly seal a space, or to be exact, a certain powerful force made some spatial nodes being sealed and unable to be broken. However, the star teleportation technique wasn't one of them. The star teleportation technique even broke the spatial nodes, as if it had opened a space restriction and forcibly destroyed a space. Although there had been someone who could seal his star teleportation technique, that was purely because the other party was much stronger than him. If the two parties were at the same level, the other party wouldn't be able to stop him at all. At this moment, Han Fei saw that there was a light on the head of this dragonbeard devourer. At that moment, he seemed to fall into an illusion. In the illusion, a huge fish head was opening its mouth, trying to swallow him. God-scaring stab. As he thrust out his spear, the illusionary fish in front of him shattered like glass, and a big mouth was trying to swallow him. However, at this moment, the eyes of the dragonbeard devourer were red, as if it was stabbed by his God-scaring stab. However, the other party's reaction speed wasn't slow either. After all, as an advanced Dao-seeking creature, it wouldn't be killed by Han Fei's single blow. If that happened, wouldn't the creatures who survived the demon subduing tower be too weak? Han Fei's fist flashed and he punched out. However, he felt that his mind was slightly shaken. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had hit the wrong place. Chila. A sawtooth-like sound rang. Han Fei saw that this dragon-beard devourer appeared 100 meters away, trying to pull its long beard out of Yu Wendao's hand. However, it had underestimated the power of a half-venerable. Han Fei had figured out what happened. Just now, when he punched, a red mark appeared on the head of the dragon-beard devourer. It must have enchanted him at that moment. Han Fei frowned. With a low growl, he stepped on the dragon-beard devourer and activated the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Boom, boom. After 2 explosions, the 2 eyeballs of the dragon-beard devourer exploded. Clang, slash, slash. Han Fei slashed and forcibly cut off the long beard of this dragon-beard devourer. Immediately afterward, Han Fei used the draw technique to cut off its body. It was an advanced Dao-seeking creature, but it was still cut in 2 by Han Fei. The old turtle finally said leisurely, "Your reaction speed is not slow, but it's still not fast enough. When you were enchanted just now, if the other party hadn't fled but chose to attack, you would have been hit. If you encountered a top powerhouse, the other party would definitely seize this moment of opportunity. After all, your Dao heart is not firm enough." Han Fei frowned. "Dao heart?" the old turtle said. "The Dao heart may be a bit mysterious, but the stronger the Dao heart is, the stronger the will. Although the power of the soul can resist many illusions, the soul is not omnipotent. At least, it can't compare to the Dao heart. When you comprehend your own great Dao in the future, you will know that the Dao heart is much more powerful than the soul." Han Fei was puzzled. "Dao heart? Why haven't I heard of it before?" The old turtle snorted. "Why don't you take a look at how remote the sea area you're in is? In fact, in my era, most people had already started cultivating their Dao hearts when they were still weak." Han Fei was surprised. "What is a Dao heart?" the old turtle explained. "A cultivator's Dao heart is to pursue the great Dao in their heart, or the determination to become stronger. Few people can finish the path of cultivation. If you want to walk on your own, how difficult is it? Some people give up halfway, and some people look around blankly. These are all embodiments of a lack of Dao heart. You gave birth to an ancient seed. If you persist on that path, your Dao heart will be stabilized in the future. Now, your ancient seed has shattered, but you haven't comprehended your own great Dao, so your Dao heart isn't stable for a short period of time." Wan Fei was stunned. "When do I have a Dao heart?" the old turtle said. "Think about it. When you harvested that ancient seed, what was the environment? What was your pursuit? Back then, it was a seed born from the opportunity Ren Tianfei left him in the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery. As for the environment, Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. Back in the level 3 fishery, he didn't have any distractions. All his goals were to become stronger, to take revenge, and to find the opportunities left behind by Ren Tianfei. Therefore, when he was in the level 3 fishery, what he loved most was to explore secret realms and try to become stronger. At this moment, he seemed to be thinking of ways to save the Water Immortal. However, when he came to the Waterwood world, he didn't know that the Water Immortal was still alive. Therefore, saving the Water Immortal wasn't his Dao, but something he needed to do recently. Then, what was his purpose for coming to the Waterwood world to transcend the heavenly tribulation? Before, Han Fei thought it was to become a king. However, after hearing what the old turtle just said, Han Fei suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be the case. He was here for the war 3 years from now. That war had given him too much pressure. The pressure the Heavenly Palace gave him was great too. The pressure on him to become a king was equally great. Others' expectations also put too much pressure on him. At this moment, Han Fei froze and looked solemn. Yes, in fact, from the moment he competed for the sea-quelling painting and learned about the 36 heavenly palaces and some secrets of this world, he had already felt pressure. Unlike Ximeng Linglin in the Age of Doom, Ximeng Linglin was born in a big clan in that era. After she was expelled from the big clan, revenge was her Dao. However, the path of revenge was too narrow. In the end, Ximeng Linglin embarked on the path of great love. Could it be that his Dao was to become a king? Was it for the battle 3 years from now? The answer was obviously not. However, if he just went on like this, his growth would only be limited. At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to thank the old turtle. As the saying went, your remarks were more enlightening than what I had read in 10 years. It wasn't until just now that Han Fei came back to his senses in surprise. These words were not only better than 10 years of study, but also better than 10 years of cultivation. Didn't the water immortal have to recultivate because she took the wrong great Tao? Hiss, Han Fei gasped. He had to change his mistake. At this moment, Han Fei realized that he was wrong. What exactly had he been doing all these years? Transcending the tribulation, pretending to be the fish dragon king, and finding the water immortal, these were just his experiences. And the realm of the heart was his biggest problem. Buzz. The spiritual energy around Han Fei suddenly gathered, and power from all directions gathered. The old turtle realized that the brat had an epiphany. Why did he have one at this moment? The old turtle was lost for words. If you want an epiphany, enter your calabash world. How can you have an epiphany in such a dangerous place? However, Han Fei had already entered a state of epiphany, and spiritual energy was gathering frantically. Yu Wendao, Little Black, and Little White, who had just entered the sea spirit realm, were not enough to protect him. The old turtle couldn't help cursing. God damn it. It wasn't easy for me to save some vitality. Why does this idiot suddenly have an epiphany? Doesn't he know to choose a place to have an epiphany? At this moment, Han Fei had a complicated mind and didn't realize that he was in a state of epiphany at all. In Forge the Universe, a huge amount of spiritual energy and energy burst out, which stunned Fish Dragon King. He thought to himself, what did Han Fei do this time? At this moment, Han Fei was very uneasy. What is my Tao? At first, it was for treasure hunting. Then, he had to keep getting stronger to protect himself. After that, he was a little immersed in the pleasure of treasure hunting and becoming stronger. He chased after Ren Tianfei's treasure, hoping to see this world and the infinite ocean. In Luo Xiaobai's words, he simply wanted to become stronger. Now, Han Fei discovered that whether it was the war 3 years later, becoming a king, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, or the story of old Han and his mother, they were actually not his pursuit. He had always been others' pawn. No matter how smooth things were or how many hardships he had to go through, he couldn't jump out of the game. This was because he was following their plan. He even instinctively believed that following their plan was the right choice. No, my goal is the infinite ocean, the vast sea. Shan is waiting for me. The heavenly desolate city is waiting for me. The gods have perished, the beast kings have gone east, and the history remains a mystery. My path is to keep walking forward. Chapter 1285. Breakthrough Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Crack. Han Fei stood proudly in midair and had already made a breakthrough without knowing it. His strength had directly skipped the Junior Explorer realm and reached the Intermediate Explorer realm. The old turtle was dumbfounded. What kind of speed is this? How long has it been since the tribulation? How did he suddenly become an intermediate explorer? And the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe was still being consumed crazily. Thousands of spiritual fruits exploded and all kinds of power poured in, but Han Fei's breakthrough didn't stop. However, the outside world had already become a sea of corpses and blood. Yu Wendao was on a killing spree, and his palm swept across the sea. Poisonous substances escaped from his body, and there was a dazzling golden light, gravity suppression, and saber beams. Yu Wendao had mastered too many great Daos, so in the eyes of the old turtle, he was just a weakling. However, in the eyes of these great demons at the Dao-seeking realm, Yu Wendao was simply a monster. Furthermore, what Han Fei didn't know was that Yu Wendao wanted to come to the royal city for the forbidden areas. He conceded that he had many means and was very strong. Perhaps he could encounter opportunities in the forbidden area to let him enter the Tao. However, Yu Wendao never expected that he would enter the forbidden areas of the royal city as a puppet. Yu Wendao was fighting fiercely, so was the old turtle. At this moment, the black fog was spreading, and many weird creatures were rushing into the black fog but never going out again. In this black fog, Little White was forcibly suppressed by the old turtle. The main reason was that Little Black and Little White were too weak. Even if they had an innate Tao body, so what? An innate Tao body couldn't cross a large realm or multiple small realms to fight an enemy. If Han Fei woke up and saw his precious spiritual beast almost being beaten to death, he would definitely blame him. This brat would definitely fight him to death for these two fish. Little White was caught and Little Black was attacking. A creature was going to swallow Han Fei. How could he tolerate it? Little Black opened his big mouth. He decided to bite first whether he could bite or not. Within a kilometer around Han Fei, there were a lot of cracking sounds, and sparks flew in all directions, which were mostly caused by Little Black. The attacks came from two sources. One was the six-finger coral, which seemed to have discovered that the sea flower had died and was rushing here unscrupulously. A group of corals could actually leave their growing place and float in the water? Who would believe this? However, the six-finger coral was stopped by the old turtle. All the yellow light shot into the black fog without raising any water. The insect fluid that could corrode vitality and soul was swallowed by the black fog and instantly withered. On the other side, dozens of dragon-beard devourers attacked. Just now, one of their companions died. They were a little unsure and didn't dare to attack rashly. But at this moment, Han Fei was making a breakthrough. The spiritual energy and energy gathered here, and a large number of creatures were surging over. How could they fall behind? In addition to the dragon beard devourers, there was also a large shell full of sea anemone-like tentacles pushing at the water. The soul of the jellyfish flashed with electric arcs, and there were huge flowers burning with flames. Hundreds of creatures were gathering. On Han Fei's side, there were actually only 2 combat powers. If he had to describe it, Yuan Dao was at most a peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouse, and the old turtle could be counted as a half-venerable. Therefore, the old turtle wrapped Han Fei in black fog. Even so, the old turtle could only devour the vitality of these creatures at most. However, if any creatures entered the black mist and attacked Han Fei, the old turtle couldn't stop them. He could only control that area to make the vitality absorption more frantic. And the black fog was also a kind of energy. When the old turtle defeated his opponent, he actually consumed a lot of energy. Besides, as a soul, he swallowed vitality just to extend his life. The soul was the key to the old turtle's survival. But now he was fighting with his soul power. Therefore, although it seemed that the old turtle was almost invincible, and all the vitality of creatures was being swallowed by the black fog, only the old turtle knew that he didn't make any profit. He had gained some vitality, but he had used a lot of his soul power. Therefore, when the old turtle saw that Han Fei had already become an intermediate explorer, he began to call for reinforcements. He felt that it wasn't good to make too many breakthroughs at once. The more talented Han Fei was, the more he needed to accumulate. Therefore, the old turtle roared, "Han Fei, wake up, wake up!" At this moment, Han Fei was immersed in his beautiful vision. He was very excited. At this moment, he vaguely discovered his great Tao. It was an exploration, a pursuit of knowledge, and a path of comfort. To become stronger was to see this world. Cultivation was to see this world. Even though he was already very strong, looking at this world, he still felt like a passerby. That feeling was like, I am the master of my fate. This mood made Han Fei transform. His meridians were emitting a strange light, and his blood was boiling. In Han Fei's dantian, a small seed the size of a sesame was born at some point. When this seed was born, the old turtle was dumbfounded. Hiss! Another one? Although it's small, this brat gave birth to another one? His talent is too terrifying. At the moment when Han Fei was having an epiphany in a secret realm in the yin-yang world, Han Guanshu suddenly opened his eyes, pinched his fingers, and calculated, and his expression became solemn. Why did this brat jump out of the chess game so quickly? Han Guanshu quickly performed divination again, and the sky and the clouds changed. After a long while, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hasn't completely jumped out. That's all right. Han Guanshu couldn't help being a little curious. Didn't Han Fei just go to the water-wood world to transcend the tribulation? Why had he almost ruined his chess game? In a distant, unknown place, a woman was standing on a cliff. Under her feet was the moonlight, and she was like standing on the stars. The woman looked up at the starry sky, and her eyes flickered. Has my son entered the Tao? But why have I never seen this Tao before? Han Fei didn't know what impact his epiphany would have. All in all, he felt that he was in an extremely good state, of course, except for the noisy shouting in his ears. Wake up, wake up, wake up! Han Fei wanted to ignore the noise at first, but at the next moment, he suddenly woke up. Kark, wasn't I fighting in the demon-subduing tower? Why am I suddenly exclaiming about my life? Instantly, Han Fei's consciousness returned to reality. When he opened his eyes and took a closer look, he found that a battle had already broken out in front of his eyes. The black fog swept out, and many creatures were held by the old turtle, their vitality fading. The old turtle roared, "Brat, you finally woke up. I'll leave these creatures to you. My soul has been damaged again. I can't do anything anymore." Han Fei had wanted to thank the old turtle. He thought to himself, if it weren't for this old guy's words, I wouldn't have been able to find my great Tao yet. As for what the old turtle said about the soul damage, Han Fei didn't believe it at all. The reason he didn't believe it was that the old turtle, as an emperor, wouldn't be hurt because of this trivial battle. He didn't know what an emperor was like yet. However, Han Fei knew very well what a half-king was like. That was simply inhuman. The sky-dissecting finger was terrifying enough, wasn't it? He felt that the finger could even pierce through the sky. However, a half-king was able to resist it. He had once asked, how many peak-level venerables or half-kings could a king-level powerhouse defeat? The old turtle said, 12, easily. From this, it could be seen that a king-level powerhouse could easily destroy a 1,000-star city. If a king-level powerhouse was already so strong, what about an emperor? Therefore, no matter what, Han Fei would never believe what the old turtle said. However, he was indeed distracted just now. Since the creatures had come, he would just fight. Setting aside some shackles on him, Han Fei discovered that what he loved most was still exploring, treasure hunting, becoming stronger, and seeking knowledge. At this moment, he saw that a big shell opened its shell, and a large number of tentacles extended out of the shell, trying to buckle him. Humph! Even a shell dares to attack me now? Do you want to be my food? Han Fei stepped in the air, his figure flashed in the air, and he directly appeared beside the big clam. As the invincible fist blasted out with a bang, the big clam was sent flying. Dong, crack. When Han Fei heard the muffled thunder-like bombardment, he felt his strength slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Han Fei immediately looked at his message. The next moment, Han Fei gasped. What did I do? When did I become an intermediate explorer? Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level 74 intermediate explorer spiritual energy 180,000 180,000 180,000 1666 6024 1666 perception range 2160 kilometers enforcing law invincible Vajra strength 348 waves first spiritual heritage unknown second spiritual heritage unawakened first spiritual beast twin yin yang spirit swallowing fish level 61 second spiritual beast unawakened main art sky stealing technique Level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable Level, Divine Quality, Chapter 1286, a half-serpent translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. When he saw this information, Han Fei was stunned. When did I become an intermediate explorer? His upper limit of spiritual energy suddenly soared to 180,000 points. His spiritual power had also increased a lot, and his perception range had increased by more than 200 kilometers, and he hadn't cultivated the god-scaring painting yet. Otherwise, as time passed, it would only be higher. However, he didn't ask the old turtle this time. Han Fei soon discovered that he was not in the right state. He seemed to be more relaxed, both physically and mentally. Then he found a sesame-sized seed in his dantian. It must have just been born. Han Fei was a little surprised. I just perceived it. Why are there so many benefits? Is this a Tao seed? At this time, the old turtle thought to himself, why are you still puzzled? I'm the one who's depressed, the old turtle said. Physical body, realm, and spiritual perception are all extremely important in cultivation. Especially perception, it determines the height of your spiritual realm and soul. Han Fei saw that the increase in his spiritual power didn't seem to be a lot, but it was actually nearly 10%. After reaching the explorer level, it was already extremely terrifying to be able to increase his strength by 10%. Of course, this was definitely not the limit. Han Fei could clearly perceive that as long as he had enough time to cultivate, it shouldn't be a problem for his spiritual power to increase by 20% or even 30%. Unfortunately, the only thing he lacked now was time. Looking at the clamshell that was almost torn apart by his punch, Han Fei grinned, stomped, and appeared 1,000 meters away. A dragon beard devourer couldn't escape in time, and its long beard was grabbed by Han Fei. Chila, the draw, cast a dazzling brilliance on the seabed, and a long beard was chopped off by Han Fei. In addition to the normal creatures, a large number of six-finger corals shot out grayish-yellow light. This group of living corals seemed to be trying to grab territory without fear of death. However, with the death of the sea flower, Han Fei's strength had greatly improved, and the six-finger coral's parasitic ability couldn't be used at all. Then they were directly sucked dry by Han Fei. Yes, they were sucked dry. What was sucked dry was spiritual energy and vitality. However, there were still many creatures here, and most of them were in the advanced Tao-seeking realm. Therefore, even if Han Fei used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them instantly. A single horned dragon whose horn flashed with lightning released electric arcs thousands of meters around, sending a big black fish to the bottom of the sea. A blue lobster attacked Han Fei with its pincers, cutting the seawater in the space. It seemed to be trying to kill Han Fei quickly. Roar, get lost. Han Fei's body suddenly soared, and he activated the Beast King technique, summoned the big ape, and held the embroidery needle in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. He simply let the electric sparks fall on him. Han Fei's body and the surrounding waters were bombarded with crackling sounds. However, his speed didn't decrease at all. The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks smashed down, directly smashing the giant pincers. Then, Han Fei stomped and the embroidery needle smashed at the head of the big dragon crazily until the head was broken. Han Fei stared at a giant turtle and punched it backhand. The sacrificing punch crushed the giant turtle all the way to the bottom. Han Fei's powerful blow respectively killed and seriously injured one of them. Seeing this, many creatures were surprised. More importantly, the six-finger coral failed to gain anything from Han Fei. It was also under this blow that Han Fei's strength seemed to be recognized by the creatures on the third floor of the demon-suppressing tower. Therefore, a large number of creatures began to retreat. However, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let them go. He roared, all the other creatures can go, but the dragon-bearded big fish must stay. Like a giant, Han Fei shrank the ground into an inch at the bottom of the sea, covering dozens of kilometers with each step as he chased crazily. A dragon beard devourer said, we admit your strength. Why do you keep chasing us? Han Fei was slightly surprised. You can talk? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? In short, I like your long beard. Are you giving it to me voluntarily, or should I pluck it myself? Roar, do you know where you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly? 3 dragon beard devourers, seeing that Yu Wendao didn't chase over in time, quickly turned around in tacit understanding. Their long beards wove into a net and fell on Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't want to fight a protracted battle with them. Therefore, under the star teleportation technique, Han Fei suddenly appeared beside a dragon beard devourer. He drew his sword, turned the infinity water into a knife, and launched the draw technique again. With his 2 powerful strikes and a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, how could ordinary great demons at the Tao-seeking realm resist it? Chi. On the scales of the dragon-beard devourer, flames were surging. Han Fei could even feel the muscles of their bodies twitching. However, even so, these dragon-bearded big fish failed to block the attack of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. In an instant, the two advanced Tao-seeking demons were almost cut apart. They didn't die in one attack because they had stayed in the advanced Tao-seeking realm for too long, so their current physique was very strong. Only because of that were they not chopped in half by Han Fei's slash. However, just as the two dragon-beard devourers were horrified and were about to burn their blood to escape, they suddenly discovered that their souls seemed to be caught. In fact, these dragon-bearded big fish had cultivated for much longer than Han Fei. Although Han Fei's soul power was very strong, it was not much stronger than these advanced Tao-seeking creatures. Therefore, it was not easy to directly control them. However, what Han Fei wanted was to delay them for some time. As for the others, he would deal with them later. The infinity water turned into the million knife art, entangling the two dragon-beard devourers in it. In an instant, tens of thousands of wounds appeared on their bodies, and the two advanced Tao-seeking creatures that should have been extremely powerful were killed. Seeing how ferocious Han Fei was, the other creatures didn't dare to fight him anymore. Yu Wendao's strength clearly exceeded the third level of the demon-subduing tower. However, because it was a puppet, the demon-subduing tower had no restrictions on him. None of the creatures who had survived in the demon suppression tower were fools. How could a person who could kill a sea flower be weak? Even if they attacked him together, they couldn't shake him. Why not run? At this moment, a weird perception swept past casually. Han Fei suddenly became vigilant. Han Fei could clearly tell that on the third level of the demon-subduing tower, the strongest should be at the advanced Tao-seeking realm. Because of their characteristics, those who survived might have certain abilities, but they were definitely not strong enough that he couldn't deal with them. However, this perception made Han Fei's heart palpitate. Could it be a behemoth who could resist him with the strength of the advanced Tao-seeking realm? Immediately, Han Fei smiled. He had almost forgotten that he was only in the intermediate Tao-seeking realm. Before, he was only at the junior Tao-seeking realm. When did he no longer take advanced Tao-seeking creatures seriously? Is it a legend creature? Only legend creatures would give him a sense of danger in this realm. If it were a creature of another level, unless it had reached the level of a half-venerable, it wouldn't make his heart palpitate. Han Fei didn't directly perceive with his soul. In this realm, he discovered that there were too many creatures that could attack the soul. Without using his soul to perceive, Han Fei snorted and collected the bodies of dozens of creatures. Then he strode forward and swam in the direction of danger. "Huh," the old turtle exclaimed. "It's such a creature." Han Fei was confused. "What?" the old turtle said. "See for yourself. That guy is waiting for you." Han Fei was even more confused. "Wait for me? Does he think he can sweep me?" Han Fei didn't believe it at all. In the words of the old turtle, the yin-yang world and the waterwood world were just barren lands, but he had just had an epiphany. The key to his path was not the path itself, but walking. If he couldn't even walk through this barren land and couldn't even defeat the creatures here, how could he cross the infinite ocean and search for the merman race and rebuild the heavenly desolate city? 1,000 kilometers passed in a moment. Some creatures met Han Fei, but they quickly fled and didn't fight. In fact, Han Fei didn't lack the materials for these creatures. Now, spiritual spring and spiritual fruits were easy to obtain in Han Fei's eyes. He could grab them if he wanted and didn't have to try so hard to get them. Han Fei felt that it was like exploring now. Exploring the unknown, the history, and the location of the body of the water immortal, it was not until this moment that Han Fei realized that explorers were called explorers mostly because of their pursuit of the unknown. He had figured out many secrets and had a general direction in his heart. As for the others, they couldn't even touch the door. Clatter, the forest-like terrain at the bottom of the sea disappeared. The hidden creatures no longer appeared in this water area. Instead, it was yellow sand. However, what alarmed Han Fei was that under the sand there were many bones, but no living creatures. Until Han Fei saw a human woman in the middle of the sand. Han Fei had always thought that the half-serpent was a big demon that was half human and half snake. However, it turned out to be a beautiful woman with a slightly larger frame. Furthermore, the woman's clothes were rather exquisite. With the sea demon's skin as the clothes and the bone ornaments as the accessories, from her left wrist to her neck and then to her right elbow, there was a white serpent entangled. At this moment, both of them were looking at Han Fei. Han Fei saw that this person was looking in his direction with a cold look, like the snake head on her elbow, which gave him a strange feeling. After a long stun, Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Hiya." Chapter 1287, The Woman in the Demon, Subduing Tower Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. Han Fei said with a smile, but he was very surprised. The feeling this woman gave him was extremely extraordinary. She didn't have a snake body. Although her frame looked bigger than his own, her face was cold and holy. Especially the white snake that entangled her body, it made her look inhuman. Han Fei felt that this was the symbol of God. She stood barefoot and expressionless. With a strange beast accompanying her, she looked like a celestial being. What surprised Han Fei even more was that the demon purification pot didn't see any information from this person, not even the information of the white snake. Han Fei couldn't help asking in his heart, "Old Yuan, is this a human or a demon?" The old turtle said, to be precise, this is not a human or a demon, but a mutation born of a human and a sea demon. It's fine if it's an ordinary mutation, but this one was born with great luck. As a result, she almost became a divine child. Hisser, Han Fei was stunned. Are you kidding me? A divine child? Han Fei asked in shock. Are you saying that she's the child of a god? Didn't gods die a long time ago? Has this woman lived here for hundreds of thousands of years? The old turtle said angrily. I said that she almost became a divine child, but she didn't, okay? Now, I can only tell that her bloodline is a bit special, and she may have awakened some ancient bloodline. As for what it is, how can I know? At this moment, the woman gently raised her right hand, and the white snake on her elbow rose. The snake flicked out its tongue and looked at Han Fei curiously. The woman said, You are a powerful sea demon. Han Fei was confused. You're telling me, Han Fei asked, who are you? The woman raised her head slightly. My last name is Bai. Puffed! Han Fei was speechless. Who the hell asked your last name? He couldn't help but ask. Well, what about your first name? The woman looked back. No one gave me a first name. I only know my last name is Bai. Han Fei didn't feel that this woman wanted to kill him, but she was indeed on her guard. Han Fei asked, Then, Ms. Bai, are you waiting for me? The woman nodded slightly. You killed the sea flower. On this floor, no creatures except me should be your match. Han Fei asked, Did you know that there are other floors? The woman said calmly. Yes, I walked down floor by floor. I can enter the next floor in 3 years at most. Han Fei asked in surprise, Did you walk down floor by floor? The old turtle said in Han Fei's heart, Of course. Since she was born, she has been in the demon-subduing tower. Naturally, she walked down from the first floor. However, she lacks experience in the tower, which makes her foundation not perfect. Han Fei asked, There are so many powerful creatures here. Are they not enough for her to gain experience? The old turtle sneered. How long have you been here? You're already invincible on this level, not to mention her. The creatures here are all afraid of her. Who will fight her? Everyone is wary of her. Han Fei thought to himself, she can take the initiative to fight other creatures. However, this woman seems rather innocent. Maybe she doesn't want to kill those creatures. Han Fei looked at the woman. Then do you know the way to the next floor? The woman nodded. I know, but there are restrictions to going to the next floor. Can you do me a favor? Han Fei nodded. She spoke to him nicely the moment he came up. He was not a born killer, so he certainly wouldn't rush up and fight her. Therefore, Han Fei smiled and said, Just tell me. I'll help if I can. The woman's frown suddenly relaxed. Han Fei could tell from her small movement that this woman seemed to have taken a long breath and was relieved. Han Fei thought to himself, Is she afraid that I won't help her? The woman said, Come on, hit me. Huh? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Wait, Miss Bai, you mean hit you? The woman nodded. Because it's difficult for me to find an opponent. Outsiders will probably die before they reach me. You are already the strongest outsider I've ever seen. Han Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? Those who are stronger than me basically appear on the 4th level and won't appear on the 3rd level at all. How can you find someone stronger than me? Han Fei asked. So, you want me to fight with you and help you polish your foundation, right? The woman nodded. So did the white snake on her elbow. They seemed to be telepathic. Han Fei thought to himself, It seems that I haven't fought such a strange person before. The other party shouldn't be weak. Han Fei smiled and said, Okay, let's have a fight first. Let me have a try. Although he knew that this woman should be very strong and the old turtle even said that she almost became a divine child, Han Fei didn't think he was weak. Even if she was a real divine child, so what? With great confidence, Han Fei suddenly launched the Heavenly Void divine movement at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he appeared in front of the woman. The invincible fist blasted out. Just as Han Fei was considering if he should hold back, he saw a piece of white gauze blocking his fist. Bang! The terrifying ripples spread out dozens of kilometers. It could be seen how powerful Han Fei's punch was. To Han Fei's horror, the woman brushed past him and gently patted his shoulder with a hand. Han Fei had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. Since he was trained by Ren Tianfei in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei felt that every bone and every muscle in his body seemed to be able to fight. Knowing that the other party was about to slap him, Han Fei moved his feet, exerted strength in his waist, and rammed his shoulder at the slap. Rumble. At that moment, sand flew all over the sky, the seawater exploded, and there were continuous booms. Han Fei felt that his bones were almost broken. He was horrified. What kind of power was this? The moment the two sides collided, Han Fei had already realized that something was wrong. The other party was too strong, so he didn't hold back at that moment. He poured all his strength out, but was still slapped away, rolling dozens of times on the seabed. Half of his body was numb. Cough. Han Fei grunted and found that he had some internal injuries. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The old turtle said, Do you really think you're invincible? She is going to reach the peak level anyway, 2 levels higher than you. You don't even use any secret technique, and you think you can win against her? Let me tell you, she hasn't even used 50% of her strength. Han Fei was quite bummed himself. This time, he had really overestimated himself. Yes, if it were an ordinary advanced Dao-seeking powerhouse, no matter how strong he was, he would only have a strength of 500 waves at most. However, this woman was obviously not an ordinary person. The woman said, "You can exert all your strength. The strength you use now is too weak." When had Han Fei ever been evaluated like this by a woman? He couldn't have looked more awful. He stomped and activated Devil Change. Now, the old turtle was in his body. At that time, he could still use the Devil Change secret method. They had discussed before that the old turtle's true body was still suppressed somewhere, so Devil Change could be used. Of course, after reaching the level of an intermediate explorer, the effect of the usage had become extremely low. The enhancement of Devil Change was only 2 times. It was still much weaker than the Beast King technique. However, the power boost of 2 times was already a lot. When doubled, the power he had would reach as high as 700 waves, which already exceeded the power of ordinary peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses. Han Fei stepped out again and appeared in front of the woman. This time, the invincible fist was even more powerful, with a brilliance of 1,000 feet, dazzling and shockingly fast. Since this woman's realm was higher than his, Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. When he attacked again, it was completely different from before. The woman's eyes glittered as she punched Han Fei with all her strength and extended a hand. Rumble. This time, the vortex at the bottom of the sea completely erupted, and the shaking ripples spread out 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The other creatures released their perceptions, and after seeing the power of the 2 of them, they immediately fled. This was too fucking terrifying. Even the power of their ultimate blow was probably not so strong. Cough, cougher. The woman didn't move at all, but Han Fei took 7 or 8 steps back before he suddenly raised his head. Her physical strength exceeds 700 waves. If I've guessed right, it might even reach 1,000 waves. And in this blow just now, she still didn't use all her strength. The woman asked in confusion, "You are very strong, but why do you fight only with strength?" Han Fei chuckled. "I just wanted to see how strong you are. Okay, now I'm going to fight you seriously." Chapter 1288, Dao Arrays Translator, Hanye Translations Editor, Hanye Translations. Wasn't this battle a trial for Han Fei? It had only been half a year since he transcended the tribulation, but he had already become an intermediate explorer. His strength improved too quickly. Han Fei was also eager to polish himself to fully adapt to this power. In duels, there was no such thing as pure strength fight. In a battle, strength was not the only determining factor. If he didn't use the Beast King technique, he would definitely lose. At this moment, Han Fei's figure flashed in the void with the help of the near-at-hand technique, and his invincible fist mark swept in all directions. At this time, the white snake that Han Fei had always thought might be a spiritual beast propped up half of its body. The moment Han Fei appeared in the air, the white snake had already located him. The woman almost stood still, giving Han Fei a taste of the 1,000-hand Guanyin. After discovering that the near-at-hand technique didn't work, Han Fei even summoned the phantom glass wings and began to flash infinitely. But even with infinite flash, this woman could keep up with the speed of his punches. After only 20 seconds, the surrounding energy was almost swallowed by the 2 of them. The sand had long become a big pit. Agility of wind. Under the dual acceleration of the heavenly void divine movement and the agility of wind, the woman's expression finally changed. She didn't expect that Han Fei's speed could be even faster. Immediately, the 1,000-hand Guanyin pose disappeared. Instead, 3 oval void shields appeared in front of her like 3 small portals, shielding in front of her. Han Fei's invincible fist entered through the void doors and then blasted back at him from all directions. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. A space teleportation technique similar to the star teleportation technique? It was also like the space reversal technique he had encountered in the abyssal chasm in the ghost ship. Seeing this scene, Han Fei retracted his fist and the infinity water turned into a knife, and he used the star teleportation technique and appeared directly inside the void shields. Huh? Seeing that Han Fei had so many means, the woman's pupils turned white, and she released a power similar to a soul explosion, trying to drive Han Fei away. Roar. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was activated. The woman's body trembled and blood oozed out of her ears. Han Fei took the opportunity to launch the million knife art. But to Han Fei's surprise, this woman's physique was equally strong. As the million knife art swept across, clinking sounds were heard. However, Han Fei soon discovered the problem. It was not that this woman's physique was strong, but that the surface of her body was suddenly covered by a layer of white scales. However, although it was covered by white scales, it was still unable to resist the attack of the million knife art. The scales were cracking, which caused the woman and the white snake to be injured again. It seemed that the woman had sensed the horror of the infinity water, and a thin layer of sand attached to the woman's body, which turned into a battlesuit of sand in the blink of an eye. However, a round of infinity water swept over and destroyed most of the battlesuit. For this woman, buying so little time seemed to be enough. Hundreds of tentacles of sand extended from the bottom of the sea, trying to roll towards Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed with one hand and crushed a tentacle, but the tentacle didn't fall but gathered again and began to recover. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew very well that the other party was controlling these sand with the power of soul. It seemed that the 100-beast soul-subduing roar just now didn't have much effect on her. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he held the spear in his hand and blasted out a god-scaring stab. Then he immediately used the star teleportation technique and activated the sacrificing punch again. Ding ding ding, rumble. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, they fought for 300 rounds. After using the devil change and releasing all his strength, he finally won by a fluke. At this time, the woman had already come back to her senses after being smashed into the sand. Seeing that Han Fei didn't chase her, she sensed the energy around her and knew that if she wanted to attack again, she would have to rest for at least several hours. After a fierce battle and using many means, Han Fei finally won. However, this was not a life-and-death battle. He still had some trump cards, but this woman must be in the same situation. If it was a life-and-death battle, although Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. The woman was thrown dozens of kilometers away by Han Fei's punch. When she came back, the white snake laid weakly on her arm, but the woman seemed to be only lightly injured. The woman looked at Han Fei rather curiously. "You are the first creature who can beat me in the intermediate Dao-seeking realm. You are much stronger than the sea demons that have appeared before." Han Fei thought to himself, "Fortunately, you didn't leave the demon-subduing tower and get discovered by the people of the White Shell Royal City. Otherwise, you would either surrender or die." Han Fei shrugged. "You are already very strong. Among the people I know, there are no more than 10 who are stronger than you in the same realm." In fact, Han Fei wanted to say that there might not be a second person who was stronger than this woman in the same realm except for him. However, he counted Old Han and the other powerhouses he had met in because he didn't want this woman to be too complacent. Han Fei thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and cast the Holy Light technique, which startled the white snake. However, when the white light fell, the white snake seemed to stretch out and became much more energetic. The woman looked at Han Fei curiously, but didn't ask further. She just nodded slightly. After a while, she said, "Will you be here forever? It seems that your level is not enough for you to go to the next floor." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "What kind of strength do I need to go to the next floor?" the woman said. "Break through the advanced Dao-seeking realm and reach the peak. Then you can go to the next level." Han Fei frowned. He couldn't wait until he reached the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. How could it be so easy to do it in a short period of time? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Miss Bai, let me ask you, do you know if there is a lotus here?" The woman was puzzled. What is a lotus? Han Fei was helpless. Yes, this woman had never left the demon-subduing tower. It could be said that she was unfamiliar with the entire world, so she naturally didn't know about lotus. However, the girl suddenly said, "Maybe, when you reach the next level, I can help you answer this question. If you are willing to come with me, I can wait for you until your realm improves." Han Fei saw that the girl's eyebrows relaxed again, but this time Han Fei's heart sank. "Who wants you to wait? And how many years have you been trapped here? Even if I reach the next floor, what can you do to help me?" Although he needed to consolidate his strength, he knew that time was of the essence, but other people were different. For the old turtle, 1,000 years wasn't a long time and might be only enough for him to take a nap. And for a normal Dao-seeking great demon, 8 or 10 years was definitely not long. But for him, even a month was very important. He still didn't know how to get out. If he couldn't get out in a month, would Yu Tianjin and Cheng Shuiqin think he was already dead? If the forbidden area was closed, wouldn't he have to find another way to leave the demon-subduing tower? Seeing that this woman should be innocent, Han Fei asked directly, "Miss Bai, do you know how to leave the demon-subduing tower?" The girl was briefly stunned and then shook her head slightly. "I've searched every floor but found no way to leave, and I don't want to leave now." Han Fei's heart sank. Shit, even she couldn't find a way to leave. The old turtle also said that he didn't come in through an array but through the void. This also meant that unless he found the void's weak point, it was almost impossible for him to return. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He probably had to carry some kind of token to enter the demon-subduing tower, with which he could find the weak point of the space. However, he came in without bringing anything. He thought that Yu Qianxin and the others were defenseless. They probably didn't expect him to run into the demon-subduing tower that was the last place he should come in. Han Fei said with a sullen face, "Miss Bai, is there no other way to go to the next floor? Are there arrays between the upper and lower floors? If there are arrays, I can take a look." The white snake on the girl's arm immediately straightened up and flicked out its tongue, only to hear the girl say, "You know arrays?" "There is indeed a big array up and down, but I don't understand them. Besides, it's not entirely an array. You can take a look." Han Fei scanned around with his perception and frowned. He didn't find any exit or arrays. The girl said, "You can't perceive anything there. Just follow me." After that, the two of them walked for more than 300 kilometers and found a circular ring of light with a radius of about 50 meters. Even if they could see it with their naked eyes, under their perception, this place was still empty. Huh? Han Fei was slightly stunned. What a magical place. Now Han Fei finally understood why the girl said that this wasn't entirely an array. It was because this array floated in the circle of light, rising and falling in the void. Han Fei reached out and grabbed at it, but he couldn't touch the strange array at all. At this moment, the old turtle said leisurely, "Dao arrays have no real bodies. What you see is the traces of the Dao runes left behind by the void. You can't be teleported to the next floor until you trigger a Dao array or reach the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Chapter 1289 entered the Dao translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, a Dao array. This was the first time Han Fei had heard of Dao arrays. An array imprinted with the Great Dao? Was the level of this demon suppression tower so high? Han Fei asked. Does it mean that I have to enter the Dao and use the Dao runes to crack this array? The old turtle said. That's right. This should also be a restriction. In the advanced Dao-seeking realm, there aren't many people who can accurately grasp their own great Dao and firmly press on to this Dao. Usually, at the peak of the Dao-seeking realm, they will be stuck at the threshold of entering the Dao. At the half-venerable realm, one needs to think about whether to enter this Dao or not. As for you, yes? The old turtle said leisurely. I don't know. You should have discovered that you suddenly gave birth to another Dao seed. I've never heard of it before. By logic, you have already stepped into the Dao, but I didn't notice it at all. Oh? Have I stepped into the Dao? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Although another Dao seed appeared in his dantian, he didn't realize that he had stepped into the Dao. He only felt that he might have understood some of his paths. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled. Is my path my Dao? Han Fei's body stiffened, and he hurriedly asked, Old Yuan, does having a Dao seed mean that no one has taken this path, which means that this path is very strong? The old turtle said, It's not completely certain. Generally speaking, no one who can give birth to a Dao seed at your level has walked such a path. However, isn't your Dao seed a little too small? It's only the size of a needle eye. I can't be sure. However, no matter what, the Dao seed that can be born is generally not weak. Most great Daos don't have a Dao seed. Only some, special Daos will give birth to a Dao seed. Han Fei took a breath. Got it. In short, his Dao should be very special. Even if his Dao seed was only the size of a sesame seed, it couldn't change the fact it was unique. Who said that the strength of a Dao seed was determined by its size? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Since I've already stepped into the Dao, what about my Dao runes? How can I use my great Dao? The old turtle said, You have to experience it yourself. I'm not you, and I don't know your Dao. I don't even know how you gave birth to a Dao seed. How can I tell you? Han Fei's face was stiff, which puzzled the woman next to him. Seeing that Han Fei's expression remained unchanged, she guessed that Han Fei probably couldn't break this array. She said, Is it difficult? Han Fei came back to himself and nodded quietly. Yes, this is a Dao array. To crack this array, one needs to use Dao runes. Dao runes? The woman frowned. I've seen many creatures enter, but most of them will go straight there when they break through to the peak of the Dao-seeking realm. Han Fei said, It's possible. They entered the Dao at that moment. Han Fei didn't panic. He first looked at the complicated array. The contents of the array didn't seem to be difficult. According to the outline of the array, this should be a kind of teleportation array. Although it was very different from ordinary teleportation arrays were teleportation arrays. Although the mechanism of activation was different and required some Dao runes, it was still a teleportation array. Therefore, a certain spatial power had to be designed as the foundation of the teleportation array. It was like solving a question. No matter how complicated the question was, it was derived from simple questions and concepts. Therefore, this was what Han Fei understood. There was no unbreakable array in this world. It was just a matter of time. Han Fei already had an idea of how to break the array. Now he just needed to try breaking the array. But this problem came. If he wanted to experiment, he had to learn to use his own Dao runes first. He had even produced a fucking Dao seed, but he didn't know how to use it. Wasn't it embarrassing? Han Fei turned his head and looked at the woman. Miss Bai, I need some time to deduce it. The woman nodded slightly. Okay. After all, it was the first time he met this woman. It was impossible for him to trust her. When he was fighting at the Sea Flower, this woman must have seen Yu Wendao. Therefore, Han Fei didn't have to hide anything. The woman was not surprised at Yu Wendao's appearance at all. She seemed to have foreseen it. She even retreated dozens of kilometers back. Han Fei sat cross-legged, calmed his mind, sank his consciousness into his dantian, and carefully observed the Dao seed he gave birth to. In the old turtle's words, he knew too little about the world. Although Han Fei felt that he had seen enough of the world, from the various secrets he had dug out, there were still too many unknowns waiting for him to explore. The twists and turns of the process were not important, but the exploration process was. To be more precise, he still had a long way to go. He hadn't been to the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace yet. There was still half a drop of Origin's water waiting for him to take. However, there were so many puppets there. If his strength was weak, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to take it. Also, he had to find Xia Xiaochan, so he had to become a king first. Otherwise, if he couldn't beat Chunhuang Dian, it would get him nowhere. Therefore, entering the Yin-Yang world was his first step, and becoming a king was his second step. This would be an important turning point on Han Fei's path. Secondly, he had to find his biological sister and rebuild the Heavenly Desolate City. How many secrets were involved in this? Also, the Grand Myriad Mountains and the mystery of the fall of the gods. What happened back then? He wanted to know all this? He had to become stronger. He didn't expect that the simple spirit of exploration was also a road. When this road itself became a great Tao, how should he use the power of this great Tao? Han Fei frowned, his mind revolving around the sesame-sized Tao seed, thinking, how could such a great Tao provide power for me? For example, the soul-splitting path. Its significance was very clear, which was to split the soul. For example, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. The heaven enlightenment divine technique was meant to save one's life. It could last long and revive the dead with infinite magical effects. For example, to walk the path of invincibility, one had to be invincible. The ultimate goal of this path was to be invincible. And his great Tao? At present, Han Fei didn't know what to call it. He had to know how to use it so as to give it a name. Han Fei first transmitted his spiritual power into the seed, trying to understand the mysteries of this great Tao. However, the moment his soul was immersed, Han Fei saw nothing but darkness. Han Fei frowned and injected spiritual energy into the seed again, which flashed. Han Fei felt his body tremble, and an arched object wrapped in white mist appeared in front of him. It looked like a bridge. Han Fei was a little depressed. He was just perceiving the great Tao. Why did a bridge suddenly appear? Furthermore, was this bridge covered by fog? It didn't seem to reveal its true body. Is this a great Tao? It's directly revealed, the old turtle couldn't help exclaiming. It seemed that he had never seen Han Fei's weird great Tao before. Han Fei wondered, shouldn't the great Tao be revealed directly? The old turtle said solemnly. There are. However, the great Tao is a secret of one person. Once the great Tao is broken, your Tao path may collapse. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one will show their great Tao at all. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Then what about mine? The old turtle said. I don't know either. I've never seen it before. This is your own Tao. Try walking this bridge. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Will there be any problems? The old turtle said impatiently. That's your own Tao. What problem can you have? Will it kill you? Han Fei realized that it did make sense. This is my own great Tao. What's wrong with me walking on it? I unconsciously created my own Tao. How monstrous is this? How worthy of bragging? Therefore, Han Fei got up and walked straight to the white mist bridge. When he stepped on it, he felt that it was soft and didn't seem to feel anything. Therefore, the second and third steps, after 3 steps, Han Fei felt heavy all over. After 7 or 8 steps, he came to the center of the bridge. Han Fei felt that his legs were a little weak. For some reason, when Han Fei took another step forward, his body went soft and he sat on the bridge shivering. But that was not all. Not only did Han Fei fail to cross the bridge, but he was also panting hard, unable to even take a deep breath. His body was shaking all over. Fuck, old Yuan, didn't you say that this was my own Tao? Why do I feel like I'm going to be disabled? The old turtle was also a little stunned at this moment. How could someone walk on his own Tao like this? He thought to himself. This is also the first time I've seen a situation like this. However, Han Fei's eyes were almost blurred by sweat. In the mist, Han Fei seemed to see a vague figure hidden in the white mist on the other side of the bridge. Han Fei felt that the figure was very familiar, and he even felt pure power. However, his body could no longer support him to move half a step forward, fuse. At this moment, Han Fei didn't choose to recall the power of the great Tao, but tried to look at the opposite side of the bridge. The moment little black and little white fused, the yin-yang divine eyes appeared. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see another him on the other side of the bridge. In addition to his other self, Han Fei seemed to feel surging power, see a void, and see an array. Wait, Han Fei was shocked. Wasn't that array the same one as before? However, unlike the array just now, the array on the opposite side of the bridge seemed to have some different Tao runes, which seemed to have been redrawn. Unfortunately, he only caught a glimpse of it and didn't see it clearly. Buzz. There was no telling if his strength was exhausted, but the white mist bridge disappeared. Han Fei staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, the surrounding energy and spiritual energy swept over. Han Fei swallowed it and then stabilized himself. Han Fei took a deep breath. My Tao, Chapter 1290, Biling Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. This was the first time Han Fei had come into contact with the great Tao. He didn't even understand how he had embarked on this Tao. Maybe it had something to do with his life, the path he was about to take, and maybe everything he had experienced. Han Fei felt that the problem was not how he got on this great Tao. This great Tao seemed very strange yet powerful. There were 2 ends of the bridge. One end of the bridge was him, and the other end was someone else. Was it still him? Then wouldn't there be a paradox? How could there be so many of him? Besides, during the glimpse just now, although Han Fei vaguely saw that there seemed to be a him on the other side of the bridge, there was also darkness, as well as the redrawn Tao array. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Fei. Could he see the future with this Tao? As the saying went, the past was gone and the future was coming. The past was certain. Even if he returned to the Age of Doom, it was difficult for him to change the course of the world alone. However, the future was different. There were countless possibilities in the future. Every decision and every different choice he made now might give rise to countless different answers in the future. If it was such a great Tao, how could he cross this bridge? Dozens of kilometers away, the woman saw a cloud of white mist that Han Fei released just now, but she didn't see the bridge, and the bridge just now was actually hidden by the white mist. Even Han Fei couldn't see the bridge clearly when he stepped on it. Therefore, the woman and the white snake didn't speak, but they were also full of curiosity. In their entire lives, they had never left the demon-subduing tower, so everything they saw was new. Besides, in the woman's opinion, Han Fei had disappeared the moment he stepped into the white mist. She couldn't see him at all. She couldn't even feel his breath. This seemed to have the same effect as the teleportation array. At this moment, Han Fei's attention was not on the woman. After calming down, Han Fei was about to call out the white mist bridge again, hoping to take a closer look. However, a magical scene appeared. As he injected spiritual energy into the seed, there was no reaction. The brilliance was still dazzling, but the bridge of white mist didn't appear. Han Fei immediately raised his eyebrows. "Old Yuan, was there something wrong just now?" The old turtle seemed to be deep in thought too. He said solemnly, "You've already stepped into the Tao." "How can there be a problem?" Han Fei asked. "Then why can't I call out the white mist bridge just now?" The old turtle frowned and said, "I don't know either. There's nothing wrong with your behavior. The opposite side of the bridge is covered by white mist, and I can't see anything. It can be seen that your Tao is quite mysterious. The reason why you can't call it out now is probably because you haven't figured out your Tao. It appeared just now because Tao appeared for the first time." Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but frown. The great Tao has appeared for the first time? After it first appeared, couldn't there be a second time? Han Fei sat down again. What did the pictures he saw mean? Did they see him? Did they sense the attraction of power? Did they see the transformed array? Or was there a connection between these three? He didn't know if they were related, but strength was what he pursued. It seemed to mean his future growth. That array was the only way for him to reach the 4th level of the demon-subduing tower. Did this mean that the growth of his strength would allow him to comprehend the Tao array leading to the 4th level of the demon-subduing tower? If this was the case, the bridge would become a kind of prediction. This was similar to the predictable future. Han Fei tried again, but still couldn't summon the white mist bridge. He tried again and looked at the Tao array for a long time. He tried to draw an array in the void to crack this Tao array. However, he couldn't use the Tao runes. The array he drew couldn't fuse with the other party's Tao array at all. What is my Tao exactly? Han Fei was quite bummed. He had already seen the great Tao, which was a white mist bridge. However, if he wanted to use its power, he had to first know what this white mist bridge could do. What could he use it for? 3 hours later, Han Fei suddenly came to the woman surnamed Bai and said indifferently, "I still have a lot of questions that I don't understand yet, so I might as well be your sparring partner. In this way, you and I can polish our foundations better than meditating in boredom." The girl slightly nodded, and the white snake on her arm flicked its tongue. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in a flash. On the 3rd floor of the demon-suppressing tower, within 500 kilometers of Han Fei and the others, there was no living creature left. The battle here was too terrifying and loud. The surrounding spiritual energy and energy were almost drained every hour. The 3rd day. Han Fei had accidentally practiced the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance to the highest level, and now he was jumping around in a sea of spiritual plants. In fact, in the following battles on the 1st day, this woman surnamed Bai had already unlocked the manipulator methods. This shocked Han Fei. He remembered what the old turtle said. Is this woman a child of a human manipulator and a sea demon? She even inherited the means of a manipulator? Han Fei, who was used to fighting, was not afraid of these spiritual plants at all. However, what forced him to run was that the white snake had the eyes of petrification. When the white snake stared at him, its eyes would emit green light, and wherever the green light shone, everything would be petrified. When he encountered this technique for the first time, Han Fei's legs were enveloped by it, causing his lower body to be petrified. Then, the other party caught up to him and kept slapping him. Although he tried to protect himself with a raise, it was useless. However, fortunately, Han Fei found that this petrification didn't really turn his body into stone, but made it stiff. If it was stiff to a certain extent, it would be no different from petrification. It might break into pieces at a touch. However, Han Fei was full of vitality and qi. Therefore, under the impact of the qi and blood, the petrifying effect on his legs quickly disappeared. However, that battle was very tragic. Han Fei lost. This made Han Fei a little speechless. Sure enough, he still couldn't be invincible in his realm. And this was just the Waterwood world, a very desolate heavenly palace forbidden area. Wilantra Han Fei smiled bitterly. He was influenced by the old turtle. Now, Han Fei often felt that the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world were two desolate places that nobody cared about. There shouldn't be any peerless geniuses with unparalleled talents. At this moment, with the star teleportation technique, he protected his body with an array when the phantom of the white snake enlarged, and its eyes seemed to lock onto the void in all directions. As soon as Han Fei came out, the array was broken, and his body began to turn crystal clear. Han Fei hurriedly activated Flash and fused with Little Black and Little White. With the magical power of the yin-yang divine eyes, he avoided the next stare of the white snake. However, the two sides were only narrowly tied. Han Fei suddenly felt a little chagrined. This woman's strength had improved too fast. In the past 2 days, she had almost lost more than she won. Up to now, the odds were basically even, which only took about 3 days. The battle between the two of them lasted for about 100 seconds, more than 3 times longer than before. This not only made the woman's strength improve rapidly, but also made Han Fei's strength consolidate quickly. Besides, Han Fei's spiritual power also increased a little bit on the basis of strength consolidation. After the battle came to a tie, Han Fei couldn't help but wave his hand. Hey, what kind of snake is yours? Am I not fast enough? It has already surpassed your reaction speed. How can it still notice me in advance? The woman surnamed Bai said, your speed has already far exceeded mine. Therefore, a few days ago, I stopped competing with you in speed. I found that Bai Ling can foresee the source of danger in advance. Although this ability wasn't obvious at the beginning, your combat style was too strong. Therefore, Bai Ling could gradually predict your moves. Prediction? Han Fei was stunned. Under the double speed of the heavenly void divine movement and agility of wind, it was impossible for this woman to keep up with him, not even this white snake. 2 days ago, they failed to keep up, but on the third day, they began to catch up slowly. Now it turned out to be a dangerous prediction. However, wasn't the snake's prediction too precise? This meant that before he performed the star teleportation and flash, it already knew where he was going. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Bai Ling with a smile. You little snake is somewhat like my little white. The white snake flicked its tongue, and the woman surnamed Bai said, Bai Ling said that it is not a companion spirit. Therefore, it is incomparable to your companion spirit. Han Fei was surprised. Not a companion spirit? Then who is she? The woman surnamed Bai said, she is my sister. Han Fei? Wei? At that moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded. One was a human, and the other was a little snake. How did they become sisters? The woman surnamed Bai said, it was like this when we were born. My power is strength, and its power is spirit. At certain times, it can indeed see the future, which should be a kind of foreseeing ability. Huh? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. See the future? It's a bit like my white mist bridge. Wait, did he miss something? If he had a clear short-term goal, would the bridge of white mist be revealed? Wasn't his great Tao like this? Chapter 1291, Father, is that you? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. This white snake only foresaw danger, not the future. However, Han Fei's white mist bridge might have this ability. To verify his thoughts, Han Fei came to the side of the Tao array. Looking at the array lines floating in the shadow and light, Han Fei recalled the array he saw just now and secretly activated the Tao seed. Buzz. Han Fei felt that power was surging in his body, and an inexplicable array idea appeared in his mind. Han Fei extended his hand and pointed at the air, drawing an array. This time, the arrays that Han Fei left behind seemed to have Tao runes flickering. Even Han Fei felt a little magical. So this was how his great Tao was used? In fact, Han Fei didn't see the future completely. He just happened to see a corner of the future with his yin-yang divine eyes. In his imagination, he seemed to know something, but he didn't know that it was the future. The only thing that gave Han Fei a chance to guess was the modified array he saw. If he guessed right, this should be modified by him. It was actually not difficult to change the array. The difficult part was to add Tao runes to the array when drawing it. At this moment, when Han Fei drew the first line of the array, a hazy mist of light fell with the lines. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to understand the usage of the Tao runes. I see. This was not an ability to see the future, but to create things with imagination? Han Fei was shocked. Wasn't this fucking similar to the power of the ideal palace? He could create whatever he wanted out of thin air with imagination. When this power was used, Han Fei realized that what he saw was not a real picture of the future, but an idea in his subconscious. At this time, Han Fei was very sure that the lines of the Tao rune array he drew now actually didn't match the Tao array in front of him. However, in the picture he saw earlier, the array lines seemed to have broken the Tao array. In other words, he had fused this array with a mismatched array map and achieved the effect of passing it off as real. Of course, after a preliminary test of strength, Han Fei felt that maybe it was because his current understanding of this great Tao was not enough. If he reached an extremely high level, could he really pass off the false as the genuine? It seemed that the power of the White Mist Bridge was beyond his imagination. Han Fei tried again, activating the Tao Seed with his mind, hoping to directly become a peak-level Tao-seeking powerhouse. Han Fei felt that his strength was suddenly boosted by external forces. However, his overall strength had increased by nearly 100 waves, but he was still far away from the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Huh? It seems that the restriction is not small. Since the first time the Bridge of White Mist appeared, it had never appeared again. This time, although he suddenly figured out how to use it and the effects seemed to be very high, it wasn't to the point of being terrifying. At least for now, the power that the Great Tao gave him wasn't as strong as the Devil Change. Han Fei was speculating in his heart, not knowing that if this thought was known to others, they might want to slap him to death. Han Fei was still self-reflecting at this moment. On one hand, it was because his realm and strength were not enough. On the other hand, it was because his comprehension of the Great Tao in this aspect was not enough. Seeing that Han Fei could fuse arrays into the Tao array, the woman surnamed Bai couldn't help but ask, "Did you crack this array?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Not yet. I can only draw arrays now. How to break the array? I still need to think about it." The woman surnamed Bai looked at Han Fei deeply and asked in confusion, "Have you stepped into the Tao?" This kind of thing couldn't be concealed. Although this woman had never been out of the demon-subduing tower, she was not a fool. It was impossible for her to not know this. Therefore, Han Fei nodded casually. That's right. The facts have proven that even if one has stepped into the Tao, he still can't be teleported to the next floor if his strength is not enough. Therefore, I still have to break the array. The woman surnamed Bai naturally didn't understand arrays, but Han Fei did. Although his way of cracking it wasn't right, it could bewilder the Tao array itself and achieve a level of confusion, which was created out of thin air in a short period of time. And once this kind of array appeared, Han Fei could easily deduce the real solution of this array. This was like doing a question. If he could know the final answer of this question in advance, then the process of deduction would be much simpler. Han Fei was in such a situation now. If he guessed right, he only needed to try a few more times, and in less than a day, this array would be broken. This time, Han Fei was not in a hurry. He asked, Miss Bai, why are you so determined to go to the next floor? I think that since the creatures outside have a way to come in, the people inside also have a way to get out, right? The woman surnamed Bai said casually, First of all, you can come in, but it doesn't mean you can go out. Secondly, I want to keep going down. I want to know who I am. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. You don't know who you are? Then, how do you know that your surname is Bai? The woman surnamed Bai said softly, Heritages. Han Fei immediately realized that although this woman looked like a human, she was actually not a person or a big demon, but a special creature. Han Fei had long known that there were legacies between creatures. For example, as long as the spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beast were of high quality and level, who didn't have an inherited combat skill? The old turtle said, This woman is neither a human nor a demon, but a special creature. It's normal for her to have heritages. However, I'm still a little puzzled. I didn't sense anything unusual with her bloodline. She must have been born with a mutation. However, I don't know how she appeared in the demon-subduing tower. Han Fei said, Maybe when she was born, her parents thought this child was too strange, so they threw her into this demon-subduing tower. I'm going to the next floor to take a look. Even if I can't return to the royal city, I have to find a way to get out. Han Fei didn't quite panic now. After all, he was very sure that the water immortal was in this demon-subduing tower. The difficulty was that the water immortal should be very deep down, and Han Fei even suspected that her true body was at the bottom level. After all, Yu Tianjin once said that even the king-level deep-sea behemoth in the Whiteshell Royal City had once felt the threat from the bottom level of the demon-subduing tower and didn't dare to enter. He was only an intermediate explorer now. This demon-subduing tower could only reach the 5th level at most, and then he couldn't go further. Even the 5th level was very difficult for him. He had only reached the 3rd floor, but he had already encountered a creature like the sea flower and a powerful opponent like the woman surnamed Bai. He didn't know what kind of behemoth would be on the level of a half-venerable. If he encountered a legend creature at the level of a half-venerable, he would probably need Yu Wendao's help to defeat the opponent. However, no matter what floor he could go to, could he find the water immortal. He had to keep going. Otherwise, staying on the 3rd floor would be meaningless. It would just waste his time. One day passed. In the array floating in the air, thousands of lines were interconnected and outlined, making the originally brilliant array even more brilliant. The old turtle asked, Why didn't I notice your Tao runes? Han Fei thought to himself, You know my ass. My great Tao is a kind of power that can pass off the fake as the real. It's a power imagined out of thin air and without a real body, like the ability of the ideal palace. But the ability of the ideal palace had limitations. Apart from infinite spiritual energy and energy, it could only summon a few weapons. The limitations were huge. However, his white mist bridge was different. It could really give birth to a future power or result out of thin air. When his realm was higher and his comprehension of the great Tao was deeper, the effect would only become better and better. Han Fei even suspected that if one day he could walk directly to the opposite side of the white mist bridge, would he directly walk to the future? When the last line was successfully drawn, the entire Tao array trembled with a buzz. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The original Tao array was trying to swallow the Tao array he drew in an attempt to consolidate itself. Han Fei immediately looked at the woman and the white snake. We can go now. Do you want to go to the next floor? The woman's eyes glittered and she rushed up to Han Fei. Thank you, Han Fei said. Let's go. The two stepped into the array one after another and disappeared in the Tao array with a swish. In the next second, Han Fei saw nothing but gold in front of his eyes. He took a closer look, only to discover that it was an undersea sandbed. He scanned it with his perception, only to find that it was more than 800 kilometers wide. Ugh. Han Fei felt terrible, because he didn't detect any creatures in this place. Would such a situation happen in the demon-subduing tower? That was impossible. Only the strong had territory. Such a large sea of sand, if there were no creatures guarding it, it would have long been occupied. Besides, to be able to defend such a huge place here, the person couldn't be simple. He had to be at least as strong as the sea flower or the woman surnamed Bai. The only thing that puzzled Han Fei was that there was also a sea of sand around the Tao array at the 3rd level, and at the entrance of the 4th level, it was still a sea of sand? Han Fei looked back at the teleportation array. It was still a Tao array, but this array was not enveloped by light. Only the array mark floated in the void. Han Fei frowned. It seems that going back is more difficult than coming in. Bang! While Han Fei was still observing the environment and vigilant of sneak attacks, he saw that the entire desert suddenly rioted. Every grain of sand floated up, like dust in the air, and there were more and more of them. Gradually, the floating gravel began to roll up, like extremely small sharp blades, and began to strangle Han Fei and the woman. Roar! The invincible will appeared, and Han Fei stepped out a large coiled turtle array. He was about to let Little Black and Little White fuse with him, and then use Little White's keen perception to find the source of danger and kill the other party first. But before Han Fei took any action, he heard the woman surnamed Bai suddenly shout, "Father, is that you?" Chapter 1292, Reborn in Someone Else's Body translator, Henyi Translations editor, Hanyi Translations. Han Fei was confused. What does she mean? He had always thought that the woman surnamed Bai was thrown into the demon-subduing tower from birth. Why was his father here? Buzz. A furious Vajra appeared. Han Fei stood proudly in the flying sand. The clanking sound struck his golden body like raindrops. There was no telling if it was an illusion, but when Han Fei used his enforcing law again, he found that the Vajra phantom seemed to be alive. Under normal circumstances, the power of law enforcement, to a certain extent, represented a person's path. For example, this Vajra phantom represented what Han Fei wanted to walk on back then was actually a body-tempering cultivation path, a path of invincibility. However, at this moment, his Tao had become a bridge of white mist. At present, it only showed a little bit of its strength, which didn't seem to match his enforcing law at all. Han Fei had thought that his enforcing law didn't seem to be in harmony with his great Tao, but it didn't seem to be the case. Instead, his enforcing law seemed to have become stronger. This was because Han Fei had already established a half-golden body and had a physique at least at the half-venerable level. Even if he didn't use his enforcing law and just let these sand blades hit his body, they might not be able to break his skin. However, Han Fei thought that the creatures who survived the demon-subduing tower must have their own specialties, not to mention a powerful creature who occupied a corner of a floor. Perhaps they had other special means. But after the woman surnamed Bai called him a father, Han Fei knew that this woman didn't seem to be so simple. This demon-subduing tower didn't seem to be so simple either. If this woman's parents were both in this demon-suppressing tower, why did this woman go to the first floor of the demon-subduing tower? Could a child born on the fourth floor automatically appear on the first floor without passing through the teleportation arrays? Han Fei and the woman were both waiting, but the yellow attack didn't weaken. The woman surnamed Bai was also covered in a layer of white scales, and clanking sounds were also heard. Han Fei's perception scanned again and again, but he didn't find any special creatures in this desert. Except for some skeletons under the sea of sand, there didn't seem to be any living creatures. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Miss Bai, are you sure your father is here? The flying sand is getting stronger and stronger. Did he not hear you? Why don't you call him again?" As he spoke, Han Fei asked the old turtle, Old Yuan, "Where are the creatures in this sea of sand? Why didn't I notice them?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Dead, buried at the bottom of the sea of sand." Huh? Han Fei frowned and was about to extend his perception into the sea of sand when the old turtle said, "Don't spread out your perception. It's coming out." Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. "Didn't you say that he was already dead? Why is he out again?" The old turtle sneered. "You haven't even seen this little bit of the world, have you? Undying creatures, of course. A peak-level Tao-seeking cultivator turned into an undead creature, but he's still dead." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, "Turned?" Hearing the word turned, Han Fei knew that there was a big story behind it. Patriarch Thug, Li Daxian, also turned into an undead creature. A human's will and strength were both preserved. What was the difference between an undead creature and a living one? Whoosh! The sand rose like a hill. At this moment, Han Fei finally perceived a rather handsome human corpse. Although the corpse's white clothes were torn and his face was extremely pale, his sword-like eyebrows were prominent, and he looked handsome and calm. Huh, a human? Han Fei was stunned. The old turtle was right. This woman was born of a human and a sea demon? Han Fei couldn't help but think, if the child of a human and a sea demon could grow up to be like this girl, it would be completely acceptable. She was born with immortal energy. What was wrong with giving birth to such a daughter? Bang! The sand dune exploded, and the pale and cold middle-aged man in a long robe stood on the sand, looking at the woman surnamed Bai quietly. At this moment, the flying sand suddenly stopped. Han Fei was secretly relieved. This person didn't look weak. The picture of father and daughter meeting was better than the picture of father and daughter fighting. The woman seemed a little excited and called again, "Father?" The middle-aged man raised his head stiffly, as if he was thinking hard. Han Fei found that something was wrong and shouted, "Old Yuan, what's going on? Isn't this person an undead creature?" "Why doesn't he seem to know his daughter?" The old turtle said. "They should know each other. Just wait patiently." Han Fei stepped back a little. He didn't want to disturb them when the father and daughter met. The middle-aged man stared at the woman in white for a long time. His face began to twist as if he was in pain. Then, vines extended out of the sand. In a moment, the vines had already covered a space of dozens of kilometers. Han Fei saw that these vines were dragging a ball that was slowly emerging from the bottom of the sea. When the ball made of vines and algae appeared, Hanfei, the woman surnamed Bai, and the white snake all looked at it. As for the middle-aged man, he slowly walked to the ball and raised his hand, and the algae spread out. A woman with a half-human and half-snake body curled up in it. The snake demon clenched her fists as if afraid of the cold, looking very pitiful. Hanfei immediately sensed that the woman was still alive, but she was dying. She was seriously lacking vitality and seemed to die at any time. On this woman's body, some parts of her skin were pierced by extremely fine vines that extended into her body. Among the vines, there was still the power of blood and chi slowly feeding this woman. Hanfei immediately took a breath. This man turned himself into an undead creature and used all his vitality and energy on his wife? The old turtle nodded. That should be the case. Besides, this person has been trying to suppress his cultivation, seal his strength, and make himself sleep. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. That's why he attacked us at the beginning. He seemed to be in pain after he came out. In fact, his seal was unlocked, the old turtle said. I'm afraid it's beyond his control now that the seal has been removed. He probably has to go to the 5th level, then break through to the venerable level and reach the 6th level. At this moment, the middle-aged man gently stroked the snake demon. Honey, our daughter is here. Even Hanfei was moved by his words. What happened back then? Why did it become like this? When the woman surnamed Bai heard this, tears flowed from her eyes. As for the white snake, it slowly lay dormant on the woman surnamed Bai's shoulder, looking very sad. Under the middle-aged man's call, the haggard and skinny snake demon quickly absorbed the chi and blood in the spiritual plant and then slowly opened her eyes. However, at the moment she opened her eyes, Hanfei clearly sensed the loss of vitality. The speed of the loss was so fast that Hanfei could perceive it directly. Not just Hanfei, the woman surnamed Bai and the white snake could feel it too. This was because the snake demon's hair was slowly turning yellow. Although it hadn't turned white yet, it should be turning white soon. The woman stepped to the snake demon and shouted in panic, "Mom!" At this moment, Hanfei couldn't help but say, her vitality is fading. At this speed, she will die in less than an hour. The woman quickly looked at Hanfei and then at the middle-aged man in panic. The middle-aged man tried to put on a smile. An hour is enough. Girl, I want to see you, but I'm afraid to see you, because then we'll never meet again. I'm in a dilemma. The middle-aged man's eyes were gentle as he looked at the woman surnamed Bai deeply, and then at the snake demon affectionately, sighing. They would never meet again because the snake demon would die. If his seal was removed, they could only reunite for a few hours at most. For the first time, Bai Ling swam down from the woman's body and climbed onto the snake demon. When the snake demon opened her eyes and saw Bai Ling and the woman surnamed Bai, she was overjoyed and tears flickered in her eyes. The snake demon looked at the middle-aged man in shock. Is she really our daughter? The man in the middle said. I know, my daughter is blessed. The snake demon immediately wept with joy and held the woman's hand, unwilling to let go. The woman surnamed Bai had thought that they could reunite as a family after she went down. She didn't expect that they would be separated. After all, she was just an inexperienced girl. How could she withstand this kind of test? The woman surnamed Bai asked, Why is this happening? The middle-aged man stroked her hair and said guiltily, I'm a human heavenly talent. It's taboo for me to marry your mother because it's against the heavenly Tao. When your mother gave birth to you, the sky changed its color and a world-shaking white lotus appeared. To avoid being hunted by my enemy, we hid in the demon-subduing tower to avoid disaster. However, your mother, you, and I, because of our different realms, fell on all floors of the tower. I had to reduce my realm to search for you. Unfortunately, I could only find your mother in the end. At that time, you were still in your cradle and had no power to protect yourself. I thought you were in danger, but you were born with great luck and should be blessed. However, your mother's chi and blood were exhausted, and her vitality was almost gone. So I had to turn myself into an undead creature to protect your mother, the snake demon said guiltily. Girl, don't blame your father for not being able to reduce his realm to find you. If he lowered his realm so much, not only would your father not be able to find you, but he would also die. How could the woman surnamed Bai and Bai Ling blame him? Their eyes were filled with tears. Hanfei, on the other hand, couldn't help but ask in surprise, a world-shaking white lotus? The middle-aged man glanced at Hanfei. Since Hanfei didn't have any intention of killing him and came with his daughter, he said, Yes, it's a blessing yet a disaster. With Qingniang's talent, how could she have given birth to our child? So although the world-shaking white lotus is helpful, it also deprived Qingniang of all her vitality. That's why she gave birth to our daughter. At this moment, Hanfei and the old turtle said almost at the same time, Reborn in someone else's body? Chapter 1293, World-Shaking White Lotus. They might not know it, but Hanfei did. There was no such thing as great luck in this world. The true body of the water immortal was a white lotus. The so-called world-shaking white lotus and the descent of great luck were probably related to the water immortal. Hanfei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but salute the middle-aged man. Sir, are you from the Waterwood world, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly. Although Han Fei came with his daughter, Han Fei was a half-merman after all, which was his enemy. How could he be completely at ease? However, the middle-aged man was confident that Han Fei was definitely not his opponent. Therefore, he hadn't attacked Han Fei yet, but just stayed vigilant. The middle-aged man said, "That's right, you and I are enemies, but I've already been trapped in the demon-subduing tower. I don't think you have to make things difficult for me, brother." However, Han Fei's face began to change, including his body and his breath. Under the watch of the middle-aged man, the snake demon, the woman surnamed Bai, and the white snake, he turned from a half-merman into a human. Han Fei waved his hand, put on a battlesuit, held a longbow, and smiled lightly. "Han Fei from the Flying Feather Division of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree greets you, senior." The woman surnamed Bai and the white snake both looked at Han Fei in surprise. This guy who had fought with them for 3 days was not a sea demon? The middle-aged man suddenly trembled. However, his face remained unchanged, and his voice was deep. "Transformation method? This doesn't prove that you are from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, does it? Since you can transform, it's hard for me to confirm." Han Fei opened his hands, and Jinger's venerable token appeared in his hand. "Do you know this?" Hiss? The middle-aged man, who had never changed his expression since they met, was shocked at this moment. Even though he was already an undead creature, he still couldn't hide his shock. "Messenger Jing's venerable token?" Han Fei grinned. "It seems that you haven't been trapped in the demon-subduing tower for long. Now, can it prove my identity?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Of course." Han Fei immediately said, "Senior, may I ask your name?" The middle-aged man was briefly stunned. "You proved yourself just to ask for my name? Then you could have asked me without so much effort." The middle-aged man bowed slightly. "Zhang Yao, Cloud Sea Divine Tree, Silver Bow Unit." Han Fei and the old turtle said at the same time, "Sure enough, his surname is not Bai." At the level of Han Fei and the others, they could guess a lot of things from a single piece of information. For example, Zhang Yao's remark about the world-shaking white lotus couldn't be a coincidence. This explained why this woman surnamed Bai was so strong. How could Han Fei not be able to defeat someone in the advanced Dao-seeking realm? She was so difficult to deal with, but she had never been out of the demon-subduing tower? How could such a peerless genius appear randomly? To be sure that his guess was correct, Han Fei asked again, "Senior, what's your profession?" Although Zhang Yao didn't know what was going on, he still said, "I'm a soul warrior and spirit gatherer. It's precisely because of this that I can survive to this day and be reunited with my daughter." Han Fei's heart sank again. Zhang Yao is not a manipulator, so is this snake demon. However, he had never seen a sea demon who could control spiritual plants like this. Even if a sea demon had the ability of a manipulator, it shouldn't be a snake demon. Han Fei took a deep breath and looked at the woman surnamed Bai. If he guessed right, this woman was the reincarnation of the Water Immortal. He had been hoping to find the Water Immortal, but little did he know that she was trying to save herself. Furthermore, she had used such a method to be reborn. Besides, in this life, she was no longer a demon plant, but a special creature whose race he didn't know. Although Han Fei had guessed a lot of things, the reincarnation of the Water Immortal didn't know her real identity. At this moment, the woman surnamed Bai seemed to be in deep thought. Why did she remember that her surname was Bai? Wasn't her father's surname Zhang? Did she not inherit the power from her parents? They all noticed Han Fei's strange expression. Han Fei felt that this might also be his luck. Although it was a coincidence, it was inevitable. The Water Immortal had been alive for too long, and only her soul remained. She didn't even know what her body was like. What Han Fei didn't understand was why the Water Immortal didn't tell him such important information back in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. If you had told me earlier that you had already reincarnated, I wouldn't have been in such a rush. At this moment, Han Fei said, "To be honest, I entered the demon-subduing tower this time to find out more about the world-shaking white lotus you mentioned. Senior, do you know more about the world-shaking white lotus?" Zhang Yao looked at the snake demon hesitantly. The snake demon said, "Yao, it's okay. Anyway, I'm going to die soon." "Since he's from the human race and came for the world-shaking white lotus, give it to him," the middle-aged man said in a low voice, "but you've just seen our daughter." The snake demon sighed slightly. "Having seen her, I have no more regrets in my life. Besides, our daughter has become such a beautiful girl. I should be happy." Han Fei suddenly interjected and said to the middle-aged man, "Well, senior, if you are worried about your wife's lifespan, I think this should be useful." Han Fei reached out and took out a drop of life spring water. The reason why Han Fei took out the life spring water was simple. The Water Immortal had already reincarnated in your body, but she was so talented that she almost drained her mother's vitality, which also caused Zhang Yao to turn himself into an undead creature. No matter what, he had to return the favor to sever this great karma. Fortunately, he didn't use up all the 3 drops of life spring water. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now. Hiss, life spring water? Zhang Yao looked at the life spring water in Han Fei's hand in shock, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. He hurriedly said, "Little brother, I, Zhang Yao, have never asked for a favor in my life. I know how precious a drop of life spring water from the queen is. But now I'd like to ask you to give me this life spring water. I, Zhang Yao, will repay you with my life." The snake demon grabbed Zhang Yao's arm, and the white snake straightened up and looked at Han Fei. The reincarnation of the water immortal, the woman surnamed Bai, also looked at Han Fei. With a solemn look, Han Fei pushed the drop of life spring water to the middle-aged man. Whether or not you have any leads on the world-shaking white lotus, this drop of life spring water is yours. I don't want any return. Zhang Yao took a deep look at Han Fei. We can't thank you enough. We do have information about the world-shaking white lotus which lies in Qingyang's body. It's a white lotus. She survived all these years because of that white lotus. Only then did Han Fei realize that Zhang Yao was not a manipulator. Then, where did the spiritual plants all over the ground come from? So it must be the power of this white lotus. Han Fei quickly said, Senior, you'd better swallow the life spring water as soon as possible. A drop of the life spring water can make up for 100 years of life, which is countless times better than blood and qi. The snake demon looked at the middle-aged man who was equally excited. If they could survive, who would be willing to die? Besides, it was at the moment when they met their loved ones. Although Zhang Yao had already switched to an undead creature, he still had consciousness. Except that he was lifeless, he looked no different from ordinary people. Besides, in the snake demon's view, her daughter was back. This was the best time for a family reunion. Who would be willing to have a happy event turn into a funeral? Zhang Yao hurriedly said, Honey, come on, open your mouth. Han Fei didn't know how to address the reincarnation of the water immortal who had been watching in shock. At this moment, she looked stunned. There was no telling if it was because she was born cold or because she hadn't awakened. However, Han Fei guessed that before she stepped into the Tao, she wouldn't awaken the memories of the water immortal. Since the water immortal had already thought of using this method to live another life, she must have thought of the problem of Tao entering. If she still entered the previous great Tao, then it was meaningless to be reborn. The white snake's vitality was rapidly recovering. Her skin was no longer wrinkled, her hair was no longer yellow, and her strength was returning. The surrounding spiritual energy and energy were drilling into the body of the snake demon crazily. In only about 200 seconds, this snake demon turned into a beautiful and voluptuous big demon. Furthermore, as soon as she recovered, her strength was maintained in the realm of early Tao seeking. Because she didn't enter directly from the outside world, the demon subduing tower wouldn't throw her into the third level. Zhang Yao hurriedly asked, Qingniang, how do you feel? The snake demon was overjoyed and quickly cupped her hands at Han Fei. Then, a green light flashed in her hand and she grabbed at her chest. A green light bloomed and a white lotus appeared in the air. The snake demon said, Benefactor, it was this white lotus that drilled into my body so I could give birth to my daughter. It was also this white lotus that took almost all of my vitality but kept me alive until now. Han Fei's eyes lit up. This was definitely a small part of the original body of the water immortal. He had seen it more than once. As for the white snake and the reincarnation of the water immortal, they were both refreshed when they saw the white lotus. They had an urge to grab the white lotus. After all, this was the original body of the water immortal. Therefore, this urge was born. However, Han Fei certainly couldn't give it to them. Otherwise, if the reincarnation of the water immortal stepped into the same Tao, she would still enter the wrong Tao. Before they lost control of themselves and were about to take action, Han Fei reached out and grabbed the white lotus. Han Fei took a long breath. Found it. Chapter 1294. Name again? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Han Fei held the white lotus, he immediately felt the lotus petals in Forge the Universe tremble violently. Han Fei wanted to put the white lotus into Forge the Universe, but as soon as he thought of that, the tremendous spiritual energy in Forge the Universe evaporated instantly, which stunned Fish Dragon King. The old turtle quickly said, No, it's alive. But even so, he had wasted nearly 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring, which was really a pity. However, because the white lotus was alive, the moment Han Fei was about to collect it, the surrounding space shook as if there was an earthquake. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Fei pretended to be calm. The white lotus has changed hands, so the void is trembling. It's nothing. The snake demon couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She had 100 more years of vitality, and her energy, vitality, and spirit were instantly restored. At this moment, she thanked him again. Thank you, benefactor. Han Fei shook his head with a smile, thinking, if you knew that your daughter was the reincarnation of a king, what would you think? The girl couldn't help asking, Dad, Mom, why is my surname Bai? As if she had been holding it back for a long time, she finally asked this question. Of course, when she asked this question, she looked at the white lotus in Han Fei's hand. The snake demon and the middle-aged man looked at each other. Surnamed Bai? The snake demon was surprised. Girl, when we gave birth to you, we didn't have the time to name you. How could your surname be Bai? Then, they all looked at the white lotus in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei said casually, the world-shaking white lotus is a treasure born from the chaos of the world. Miss Bai has been protected by the white lotus since she was young, so she can survive in the demon-subduing tower. Naturally, she inherited some of the power of the white lotus. Therefore, she feels that her surname is Bai, which is a matter of course. The woman surnamed Bai and the white snake were both stunned. Really? Han Fei was certain that the reincarnation of the water immortal was still too naive and didn't know how to distinguish between real and fake. She was easy to fool. As for Zhang Yao and the snake demon, although they were not weak, they definitely knew very little about the power of the water immortal or the treasures of the world. Besides, they couldn't resist his persuasion. Han Fei said, "If I've guessed right, this original body of the White Lotus might be in the demon subduing tower. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten such a good thing. Now, you and the world-shaking White Lotus are connected by karma. I think it's better for Miss Bai to keep the surname Bai. After all, the White Lotus will bless her." Han Fei tried his best to persuade these people, thinking to himself, the water immortal is a White Lotus in the first place. If she changed her surname to Zhang, won't she beat me to death when she regains her memories? The snake demon frowned. That makes sense. Girl, do you have any inherited secret techniques? The reincarnation of the water immortal frowned slightly, raised her hand, and spiritual plants appeared like a waterfall. Seeing this scene, the snake demon and the middle-aged man looked at each other in shock. As Han Fei said, their daughter inherited some of the power of the world-shaking White Lotus. This was too magical. The middle-aged man couldn't help asking, "What's my daughter's name?" The reincarnation of the water immortal shook her head slightly. No name. The middle-aged man froze for a moment and was about to speak when his arm was tugged. It was the snake demon who tugged at his sleeve. The snake demon said, "My savior, thank you for bringing the girl here. If I'm not wrong, the girl hasn't stepped into the Tao yet, nor has she reached the peak, and you have even entered this level as an intermediate explorer. This must be because of your special method, right?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "I missed it." The snake demon smiled faintly. "Why don't you give her a name, my savior? Girl, what do you think?" For some reason, the water immortal's reincarnation slightly nodded, seeming to trust Han Fei. Han Fei's lips twitched. Name again? However, would she like the name he gave her in the future? There was nothing she could do even if she didn't like it. This was a karmic opportunity. It just so happened that your reincarnation encountered me. Han Fei, however, paced back and forth for a while, thinking to himself, no matter if it's a good name or not, I should brag about it first. If she wants to hit me in the future, at least she'll remember that I complimented her for a long time before I named her. Han Fei said, "When I saw you for the first time, Miss Bai, I felt that you were extraordinary. You're gorgeous, elegant, beautiful, charming, with fair and smooth skin. Miss Bai, you seem to be the most beautiful, elegant, and noble woman in the world." Han Fei spoke without even batting an eyelid, which stunned them. Even the white snake trembled at his words. The snake demon secretly said to Zhang Yao via voice transmission, "Darling, is our savior interested in our girl?" Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. "Sister, you can't say whatever you want. If my teacher awakens in the future, she will slap me to death," Han Fei hurriedly said solemnly. "Therefore, I think Bai Su Zhen is a good name for her. Bai means white, representing the world-shaking White Lotus. Su means colorless. Zhen means chaste and pure, which has the meaning of white too. Therefore, all the three words mean white. It's really a good name." Zhang Yao's lips twitched slightly. "It's indeed a good name," the snake demon said. "You are truly an extraordinary person. This is a good name indeed." Han Fei glanced at the reincarnation of the water immortal. She and Bai Ling were looking at him. Han Fei thought to himself, why isn't Bai Ling a green snake? This is even more perfect. They were Bai Su Zhen and Xiao Qing. In the future, when a man named Shu Shan appears, they'll be able to put on the white snake legend. As he expected, the reincarnation of the water immortal nodded slightly and seemed to like the name. Even her brows relaxed a little. Okay, now the family had reunited, her mother's life was extended, and she had a name. Han Fei didn't want to watch a family reunion drama here, so he hurriedly asked, "Well, Senior Zhang Yao, do you know how to leave the demon subduing tower?" Zhang Yao was slightly surprised. "Huh? Our savior? You don't have a way to get out?" Han Fei didn't answer directly, but said, "I came in from the trial secret realms of the White Shell Royal City. If I go out from there, my identity may be exposed. I wonder if there is any other way to leave this demon subduing tower." Zhang Yao smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I really don't know how many floors the demon subduing tower has. I only know that this place is full of dangers, one floor after another, but I haven't found a way to leave here. Now that I've awakened and my strength has come back, I may be restricted by the rules and have to enter the next floor." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Is there such a rule?" Zhang Yao nodded slightly. "It's not impossible to forcibly stay on this floor. However, bad luck will follow. The chaotic void will appear in the tower and cause strong enemies to attack and force me to go to the next floor. This should be a way for the demon subduing tower to maintain its balance." For the first time, Han Fei knew that the demon subduing tower had such a magical function that it could produce the chaotic void. Therefore, the strong couldn't stay on the levels for the weak, but the weak could stay on the levels for the strong. After all, the weak couldn't break the balance. Bai Su Zhen frowned. "Is it dangerous?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "Don't worry, girl. I'm a peerless heavenly talent anyway. Now that I could sever my own cultivation in the past, I can do it again." The snake demon's face stiffened. "Yao?" Zhang Yao smiled. "Qing Yang, don't worry. I'll be back soon." Han Fei, on the other hand, was calculating in his head. Chaotic void? How should he use the white lotus in his hand? If he guessed right, this was part of the water immortal's body. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to have such a powerful force to extend a person's life for so long. Besides, the demon purification pot couldn't see any information about this white lotus, which meant that this white lotus was much higher leveled than he imagined. If the water immortal's true body was really at the bottom level, he couldn't go down. Even if he could defeat creatures at the level of half-venerable, he couldn't defeat creatures at the venerable level. While Zhang Yao and his family were exclaiming, Han Fei suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Senior Zhang Yao, you stay here for the time being. I think I can explore this white lotus first. If you can suppress it for a few days, I can try to see if I can find a way to leave." If it was an irrelevant passerby, even if Zhang Yao was a human, Han Fei would definitely not try so hard to help him. In this world, there were thousands of races in this world. He couldn't do everything he could to help someone just because he was a human too, right? However, this person was the father of the water immortal's reincarnation after all. This karma was not small at all. Different from the father he had after crossing the river of time, this person was her biological father. Besides, if Zhang Yao went to another floor and the snake demon hadn't fully recovered her strength, she might die. After all, on this floor, there were mostly peak-level Dao-seeking creatures who had entered the Dao. After all, the water immortal hadn't stepped into the Dao or awakened. Facing 1 or 2, it might be fine. Facing 3 or 4, she might be able to resist. But if there were 10 or 8 peak-level Dao-seeking realm demons, it wouldn't be easy for her to handle. Although he had hunted peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses when he was outside, the outside world was different. In the outside world, the peak-level Dao-seeking demons might not necessarily enter the Dao. However, in the demon-subduing tower, this ratio might be very high. Besides, when he hunted peak-level Dao-seeking powerhouses, he usually launched a sneak attack and cooperated with the old turtle to kill the other party. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that for the safety of his teacher, this white lotus must be the key. Chapter 1295, You Came So Quickly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Since the water immortal had started her plan long ago and even split part of her true body, she was naturally preparing to rise again. Now, the white lotus had been obtained by Han Fei. Did it mean that he could contact her through this part of her true body? With a thought from Han Fei, Yu Wendao appeared, which startled Zhang Yao and the snake demon. Zhang Yao asked in surprise, "A half-venerable?" "No. Is this a puppet?" Han Fei nodded and said, "Senior, please guard me." Bam, bam, bam. Under Han Fei's feet, arrays appeared one after another. Soon, a white mist completely submerged the space where he was. With Han Fei's current array skills, even a person who had reached the peak level of the Dao-seeking realm wouldn't be able to see through his array. In the array, Han Fei directly transmitted his spiritual power into the white lotus and said, Teacher, can you hear me, teacher?" The old turtle said, "It's useless. This lotus has been obviously separated from the true body of your teacher. How can you use it to communicate with the original body?" Han Fei frowned. "Can't they communicate with each other after they're separated?" Demonic plants are very special creatures. They always have an inextricable connection. Otherwise, how could the rootless lotus extend the snake demon's life for so long? The old turtle said leisurely, "Maybe some of the roots have been separated too." Han Fei frowned. He remembered what the water immortal once said to him. The roots of demonic plants were like the souls of humans. It was not impossible to separate the roots, but it would inevitably lead to a drop in strength. And the water immortal was in the demon-subduing tower, and the king of the White Shell Royal City must be eyeing her covetously outside. If the water immortal rashly separated her roots and lowered her strength, the king might take advantage of her. It was impossible for the water immortal not to have thought of what he could think of. What the old turtle said wasn't without reason. What if the water immortal separated only a few roots? However, even if the water immortal separated her roots, it meant that she also separated some of her soul. And this part of her soul was definitely not connected to her original soul suppressed at the bottom of the demon-subduing tower. Otherwise, if the water immortal found that he was here, she would definitely have some response. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the lotus petal in Forge the Universe. If he called her directly through the white lotus, it might be limited by certain conditions. However, what if he activated it with this petal? Buzz. The moment the lotus petals appeared, the white lotus trembled and began to spin. It worked. Han Fei's eyes glittered. The lotus petal that could protect the water immortal for 80,000 years couldn't be simple. The demon-subduing tower was here, which meant that the water immortal must be within 10,000 kilometers of him. Now, he had already seen part of the real body of the water immortal. Then the real body couldn't be far away. Besides, the former situation was that the water immortal's body and soul were both asleep. However, it was different now. Now, the water immortal's soul had awakened. Since the lotus petal could sense her, she should be able to sense the lotus petal too. Since they could sense each other, why did he bother to look for her himself? He might as well wait for the water immortal to find him. However, the old turtle poured another bucket of cold water on him. Han Fei, don't forget, this is called the demon-subduing tower. The teleportation barrier on each floor is probably different. Just because you can break through to the 4th floor doesn't mean you can keep breaking through. It's the same for your master. Since she's suppressed, it means that she can't pass through the barriers either. Han Fei said angrily, "Cut the crap. Why don't you just give me a solution?" The old turtle snorted. "I'm teaching you. You need to consider everything carefully." The lotus petal was flashing and the white lotus was spinning. Han Fei felt the void tremble several times, but it was to no avail. The lotus petal just trembled once and then stopped. Han Fei's heart sank. As the old turtle said, the water immortal couldn't come over. Wait! Han Fei's eyes glittered. Zhang Yao had been sealing and suppressing his strength, hadn't he? If he didn't seal and suppress his strength, the chaotic void might come. Once the void cracked, did it mean that at least 1 or 2 layers of barriers were broken? Taking advantage of that moment, the water immortal would definitely seize this opportunity. As Han Fei thought, the old turtle said leisurely, "That's possible, but even if this person opens all his seals, he can only reach the 6th level at most. It remains unknown whether your master can cross over or not." Han Fei's eyes flashed. "This is already the most likely solution I can think of. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll have a chance to come to this demon-subduing tower again." At this moment, Han Fei chose to take a risk, hoping that the water immortal could seize the opportunity to pass the barrier. Outside, Zhang Yao was still struggling to suppress his strength. The snake demon held Bai Suzhen's hand, not daring to disturb Zhang Yao with concern. Zhang Yao said solemnly, "Suzhen, I will go to the next floor one day. You have great luck and must be strong. However, your mother hasn't recovered her strength and needs your protection. Wait for me to come back." Bai Suzhen asked, "Are you going to reduce your strength again?" Zhang Yao smiled bitterly. "You can enter but can't leave this place easily. I can't do anything about it. But if you have great luck, you might have a chance in the future." Bang. Han Fei stepped out of the mist and looked at Zhang Yao. Han Fei said, "Senior, if the chaotic void will appear if you stop suppressing your strength, can you completely release your strength?" "Huh?" Bai Suzhen frowned. "It's dangerous." The snake demon asked, "Benefactor?" Zhang Yao, on the other hand, was very calm. A person who could get Messenger Jing's venerable token, a peerless genius who could win the favor of the queen, certainly had his reasons. Zhang Yao said calmly, "Okay, when?" Han Fei was quite surprised that Zhang Yao agreed without even asking. Han Fei grinned. "Thank you, senior. I can't go out either, but I need to take a risk. If I win, we may have a chance to go out." After Han Fei said that, everyone, including Bai Suzhen, trembled slightly. Zhang Yao shouted in a low voice, "Understood." Of course, Han Fei didn't ask Zhang Yao to remove all his power immediately. Instead, he waited for his family to familiarize themselves with each other for a day, and then he closed his eyes to feel his Tao seed. 1 day passed. The 800-mile quicksand ground trembled 3 or 4 times. Han Fei perceived that there were creatures at the edge of the sea of sand. Under the watch of the snake demon and Bai Suzhen, Han Fei and Zhang Yao looked at each other. Han Fei said, "We can start now." Zhang Yao looked solemn. "Han Fei, are you sure you want to enter the chaotic void?" Han Fei immediately nodded. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Zhang Yao nodded solemnly and shouted, "Qing Niang, Suzhen, step back." Buzz, ka-ka-ka-ah, blood chains appeared on Zhang Yao's body one after another. Han Fei could tell at a glance that it was an array. This Zhang Yao actually locked himself up with his essence blood and forcibly sealed himself. At this moment, the blood-colored chains broke one by one, and Zhang Yao's aura soared rapidly like a rocket. Bang! After only 10 minutes, Zhang Yao had reached the level of a half-venerable, and his strength was still soaring. Zhang Yao shouted in a low voice, "Han Fei, if you need me, I can enter the Tao. My Tao is fine. I've already entered it once. This time, I'm just returning." It would be even better if he could become a venerable, which meant that he could break 2 barriers this time. Han Fei shouted, "Enter, roar!" A terrifying power swept hundreds of kilometers away. However, this power avoided Bai Suzhen and the snake demon very well. Han Fei perceived that many creatures appeared around the sea of sand. Zhang Yao roared, "In the land of 800 kilometers of quicksand, any trespasser shall die." With that, Zhang Yao threw out an array map covering the sea of sand. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that the space was unstable, and abnormal fluctuations appeared. It seemed that there was a creature trying to drill in from the void. Zhang Yao took a step forward and shouted again, "Open." The void cracked, and a starfish extended its long tentacles, trying to tear the void and enter this place. Zhang Yao grabbed at the air with both hands as if he had grabbed dozens of bowstrings. As he pulled the bow, he shouted, "Han Fei, I'll take it away. It's up to you now." The moment Zhang Yao stepped into the void, Han Fei activated all his secret methods and activated the Beast King technique. He even used the power of his great Tao. His strength had long surpassed the strength of 1,000 waves. At this moment, Han Fei followed Zhang Yao into the void, holding the white lotus in one hand and the lotus petal in the other, which were shining with white light. Both of them entered the chaotic void and went their separate ways. This chaotic void shouldn't have appeared on the 4th level of the demon-subduing tower. And Han Fei and Zhang Yao's strengths were different. Even if Han Fei used all his strength, reaching the half-venerable realm was his limit. It was impossible for him to reach the venerable realm. However, at this moment, when the void was about to be closed, Han Fei heard a surprised voice in his ear. You came so quickly? Chapter 1296, Fight the King. Yes, Han Fei guessed right. When he had just taken the chance of Zhang Yao entering the Dao to break through the void barrier, he heard the voice of the Water Immortal. This also meant that the Water Immortal had known that he was coming since a long time ago, but she couldn't cross the space barrier and directly come over. Although Han Fei heard the Water Immortal's voice, he didn't see where she was. The Water Immortal quickly said, "Drop the White Lotus in your hand." Han Fei immediately let go and no longer held the White Lotus. The White Lotus quickly drilled out of the void rift, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared into the center of Bai Sujian's eyebrows. It was so fast that Bai Sujian didn't even have time to react. Han Fei was also dumbfounded. It seemed that this White Lotus had nothing to do with the Water Immortal re-entering the Dao. Otherwise, the Water Immortal wouldn't have done this. The moment the White Lotus disappeared, the Water Immortal shouted, "Crush the lotus leaf." Han Fei didn't dare to take it lightly. God knew where this chaotic void would take him. If the Water Immortal wanted him to crush it, he would just do it. The moment the lotus leaf shattered, it instantly turned into a phantom lotus seat and fell at Han Fei's feet. Bang, bang, bang. As if receiving multiple collisions, a large number of cracks appeared on the white phantom shield of the lotus seat every time it exploded. After 4 consecutive violent collisions, Han Fei felt that the lotus seat under his feet might break at any time. Han Fei thought to himself, this is a power that can protect the Water Immortal for 10,000 years. How can it be broken so easily? However, unlike what Han Fei expected, the lotus seat seemed to be full of cracks, but it hadn't really been broken. During this period, Han Fei saw a terrifying giant mouth open, as if it wanted to swallow him. He also saw long whips trying to break through the void and pull him out of the void. Han Fei even saw a webbed hand extending into the void and slapping the lotus seat, making it twist. Fortunately, on the lotus seat, a white light bloomed, forcibly blocking the blow. At this moment, Han Fei saw white light appear in the void, and it seemed that the void had been broken from the outside. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. This should be the exit. He had been taken from the 4th floor to the floor where she was. When the lotus seat drilled out of the void, Han Fei's eyes didn't suddenly light up, but he sank directly into a sea of spiritual plants. As far as Han Fei could perceive, it was all white lotuses. Countless white lotuses almost enveloped his perception range. Of course, seeing this scene, Han Fei didn't panic at all. So what if there were white lotuses here? This was his teacher's original body and wouldn't hurt him. Therefore, although the white lotuses were terrifying, every vine was extremely tough and flexible, and a few random vines would be able to whip Han Fei to death. Han Fei didn't panic at all. On the contrary, Han Fei was very relaxed. He scanned the area with his perception and asked, "Teacher, where are you?" A voice echoed in the world, "Why are you here so soon? I'm talking about 100-year period." Now only a few months have passed. Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Speed is important in war. Teacher, you know, there are still many things waiting for me to do. Therefore, waiting 100 years is impossible." The Water Immortal asked crossly, "Who were you with just now? Why did I feel my own breath?" Han Fei asked in surprise, "Huh? Teacher, are you sure you don't know?" The Water Immortal was confused. "What do I know? I've only been awake for a few months. Now I can only feel your existence, but I haven't broken the shackles of my original body, so I just feel you coming." Han Fei immediately told the Water Immortal about Bai Sujian. The Water Immortal was stunned for a long time before her voice slowly became solemn. "No wonder I couldn't establish a connection with my original body after trying for months. I'm afraid that a new consciousness has been born in my body." Han Fei immediately shivered and said, "Teacher, don't scare me. I can't defeat a king-level powerhouse now." The Water Immortal said, "It shouldn't be a big problem. Before I fell asleep, I had already sealed the great Tao of my original body. The newly born spiritual consciousness couldn't completely control my original body. It must take him a long time to separate a part of my original body, intending to reincarnate in someone else's body." Han Fei immediately took a breath. So Bai Sujian isn't your reincarnation, teacher?" The Water Immortal said. "Yes and no. In fact, I didn't figure it out just now. Why is a part of me outside? Do you know why I asked you to release that white lotus? Because that white lotus is no longer under my control. I'm just afraid that some of my original body will be controlled by others. If you bring it back, it will definitely stop you." Han Fei was puzzled. "Then, what about Bai Sujian?" the Water Immortal explained. "It's a reborn body that the new consciousness found for itself. It has been residing in the snake demon you mentioned, not to help the snake demon extend its life, but to wait for its reborn body to come. In this way, when the two are combined, it can parasitize the reborn body and completely control this new body." Han Fei immediately said, "Not good. Hasn't she already succeeded?" The Water Immortal said, "No, I can't control my own body yet, which means that this new consciousness hasn't fully descended in Bai Sujian's body. Buzz, be careful." The old turtle reminded him in his heart, and Han Fei performed star teleportation and teleported himself away. Fuse, twin divine technique. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent at all. When he learned that a new consciousness was born in the original body of the water immortal, he felt terrible. Now, when he guessed that a new consciousness was still here, Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. That was a fucking king-level creature. Even if it only had a little bit of new consciousness. Even if this new consciousness could only use a little bit of its true body's power, it was still not something Han Fei could defeat. The moment Han Fei flashed out, the place where he was just now had been pierced by thousands of vines. Therefore, the moment he appeared, Han Fei chose to use the twin divine technique. In order to prevent the other party from rushing over like a bolt of lightning, the infinity water condensed into a bubble and directly wrapped him up. Sure enough, in the next moment, tens of millions of vine stings instantly squeezed the infinity water until it was about to explode. Explode! Before the infinity water was squeezed to pieces, Han Fei chose to blow it up. Roar! Han Fei directly roared, and the 100-beast soul-subduing roar burst out. In an instant, the 100 beasts soared into the air and kept roaring. Rumble! While the infinity water exploded, Han Fei set up the great coiled turtle array and waved his hand, and dozens of fish skin maps appeared, all of which were great coiled turtle arrays. The old turtle roared, come on, hide in here. Han Fei didn't have the time to dodge at all. In the second, Han Fei saw that a huge number of vines were pouncing on him again. The time he needed to enter Forge the Universe had always been 3 seconds. Boom boom boom, after 2 seconds, Han Fei saw that his coiled turtle arrays were instantly shattered like paper. Seeing this, Han Fei immediately wrapped the black mist with his white mist body. Freeze! As the white mist dispersed, these vines lashed out again, directly whipping Han Fei away. However, at that moment, Han Fei didn't feel any pain, because he was a mist now. Besides, although the white mist dispersed, the black mist, because it was too dark, might not be noticed and survived a disaster. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Little Black couldn't be seen. It was true that the water immortal was a king, but it didn't mean that her new consciousness was also a king. Level 1. Otherwise, each time a consciousness was born, it would be a king. Then, what was the point of fighting? He would have been beaten to death a long time ago. The other party wouldn't give him any time to react. Collect. The white mist was shaken away, and Han Fei could only send half of himself into Forge the Universe. Huff! The white mist dispersed again, and Han Fei felt that he was panting. While the vines couldn't do anything to him, the black fog form Han Fei turned into the human form in Forge the Universe and called Little Fatty out. At this moment, Han Fei felt very strange. Half of him was in Forge the Universe, and the other half was outside. At this moment, the vision of the two could actually be shared. Han Fei shouted, Teacher, your soul is at the king level. It can't be suppressed by a new consciousness, right? The water immortal didn't respond, but the old turtle responded, Guard the soul. Your teacher has been sleeping for too long. It's not impossible to take a long time to seal your teacher's soul. You won't be able to wake it up again unless you find this seal and break it. When Han Fei heard that, the white mist quickly condensed. He didn't dare to use his perception for fear of being torn apart. Han Fei could only sense it with Little White's naturally endowed ability. Fortunately, Little White's ability was not weak. Even if a king was around, it still couldn't block its perception of the surroundings. Therefore, Han Fei soon found the place of sealing that the old turtle mentioned. Agility of wind. The sealing place was only a little more than 1,000 kilometers away from him. With his speed, he would arrive in 2 seconds. A pair of phantom-like wings extended out of the white mist. After flying less than 500 kilometers, Han Fei felt that his soul was collapsing. The terrifying soul impact instantly defeated him. However, the white mist only stopped moving for a moment, and Han Fei felt his consciousness return. The moment he came back to his senses, Han Fei realized that the twin divine technique did follow the characteristics of the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. If one of them didn't die, the other wouldn't die. Han Fei was overjoyed. This time, he rushed to the sealed place without hesitation. Chapter 1297, Soul Soaring Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The new consciousness of the water immortal was also stunned, thinking, he's still alive? After another sprint, Han Fei's soul was shaken away again. However, Han Fei had already reached the sealing array. The second soul's return seemed to be slower. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he found that the frost-covered vines seemed to be trying to disperse the white mist he had turned into. Han Fei discovered that once the white mist was blasted away, the time when his soul woke up again would be longer. Therefore, if he was infinitely killed, the twin divine technique might collapse, and his soul would be destroyed by half, and then he might only be able to survive and forge the universe. And this newly born consciousness might have underestimated Han Fei. The power of the blue sea ice sand slowed the vines that were extending over, delaying her time. After all, she was using the water immortal's body forcibly. Seeing that he was about to be dispersed, Han Fei thought quickly, how can I recombine my white mist body? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something and secretly activated his Dao seed. I can ignore space. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, only to see that his white mist body drilled out from all directions. Some even ran out of the plant roots. When the white mist regathered, the new consciousness was stunned again. What the hell was going on? However, this time, Han Fei didn't dare to be reckless. It was too fucking difficult. He had been killed twice in only 2 seconds. If he hadn't been prepared and thrown his black fog body into Forge the Universe, he would have been dead. Even the old turtle was frightened. This was too fucking scary. An intermediate explorer was fighting a king? He had no idea how to fight this battle even if he had 10 turtle heads. Fortunately, Han Fei cleverly discovered that his Tao could achieve some simple and idealized things, such as strengthening strength and ignoring space, which were not difficult to do. The moment the white mist was recombined, Han Fei realized that if this new consciousness could seal space, it would be a little difficult for him. However, after 2 deaths, Han Fei finally came to the sealing array. It was very difficult to find the true body of the Water Immortal among the thousands of white lotuses. If the Water Immortal didn't give him a hint and he didn't have Little White's abilities, he probably wouldn't be able to find it. At this moment, Han Fei saw a blooming white lotus the size of a palm, with a pale green aura circulating around. After only a quick glance, Han Fei discovered that it was actually not a kind of array, but a simple sealing power superimposed in. Yes, this new consciousness had never left the demon-subduing tower. How could she know any arrays? Even the Water Immortal wasn't proficient in arrays. How could this new consciousness know arrays? Seeing that it was just a simple sealing power, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Taking advantage of the third soul attack, he quickly counterattacked, star teleportation. However, this star teleportation was not teleporting Han Fei, but the space not far away in front of him. The star teleportation technique couldn't just move him away. When Han Fei moved that space, he made space and space exchange. Although the sealing power was extremely powerful, what was its use if it sealed the wrong place? At the moment when the sealing power was teleported out, the Water Immortal's voice sounded again. Ashhole, a mere intermediate venerable wants to possess my body? You're courting death? In an instant, the void exploded. Han Fei heard a scream, and the space within 100 kilometers seemed to collapse. Immediately afterward, a large swath of blue soul body emerged. Spare me. The Water Immortal had lived for tens of thousands of years, so how could she spare an outsider who wanted to occupy her body? Even if this body was abandoned by her, it wasn't something others could take away at will. Han Fei sensed that something was being crushed in the space dozens of kilometers away. Then, a large number of ownerless souls appeared. The Water Immortal said, Little Wang Han, is your soul injured just now? Try swallowing this ownerless soul. Han Fei sensed that his soul was indeed injured, but only less than 20% was damaged. Besides, it could still be repaired. Therefore, it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, seeing so many ownerless souls in front of him, how could Han Fei hold back? Han Fei said, Teacher, has the new consciousness died? The Water Immortal said, I made a mistake this time. I didn't expect to be tricked by a newborn consciousness. Don't worry, she has already been killed by me. As for you, even I didn't think I had the time to save you just now. I didn't expect you to survive under such circumstances. The Water Immortal's voice clearly trembled. There was no telling if it was because of fright or fear. Han Fei was also relieved. I was so scared. Just now, I thought I was going to die. Wait, let me take a mouthful of ownerless souls to calm down. Han Fei still didn't release his black fog body. God knew if there were any other accidents. Han Fei's way of collecting ownerless souls was simple, which was to use the soul-splitting technique to separate out dozens of wisps of souls and fuse them into the ownerless souls, refine the ownerless souls, and take them back. After a full half an hour, Han Fei swallowed about a third of the ownerless souls, but he already felt that his soul had soared. The Water Immortal said, All right, I know that you still preserve a part of your original body. I'm very sure that the new consciousness has already died. You can come out now. The old turtle said, I don't sense any threat either. Han Fei was finally relieved. In Forge the Universe, the black fog body appeared. However, little Fatty was still lying in Forge the Universe. That was Han Fei's last resort. He had to keep it. When Han Fei canceled the Twin Divine technique, the Water Immortal said in surprise, This spiritual beast is quite rare. It can integrate vitality into one body. Han Fei said, Teacher, do you want to feel your own body? I'll eat this ownerless soul first. The Water Immortal asked, Can you still eat? The old turtle also said, Brat, how can you still eat it? However, Han Fei replied with a smile, I have an extraordinary painting that can help me digest it. After that, more faint blue souls were split out by Han Fei. After another half an hour, this ownerless soul was finally swallowed by Han Fei. Another hour later, Han Fei quickly memorized the god-scaring painting. At this moment, he had already uncovered 700 pieces, and he was still quickly memorizing them. Han Fei never expected that an ownerless venerable level soul would have such a great effect. It could actually help him remember such a huge amount of god-scaring painting. The effect was really extraordinary. When Han Fei had the epiphany in the demon-subduing tower a few days ago, he didn't have time to cultivate the god-scaring painting, so this time Han Fei specially cultivated for a while. After another 3 hours, he couldn't remember the god-scaring painting anymore. Now he had remembered 726 pieces in total. It seemed that he had reached the limit of his memory. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Owner, Han Fei Level 74, Junior Explorer. Spiritual energy, 80,000, 880,000 spiritual power, 2,912 perception range, 3,600 kilometers, enforcing law, invincible Vajra strength, 348 waves first spiritual heritage, Unknown second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 61. Second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky-stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was shocked. His spiritual power had increased by nearly 4,000 points. Last time he had an epiphany and broke through to the realm of an intermediate explorer, his strength only increased by 2,000 points. However, after he swallowed the intermediate venerable level new consciousness, it had grown so much. As for the range of perception, Han Fei wasn't too surprised. After all, the effect of the god-scaring painting was very powerful. It would be strange if it didn't grow much. He even thought this was still not enough. Han Fei took a deep breath. It seemed that this near-death experience was worth it. Han Fei's soul power skyrocketed, which made the old turtle very envious. He thought to himself, this kid is too monstrous. However, what surprised the old turtle even more was not the power of the soul, but Han Fei's method of forcibly breaking through the king's body and the will of a venerable. That could only be a great Tao method. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out what abilities Han Fei had to be able to block such a strong enemy and survive. Seeing that Han Fei had woken up, the water immortal said rather casually, "How is it?" Little Wang Han, how is the ownerless soul in the venerable realm? Fortunately, this new consciousness has been suppressed at the bottom of the tower. Otherwise, this ownerless soul wouldn't be so pure. As if having a full meal, Han Fei looked satisfied, but he said, "Teacher, what about Bai Su Zhen? This new consciousness shouldn't have completely died. There's still a part of her in Bai Su Zhen's body." The water immortal said casually, "It doesn't matter. Most of its power was destroyed by you just now, and the last bit nurtured the snake demon for hundreds of years. The price was high. Since she helped me create a reincarnation body, it's not bad. It saved me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I would have to find a way to be reborn." Han Fei was relieved to hear that. He rubbed his hands and said, "Master, you've been reborn, but what about your original body? Don't let it give birth to another new consciousness. I can't stand it anymore." Chapter 1298, Avatar Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei still felt scared. If he hadn't used so many tricks just now, he would have been dead. However, fortunately, the soul strength of the newly born consciousness was only in the intermediate venerable realm. If it was at the king level, he wouldn't have any chance to survive. This time, although he didn't fight a venerable head-on, Han Fei was still horrified by the strength of a venerable. This was only the soul at the intermediate venerable level, but he had killed him twice in 2 seconds. If a real intermediate venerable was standing in front of him, what would happen? Even if he had 100 means, he might not be able to survive. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he was still too weak. It was clearly not enough for him to participate in a battle at the venerable level. Furthermore, Han Fei deeply realized the terrifying gap between the explorer and the venerable realm. In any case, he had fully unleashed his strength just now. Even if he wasn't at the half-venerable realm, he was at least at the peak of the explorer realm. However, in the face of the power of a venerable, he was still so vulnerable. At this moment, he had survived this disaster. Since the water immortal had already resolved the newly born soul and didn't want her original body, wouldn't this great benefit belong to him? Although Han Fei didn't know how to use it, a terrifying demonic plant with a king-level body must be very useful to him. The water immortal said, "My original body is useless to me. However, my original body is a living body. With your current strength, you can't kill it even if it lets you. However, there are 3 ways to transmit the power of my original body to you." Han Fei was immediately refreshed. Which 3 ways? A phantom slowly appeared in front of Han Fei. Who else could it be but the water immortal? The water immortal said, "The first is that you cultivate here, and I'll slowly inject the vitality and power of my original body into your body, washing your flesh, veins, and bones. After washing your body with the power of a king for 10 years, I can push your spiritual heritage to the point of leaving the mortal realm, surpassing the so-called level 9 spiritual heritage. At the same time, your strength will reach at least the half-venerable realm. You seem to have already comprehended the great Tao, so when you go out, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the venerable realm." Han Fei immediately shook his head. "Master, my spiritual heritage is no longer a mortal one." "Huh?" The water immortal was briefly stunned. "Really?" Han Fei said. "It's a long story. Anyway, my meridians have been reconstructed and have long left the mortal realm. I don't know what kind of meridians I have now. Therefore, the first method shouldn't be suitable for me. Also, I have to return to my territory in 2 years. There's still a great war waiting for me there." The water immortal thought for a moment and said, "The second way is that I can condense a lotus seed and multiple lotus seeds with all the power of my original body. The lotus seed can withstand all attacks below the king level. However, the consumption of spiritual energy and energy is also very large. However, it shouldn't be a big problem for you. The lotus seeds can help you make breakthroughs and improve quickly in an extremely short period of time. However, it will take at least 10 years to mature these 9 lotus seeds. The rest of my true body will instinctively struggle to survive. I can't do anything to them for the time being." When Han Fei heard that the lotus seat could block all attacks below the king level, he was shocked. If he took this lotus seat back to the yin-yang world, wouldn't he be invincible instantly? However, it would take him 10 years to wait for the lotus seeds to mature. Although Han Fei knew that those lotus seeds definitely had heaven-defying effects, he didn't have 10 years now. However, even without the lotus seeds, he still had the lotus seat. If he took the lotus seat back to the yin-yang world, he would have the capital to fight the Thousand-Star City. The old turtle's voice also sounded in Han Fei's body. This method is very good. It can save your life and quickly increase your strength. It's only 10 years, and it will take me 100 years to take a nap. The old turtle felt that Han Fei's teacher, the water immortal, was already very kind. This was simply a shocking opportunity. If Han Fei chose this opportunity, it meant that no one below the king realm could hurt him. Han Fei quickly came back to himself and looked at the water immortal. Teacher, what's the third way? The water immortal hesitated for a moment. My suggestion is the second, because the third option has both advantages and disadvantages. It may even consume your strength in the short term. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. Why? Han Fei thought to himself. If I have the body of a king, how can it weaken my strength? Shouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Isn't it a great opportunity? The water immortal said, Little Wang Han, you should know that I have the art of dying to survive. My original body is a lotus flower. I can undergo nirvana and rebuild a new body. My new body doesn't have a soul. You can split part of your soul and implant it in, creating an avatar for yourself. Hiss, Han Fei immediately exclaimed. An avatar? This was different from the twin divine technique. With the twin divine technique, it was essentially still him. However, with an avatar, there would be two of him. The water immortal said, Don't be so optimistic. Although you have an avatar, you need to separate a lot of souls to dominate your new body. It may require half of your soul power. Only in this way can this avatar reach a balance with you in strength. Half? Han Fei was dumbfounded. This price was really too high, wasn't it? He was still smug just now that his soul strength had skyrocketed into a new level. Who could have expected that this avatar would directly take half of his soul? However, Han Fei was still very tempted. He could swallow the vitality of others and steal the souls of others. As long as he fought more frequently and killed enough opponents, although it wouldn't completely make up for it, he could definitely make up for most of it. Furthermore, he hadn't fully mastered the god-scaring painting yet. If he spent some more time visualizing and cultivating the god-scaring painting, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate an avatar if he could absorb another ownerless soul at the venerable level. Han Fei said, Teacher, what's the benefit of having an avatar? The water immortal said, In the short term, there's actually no benefit. However, if your avatar cultivates at the same pace as you, as an independent individual, he can cultivate one Tao alone. If you want to fuse with him in the future, it's also possible. At that time, your combat power will double. Han Fei asked quickly, Can we still separate after fusion? The water immortal was stunned for a moment. No, after you choose to fuse with him, your strength will soar, and you may even obtain 2 great Daos. But since you've already fused with him, you can't be separated from him and won't have an avatar anymore. Han Fei asked, Are there any other benefits? The water immortal said, By choosing this path, you can let your avatar cultivate in this tower. Although I can let my original body give birth to a new body, it doesn't mean that my original body will die. Your avatar can constantly absorb the power of my original body to cultivate. The premise is that no one notices it. Otherwise, if someone notices that my strength has been greatly reduced, it will also be useless. One Han Fei said, There are kings in the White Shell Royal City. This path may not work. My avatar can't stay in the demon-subduing tower. However, can my avatar and my true body communicate at will? The old turtle added, To put it bluntly, there will be 2 of you. However, you have to remember that once your soul is separated, the soul in your true body and the soul in your avatar may not be connected. Although your true body has the initiative, you two will only perceive each other when you are close to each other. If you two are too far away, you might not know what the other you is doing. Han Fei was stunned. What are you talking about? I don't know what I'm doing. It sounds rather weird. Han Fei thought for a moment. In general, it meant that he was temporarily cut apart. When he fused with his avatar, his strength would increase a lot in an instant. On second thought, Han Fei realized that he would enter the game again once he returned to the yin-yang world. Why not leave some trump cards in the waterwood world? Han Fei suddenly said. Teacher, if my original body dies, will my avatar die? The water immortal shook her head. Your avatar is also you, but when you split your soul, one is the main and the other is the secondary. Once your main body's soul dies, the soul of your avatar will become the main body's soul, and this avatar will become your original body. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. I choose the third one. As the saying went, those who did not plan for the future would find trouble at their doorstep. In the long run, the benefits of having an avatar were definitely above the lotus seat and lotus seeds. 2 of him were cultivating and could fuse in the end. This meant that he had twice the time of others. How could there be such a good thing in the world? The water immortal asked. Little Wang, do you have enough soul power? Hanfei asked. Teacher, can you catch another venerable level creature and get me some ownerless souls? The water immortal couldn't help rolling her eyes. Do you think I'm omnipotent? You should know the spatial barrier in this tower. Now, I've given up on my original body. Perhaps I can cross the barrier and kill a venerable level creature, but I can't bring it back. Besides, once I make a big noise, someone outside will definitely notice it. Hanfei asked, what about taking me with you? As soon as he said this, the water immortal looked at Hanfei as if looking at a fool, thinking, I can keep you safe here, but not on the other floors, the old turtle said. Why are you in such a hurry for this matter? Worst comes to worst, you can just kill more people. You'll make up for it one day. Hanfei's face immediately turned black. What are you talking about? If I have a fucking chance to make up for it immediately, isn't it better? The water immortal said. Can you make up for it if I give you a large number of ownerless souls? Hanfei nodded quickly. Yes, Hanfei knew it clearly. After all, the soul was just like a jar. Even if he poured out half of the water in the jar, as long as he could replenish this half of the water back, it would be the same. The water immortal said, there is still a part of the new consciousness in Bai Suzhen. If you kill that consciousness, you should be able to get some ownerless souls. Hanfei's eyes glittered. Great. Chapter 1299, A Lotus Body. In fact, Hanfei knew very well that if he chose the second method, he would be almost immune to all attacks under the king level. However, choosing that kind of method, he would lack experience. It felt like lying down to win, which sometimes didn't seem to be a good thing. With the Lotus Seat, he wouldn't be afraid of being beaten by others at most, but under the same realm, when had he ever been afraid of others? And for those who could beat him, even if he had the Lotus Seat, he would still be defeated. After Hanfei firmly chose the avatar, he suddenly said, Teacher, since you can reshape a new body, why don't you recultivate with a new body? The water immortal said, I was going to recultivate, but not in the way to rebuild my body, but a brand new beginning. I'll turn into a seed and start from scratch. In Hanfei's heart, the old turtle exclaimed, how bold. To recultivate from scratch, she must have the great ambition to fight another life and walk the path of longevity. Hanfei was also stunned for quite a while. From what the water immortal said, it could be seen how determined she was. She even abandoned her king body. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, what about Bai Suzhen? The water immortal said, just like you, when I purge the newborn consciousness in her body, she will still be my reincarnation. However, unlike your avatar, she now has her own independent will. When she becomes stronger, she will return to me in the end. Hanfei was relieved to hear that. After all, no matter what, Bai Suzhen was the reincarnation of the water immortal, so he didn't help the wrong person. However, Bai Suzhen was created by the newborn consciousness with the intention to use her body to be reborn. However, she didn't expect the existence of the water immortal. Otherwise, the newborn consciousness might really succeed. The water immortal said, since you said that you were in a hurry, don't delay any longer. By the way, if you split your soul, can you still suppress the ferocious creature in your body? Huh? Hanfei's eyes widened and the old turtle's heart did a flip. Had he been seen through? The water immortal chuckled. It's nothing. My body is almost half dead, so my soul is particularly powerful. Last time I met you, I felt its existence. This time, I'm more certain that there should be an old monster in your body. Hanfei shrugged. It doesn't matter. Master, you should know that I have a special soul treasure. The old turtle is not suppressed by my own soul now, but by my soul treasure. The water immortal said lightly, that's good. I was worried that you couldn't suppress him. However, since he knows all your secrets, don't give him a chance to come out easily in the future. In Hanfei's heart, the old turtle immediately roared, how can I be so despicable? I have my own great Tao. Hanfei said impatiently, Old Yuan, shut up. You can't even escape from my teacher's eyes. How can you call yourself an emperor? You're really a disgrace to the title. The old turtle, although the water immortal didn't know who the old turtle was, she knew Hanfei well. A person who could cross the river of time, a person with a terrifying powerhouse behind him, would definitely not let a dangerous powerhouse hide in his body. Therefore, since the powerhouse was already in Hanfei's body, he was probably suppressed. As she expected, he was suppressed indeed. With Wang Han's personality, it was hard to say. However, with Hanfei's current personality, he shouldn't be tricked by the creature easily. The water immortal said, wait for me for 3 or 5 days. I need to mobilize my true body's strength. 5 days passed. In just 5 days, the water immortal's body shrank at least by half. However, under the cover of one of the white lotuses, a lotus seed appeared, and under it, a lotus root grew. Hanfei had already guessed that his avatar was made of lotus roots. Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. On name a primordial chaos lotus. On introduction, your primordial chaos lotus was produced by a king-level lotus demon with a tremendous amount of vitality and chaotic energy. It's immune to all evils, poisons, and soul attacks and can be used to refine an avatar. On level Whis. King quality, ultra quality, quantained chaos energy, THS. Eye effect, if it's eaten directly, anyone under the level of a half-king will die easily, but anyone above the level of a half-king can be immune to all evils, poisons, and soul attacks after eating it. Hanfei almost drooled when he saw the message. This was fucking awesome. He had never thought that he would become as powerful as Nezha. Han Fei even wondered if Nezha's lotus body was as good as his own. He didn't think so. After all, his body was made from the body of a real king. At this moment, Han Fei's heart stirred. Since his avatar wasn't a human in the first place, why should he be stuck in the form of a human being? Han Fei immediately said, "Teacher, can you make me 3 heads and 6 arms? The water immortal, Ian?" Han Fei said, "Master, I think that since my avatar doesn't have to stick to human form, why don't maximize my combat power? I have too many combat skills, so 2 hands wouldn't be enough. If I have 3 heads and 6 arms, I think I can fight countless enemies alone." The water immortal said, "Let me try." Han Fei continued, "I'm saying that when I need 3 heads and 6 arms, I'll have 3 heads and 6 arms. When I don't need to, I'll still have 1 head and 2 arms. The water immortal said crossly, "You have too many demands." Don't go too far. 3 days passed. Han Fei saw a lotus body appear in the water. Its body and appearance were exactly like Xuanhuan's, which made Han Fei sigh. On the lotus body's ears, there were 2 lotus seed earrings. Han Fei complained, "Teacher, I'm a man. I don't think it's appropriate for me to wear earrings." The water immortal said impatiently, "What do you know? That's your other 2 heads." Han Fei felt that he might have taken it for granted. The 3-headed, 6-armed technique of Nezha could actually be found, which was not a particularly advanced combat skill. However, the technique was different from the original body. It was definitely better if the original body had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, if he used combat skills, he could only use them as secret techniques. There was always a time limit. Han Fei had already planned that he would equip his avatar with the divine weapons such as the Universe Ring, the Chaotic Sky Silk, the Wind Fire Wheel, the Fire-Pointed Spear, the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Barrier, the Golden Brick, and so on. Tisk. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that he would be charmed by his own charm. When his avatar appeared out of nowhere, he would definitely shock the entire world and easily kill his way into the yin-yang world. In the past few days, both the old turtle and the water immortal felt that Han Fei was a bit weird. Now and then he would laugh like a fool. According to the logic of these 2 people, Han Fei was a powerhouse who had stepped into the Tao after all. After comprehending the great Tao, it was only a matter of time for him to become a venerable. Why could he not even control his own expressions? But Han Fei didn't care. Apart from losing half of his soul, he didn't suffer any losses. Besides, the soul could be replenished. However, how much luck did it take to encounter a powerful avatar? The water immortal shouted, "Little Xuanhuan, listen to my command. Split your soul, begin." Han Fei immediately frowned, and his soul seemed to be torn apart. Large tracts of faint blue soul appeared like smoke emerging from his body. This scene shocked the water immortal. "Your soul power is so strong?" After all, she was a king-level expert. The water immortal could naturally tell the strength of Han Fei's soul at a glance. At this moment, the amount of soul that Han Fei had split out was probably the entire soul power of an ordinary Tao-seeking powerhouse. Han Fei's face was twisted as he continued, and he said, "Not yet. Wait a moment." At this time, Han Fei was trying to split his soul, which no longer hurt as much as before. However, the separation of too many souls still made Han Fei dizzy. The old turtle didn't know that Han Fei's soul power was so strong. Seeing this endless separation, he couldn't help but sigh. What a monster. How many years has this kid cultivated for? How can he have such strong soul power? After half of his soul was stripped away, Han Fei felt that his body was suspended, his face became extremely pale, and it took him a long time to steady himself. The water immortal, on the other hand, took a deep look at Han Fei. While wrapping Han Fei's soul with a green light and injecting it into the lotus, she said, "Little Xuanhuan, your soul power has reached the level of a half-venerable?" Han Fei grinned with difficulty. "I don't know how strong the soul power of a half-venerable is," the water immortal said helplessly. "Then recover first. You need to adapt to the sudden loss of your soul. Your avatar still needs to be refined." Han Fei saw that after his soul disappeared into the lotus, a strange and enormous power seemed to be gathering in all directions, which was in faint gray. Han Fei's heart did a flip. For some reason, he felt that he also wanted that kind of power. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Teacher, what kind of power is this?" Chaos energy. Chapter 1300, Destroy the Demon, Subduing Tower Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. When Queen Life gave him the immeasurable fruit, it also contained a wisp of chaos energy. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't know how much chaos energy had entered his avatar. Now, the part of Han Fei's soul that had been separated was being guided by the water immortal. It felt like a force was pushing him into a soft marshmallow, making him feel like he was being wrapped up. Only at this moment did Han Fei know that it was to make his soul more adapted to this new body. And the chaos energy, like flames used for refining, was used to refine the embryo into a finished product. This was because his soul was separated at this moment. Half of his soul had already entered the lotus root. Therefore, this part of his soul was idle, but he couldn't move it. He could only watch. It felt like he was being pressed to a bed covered with marshmallows and someone was massaging him. Therefore, Han Fei didn't have to pay attention to the soul in his original body all the time. This was because his soul was interconnected within a short distance. While consolidating his soul power, Han Fei looked at his data. At this moment, his various parameters had a drastic drop. Owner, Han Fei level, 74 intermediate explorer, spiritual energy, 150,000 spiritual power, 14,000 50,000 14,056 perception range, 100 kilometers, enforcing law, invincible Vajra strength, 292 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unawakened first spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 6-1. Second spiritual beast, unawakened main art, sky stealing technique, Level 6 of void fishing, venerable level, divine quality. In fact, this result was even better than Han Fei had expected. Han Fei pondered. After all, he had reached a high level once. If nothing went wrong, he could easily return to his original realm. This kind of return, in addition to absorbing an ownerless soul, shouldn't require any epiphany. Now, his spiritual power and perception range had been reduced by half, and not much else had dropped. Of course, Han Fei was relieved to see that his perception range was 1,800 kilometers. After all, before his last epiphany, his perception range was only 300 kilometers more than now. Now, the power of his soul had been split in half, but it was still 800 kilometers, which surprised Han Fei. However, half of his soul was gone, but his range of perception was about the same as before. This also indicated another problem. His current soul perception was definitely not as secret as before. In the past, when he used the soul-attracting technique to peep on others and eavesdrop on others' conversations, others might not have noticed it at all. But now, if he did this again, he might be discovered by others. The reason why his perception range was still so large was probably because he had cultivated the god-scaring painting. At this moment, the weakening of his soul made Han Fei clearly realize the importance of the soul. After all, the strength of the soul directly affected the amount of spiritual energy in his storage, and its loss had weakened his strength by more than 50 waves. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, how can the weakening of the soul weaken my strength?" The old turtle said lazily, "It's only temporary. The soul is extremely mysterious and can fully mobilize the strength and potential of the body. It's like a person in a normal state and a person in a weak state. The former's mental state is good and the latter's is bad, and their strength will also vary with their state. But when you replenish your lost soul power, it'll be all right." The old turtle's example was quite vivid. With this explanation, Han Fei understood. Now, all his attributes had declined because his soul was weak. In this case, he had to find a way to quickly repair his soul and return to his previous strength. In that way, he could easily handle a place like the White Shell Royal City. However, even if he was in a weak state, he was actually extremely strong, and the Fish Dragon King was still no match for him at all. Even if he were to fight Bai Suzhen again, he wouldn't lose. After all, his strength wasn't weak at all. Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the top 3 with such strength. With this in mind, Han Fei was relieved. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Halfway through the 3rd day, Han Fei suddenly felt that he was revived. It was an amazing feeling. He was clearly cultivating, but he suddenly felt revived. Because his soul was connected, Han Fei sensed his current self from another place. Han Fei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his lotus body. The water immortal roared, "Little Wang Han, throw half of your essence blood over." Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a flip of his hand, Snowmorn appeared. With a swish, he cut his wrist, and golden blood essence quickly spewed out. Compared to the soul, essence blood was nothing. He could make up for it with spiritual fruits. He didn't even have a chance to let himself be in a weak state. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, do you still need essence blood? I can give it all away. I can regenerate it." Looking at Han Fei's golden blood, the water immortal was a little stunned. Golden blood, why do I feel that his level of life has already exceeded the scope of the human race? However, the water immortal still immediately replied, "No, you still need to let your avatar adapt to it and let him create his own essence blood." When all the essence blood disappeared into the avatar's body, the avatar slowly opened his eyes. Han Fei smiled. "Master, is this my avatar?" The water immortal seemed to be in a weakened state. "You can experience it for yourself. This avatar shouldn't be as strong as your current one, but it shouldn't be weak either. You can let him cultivate on his own and try another great Tao." The two Han Fei looked at each other. The lotus body looked into his mind, only to see no information. It seemed that his body had changed, and he no longer had the protection of the demon purification pot. Without the demon purification pot, he couldn't feel the old turtle anymore. Han Fei said tentatively, "Old turtle, old turtle, old turtle." Han Fei was relieved to hear no response. It seemed that the lotus body was at least much weaker than the original body in terms of treasures. However, the water immortal suddenly said, "Little Wang Han, we have to find a way to get out now. My true body's strength has weakened too much. Almost half of my strength has been used to create this avatar of yours. My strength has dropped to the half-king realm. If any powerhouses perceive, I'm afraid there will be conflicts." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. In order to create an avatar for him, the water immortal had consumed her strength so much? Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, he tried to recall his avatar into Forge the Universe. However, a massive amount of spiritual spring disappeared in Forge the Universe again, and his avatar trembled slightly, unable to enter immediately. Hanfei was horrified and stopped in a hurry. Forge the Universe didn't recognize his avatar. Hanfei didn't force it. With a thought, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Since it was not easy for his avatar to enter Forge the Universe, he might as well put him into the sea quelling painting. After a while, Hanfei said, "Teacher, I don't know how to get out." The water immortal said, "I'm a king. How can I not even be able to walk out of a few seals? However, once I break through the seals, I may attract the attention of strong masters. If I transform into a new seed and send you out, it's possible that you will be discovered. Let me think of a better solution." Hearing what the water immortal said, Hanfei blinked and said, "Master, can this demon-subduing tower be destroyed?" The water immortal was stunned for a moment. "What are you talking about? There are many powerful creatures suppressed in this tower. Once it's released, it may cause a great disaster in this sea area." Hanfei scratched his head and said, "Teacher, there's something I forgot to tell you. Although we are not in the Sea Demon Royal City now, this place should be very close to the Sea Demon Royal City. It's a trial ground in the Sea Demon Royal City." Sea Demon Royal City? The water immortal was stunned. "Why am I in the Sea Demon Royal City?" Hanfei shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe the demon-subduing tower exists to suppress you." The water immortal asked suspiciously, "Then is it really fine to release these powerful creatures?" Hanfei grinned. "Teacher, including my junior sister and your disciple, there are 3 kings in this territory." The water immortal frowned. 3 kings? In that case, I can give it a try. However, if I still had my previous strength, I might be able to break this demon-subduing tower. Now, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. In Hanfei's heart, the old turtle said, "Why do we have to break it? Just let out those big demons. Then throw this tower into the so-called Wall of Death. It's best to smash a hole and release some creatures." "You don't even know how to wreak havoc?" Shocked by the old turtle's words, Hanfei simply repeated what he said to the water immortal. If the demon-subduing tower fell into chaos, the White Shell Royal City would fall into chaos too, and the Waterwood world would be at ease. The water immortal was still a bit conservative. However, the old turtle and Hanfei were both lawless people. One was proud of being a demon, and the other was purely a troublemaker who wanted to see the world in chaos. The two hoped that the demon-subduing tower would collapse. Only then could they win in chaos. The 6th floor of the demon-suppressing tower. Zhang Yao was fighting hard. Even as an undead creature, he couldn't withstand the intensity of the battles here. It had been nearly 20 days since he stepped into the Tao, but he hadn't found a chance to reduce his realm. At this moment, he was fighting a big crab, and the terrifying power shattered the void. Suddenly, in the dark void, a lotus god seat suddenly appeared inexplicably on the 6th level. And on the lotus seat, who else could it be if not Hanfei? Hanfei shouted, "Senior, stay where you are." Hearing this, Zhang Yao dared not move. He didn't know what Hanfei was doing. He didn't know where Hanfei came from either. A phantom of mountains and rivers enveloped him. In the next moment, Zhang Yao disappeared. As for the big crab, it still wanted to pinch the void. However, as the lotus seat turned, its giant pincer shattered, and the crab was so frightened that it hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! Bang! The void continued to shatter. With another 2 sounds, the spatial barrier was broken again. On the 4th level of the demon-subduing tower, in the land of 800 kilometers of quicksand, Bai Suzhen clapped her hands. Guarding the weak snake demon, she was fighting with 6 big serpents. Bai Suzhen, who was the new consciousness of the water immortal, had to protect this snake demon. After all, in terms of karma and mental demons, she had to protect her nominal mother. Otherwise, this would affect her great Tao. Suddenly, the void cracked, and Bai Suzhen couldn't help raising her head. However, when she raised her head, her expression changed and she exclaimed, "Impossible.